This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. And Ro couldn't figure out how she got electrocuted while hiding in a holographic cabin that was clearly powered off. The current made her lose consciousness, and then stimulated her to wake up. In the flickering light, the surging memories made her mind chaotic. In a flash of black and white, a little girl fell to the ground in a field soaked in blood, crying heartbreakingly. The next second, she squatted in the corner of the old alley, raised her little face to look at the sign opposite. Her expression was blurred, and she felt a little crazy. This girl was frightened silly by the ghoul. What nonsense! She was born a fool. She is a burden to her parents. She might as well go with her mother. From far and near, some gossips drifted in, like the wind blowing only the messy hair of the little girl. A rough and warm hand grasped her hand, and put her in another delicate and soft hand, accompanied by an honest and sincere flattering voice. Boss Hong, please take care of Uru. In the black and white light, the red lips on the Cheongsam woman's face appeared strangely black, smiling on the outside but not on the inside, and walked away with the little girl. The next second, he led her back. After going back and forth, the little girl had grown taller, and her small face had grown into a pretty face. But her smile was pale and timid. Her eyes flickered, and she dared not look at anyone. Sorry to bother you, Boss Hong. After the man finished speaking, he put a handful of coins in the Cheongsam woman's hand, and finally showed her face, which was a little dark and a little fat, as honest as her voice. He smiled and looked over, and stuffed another handful of coins, but was rejected. The man still stuffed the money over, and there was a fresh blister on the back of his hand from a burn. He said softly, "It's okay to lose. Dad has money. Ruru takes it." Ruru is so obedient. The picture was sometimes complete and sometimes broken, just like a broken glass slowed down 1,000 times, slowly dispersing, and after a slight delay, it disappeared completely. And Ro was startled, and realized that someone had elbowed her. The Cheongsam woman with curly hair and black lips was sitting next to her, and the color spread in the air, dyeing her lips and Cheongsam with bright red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sister Hong, Boss Hong. This recognition did not come from the memory of the confused perspective just now, but was directly displayed on the head of the Cheongsam woman. A translucent narrow light screen floated on her carefully permed and dyed hair. Sister Hong, the owner of the hair salon. While Ro was stunned, Sister Hong's elbow wrapped in the half-cut Cheongsam sleeve came over again, and Ro instinctively avoided it. To the three women, this reaction seemed like she shrank. Sister Hong smiled and said, "Sister, play a card. Are you afraid of a potential disaster? This is just the beginning. There are still so many cards to be touched." Another woman said. Her name above her head was Smiling. Mei Qian also spoke. "Don't be afraid, sister. The sisters haven't heard any cards yet." And Ro lowered her eyes, and quickly scanned the card table. The Mahjong on the table was in a mess, and there were only half a row of cards left, which was not considered many at all. She held a 3-tube at her fingertips, which was a Zhangsheng card, and it would most likely cause a disaster. But the 3-tube was useless for her own cards, and Ro changed to a safe card that had already been played. And when she picked it up, her peripheral vision paused again. No. Each of the three women had one hand on the table, with the back of their hands slightly raised. In their palms, each of them hid a card. The fragments of memory were immediately strung together, and Ro understood. Sister Hong was not taking care of the foolish girl out of kindness, but was clearly taking this opportunity to make a share of the money for taking care of people, and a share of the money for the card table. The victim was the honest father in her memory who ran a bun shop. The girl was not really stupid. She had already seen that Sister Hong and the others were cheating. She was just timid and did not dare to tell her father directly. She also did not dare to offend Sister Hong and end the card game that had lasted for who knows how many years. Now the silly girl is gone. For some reason, she came. Having a replacement card in hand means that the cards that the three people are waiting for have too many possibilities. It is unsafe to play any card. And Ro sneered secretly and suddenly exclaimed, "Why am I missing a card?" Her hand shook, and the Mahjong tiles in front of her were knocked down. Sister Hong's face froze, and seeing Ro's flustered hands, she reached out to help count. And Ro's eyes lit up, and she pointed at her other hand that was raised inadvertently. "There it is. My 3-tube. She was about to take it. Sister Hong was startled and held her hand. This is my card. Mei Qian chimed in. Yes. Sister. How come your cards are in front of Sister Hong? Really? And Ro was puzzled, and pointed at the cards in front of Sister Hong with her slender white fingers, and deliberately counted aloud. 14. Sister Hong has one more card. Sister Hong's husband. Sister Hong looked embarrassed. Her face turned pale for a while, and then she forced a smile. Oh, it was my fault. I didn't even play, but I urged my sister to play. She secretly glanced at Meiling and Mei Qian, and played the 3 bamboos in her hand. And Ro followed suit with the useless 3 bamboos. Just by looking at the flower cards piled up around everyone, she knew what kind of mahjong was being played here. According to the rules, if the 2 sisters didn't win Sister Hong's 3 bamboos, they naturally couldn't win her 3 bamboos. Mei Qian's hand moved unwillingly, and was secretly stepped on by her sister, so she gave up winning. After Ro finished, it was Mei Qian's turn. She looked at the table and then at the others, and played an 8-piece, which was a perfect card, with a low chance of hitting the target. Unexpectedly, and Ro shouted in surprise, I won. I thought I couldn't win. Thank you, Sister Mei Qian. The 3 women looked at her in disbelief, and the scene was quiet and weird. The cards and rows spread out clearly showed that she had 7 or 9 pieces in her hand, and she was indeed a winning card. You won the 8-piece by yourself in the last round. Why did you wait until now? Mei Qian couldn't help but question, and Ro was timid and confused. Ah, is that so? I'm so stupid. Sorry. Mei Qian. Her expression was perfect, and there was no trace of acting at all. Hong Jia had to come out to smooth things over. Okay. My sister has been losing for a long time, and it's a rare good luck. Why are you so angry as a sister? Keep going. Mei Qian reluctantly took out a few gold coins, which were golden, and Ro fell in love at first sight. The gold coins were in her hand, and disappeared without a trace. And Ro blinked, and she didn't know where she saw a balance in her mind. 10 gold. It's a game indeed. This wallet is advanced enough. If she hadn't cheated and turned the tables, she would have gone home with all her money. When it comes to cheating, these NPCs are clumsy. Who can compare to Ro? I have worked on the farm for 5 years, and I have spent most of my time at the poker table with the boss's wife. I don't have to work in the fields, and I don't have to take care of chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs, because she plays a good hand of cards and has the ability to make the boss's wife happy. I think I won again. Sorry, Sister Hong. Can you help me see if I got a self-drawn card? Is this a pure match? Robbery. Rob a gang. Right. And Ro's winning speed is getting faster and faster, and the cards she wins are getting more and more exaggerated. However, with a base of 5 gold coins, the biggest hand, a pure match in front of the door, a gang on a flower, actually collected 400 gold coins at one time. The sisters' faces were all dark, and 3 pairs of eyes stared at Ro's hands, but they could not find any signs of cheating. After paying the money, Sister Hong was about to stand up with her hand on the table, but Ro gently pressed the back of her hand. Sister Hong, are you angry? I didn't mean it. I just didn't expect to be so lucky today. Maybe my luck will run out soon, and I will lose all this money to you. Ro looked at the balance of thousands and said timidly, It's just like before. Sister Hong gritted her teeth in anger, and her powdered eyebrows wrinkled into a shape. The expression and tone of the little girl in front of her were no different from usual, but for some reason, she vaguely saw a hint of cunning in the other party's dark eyes. But, just like before. This sentence made Sister Hong unable to bear it, so she sat down again and forced the 2 beautiful sisters to sit down with her eyes. Less than half an hour later, the 3 of them stood up again in anger. One reason was that during this period, Ro's good luck became worse, and even a pure Tian who appeared. The second reason was that they were forced to cheat together, but Ro pointed it out mercilessly. You've already noticed it? Sister Hong pointed her big red nails at Ro's nose. Are you making fun of us sisters? Ro sat upright, playing with the ends of her hair with her white fingers. She raised her eyelids when she heard him say, It's a trick that my sisters play every day. It's hard not to notice. I have 2 eyes. My sister? She suddenly grabbed Sister Hong's wrist with both hands. Her expression panicked. It's my fault. Sister Hong. I shouldn't have eyes. I should have dug them out and pressed them to my heart. and learn from my sisters to be more careful. Somewhat crazy. Sister Hong was startled by her, and with the help of the two beautiful sisters, she broke free and hurriedly retreated to the door. She calmed her breath, pointed her red nails at Enro, and was about to say something harsh. But when she saw Enro glanced at her with a smile, she felt a palpitation. In the end, she couldn't utter a word, and slammed the door open and went out. The sound of high heels stepping on the wooden floor was very messy. The cramped living room became quiet, and Enro had time to look around. The house was very old, and wooden furniture was everywhere. It was a common residence hundreds of years ago. Even she, who doesn't play games, can tell at a glance that this is the background of the era of the holographic game Soul's Song, the Steam Age, or the era when the Industrial Revolution just happened. Her clean, but shabby cotton cheongsam also illustrates this point. She has become an NPC in this holographic game that is popular all over the world. And Rose stepped on white square-heeled leather shoes and walked to the lattice wooden window. Looking outside, in the pale sunlight, there are layers of white walls and black tiles in the distance, and a small second floor with water. Below is an alley where the sun can't penetrate. The slightly dim light makes the various light screens on the pedestrians more conspicuous. Some light screens are narrow and long, like Sister Hong, with only identity information. Some names have a level suffix after them, and several of them also have light screens of different sizes floating in front of them. From their clothes, it can be seen that the former is an NPC and the latter is a player. Those large-sized light screens are game panels, and Ro tried to summon the game panel, but there was no movement in the air, so she was undoubtedly an NPC. What she was wondering was, can NPCs see everyone's light screen? It is said that the light screens of players are only visible to themselves, and some sharing operation is needed to show them to others. While she was thinking about it, a voice from downstairs suddenly rose. I said to raise the price, so I will raise the price. If you can't pay the rent, pack up and leave. It was Sister Hong. Boss Hong, the price just increased last season. Why is it increasing again? And Ro also recognized it. It was the honest voice in her memory. Her NPC father. And Ro couldn't help but pull the corners of her lips. Sister Hong is good. She got angry here, and then turned around to vent her anger on her father. Chapter 2. After all, Enro was not the original owner. Even though she felt somewhat familiar with her father's voice, she was a complete stranger intellectually, until the short and fat middle-aged man called out Ro Ro, and Ro's heart was suddenly stabbed. His full name was the same as hers, and even his nickname was exactly the same? It was too much of a coincidence. And Yonyan had already chased Sister Hong out of the shop, ignoring the eyes of passers-by, and knelt down in the alley, holding Sister Hong's cheongsam tightly with both hands, begging repeatedly. He didn't see Enro coming downstairs, and didn't call her by her nickname, but just mentioned her. Boss Hong, Ro Ro was brought up by you. You are also half of Ro Ro's elder. Even if she has upset you in some way, please forgive her for once. I'll ask her to come down and apologize to you. And Yonyan turned his head, and saw his daughter standing quietly at the stairs of the shop, one hand on the wooden handrail, slender and weak. The father and daughter looked at each other for a moment, and Enro went downstairs expressionlessly, turned around, and disappeared at the back door of the shop. And Yonyan's heart softened immediately. He couldn't bear to see his daughter suffer this, so he had to kowtow to Sister Hong. Boss Hong, please, how about this? You raise the salary a little less. Just 1,000 a month. There was also an alley outside the back door, and Ro walked around to the entrance of the alley. Her eyes wandered around, and locked onto a player walking from a distance. Potato LV15 bronze. Holographic games can pinch their own faces. This guy is not bad looking. His eyes stopped on the game panel in front of him, and he walked while watching. I bumped into a passerby without paying attention. I'm sorry. Todo hurried to help the person who was knocked down. When he saw the other person's face clearly, he was stunned. It was the first time he saw such a beautiful NPC. She looked like a girl of 17 or 18 years old. She wore a simple off-white cotton cheongsam. Her long straight black hair was tied behind her with a headband, and her forehead was smooth and full. There was a kind of immaturity and charm of a flower, but that was about to bloom. At this time, the girl's wide-open almond eyes were full of tears and fear. When the NPC is realistic to a certain extent, It will make people forget that the other party is just a bunch of false data. Potato helped Enro up and asked softly, "Are you okay?" I'm so scared. Sister Hong. Enro hesitated, bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and tears rolled down. Sister Hong? Potato's heart moved, smelling the scent of the mission clue. Who is Sister Hong? Don't be afraid. I am the one with destiny. I can protect you no matter what. God. The one with destiny? And Rose showed a hopeful look, wiped her tears, and forced herself to calm down. Sister Hong is the owner of that hair salon. She is a very good person. But I don't know why. She seems to be a different person today, losing her temper everywhere. The way she looked at me just now was like she wanted to eat me. Unexpectedly, Potato did not act immediately, but asked, "Really?" He turned on the light screen and muttered, "Strange. If it was a clue, I would notify you." The light screen, that was originally only visible to him, was also visible to Enro. The light screen stopped at the task notification interface, and no new messages were received. The previous folded historical message only showed a beginning, task clue, disappeared chunly. Little Magnolia Singer. Enro understood that clues could not be fabricated out of thin air. To slander Sister Hong is a ghoul. She must be parasitized by a ghoul. It seems that this method will not work. She was thinking about it when she heard Potato mutter again, "Never mind. Let's try it first. Where is Sister Hong?" Enro timidly pointed to the alley where the bun shop was located. "It's in front of that bun shop." Potato knew what was going on and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Wait for me here." A long knife suddenly appeared in his hand, and he used some kind of movement skill, and disappeared at the entrance of the alley in a few steps. Enro quickly followed him, hiding behind the wall at the entrance of the alley and looking inside. The steamed bun shop was only about 20 meters away from the alley entrance, and Yonyan was still kneeling and begging Sister Hong, and his crying voice and Sister Hong's impatient voice alternated. Scattered pedestrians gathered around to watch the show. Potato used the movement skill, took a step forward several meters, and stopped in front of the steamed bun shop in a few steps, pushing away the pedestrians. Enro pricked up her ears and vaguely heard Potato ask, "Are you Sister Hong, the owner of the hair salon?" In comparison, Hong Xian's answer was full of energy. "Yes." "Who are you?" Before he finished speaking, Potato's long sword hidden behind his back suddenly appeared and chopped down at Sister Hong's forehead. "I know you are a ghoul," Potato shouted. "Ah!" Sister Hong let out a scream that pierced her eardrums and covered her head. The sharp blade flashed in front of her forehead in the blink of an eye, and stopped by a hair's breadth, causing the airflow to mess up her carefully groomed hair. Intimidation by force is a common method used by players to identify ghouls. If it is a ghoul, it will definitely reveal its true face in a critical moment. Although Enro does not play games, the news of the soul-calling song is everywhere in the world nowadays. Not to mention that the farm owner is said to be a great player, and his son brags about how great his father is in front of Enro every other day. Therefore, Enro has some understanding of it, except that she does not understand the logic of the clues very well. What Enro wants is Potato's reaction. Seeing that her goal has been achieved, she quickly walks back to the back door of the bun shop in her high heels. As soon as Enro left, Potato, who realized that he had been fooled, retreated to the alley, but there was no trace of the girl NPC. He slapped his forehead in annoyance. He was blinded by lust and lost Sister Hong's favorability towards him. The favorability of NPC towards the player affects the player's destiny value, which is the core indicator of the player in the game and can be understood as the game's luck. Perhaps the girl NPC was simply another player in disguise, tricking people for fun. But he even forgot to ask the other party's name. Potato stamped his feet and continued on his way. His unexpected force test not only scared Sister Hong, but also scared Yonyan and a group of passers-by NPCs who were watching the show. When Enro returned to the bun shop, her father and Yonyan was still kneeling on the ground outside the main entrance, and Sister Hong was sitting opposite him, with a fishy liquid slowly seeping out on the ground. The passers-by smelled the smell, came to their senses, covered their mouths and noses, and laughed out loud. "Hong, Boss Hong," and Yonyan hesitated, not knowing whether to remind him. In fact, he didn't need to speak, because Sister Hong, who was very proud, had already noticed her own ugliness from the laughter of others. She didn't even bother to pick up her fallen high heels, and she got up in a mess, 1 foot high and 1 foot low, and rushed back to the hair salon not far away. The pedestrians dispersed, and Yonyan was stunned for a moment, then stood up and turned around, only to see his daughter staring at him. And Ro looked like her mother, delicate and beautiful, but she was too frightened after seeing her mother turn into a ghoul, and her mind was not very clear. However, at this moment, and Yonyan looked at his daughter's clear, black eyes and felt that something was different. He glanced at the hair salon, and when he walked back to the bun shop, he had put on his usual smile, and his eyes were narrowed. Ro, are you hungry? Daddy will cook for you. It seems that she is not going to investigate how she angered Sister Hong, and Ro was holding back a breath, and couldn't help but say, 200 a day, day after day, 6,000 a month. If I save this money, even if the rent increases by 2,000, I can still have 4,000 left. Can't you even calculate such a simple account? The so-called 200? 100 is the cost that Yonyan entrusted Sister Hong to take care of Enro for so many years, and the other 100 is the capital for Enro to play Mahjong. Without a doubt, all of them will fall into the pockets of Sister Hong and the other two. Her face was sarcastic, which made Yonyan startled again. He came forward to touch her forehead. What's wrong with you, Ruru? And Ro stepped back and dodged, turning to go upstairs. After closing the door of the room and sulking for a while, she realized that she was angry with an NPC, which was a little ridiculous. After a while, and Yonyan came up with dinner. NPCs really can't be guessed by ordinary people's psychology. In a short time, he seemed to have accepted the great changes in his girlfriend's personality, and there was no inquiry in his words and eyes. Dinner was seafood noodles with a golden poached egg on top. While eating noodles, and Ro watched Yonyan rummaging through the cabinets, and finally found a square oil paper bag in the corner of the living room cabinet. Inside was a copy of the 3-character classic in a simple binding, with a piece of paper tucked inside, and Yonyan turned sideways to her. His chubby face had a nostalgic feeling. He stroked the piece of paper for a while, and was about to go out. What is that? And Ro called him, and Yonyan hesitated to speak, and finally smiled and replied vaguely, land deed. Let me see. And Yonyan hesitated, but Enro had already stepped forward and took the piece of paper without question. The text was in traditional Chinese, and it was arranged vertically, so it was a bit difficult to read. But Enro grasped the key point. 8 acres of land? The small farm passed down from your grandfather has been abandoned for more than 10 years. And Yonyan said, what are you going to do with it? And Ro thought, are you going to sell it to raise money for the store rent? Perhaps because he felt guilty about his ancestors. And Yonyan looked hesitant. And Ro's guess was right. And the account she calculated for Yonyan before was also correct. But she didn't expect one thing. The profit of the bun shop was limited, and Yonyan's daily expenses for her were high. So he didn't have much spare money at all. Just enough to pay the store rent. Sister Hong suddenly raised the rent to 6,000 gold coins. Even if Enro gave the 3,000 she had, she would still be halfway short. It was the end of the month, and the rent for the next season would have to be paid in 2 days. Then there's no need to sell the land. Right? Such a large piece of land, just to make up 3,000? And Ro was puzzled. That land can't grow crops. It's not worth much. And Yonyan said that it was unknown whether it could be sold for 3,000. As for why he couldn't grow crops, and Ro asked, and Yonyan looked confused and couldn't explain it. Give me the deed. I'll sell it, and I'll definitely raise the rent for you. And Ro said, when the rickshaw arrived. The sun was already high. The pale sunlight fell on my body, not very warm, and sprinkled on the sparsely weeded wasteland in front of me, making it even more desolate. This is the outskirts of Zhongsu town, next to a 20-meter-high black wall, and outside the wall is a lifeless land where ghouls run rampant. Looking far away, the wasteland is not small, surrounded by dark green fields on 3 sides, and the remaining side extends all the way to the base of the wall. 8 acres of land is not that big. It is just a part of the wasteland, according to Yonyan's description. And Ro found a broken thatched house in the center of the wasteland. Half of the thatched house had collapsed long ago, and the other half was supported by a few wooden pillars. However, the mud-pasted stone houses on the left and right sides of the thatched house were still intact. And Ro recognized that the left one was a chicken coop, and the right one was a duck shed. 3,000 gold. 8 acres of land. And Ro muttered to herself, while measuring the land under her feet with her feet. The land had not been cultivated for many years, and it was very hard. Not soft at all like cultivated land. Admittedly, this abandoned farm is far from the small villa, big fish pond, seeding trucks and harvesters shuttling back and forth in the golden fields in my mind. But it is still a farm after all. She is so young. And the reason why she can work in a place like a farm for 5 years is that the real world is getting more and more chaotic. And the farm is like a safe haven from the world. According to the exchange rate of 1:5. If she can buy such a large piece of land for 15,000 in the real world, she will wake up laughing in her dreams. She will definitely not sell it. The current problem is that if she doesn't sell the land, how to make up for the shortage of store rent. After all, Sister Hong's rent increase was caused by her. If Anyonyan solves this problem, it means that Enro has spent money to buy this abandoned farm. Chapter 3. Soul Song is a holographic game with a doomsday background. Players get system rewards by strangling ghouls, and NPCs earn money from players by selling various supplies, such as Anyonyan selling steamed buns, killing ghouls. Enro, an NPC, can't even think about it. Without weapons and skills, even if she finds clues about ghouls, she will just die. Selling steamed buns? Anyonyan is enough. And he can't make a profit of 3,000 gold coins in 2 days. Enro sat on a human-powered tricycle, thinking all the way back to the entrance of Wuyan Lane. The round trip of more than 20 miles was not cheap. A full 20 gold. After Enro paid, she walked towards the bun shop. When she passed the hair salon, she looked inside. She didn't see Sister Hong. She must have been frightened and embarrassed in public yesterday, so she was too embarrassed to go out for a while. But this didn't stop her from sending someone over early in the morning to sternly tell Anyonyan to pay the rent. Anyonyan also said that even the mayor couldn't control whether the rent would increase or not. But if the tenant refused, he would be arrested by the security guards. In a word, apart from the players, the world of NPCs is also all about money. Playing Mahjong is a good choice. Sister Hong and the 2 beautiful sisters probably don't dare to come, but she can find someone else. Enro was thinking, and a voice came into her ears. Brother. Look. Brother will teach you how to improve the favorability of NPCs. The 2 men stood in front of their own bun shop. They were not short. And from the side, they looked handsome. Enro was still in the mood to appreciate it yesterday. But now she has seen it so many times that she has no feelings for it. They each have a light screen on their heads. Yuang LV28 bronze. Get Rich LV1 black iron. One of them is a new player at level 1. Enro stopped to see what they were going to do. Boss. A meat bun. The king raised his hand, and 5 gold coins appeared on it. Anyonyan took it with a smile, wrapped the bun in oil paper, and handed it over. The king didn't take it. And another handful of gold coins appeared in his palm. 5 more. Hey! Anyonyan laughed until his eyes disappeared. Others couldn't see it, but Enro saw it clearly. A light screen popped up in front of the king, and it said, Bun shop owners favorability plus 10%. Current favorability 60%. Friendly. Yuang clicked a button on the upper left corner of the screen, and the screen became visible. The new player named Baofu said, "Oh," and his face was full of enlightenment. Do you understand? This is a pay-to-win game. NPCs are greedy for money. As long as you find the right way to spend money and increase your favorability, you will naturally get clues to the mission, Yuang said. He still did not take the oil paper bag handed over by Anyonyan, and his hand conjured up a large handful of gold coins again. There were so many that many of them rolled to the ground. He simply flipped his hand and let all the gold coins fall to the ground. Anyonyan was puzzled, and only heard the king laughing. 100 meat buns. A new notification popped up on the light screen in front of him. Bun shop owners favorability plus 30%. Current favorability 90%. Infatuated. Kneel down. Crawl like a dog for me to see. The king smiled and looked at Anyonyan. Anyonyan's eyes widened, and he walked out from behind the mountain like steamer, his knees falling involuntarily. But he saw Enro, whose chubby body kept the posture of bent knees and bent waist, and did not move further. Not enough? The king sneered, and gold coins fell from his palm again, continuously, making pleasant sound of coins hitting the bluestone slabs. Dog crawl. How much money do you pick up? I will buy you that many buns. On the light screen, the favorability did not change again, but Anyonyan's stiff body recovered, and his hands, feet, and knees fell to the ground. He had a deeper smile on his face. His eyes were squeezed out. And he raised his short neck while picking up the money. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The king looked at the rich man proudly. "Do you understand? Brother Wang. Isn't this a bit too hurtful to my self-esteem?" The rich man hesitated. The newcomer saw the NPC who looked like a real person and couldn't adjust his mentality for a while. "It's just a bunch of data. Where does the self-esteem come from?" The king patted him on the shoulder. "Didn't ask for the buns," and turned away. The farce ended here, and Enro watched coldly throughout. Wait until Anyonyan picked up all the gold coins before walking towards the store. Ro, are you back?" Anyonyan followed in and wiped his hands with his apron. "How is it? Did you sell it?" Enro took a deep breath silently and said nothing. Anyonyan thought she hadn't sold it, and he comforted her, taking out all the gold coins he had just picked up from the balance and putting them on the table. "It's normal that the land can't be sold. It's okay. It's okay. Ro. Look. The generous gentleman just bought so many buns in one go. More than 500 gold. If there are a few more customers like this in the next 2 days, the rent will be enough. And maybe even a new dress for Ro. And Ro's heart was stabbed again. She tried her best to convince herself that Anyonyan was just an NPC, not her so-called father at all. But reason is only reason after all. And Ro suddenly looked up. Learned to crawl a few more times? The complex emotions turned into a sarcasm. In fact, there were more questions following. But Enro couldn't say them. The moment her eyes met Anyonyan, her consciousness seemed to pass through a short dark tunnel and entered a black and white world. "It's so cold. So cold." Someone was moaning. It was Anyonyan's voice. No longer simple and kind. Only hollow and dead. But the black and white picture had nothing to do with the sound. White wall and wooden door, with a rotten wooden sign beside the door. The wooden door opened a gap as big as a palm. And a pale face like a lime sculpture was sandwiched in it, with eyebrows like a figure 8, almost parallel to the corners of the mouth drooping to both sides. And the eyes were wide open, making the pupils in them look very small. The pupils turned and looked over. And Ro vaguely heard a dry swallowing of saliva. Ro. And Ro came back to her senses. And color spread again in her vision. And Anyonyan held her shoulders. And the concerned expression on his fat face made Ro almost think that she didn't actually say that sarcastic remark. And Ro pushed his hand away, frowned and shook her head gently. And the picture stopped in her mind and could not be shaken off. Ro. And Anyonyan's tone revealed helplessness. "Sure enough," she said that sentence. For some reason. And Ro subconsciously interrupted him and asked, "Did you go out this morning?" "I went out for a while. I forgot to buy honeycomb coal yesterday." And Anyonyan didn't know why his daughter asked this. And Ro recalled the words on the sign. Xiao Zhang Coal Shop. "No. We always go to Huang's coal shop to buy coal." "Xiao Zhang. I would pass by. What's wrong?" "Rura?" And Ro thought for a moment. "I'll go out for a while. Let's have lunch first." Rura? And Anyonyan hurriedly followed. Outside Wian Lane is Baiwa Xiejia, named after the Baiwa Tower at the corner of the street. It was noon, and the Baiwa building was bustling with people. Even the pavilion outside the door was full of diners. Coincidentally, Yi Wang and Bao Fu were also sitting there, and it seemed that they were tasting the signature dish of Baiwa building, Baiwa roast chicken. And Ro lowered her eyes, and casually threw the bun that Anyonyan stuffed into her to the beggar on the street. The beggar watched her go away with a slightly surprised look, stopped in front of Baiwa building, lowered his head and looked around, and stamped his feet from time to time. What should I do? What should I do? After several hesitations, and Ro's anxious whisper finally attracted Bao Fu's attention. Bao Fu's eyes widened, and he murmured, "NPC?" Yuan glanced at her and became interested, saying casually, "She's so beautiful. She must be. How about it, brother? Do you want to put your knowledge into practice?" Bao Fu took a few seconds to react. "Brother Wang, are you talking about favorability?" Yuan gave him a "what else?" expression. The two stood up and left the table, and Yuan followed Bao Fu with his hands behind his back, looking like a senior. Bao Fu looked back at him, hesitated, and finally couldn't resist the attraction of beauty, and walked to Anru. "Miss, did you lose something?" Compared to the previous performance of the king, Bao Fu's attitude can be called gentlemanly. "How about you tell me what you lost? I will help you find it." And Ro was startled. Her timid eyes stayed on his chest for a moment, and then moved to his face. Baofu's attention was attracted by the light screen that popped up in front of him. Unnamed NPC's favorability plus 10%. Current favorability 50%. No feeling. Although the favorability was obviously improved, he seemed to be poured with cold water, and the vague lustful thoughts cooled down. It took 10% to reach indifference. Doesn't it mean that the beautiful NPC was repulsive to him at the beginning? Just as he was feeling depressed, a new notification popped up on the screen. Unnamed NPC favorability plus 10%. Current favorability 60%. Friendly. At the same time, and Rose suddenly grabbed his arm. My purse is lost. What should I do? The money I used to buy coal is in it. The spirit of sudden wealth was lifted. How much money? What kind of purse? It's a cotton purse. The color is the same as my clothes. What? And Rose said, there are 500 gold in it. If my parents knew, they would definitely scold me to death. There was already mist in her almond eyes. Don't worry. I'll help you find it. The king stepped forward, standing between the two of them, narrowing his eyes. Money bag? What a joke. Does this game need a money bag? Baofu was puzzled. Brother Wang. What do you mean? Stupid. NPCs also have balance accounts. This is the only thing they can count as props. The king cursed. This is obviously a player who specializes in using disguise cards to cheat people. It's impossible. Brother Wang. How can a player have a good impression of another player? Baofu showed him the notification on the light screen. In the game, players are considered destined by NPCs. They mention words like game and props in front of NPCs without hesitation. When they are heard by NPCs, they will be automatically erased by the system. Similarly, the light screen in the visible mode is still a ball of air in the eyes of NPCs. Except in Ro. And Ro moved her mind slightly. And Yiwon also received a notification on the light screen, saying that the favorability of the unnamed NPC dropped by 10%, reaching the rejection state. And Ro's tearful expression was filled with a bit of dissatisfaction from being questioned. I'm telling the truth. I just went to buy coal, and was scared by the clerk. I ran here and found that my wallet was missing. If you don't believe me, forget it. I'll find it myself. Before she finished speaking, the two people opposite each received a light screen notification. Quest clue, clerk. Related task, the ghoul hidden in Jiangsu town. Relevance 5%. And Rose stood behind the translucent light screen. It was a bit difficult to read it in reverse, but it was clear at a glance. Very good. Both the favorability and the task clues were successful. Baofu looked at Yi Wang. Brother Wang. What is this? A clue. Still asking, Yi Wang slapped him on the back of the head, looking happy. But when he looked up, he found that Enro had already walked away. He hurriedly chased after her, but someone got there first. It turned out to be a player who was eating in the pavilion of Baiwa Tower. He jumped over the railing and jumped directly in front of Enro, scaring Enro so much that she took 2 steps back. Little sister, where were you scared? Tell me in detail? The player with the ID Go Ming Chong said with a smile, and waved his hand on the ground, leaving a pile of golden coins. I've made it clear to my brother, and these 500 gold coins are for my sister. Before he finished speaking, a long spear shot out from the side of Enro and went straight to Go Ming Chang's throat. Go Ming Chong also reacted quickly, and dodged sideways with the tip of his toes, and also had an extra weapon in his hand. The spear missed, and the king had already rushed behind Enro and reached out to hold the end of the spear. The gun body trembled and hummed. You are tired of living on the territory of Ali, snatching tasks from me? Chapter 4. Enro was startled by the long spear that appeared on the side of her face and fell to the ground. Her arm hit the small gold mountain on the ground, and the gold coins scattered. She glanced up and saw that the ID above Yi Wang's head was lit up, which seemed to be a demonstration to Go Ming Chong. The logo in front of his ID, that looked like a car logo, actually represented the Orly Guild. Enro heard about this guild from Cui Gaoshan. He was the second in command of the Lingbing City Guild, and had always been at odds with the Longian Guild where his father worked. Go Ming Chong was obviously not a member of Ali. He was scared when he saw the logo. He picked up the gold coins on the ground and ran away without caring about his unfinished lunch. Yi Wang looked at his back and snorted. These wild guests are getting more and more ungrateful. Baofu just started the game, and has no qualifications to join the guild. Nor does he have the capital to agree. He walked forward and helped Enro up. Are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? As he said this, a bottle appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Enro. There was also a very small light screen on the bottle, like an instruction label, but there were only a few words. Low-level life potion. This is an item from the novice gift pack that Baofu bought. It can instantly restore 10 health points and speed up wound healing. The king wanted to stop him, but then he thought that improving the NPC's favorability would give him more clues. So he let go. Enro didn't know whether her health was restored, but the scratch on her palm disappeared within a few seconds after drinking the potion. She smiled gratefully at Baofu. Thank you, Brother Tianming. Seeing that the favorability had increased by another 5%, Baofu scratched his head embarrassedly. The king twitched his lips. Okay. Tell me, where did you get scared? Which shop is that guy from? Enro ignored him and just said to Baofu, Brother, I'm going to find my purse. Okay. What's good about that? The king slapped him again, making the same move as Go Mingchant at the beginning, leaving a small mountain of gold on the ground. If you really lost so much money, it would have been picked up by someone long ago. Why are you looking for it? It's a waste of time. Answer my questions well, and the money is yours. Enro stared at Jin Shan for a few seconds, and was obviously moved. At the signal from Yi Wang, Baofu had to join in. Brother Wang, what you said makes sense. Sister, you don't want to go home without money to buy coal and get scolded, right? Enro thought about it with a tangled mind. Okay then. It's a coal shop clerk. He's scary. His face is pale and his eyes look like they're about to fall out. When he looks at me, I feel like he's going to eat me. Brother, is he a ghoul? They each received a notification on the light screen. Quest clue, a coal shop assistant with a scary face. Related quest, the ghoul hidden in Zhongshu town. 40% related. Compared to the original fragmentary clues, a lot of clues have been completed. The king's eyes jumped, and he was ready to move. Living dead. Is it a parasite that is parasitized by ghouls and has its soul completely eaten? The king recalled the game information he had learned before the launch of the game. The king nodded and looked at Enro. Which coal shop is it specifically? And where is it located? Enro pouted and answered reluctantly. Anyway, it's the alley where coal is sold. There are so many coal shops, and I didn't see which one it was. Yi Wang frowned and flipped through the game map for a while. Baofu tried. Brother Wang, how about we go one by one? No. There are more than a dozen coal shops in the sloppy lane. It will cause a commotion if we go to a few of them. By the time we find the place, the ghouls will have moved away and run away, Yi Wang said, looking at Enro. You take us there. Enro had already collected the gold coins on the ground, and shook her head when she heard it. Why? The ghouls are so scary. I don't want to go. She deliberately kept a gold coin in her hand to play with. The king's gaze paused slightly on her hand, and he left a pile of gold coins on the ground, which looked like 500 gold coins. Enro was really attracted, staring at the small gold mountain. The biggest feature of this game is that every NPC is greedy for money, without exception. Enro followed the two of them, and when she saw Baofu looking back, she leaned close to the king's ear and asked, Brother Wang, the task hasn't been completed yet, and you're giving out 1,000 gold coins. Is it worth it? What do you know? The king said. You have intelligence and know how to hide in the crowd. The level of that ghoul is at least C, and the gold coin reward alone is indispensable. If we are lucky, we can find 1 or 2 items. If we share them between us, we will make a fortune. He stopped and pointed to an alley. Is it here? Enro nodded. The king checked the map and questioned, aren't all the coal sellers in the sloppy alley? Is this Hongfeng alley? Why would I lie to you? Enro felt wronged and angry, and walked a few steps to the front of him. This is a shortcut. I usually walk this way. Seeing her walk to the front, the king said nothing more and called Baofu to follow. There were not many people in Hongfeng Lane, and there were no restaurants or other shops, so it was very quiet. Enro was inevitably nervous about seeing the ghoul with her own eyes, and took a deep breath secretly. She stopped in front of a closed wooden door, not daring to get too close. It's here. After saying that, she hid behind Baofu. Are you sure? Enro's eyes flickered, and she didn't dare to look directly at Yi Wang. Yi Wang stopped a fist in her face, and Baofu was shocked. Enro then covered her face and told the truth. I entered from the sloppy lane, but it was too scary. I didn't dare to go there. This is the back door of a shop. Go through it, and you will reach the sloppy alley. The ghoul is in the Xiao Coal shop in the sloppy alley. After saying that, he started to cry. The king did not doubt it anymore. Because the light screen filled in the clues for the second time. And because the clues were complete. The entire mission details popped up. Mission name, The Living Dead in the Coal Shop. Mission location, Xiaozhang Coal Shop in the sloppy alley of Zhongsu Town. Ghoul level, C. Number of ghouls, 1/1. Time limit, none. Difficulty rating, C. The king's face lit up. And he ordered Baofu, follow me. Take her with you. Baofu also took out the gray weapon from the newcomer gift bag. A steel-colored tang sword. And was startled when he heard it. Her? Why take her with you? And Ro also thought it was not good. She had put in so much effort. And her main purpose was to send these two things to die. In addition to trying to cheat some money. How could she be dragged into the gates of hell? The king took out a rope from the prop column without saying anything. Tied in Ro's hands tightly. And handed the other end to Baofu. Why are you asking so many questions? Just to be safe. Learn something. He warned in Ro again. Shut your mouth. If you alert the ghoul, I'll feed it with you first. And Ro roughly understood. Ghouls are monsters that parasitize the human body. When parasitizing, they can choose one person or two people at the same time. The latter is called splitting. It is said that the strength of a ghoul that has just split will be weakened, making it easier for players to strangle it. Seeing the two of them check their gloves, and Ro felt that her guess should be correct. They were wrapped up tightly, with only their faces exposed. And Ro, who was wearing a cheongsam, had no gloves, and even her calves and arms were bare. If the ghouls touched her, she would be infected. Brother, please let me go. And Ro's eyes were filled with tears. Baofu couldn't bear it, so he loosened his grip on the rope a little. And Ro turned around and ran. But her hands were pulled by a strong force. And she almost fell. The king grabbed the rope. You ignored my words? This was not said to Enro, but to Baofu. The king raised his spear and pointed it at Baofu's throat. You don't want to play? That's fine. Your initial destiny is only 80. You can be completely offline if you die once. The game was too realistic. And the sharp tip of the spear gave Baofu the fear of facing death. He swallowed and tightened the rope. No. No. Brother Wang. I will listen to you. He even wrapped the rope around his wrist twice. Brother. And Ro begged softly. Shut up. Baofu yelled without even turning his head. He had no experience in the game, so he didn't notice his attitude change drastically. And Anra's favorability towards him didn't change. The king was satisfied, and patted Baofu's shoulder with the tip of his gun. Women. There are plenty. And the soul song is not short of beautiful NPCs. When you level up and have money, follow the method I teach you. And a lot of beautiful women will rush to your arms. Just in case you can't sleep. Cheer up. After completing this C-level task, your level can be raised to at least level 5. And many newcomers are jealous. The king turned the gun tip and gently pushed open the wooden door. The door was ajar, revealing a line of darkness inside. In addition, the walls and the ground were covered with black coal slag, which looked like a hole in the ground, deep and bottomless. It seemed that it was indeed the back door of a coal shop. On the opposite side was the dirty alley. Baofu couldn't help but tighten his grip on the tang sword and rope. Anra was also very nervous, and had no time to care about the pain of the rough rope rubbing on her wrist. She withdrew her eyes from the door, and fell on Baofu's tang sword. The king simply pushed the door open, turned his head and sneered. It's okay if she's nervous. What are you afraid of? This NPC is so brave that he dares to take us directly to Xiaozhang Coal's shop. If we go through here, we will have to look for it slowly. Yes, that's right. Baofu pulled Enro in. The coal shop was hot, but not airtight. A few pale rays of sunlight came in from the dilapidated roof, allowing the three of them to quickly adapt to the dim light. At first, Yi Wang's footsteps were very light. He walked a little further inside, and when he saw that there seemed to be no one in the house, he relaxed his movements and walked forward. It seems that Brother Wang's analysis was correct. This is not Xiaozhang Coal's shop. Baofu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly heard Enra screaming behind him. Brother! A figure rushed out from the corner of the coal pile, waving iron tongs and hitting Baofu. The sun passed over the dead white face, and Anru instantly recognized it. It was the ghoul she saw in Anyonyan's memory. Baofu was shocked and swung his sword to block. The iron tongs are at most a daily prop, and naturally cannot be compared with grey weapons. The two collided, and the Tang sword easily cut off the iron tongs. Baofu calmed down a little, and immediately raised his sword to chop at the ghoul. This dead face with drooping eyebrows and angry eyes made him feel like he was in a monster-killing game. And naturally there was no mercy. But his body was suddenly pulled sideways, and the Tang sword lost its accuracy, and only chopped on the ghoul's shoulder. "Brother, run!" And Ro used all her strength to pull him in the opposite direction with the rope. Baofu lost his balance, and had to stagger 2 steps. Unexpectedly, and Ro suddenly turned back and rushed over, snatched the Tang sword from his hand, and pulled off his gloves. The ghoul's chest burst into an inhuman roar, and once again waved the iron pliers to stab Baofu. The rich man instinctively blocked with his hand, and the iron pliers penetrated his palm. If it hadn't been broken in half, it would have stabbed into his chest. In the crisis, a cold light suddenly exploded in the ghoul's throat, and the king swung his spear and forcibly split the ghoul's head in half. Black viscous liquid mixed with white brain matter splashed everywhere, and a foul smell burst out in the air. The ghoul's body fell down, revealing the king's angry face. "You fucking lied to me? This is Xiao Zhang's coal shop." Wang, brother." Baofu leaned against the wall and spoke with difficulty. However, the king could not care about him, because the corpse of the ghoul on the ground did not dissolve into water and disappear. Its body swelled rapidly, as if countless huge blood bubbles were rolling in it. With a puff, a fawn-like bone spur grew in the middle of the head that was split in half, like a carnivorous plant growing on the neck. The 2 halves of the head, like a bloody mouth, opened and closed vigorously, throwing out a stream of inexplicable mucus. Biting the king's legs, the parasite died, and the ghoul changed wildly, following its instincts, trying to devour the most delicious soul on the scene, the soul of the player. Chapter 5. The moment she snatched the Tang Dao, and Ro cut off the rope that connected her to sudden wealth, she ran to the back door of the coal shop without looking back. And just as she stepped out of the door with her high heels, she suddenly stopped. There was a sound flowing in the air behind her. It was not a very real sound, like a trace of invisible water flow, slow and subtle. And Ro tried her best to suppress her frantic heartbeat, turned her head, and vaguely felt that the sound came from the human-shaped carnivorous plant. But what she saw in her eyes seemed to be different. Although the piranha plant looked like it would lose sanity, it was not as huge and terrifying as the crazy ghoul in the game poster. On the contrary, it was like a child who had not yet learned to walk, relying on the power of its body to crawl towards the king. The head with fangs was concentrating on fighting the king. Really, could it be it? As a high-level bronze player, the crazy ghouls that the king had faced were much more ferocious than the one in front of him. He thought it was unnecessary to even take a step back, and swung his long spear, and in a few strokes, he cut off all the fangs of the piranha plant. It seems to be the weakest ghoul in the C-class. The long spear spit out a red light, fell from the middle of the piranha plant's head, and nailed into the ground. The 2 heads were open to the extreme, like fish heads on a string. With a bang, the sky full of gold coins exploded from the ghoul's body, and the ghoul's body instantly turned into a pool of liquid. The king snorted with a boring laugh, raised his eyes to look at Baofu, and his expression froze. 1 meter away, there was a pale face lying upside down, with its mouth and eyes wide open to the extreme, as if it was terrified. No longer handsome. The reason why the face was upside down was because his body was completely turned over, with his chest facing up and his back facing down. No, that was not a body, but a palm-thick white skin without any blood color. The ribs that should have been in the chest cavity drilled out from under the skin and turned into pairs of densely packed bone blades. Sharp and long. Even longer than the bone blades were his limbs, with the skin and flesh contracted and attached to the deformed and elongated bones. Also pale and miserable. The hands and feet were no longer hands and feet, and the ends also glowed with the cold light of bone blades. The flat body is very much like a manta ray, and with the hands, feet and protruding head, it looks like a 4-legged alien spider. Baofu. Baofu was parasitized by the ghoul. No, it's better to say it's differentiation than parasitism. In the short fight, the ghoul didn't have time to devour Baofu's entire soul. Maybe just a bite. But there is no soul card to make up for the damaged soul. Just 1 bite is enough for Baofu to differentiate into a brand new ghoul. But even so, he shouldn't change wildly. Only when the parasite dies, The ghoul will change wildly into an inhuman appearance. But the king saw clearly just now that the ghoul did not inflict a fatal injury to Baofu. Could it be? In a flash, a series of thoughts led by intuition pointed to the truth. But it was too late. The steel-colored tang sword pierced through the king's throat, forcing him to spit out blood in the next second. The survival instinct made the king pull out the long spear and sweep it backwards. But it missed. And Ro had expected it. Abandoned the knife and walked away, appearing in front of him diagonally. Her fair face was covered with sweat, and her hairband was loose. And a few strands of bangs broke free and stuck to her smooth forehead and coal-dust cheeks. He looked a little embarrassed, but his beautiful almond eyes were unusually calm. Stinky bitch. Before the king could finish his curse, the madly rich man suddenly roared. The bone knife clanged on the ground and rushed forward. Suddenly he stopped again. I don't know whether it was lucky or unfortunate. The king died before it tried to devour the soul, and the fragrance of the soul suddenly disappeared in the air. The king's body collapsed to the ground, right under it, but its face shook left and right twice, and the pupils in the huge white eyeballs, as small as flies, drifted around, revealing a hint of doubt. Suddenly, the ground exploded with the crisp sound of coins falling. The rich man roared, and his terrifying face suddenly leaned towards the source of the sound. And suddenly there was silence. The sound was gone, and it stopped moving. It had no vision, but its hearing was very sensitive. And Ro noticed this keenly. She deliberately suppressed her breathing, took off her high heels, and was about to sneak away silently. But her eyes stopped at the golden ground. It was all money. She saw clearly that most of the gold coins were exploded by the dead ghoul, and the rest appeared inexplicably from the king after his death. In a monster-killing game, it is not difficult to understand that gold coins drop when monsters die. But can gold coins also drop when players die? Perhaps it is not explosion. Looking at the picture just now, the word leakage is more appropriate. Those gold coins leaked from the king. Account balance: 6,330 gold coins. The 3,000 gold earned from playing Mahjong has been given to Inyonian. There are only 50 gold left in the account. 20 gold was spent on the three-wheeled manpower in the morning. I used the task clues to get 1,000 gold from the king. Before that, I also took 100 gold from Go Ming Chong. Yes, that's the name. From the small gold mountain he gave me. That is to say, the reward for ghouls and the leak of the death of the lord totaled 5,200 gold. According to the visual observation at that time, it is estimated that the reward for ghouls accounts for the majority, about 3 or 4,000. Listening to the tone of the lore before, the reward for sea-level ghouls should be more than this. Could it be that the ghouls are divided? Their strength is weakened, and the rewards are reduced accordingly. In the narrow alley, and Ro's steps are still calm, but her little finger hanging by her side is shaking all the time. I can only force myself to calculate the balance to distract myself from the palpitations of surviving a disaster and killing for the first time. People. The trembling feeling. The situation at that time was too urgent and too complicated. She was an NPC. But she was definitely not just an NPC. She didn't want to turn into a ball of death data and dissipate in this damn soul world. So she took a risk and took the knife to save herself. She succeeded. And at the moment of escaping, she was pulled over by that strange voice that seemed to come from the ghoul. For some reason, she killed the injured Baofu. No. Baofu began to change wildly afterwards. At that time, he was no longer a human. He had been touched by the ghoul, biting his soul, and a brand new ghoul differentiated in his body. The person she really killed was Yi Wang, and Ro didn't know why she did this. She might have instinctively felt that compared to the virtual ghouls, these players would be less likely to let her go. Yi Wang was the person who threatened her the most. Passers-by looked over, and Ro turned her eyes and saw two NPCs secretly pointing at her in the corner of the alley. Her face was covered with sweat and coal dust, and her off-white cheongsam was stained with black and white stains. And Ro lowered her eyes, and the white leather shoes on her feet also looked embarrassed. She couldn't go back like this, and Ro calmed her breath, walked out of the alley quickly, and turned into a cloth shop on Zhongsu Street. In the era of the game background, most women wore cheongsams, and cheongsams usually needed to be customized. Fortunately, there were some ready-made clothes for display in the cloth shop, and Ro picked a similar white cotton cheongsam. She was slender, tall and thin, and it fit her body very well. It was no worse than a custom-made one. When paying, her eyes stopped and looked at another cheongsam on the wall. Purple lace, silk base, lace flowers dotted all over. In the same color balance. Noble and charming. In the backward era, there is such a delicate lace craft? After all, it is a virtual game. Why bother to be serious? And Ro asked the price. 1,000 gold. Robbed money. But it is silk. And Ro gritted her teeth and bought it. I can't afford it in the real world. So why can't I enjoy it in the game world? Besides, this dress will come in handy soon. The white high-heeled leather shoes were not replaced. And seeing in Ro's generosity, the shopkeeper helped her wipe the shoes very attentively. Next, only the storefront was left. And Ro simply washed her face, went out, called a rickshaw, and returned to Wuyan Lane. She got off the car at the entrance of the lane and walked in gracefully. The smooth and soft touch of silk completely soothed her post-disaster palpitations that she had tried so hard to suppress. She felt like she was wearing a suit of armor. And Ro did not return to the bun shop, but twisted her waist and entered the hair salon. A middle-aged woman in a smoky blue cheongsam came up to her, without looking at the light screen above her head. And Ro recognized Xiao Jie from her memory. She was considered an assistant in the hair salon, specializing in washing customers' hair. Chujia didn't recognize her until Anra called out. Chujia? Shiro? Chujia covered her mouth and looked at Anra's clothes again in disbelief. Anra didn't wait for her to ask more questions. After all, it was a waste of brains to make up a lie. And there was no need. She glanced around the store. Where is Sister Hong? Xiaojia hesitated to speak, but answered her first. She was frightened yesterday and rested at home. Shiro, are you looking for her? Anra shook her head to wash her hair. Xiaojia confirmed it twice. After all, it costs money to wash your hair in the store. 50 gold coins per time, which is quite expensive. And Anra was once forced to wash her hair in the store for a while under the name of Hongjia's help, looking after her. It was not until Anra took out 50 gold coins and put them on the counter that Chujia smiled awkwardly and let her in. Hey, Shiro, why is there so much dust on your hair? The hot water was all black. That's why I came here to wash my hair. I can't wash it clean by myself. And Ro's tone was somewhat amused. In her memory, when she was forced to work as a handyman in a hair salon, Xiao Jie secretly helped her a lot. This was a good person, said to be Hong Jia's distant cousin, living under someone else's roof. So she was inevitably a bit timid. The hair dryer was in line with the technology of this era. It was very loud, and it was useless except for the heat. Xiao Jia blew her hair while praising, your hair is really good. You don't usually apply oil or take care of it. But it's still black and shiny. And there are no split ends at the ends. Shiro, do you want a perm? And Ro glanced at her in the mirror. She is a good person. But she is also obsessed with money. Of course, this is not her fault. As the king said, this is a pay-to-win game. And it is a game setting for NPCs to be obsessed with money. And Ro couldn't help but laugh at herself. Even if she changed her mind, she still loved money. No. Put your hair in a bun. A more mature one. And Ro said, I see you have hairpins for sale. I want the one with pearls. As she was talking, the sound of the bead curtain colliding at the door came. And Ro glanced at it with a sidelong glance and raised the corner of her lips. Sister Hong is here. Even with her heavy makeup, she couldn't hide her tiredness and distracted spirit, since the other party didn't notice her. And Ro didn't say anything. Sister Qiao, on the other hand, stopped talking, and her hands obviously sped up. After everything was done, Sister Qiao leaned close to her ear and said, the hairpin is 100 gold. Just put it on the counter. Don't. Before Ro could finish her words, she stood up leisurely and turned to the woman who was smoking in a trance on the mahogany sofa. Sister Hong, long time no see. Chapter 6. Sister Hong did not sleep all night. Being frightened is one thing, but being embarrassed in public is worse. She is such a face-conscious person, and the psychological shadow brought by the latter is even greater. Every time she fell asleep due to sleepiness, she would be awakened by the wet and hot illusion between her legs. At home, she could not avoid seeing the bed, and she felt sleepy when she saw the bed, and she was awakened when she felt sleepy. She really could not stay any longer. So she simply covered her head with a silk scarf and called a rickshaw to stay in the store. She was in a trance while smoking, when someone called her back to her senses. She had only taken a puff of the cigarette, but it was already mostly burned. Half of the cigarette ash fell on the glass coffee table as her body trembled. "You are?" It took only a moment for her expression to change from blank to raised eyebrows. "Unro?" She was furious, but was suppressed in her chest. The other person was wearing an expensive cheongsam, and her student hair had turned into an adult bun. She was mature and had a hint of power. Hong Jia rolled her eyes and looked at Xiao Jia. "Who allowed you to do haircuts for free?" "Cousin." Xiao Ro paid for it. Xiao Jia was always afraid of her and hurried to explain. And Ro took out 50 gold coins and stuffed them into Xiao Jia's hand, saying, "Tip." She took out another 100 gold coins and put them on the counter. Smiling at Hong Jia, "Sister, you have a good eye. This batch of clips you bought is pleasing to the eye. Especially this one that matches my clothes best." In the eyes of Hong Jia, who is so shrewd and mercenary, clothes make the man. And Enro at this moment is like an ugly duckling turning into a white swan. She looked at Enro's cheongsam with astonishment for several times, and finally found a place to vent her anger. Hong Jia sneered, stood up with her arms around her chest, and raised her chin. "You have money to spend, but no money to pay the rent? Rich? Not really?" Enro tapped the counter with her clean nails. 50 for a shampoo, 100 for hairpins, plus the tip for Xiao Jia. A total of 200. Isn't that the pocket money that sister earns from me every day? People should be conscientious. I take care of you every day. 100 is the reward your father gave me, and the other 100 is what you lost to us. So you have to accept the loss." And Rose suddenly realized, oh, so sister also knows the term accept the loss? The voiceover was referring to the 3,000 gold that the three of them lost to Enro yesterday. Among them, Sister Hong lost the most. This made Sister Hong feel that she was deliberately targeted, and the rent was increased unreasonably. Compared with guilt, Sister Hong felt the most angry at the moment. When did the little girl, who used to be so hard to beat, become so sharp-tongued? And Rose sneered, "Even if I lose the whole bun shop, I won't make a penny from a piece of shit like you." "You?" And Ro ignored Sister Hong, who was on the verge of losing control, stepped on her high heels, lifted the bead curtain, and smiled back as if she remembered something. "Oh, sister, wear black stockings from now on. Flesh color with water is too eye-catching, isn't it?" Before the shadow faded, Sister Hong subconsciously squeezed her legs, and Ro burst out laughing and walked away leisurely. In the afternoon, there were few customers buying buns, and Yonyan sat behind the steamer, leaning against the wall and taking a nap. Seeing him, and Ro subconsciously lightened her steps. Once she was placed on the threshold, and she hesitated to walk in. She looked at Yonyan carefully. His skin was a little dark, his face was a little fat, and his eyebrows were sparse. He had no resemblance to her at this moment, or to her father, who died unexpectedly in her memory. And Ro's real father is a teacher, who is elegant and upright. And Ro's biggest impression of him is that, after the school where he worked was destroyed by antisocial elements, her father donated most of the family's savings without hesitation to repair the school. Her father has always been in good spirits and regarded money as dirt. And Yonyan, for 500 gold, can kneel down without hesitation, and he will crawl like a dog if asked to do so. Admittedly, there are reasons for the game setting, and Yonyan is simply unable to resist the rules of favorability. But Enro felt vaguely that Yonyan seemed to love her more than her father. An NPC who is greedy for money would pay 200 gold every day just to make his daughter's life less lonely and boring. Even Enro felt it was not worth it if she put herself in his shoes. On the second floor, Enro was in her room, leaning against the window and staring blankly for a while. A bright red figure came diagonally in the alley. Enro raised her lips. Sure enough, she came. And Yonyan, pay the rent right now. Sister Hong's sharp voice woke Yonyan from his sleep. He stood up and saw that it was Sister Hong, and smiled apologetically. Boss Hong, tomorrow is the end of the month. I don't care. Sister Hong rushed into the store aggressively and slammed the lease on the table. What if you can't pay it tomorrow? I don't believe you can move all these pots and pans in one day. Pay it today. If you can't pay it in full, get out tonight. Before she finished speaking, Sister Hong felt something cold approaching her back. She subconsciously took 2 steps forward and turned around to find that it was Enro. Enro picked up the lease on the table and glanced at it. It was indeed the rent increase amount mentioned before. an increase of 6,000 per quarter. She took out the brush behind her and signed her name neatly. She was forced to learn calligraphy by her teacher father. The skill was engraved in her finger bones. Even after years of not using it, her writing was still strong and majestic, which was very different from her weak appearance. And Ro looked at Yunyuan not far away. I will sign for Dad. Okay? And Yunyuan only then noticed his daughter's new look. He was stunned and nodded yes. Yes. Sister Hong felt that something was wrong. She believed in Ro's words. You've spent all your money on the bun shop, but you still don't pay. She was sure that Yunyuan couldn't raise enough money for the rent. She was so angry that she came to chase him away. She thought that with Yunyuan's easy-to-control personality, even if he couldn't get the money, she could see him begging desperately. So she could use this opportunity to ridicule Ro and vent her anger. Unexpectedly, Ro signed the new lease neatly. Where's the money? Seeing Ro turn around and walk upstairs, Sister Hong chased after her. Ro stopped halfway up the stairs, turned around, and her half-smiley expression stopped Sister Hong's steps. She smiled and said, Sister has received it. The slender white hand gently pulled the hemp rope beside the wall. With a clatter, a basket of gold coins fell on Sister Hong's head. Sister Hong reacted quickly and turned on the balance instinct, and directly added most of the gold coins that fell on her head into the balance. But the gold coins fell on her head, which inevitably messed up her carefully groomed curly hair, and she was embarrassed for a while. You, I'm going to the police station to report you for murder. Murder? Ro was at a loss. Where's the murder weapon? There were some gold coins scattered on the ground, but not many. Most of the weapons were already lying in Sister Hong's balance, turning into virtual numbers. Unfortunately, the balance, the only item owned by this NPC, did not seem to be a prop. Even with Ro's golden finger that could see through all the light screens, she could not see how much wealth she had. She was really a rich woman. Ro was not without envy. There were only 3,000 gold in the basket. And the farce ended with Yunyuan taking out the rent he had prepared and Sister Hong leaving with gritted teeth. The problem was solved. But Yunyuan's face was not very happy. He walked to Ro with a worried look. Ro. You? He hesitated for a moment, but still asked, Where did you get so much money? When asking this question, his eyes fell on Ro's cheongsam, which was obviously worth a lot of money. Strangely, Ro guessed his thoughts at once. All the prepared ideas were thrown away. Dad? Ro lifted his hand with some bun oil stains. Dad? What are you thinking about? I didn't work in the dance halls. The dance hall is the brothel of this era. And it is also the favorite place for players' ordinary NPCs to visit. There are always customers who spend a lot of money. I want all this money playing Mahjong. Ro said. And Yunyuan was half believing and half doubting, looking at the woman's hair accessories and clothes. Ro turned around like a little princess. Only by dressing like this can you play Mahjong with the rich ladies in town. Dad? You don't believe me. She pouted. And Yunyuan immediately softened. I believe. Of course I believe Ruru. Ruru has been the best since she was a child. Ro half lowered her head, wiped her eyes, and spoke with a nasal tone. I'm hungry. Oh. Ro is hungry. Ro wants to eat anything. Dad will make it for you. And Yunyuan finally showed some joy. Ro is so promising. Dad will make you your favorite fish with fermented leaves. No. Ro shook her head. I want to eat meat buns. 3. Since traveling through time. Ro has never eaten her own buns. It's not that she despises Yunyuan, her cheap father, but she has hated buns for many years. After her parents passed away in her previous life, there was not much extra money in the family. And the meat buns that cost 3 yuan each were almost the only meat she could enjoy. She ate meat buns from elementary school to high school. And after working to earn money, she wanted to vomit as soon as she smelled them. But at this moment, the dough she bit into her mouth was unusually sweet. And the marinated meat wrapped in the dough was also unusually fragrant. The gravy dissipated in her mouth, which actually gave her a sense of peace and happiness. Once upon a time, when another person accompanied her to eat buns, she also had this feeling. At that time, she thought that this feeling would last a lifetime. The other person's voice and appearance appeared in her mind, becoming clearer and clearer, allowing Ro to break free from the illusory sense of happiness. She sat at the table at the edge of the steamed bun shop entrance, with her back to the alley, because from this angle, she could see Yunyuan behind the steamer, and her face could be facing the wall to avoid attracting attention. At some point, someone sat at the table next to them. 3 players. The guild logo in front of their IDs was exactly the same as Yi Wang's. They are all players from the Orly Guild. What made Enro afraid to stand up was what they were talking about. Killed by NPC? What a joke. The NPCs in this game are greedy. But they don't have bad intentions. Not to mention killing people. They can't even lie. I think so. But he made it sound so convincing. Captain, should we go over and take a look? It's not far away anyway. Enro raised her arm, and quietly looked over from behind her arm. Among the 3 people, one of them had his back to her, and the ID above his head was drawing swords. The other 2 sat on both sides. Enro squinted her eyes, and distinguished the IDs on the diagonal light screen. Wildflower. Swallow Post Road. Yihua and Swash Post Road were both browsing the forum, with a light screen floating in front of them. The font was small, and at an angle, so Enro couldn't see what was written on it. It was probably a post from the king. After hearing what Yihua said, drawing swords, who had his back to Enro, put down his chopsticks. Did he give me a position? He did, saying that the branch he belonged to was in the sub-9th district, and it would take some time for his teammates to come and collect the body. He was afraid of something going wrong, with the crazy ghouls guarding him. He didn't dare to use the resurrection card rashly, so he asked for help on the forum. Watielu rushed to say, Captain, let's not waste time on this trivial matter. The guild is still waiting for us to return and hand in the props. This is... He unconsciously lowered his voice. The second-class blue weapon. If there is any mistake, the 3 of us will be held accountable. What kind of mistake can this broken town have? Let alone a high-level ghoul. There is not even a high-level player above gold. Yehua retorted. Captain, this trip is just a physical job of transporting props. There is no reward at all. That buddy said that whoever helps to collect the corpse will get the money and goods he explodes. Besides, the crazy ghoul may not have left yet. We can deal with it, and not only get more rewards, but also gain experience. Don't complain about the little bit of meat. Why not do something easy? And Rose's heart moved. She knew that players had different numbers of resurrection opportunities according to their different destiny values. It was the first time that players would explode money and goods when they died. Does that mean that every time they die, a sum of gold coins and props will be exploded? If that's true, then, Corpse Collector, this job is so tempting. Chapter 7. Yehua and Watielu argued endlessly. And finally, the captain drew his sword and made the final decision. I'm helping you. Not to make extra money, but because he is also a member of our Ollie. He said, Ollie has hundreds of thousands of players. If everyone is greedy and does not help, what's the difference between them and a pile of loose sand? What can we use to fight against Lungyan? Eat quickly, and we'll go after we replenish our stamina. And Ro couldn't help but glance at the top of his head again. LV 42 silver. The level is much higher than the 2 team members. No wonder he seems to be very conscious. And Ro quietly stood up and went out from the other end, giving up the idea of going back to the bun shop to change clothes. No risk, no gain. She decided to go to the coal shop again and steal corpses. The players who hoped to become ghouls and then mutate wildly were no longer there. It is said that ghouls without mutating wildly can still have some rationality, parasitize in the human body, and know how to disguise. But ghouls that mutate wildly can only follow their instincts and devour souls everywhere. If this setting is correct, getting rich overnight should not be in the coal shop. Right? And Ro made up her mind. But she was still a little nervous. At the last moment in the coal shop, she restrained her panic, kept calm, picked up all the gold coins, and had already used up all her courage. She never thought of taking the weapons they dropped on the ground. Whether it was a knife or a spear, holding any of them in her hand might give her enough confidence. The 3 players in the bun shop had already eaten half of their food, and Ro didn't have much time. So she simply called a rickshaw. Halfway through, she suddenly remembered something. A voice floating in the air, vague and indistinct. After the first mad ghoul died, the voice disappeared for a while. When Enro picked up the gold coins and retreated to the door with bated breath, it suddenly appeared again. The source was the sudden wealth. The voice seemed to be speaking in a very slow way, intermittently. Enro listened nervously, but could not hear the specific content at all, but only vaguely felt that the tone was familiar. She couldn't say where she had heard it before. As she was thinking, the tricycle stopped in the narrow alley behind the sloppy alley. There were many pedestrians in the sloppy alley. If someone started to investigate, there might be an NPC who would give out clues that he had visited Xiao Shang's coal shop. And Ro looked at the driver with a sallow face, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally gave up, asked the car to stop farther away, paid him, and let him go. The familiar wooden door was open, and she remembered that it was the same as when she'd left. The light shone into the house. Not very bright, but enough for Ro to see the body of the king at a glance, holding a long gun across his body. He died in the same way as before. It seemed there was no trace of the big spider. Maybe it really left. The door was so wide open. Even if the ghoul had no IQ, it would not have confined itself to the shop. To be on the safe side, and Ro took off her high heels, placed them at the door, and stepped over the threshold barefoot. The coal slag poked the soles of her feet, which was a little painful. Her eyes moved slowly around, and Ro paid special attention to the coal pile against the wall, where the first ghoul was hiding. There is indeed no sign of creatures hiding at the moment, although the back door is open. The light in the long and narrow shop is not much better. The sun in the soul world is pale and false, and now it is approaching dusk. The sunlight is even weaker. In the dim light, the body of the king appears dull white. The skin has no temperature, but it is still soft, and the joints must not be stiff. It should be the state of temporary death of the player. The king's body is soaked with blood gushing from his throat, no matter whether it is dragged or carried. If Ro wants to take his body away, the silk cheongsam she just bought will definitely not be spared. But Ro thought it through on the way. It was only 1,000 gold. Compared with the wealth in the king's prop column, it was probably just a drop in the bucket. She didn't hesitate anymore, bent down and lifted the corpse's arms, and successfully lifted the upper body. It was a bit heavy, but she could drag it. And Ro turned around and began to retreat. The heavy corpse dragged on the ground with a slight sound. Her heart couldn't help but rise. But then she thought, she had already gotten rich, so there was no need to be so cautious. The thought just slipped through her mind, and she heard, ding. A gold coin rolled out of the corpse's clothes and fell to the ground. It's okay. It's okay. And Ro was still comforting herself a second ago, and a huge shadow fell from the sky the next second. With a whoosh, the bone knife pierced through the corpse's thigh, and the blood that had not yet coagulated spurted out and splashed on Ro's face. And Ro was startled and sat down on the ground. The shadow heard the movement, and its deformed limbs suddenly rushed forward, and the bone knives transformed from the two arms pierced through the corpse's chest again, and that twisted, upside-down terrified face, looking down, almost touching Ro's forehead. I'm dying. This thing didn't leave. It really hung upside down on the roof like a spider. It was her fault for being careless. After entering the house, she just looked around and forgot to look up. The desire to survive made Ro hold her breath instantly. The terrified face was so close. Who knew if it could hear the breathing sound? The terrified face really stopped moving, and the small pupils in the huge eyeballs trembled irregularly and rapidly, as if trying to capture the source of the sound. In the past, I didn't think anything of it when I saw it on the game posters. But when I was in the game, I realized how weird and terrifying the ghouls were. Especially since the owner of this terrified face was still talking and laughing to me vividly half a day ago. And Rose simply closed her eyes, and her heart moved. Her hand supporting the ground felt a hint of coolness on her fingertips. And Ro looked to the right and back. It was the long spear of the Lord. As she paid attention, a mini light screen appeared on the long spear. Name, Tiger Roar Spear. Category, Weapon Red. Can stack elemental power. Basic attack power, 100. Skills. 1/2 Tiger descending the mountain needs to consume 50 energy points. 2 out of 2 King of Beasts needs to consume 100 energy points. From the name to the skills. And Ro's mind has already emerged with several majestic tiger roars. But the horror face is extremely sensitive to sound. Can this weapon really deal with it? I'm afraid it will attract the ghoul. And Ro quickly reacted and realized that she was overthinking. I'm just an NPC. Where does the energy come from? Even if the weapon's skills are extraordinary, I can't use them at all. At this moment, the terrified face seemed to be enraged by losing its prey again. It let out a hollow and terrifying roar from a lung cavity hidden somewhere in its flat body, like a manta ray. A foul-smelling air gushed out from its wide-open mouth and rushed towards Enro. Enro snorted when she was caught off guard. She immediately noticed and quickly retreated with her hands and feet. With a clang, the bone knife stabbed into the bluestone floor. If it hadn't retreated in time, it would have pierced Enro's calf. Enro didn't dare to stop, and subconsciously picked up the Tiger Roar gun. The Tiger Roar spear was made of black iron, and it was much heavier than expected. Enro had to use both hands to take it, and she sat on the ground, using her legs to push the ground and move backwards. What was despairing was that her back suddenly touched the cold wall. There was no way to retreat. In front of her, the 4 slender leg bones of the terrified face slightly bent, and then burst out with amazing jumping power, and more than a dozen bone blades below waved and pounced on Enro, on the verge of life and death. Enro also burst out with unprecedented strength, holding the Tiger Roar spear with both hands, the butt of the gun tightly clamped between her legs, and the tip of the gun tilted upward, pointing directly at the terrified face. With a clang, the flat body of the horror face was not as soft as it looked. It collided with the sharp tip of the gun, splashing sparks. It was not the piercing that Enro had expected. Rather than skin or flesh pads, it was more like a large piece of flat bone, or a tortoiseshell with no curves. In a flash, Enro suddenly remembered the blue weapon that Huatielu had mentioned. It was a second-class weapon, without skills, relying only on basic attack power. Could it kill the horror face? There was no point in thinking about these things. Anyway, it seemed difficult to kill it with just the red weapon in hand. Fortunately, the crazy ghoul really had no IQ. It supported its hind legs on the ground with a horrified face, and its body was lifted up by the Tiger Roar gun. The bone knives at the end of its 2 front legs were waving randomly. But it couldn't hurt Enro. It didn't know how to retreat or change direction at all, and it only knew how to force it, which made it look a little funny. Enro used her hands and legs as a support to hold the Tiger Roar gun tightly. She was a little tired, but her life was safe for the time being. She didn't have to hold her breath all the time, and the string in her mind relaxed instead. Suddenly, Enro's eyelids trembled, and she looked at the horrified face. She heard the voice again. Not just one voice, but many voices, like many radio waves moving slowly in the air, with a familiar, strange tone. Was it because she relaxed her nerves that she heard it again? Enro quickly recalled that the first time she heard it was when she grabbed the knife to save herself and ran to the door. The second time she heard it was when she picked up all the gold coins with a worry in her heart and was about to leave. This time, her life was hanging by a thread, and she had a chance to breathe. Her guess was correct. After gaining this knowledge, Enro immediately came up with a bolder idea. Since she could read her father's memory, could she also read the mind of the ghoul? From a data perspective, isn't the ghoul just another type of NPC? Enro stared at the horrified face for a few seconds, took a few deep breaths, forced herself to forget the current critical situation, and imagine that face as it looked before death. Get rich. She tried to soften her tone, even putting on a sweet smile. There was no abnormal change in the frightened face. The bone knife was dancing wildly, but the sound of the radio waves in the air was obviously a magnitude higher. Bao Fu. It's me, Brother Bao Fu. After calling for the 3rd time, the radio waves seemed to merge together and turned into a hollow whine. Cold. I'm so cold. Really so cold. Similar words quickly floated into Enro's mind. Her father, Anyonyan, also said this, but the frightened face said another sentence. So hungry. So hungry. So hungry. So hungry. It sounds unrelated, but somewhat related. Cold and hungry. Suffering from hunger and cold? Enro kept observing the terrified face, but the tall and strong monster continued to move as usual, swinging the bone knife desperately, with no change in the posture of cutting her into pieces. Of course, ghouls do not eat people, but eat human souls. It was just wailing, not complaining to a specific person. Enro thought. Just because she could hear, it did not mean that she had the ability to communicate and appease ghouls. This problem has not been solved yet, and the next one has come. Behind the wall that Enro leaned against was the sloppy lane. Someone's voice came from behind the wall. Are you sure it's here? Xiao Zhang Coal Shop in Sloppy Lane, Jiangsu Town. Look! The sign is still hanging. It should be right. Captain, the door is ajar. Be quiet. You two guard the front door. I'll go to the back door and notify you when I'm in position. Attack from both sides. Don't let the ghoul escape. It was the 3 Orly players. And Rose secretly said that it was not good. She didn't have a game panel, and couldn't see the forum. Who knew if the king had explained in detail how he was killed by the NPC? If she had described her appearance, and the 3 of them saw her confronting the ghoul, it would be bad. And Rose didn't know how bad it would be. But as a woman, she believed in her instincts. Her instincts told her that she couldn't reveal that there was a human heart wrapped in her NPC body. Bao Fu, listen to me. And Rose forced herself to relax her tense nerves, regardless of whether Bao Fu could understand or not, and lowered her voice. 3 Destiny people are coming to kill you, and they have surrounded you. As long as you listen to me, I can save you. Not only can I save you, but I can also ensure that you will have enough food and clothes in the future. Do you understand? You will never be cold again, and you will never be hungry again. Otherwise, if I die, you will not be able to beat them, and you will disappear, without even a corpse left, turning into a pool of water, and disappearing completely. It's a pity that Baofu has not changed at all, and still wants to kill her wholeheartedly. And Ro was forced to do nothing. And suddenly a flash of inspiration came to her, and she hurriedly repeated what she had just said in her mind. Until the last sentence, Baofu's waving bone knife suddenly stopped. Its pupils that were flying around like flies stopped, and turned to the lower edge of the eye socket. Looking at Ro, its vision seemed to have been restored. Chapter 8. The Oli Guild has hundreds of thousands of members. There are branches under the headquarters, and there are execution teams under the branches. The organizational structure is huge and rigorous. Although Badayazan is only the captain of the execution team, he has received special management training after taking office. Strategically despise. Tactically attach importance to this set of things. Divide the troops into 2 groups. Attack from the front and back. Act carefully. And attach importance to tactics. Zhongsu Town is a remote town. The city wall within the jurisdiction does not even have a gate. There have been few high-level tasks. And naturally there are no high-level ghouls. With this prediction, strategic despise was also achieved. Therefore, it was leisurely for Badayazan to go to the back door. He did not use the movement skill to go directly to the house, but borrowed the shop next to Xiao Zhang's coal shop. When passing through, he had the leisure to ask about the coal price and brushed up the NPC's favorability. Unfortunately, he acted perfunctorily and did not notice the coal shop owner's expression of wanting to say something but not saying it. There was something strange about Xiao Zhang's coal shop next door. No one had come in and out for several days. Today, there were repeated roars of neither human nor beast, which even scared away one of his customers. Badayazan missed this clue perfectly. He walked out of the coal shop's back door, considerately helped the owner close the door, and smiled at the boss. 5% favorability was obtained. The data was not impressive. But who knew if his luck in the game was just this short at a critical moment? Draw the sword and walk to the back door of Xiao Shang's coal shop. Immediately put away his gentle smile, and sent a message in the team channel. Draw the sword and get in position. After the 2 team members replied at the same time, get in position. He raised his foot and kicked the old wooden door open. At the same time, he took up a weapon, a mighty saber. The woman's scream immediately drowned out the creaking of the wooden door. He was startled, and stopped before his back foot stepped over the threshold. On the opposite side, his 2 team members reacted similarly and froze in place. The woman dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt stood in the middle of the coal shop. Her dark hands clenched into fists to cover the lower half of her face. Looking left and right, her screams continued, making people's heads buzz. Under her feet, a bamboo basket of honeycomb coal was overturned, scattered all over the place, and several pieces were broken. Obviously scared. At the main entrance, passers-by from the shabby alley peeked in, and were glared at by Yehua. They dared not breathe and hurried away. Their clothes were too obvious, with armed guards, iron boots, and thin gloves. They were the people of destiny that ordinary people could not afford to offend. The woman in the shop also recognized them. She finally stopped shouting and asked tremblingly, Master of Destiny, what do you want to do? Ba Dozhan frowned and walked out of the door, looked up, and gave Yehua a look. Yehua understood, stepped back, looked at him, and nodded. It was Xiao Zhang Cole's shop. Yehua and White Yellow were closer to the woman, and walked in 2 steps. White Yellow was unsure, afraid of attracting the attention of the local police, and closed the door. Candles were not allowed in the coal shop, and there was only a dim yellow chandelier. The woman's face was covered with coal dust. Her hair was disheveled, and her body was very dirty. In short, she was not pleasing to the eye at all. Yehua was not polite when she spoke. "Who are you?" The woman trembled more and more. This is my shop." Yehua raised his arm, and smashed the copper short stick in his hand towards the woman's head, but was blocked by Wutyelu's long sword halfway. Sparks flashed. "Wutyelu, what are you doing?" "Yehua, how do you know if she is a ghoul if you don't try it?" Before he finished speaking, a notification popped up on his screen. Unnamed NPC's favorability minus 30%. Current favorability 20%. Hostility. Yehua didn't care whether it was hostile or not. After all, the powerless NPC couldn't hurt him, but it would affect his destiny value. He tooted and turned the light screen to visible mode. Wutyelu glared at him angrily. "I told you long ago. Don't make trouble. If you keep doing this, one person's destiny will drag down the luck of our entire team." He was also dissatisfied with the captain, Bedazen, but he didn't dare to say it clearly, so he had to vent his anger on Yehua. Yehua sucked his teeth, feeling guilty, and didn't say anything. Just looked at the captain who walked in from the opposite side. In a short time, Bedazen had already reread the posts on the forum and said to Wutyelu, "The place is right." The implication was to continue the investigation. Before Wutyelu could say anything, Bedazen had already walked up to the woman, took out a handful of gold coins without saying a word, and tried to be as friendly as possible. "I'm sorry to scare you. This money is compensation for the broken honeycomb coal," he said. "We have no ill intentions. We just want to ask you something." "Really? Of course it's true. I promise not to hurt you." Bedazen waved his hand, and the gold coins clattered. The woman took it doubtfully, and Bedazen got the notification of the increase in favorability as he wished. For the greedy NPC, everything was logical. "You mean, there is no one else in this coal shop except you and your brother?" Bedazen looked at the woman's eyes carefully, and did not see any signs of lying or omission. In the past, he would not have to worry about the NPC lying, but the post of the king was very detailed, so he checked it out of caution. The result of the check was that there was no bug in the game settings. It should be so. The person who is most likely to be a ghoul at the moment is her brother. "Where's your brother?" "I don't know. I went to deliver some coal after lunch, and I didn't see him when I came back." "Maybe he went out to deliver coal," the woman said. The three of them kept paying attention to the light screen, but unfortunately, no clues to the task had popped up on the light screen until now. Still didn't get to the point. Drake keenly caught a word. "Maybe? Why do you say that?" The woman quickly changed her words. "He must have gone to deliver coal yesterday. Grandma Lou from Erping Lane asked someone to ask for coal, and my brother was supposed to deliver it today." Still no light screen notification. Yehua had little patience, and raised his short stick. "Tell the truth, Yehua." Wutyelu was unable to stop him. Yehua then rolled his eyes, and his favorability dropped by another 10%. If it dropped by one more point, it would reach the direct attack state. At that time, even if it was an egg against a rock, the NPC would fight him to the death regardless of the consequences. If the NPC was killed, no matter what the reason, it would cause great damage to the destiny value. Wutyelu could not see his light screen, but he guessed most of it just by looking at his expression. He took a step forward without question and blocked Yehua behind him. If Bedazen hadn't said anything, he would have just thrown this guy out the door. The time matched the description in the post, and the location was the same, but the clues hadn't appeared yet. Bedazen saw that he had asked all the questions he should have asked, and there was no trace of the corpse and ghoul he was looking for. So he finally thought about leaving, but after making a detour, he was still a little unwilling. He planned to make a final effort. "Thank you. Do you mind if we just walk around the shop?" The woman was too hostile to Yehua, but she had a 70% favorable impression of him. After a slight hesitation, she nodded. "That, Master Destiny. Be careful not to damage the coal cakes. Just put your heart back in your stomach." Yehua rolled her eyes again and reluctantly shed 200 gold coins. "Just consider it as my apology to you." Unnamed NPC favorability plus 1%. Current favorability 11%. Hostility. Well, he gave up the effort to repair the favorability. As expected of an NPC who values money as his life, he will take the opportunity to ask for money? Catching his eyes, and Ro happened to have a similar thought. "I was almost beaten to death by you. So what's wrong with asking you for more money? Do you really think I'm cheap? The coal shop has 2 rooms. The left one is where the coal is piled, and the right one is where people live. The 3 of them split into 2 groups. Except for the bamboo baskets of coal cakes. The shop can be seen at a glance, and they are handed over to Yehua. The room is both a bedroom and a utility room, and it is messy and disorganized, so it is more likely to find clues. Bedayasin takes Wadyelu with him to search. Wadyelu originally wanted to team up with Yehua and watch him, but when he saw Anru following closely, he gave up. After several times, she must be very afraid of Yehua. Searching for clues is a meticulous job, and the 3 of them are experienced, especially when it comes to sword drawing and slashing, and they have to turn over almost every object. Wadyelu saw it, but he didn't dare to be lazy, and he didn't notice that the woman had disappeared behind him since some time. Yehua roughly scanned several hidden corners behind the coal pile, but didn't find anything, so he knocked on the wall with a short stick in boredom. After knocking on 2 walls, he went around to the place where the coal cakes were broken, and suddenly sniffed. There were so many people just now that he didn't notice the faint smell of blood floating here. I said I wouldn't miss it, Yehua whispered complacently. His wandering eyes fell on the overturned bamboo basket, and then moved to the broken coal cakes. He frowned and observed the gap on a coal cake. Since it was broken, it should be broken at the bottom. Why is it broken at the top? Yehua squatted down, used a short stick to poke the broken coal cake, and with a little force, poked it directly into the ground, stirred it twice, and pulled it out. The faint smell of blood was obviously stronger. He pinched the coal stains on the tip of the stick with 2 fingers, and it felt sticky. Blood? As soon as the thought came to his mind, the electric light illuminated a dark shadow, rushing straight towards him. Yehua was startled and instinctively used the wind step to retreat. On the way, he looked up and saw the dirty woman holding a tang sword and stabbing at him. The opponent was so fast that one of her shoes even slipped away. A shoe that didn't fit, and was obviously a few sizes too big. Disguised, the back door was also closed, and his back hit the door panel in the blink of an eye. The woman's momentum did not slow down, and the tang sword was about to rush towards his throat. Yehua raised his stick to meet the attack, and at the same time opened his mouth, trying to remind his teammates in the next room. The stick shone with a reddish-brown glow, and the stick stretched visibly, even longer than the tang sword. If Enro rushed forward, it was unknown whether the tang sword would pierce the opponent's throat first, or the short stick would break her ribs first. Get rich, Enro shouted in her mind. Puff. A muffled sound. A bone knife as long as 1 meter fell from the sky, and it was as powerful as a bamboo, piercing through Yehua's lower abdomen from the top of her head. If an ordinary person received such an injury, he would undoubtedly die immediately. But Yehua was a player after all, and her health and physical toughness were incomparable to ordinary people. While her mouth and eyes were wide open, she actually forced her head back half a degree. He could barely see the huge shadow lurking on the roof. At the last moment of his life, he suddenly figured out how the ghoul hid so well. It was an old antique light bulb with a disc-like top cover on the exposed bulb, which made the area above the bulb, the roof, unable to be illuminated. As long as people are concerned, their attention will inevitably be attracted by places with more light. Enro was afraid that he would make a sound, so she stabbed his mouth with a tang knife without hesitation until it penetrated his brain. The first thought was not that he had killed someone, but that he had obtained a corpse. Enro was shocked herself. However, she was too happy too early. A faint light like smoke and fog rose above Yehua's head and went up along the bone knife. The bone knife was like a straw, greedily absorbing his soul. Bang! Like a bubble quietly bursting, Yehua's body exploded into a ball of tiny light spots. Enro rubbed her eyes. Unbelievable. There was not even a single gold coin. Chapter 9. Bedayasin picked up a kitchen knife with a broken edge, carefully observed the blade, and then put it under his nose to sniff. According to the description in the post, the ghouls here first parasitized on NPCs. NPCs have no skills, and ghouls can only rely on such tools to commit crimes. He frowned and put down the kitchen knife. What's the sound? A few steps away, What-Eyed Lou's hen was looking through the mattress. Hearing this, he threw down the dirty and damp quilt and looked over. There seems to be movement next door, Bedayasin said. Wadyelu then realized that there was no woman in the room. Damn. That guy is looking for trouble again. I'll go and see. He used the wind step and rushed to the door in 2 steps. He walked into the shop and saw that the back door of the shop was open again. It was dark outside. The woman sat by the door, crying to a pile of broken coal. And Ro was startled by What Yellow's approach and crawled to avoid him. She leaned against the door panel and shrank. It was obviously a stress reaction. What did he do to you again? Seeing the overturned bamboo basket and broken coal, What Yellow roughly guessed what happened and asked anyway. Woo. He suddenly lost his temper and crushed all my coal cakes. Didn't I ask you to follow us? I suddenly remembered that Uncle Wang asked us to deliver coal this morning. Woo woo. What Yellow impatiently shook the steel whip in his hand, and the metallic sound frightened the woman's whole body. He didn't ask any more questions. As for where Yehua went, where else could she go? That guy probably ran away when he saw that the NPC's favorability had dropped to the direct attack state. After wasting half a day without even seeing the shadow of the mission, What Yellow had long felt that there was no such thing as a ghoul here. He wanted to go back and persuade the captain to call it a day. But then he thought that it was a good opportunity to vent his anger on Yehua while the captain was away. So he walked out through the back door. Before he left, he wiped the ground with his hand in the air, leaving a small pile of gold coins, and said, I'll go find him. Don't cry. When What Yellow's figure disappeared from sight, Enra stopped crying obediently and put the gold coins into the balance. Only 300 gold. Whether it was What Yellow or Yehua, none of them were as generous as the king to give 1,000 gold in one go. She grumbled silently and stepped on the broken coal twice. Fortunately, Yehua's injury didn't bleed much, and a basket of coal cakes was enough to cover it. In addition, the door was opened, and the bloody smell was gone. And Ro closed the door and glanced at the roof. Why are you in such a hurry? He will come back. At this time, she was not in a good mood about getting rich. After seeing the scene just now, and Rose suddenly remembered that Cui Gaoshan, the son of the farm owner, seemed to have said that if the player's soul was devoured by the ghoul, he would lose the game qualification, and all the gold coins and props would be absorbed by the ghoul and converted into task rewards. Whoever strangles the ghoul in the end will indirectly obtain the entire fortune of that unlucky ghost. So some unscrupulous wild players will deliberately use other people to feed the ghouls in order to get more rewards. Unfortunately, Enro is neither a player nor a wild player. She has tried but failed to kill Bao Fu. The current situation can be summarized in one sentence. Bao Fu ate alone and robbed her of the money she deserved. It would be strange if she had a good temper. The shop was generally soundproof. Through the thin earth wall, Ba Daozhan heard the conversation between the two and shook his head. There are so many conflicts in the 3-person team. I don't know how the leaders of the big execution teams and the execution groups manage them, and how many troubles they have. What Yellow has not come back, but he didn't take it to heart. However, he has already searched the room once, but still found nothing. He thinks it's time to give up. The next thing to consider is how to clean up the wildflower. The 4 major camps in the game each have a management system controlled by local NPCs. For example, in the Zhongsu town under your feet, the mayor is the highest official, and he has a group of NPC security guards under his command. If the woman in the coal shop is angry and complains to the police station, the mayor has the right to reduce the destiny of all the destiny people in the jurisdiction. It's not a big deal if they just leave. But Zhongsu town is their own guild's territory after all. If they are investigated by the headquarters, they can't escape the responsibility. He was distracted by the sword and slashed, and the sword hit the wardrobe without paying attention. He glanced away and paused. After searching the wardrobe on the slippery road, the door was not closed. Behind the paint-stained door, there were messy clothes. There were no women's clothes. Even if the coal shop woman is shabby, her dressing is still somewhat different from her brother's. Right? Bedayasan turned around suddenly and looked at the bed. A bed? He had never realized that there was only one bed in the room. Brother and sister are not husband and wife. And the room is not so small that 2 single beds cannot be placed. How can such a big person sleep in the same bed? There is something wrong. There is something wrong with that woman. Bedayasan's throat tightened, and a cold touch broke through the back of his neck and reached his Adam's apple. A bloody blade tip. He swung the saber fiercely, the 2-meter-long handle dragging the heavy blade head, cutting through the old wooden wardrobe and the earthen wall behind the wardrobe. As easy as cutting tofu. The saber was thrown behind him, but the people behind him had already avoided it. The woman's laughter came from the door. Like a silver bell. Crisp and pleasant. From the looks of you. Have you found a flaw? Fortunately, I thought of it one step earlier than you. The tang sword had been pulled out, and some blood spurted out of the throat of the sword-drawing slash, and the rest flowed back along the trachea. Bedazzin coughed up blood with difficulty, covered his throat and turned around, and saw the shining white teeth in the woman's smile. He was not dead despite such a fatal injury. He raised his left hand, and a small black bottle appeared in his palm. Life potion. And Ro was immediately alert. Get rich. With a bang, something broke through the upper edge of the wall. In the dust, a dense number of bone knives were waving randomly and rushed towards Bedazzin. It was as exciting as seeing prey. Bedazzin still had some strength left. And the Bon Ma Dao suddenly emitted a white light, and the huge blade head broke away from the long handle, revealing a thin chain. He held the thin chain and swung the blade in a circle. Sharp metal collision sound. The bone blades under Baofu were all cut off. Baofu seemed to feel severe pain and roared. The dust flying in the air was stirred by the airflow, forcing Anri to squint. A mere sea-level ghoul. While attacking, Bedazzin was distracted by drinking the life potion, and his throat was able to make a sound. He stared at Baofu and sneered. Seeing that Baofu's momentum was not reduced, he was not panicked at all, until death suddenly came. The bone blade transformed from Baofu's sternum was less than 1 meter long, but its deformed limbs, when fully stretched out, reached a terrifying 3 meters. When he used his sword to deal with the bone blade, he didn't realize that he was still surrounded by the ghoul's limbs. Before he finished speaking, Baofu's limbs retracted at the same time, the sound of the sharp blade entering the flesh. The sword was cut into 4 sections in an instant, and there was a contemptuous smile on the head that rolled down. If Enro hadn't dodged quickly, she would have been splashed with blood. Try eating it again. Enro was mostly hidden behind the door, and hurriedly spoke. Then came the sound of coins colliding, which was extremely pleasant to the ear. Enro realized that she was probably dead when she was cut into pieces. And even if she wanted to eat, she would not have time. She poked her face into the room. Blood was all over the floor. It was horrible to see. Gold coins were also all over the floor. Suffocating and exciting. Watielu used the wind step and walked around the dirty alley for a long time, but did not find any wildflowers. The message sent to the team channel did not receive a reply. Where did he go? After searching for half an hour, he finally let go of the anger he had been holding in his heart. Watielu had to give up the idea of beating the guy up and went back to the back door of Xiao Zheng's coal shop. He was so absorbed in the team channel on the light screen that he didn't notice the bloody smell emanating from the window of the coal shop. Without a second thought, he pushed the door open and walked in. He was greeted by a bit of cold light. He subconsciously raised his hand to block it, but the cold light penetrated his palm unimpeded and sank into the side of his neck. Watielu was stunned, and used the last bit of his strength to break free from the restraints on his palm, staring blankly at the dagger that pierced his palm. 7 souls. Sword. He didn't even look at who attacked him, and fell to the ground. Bao Fu, you are not allowed to eat. And Ro shouted with foresight. The bone knife hanging above Huatielu's head stopped, and in just a moment, the man under the knife was dead. Speaking of which, Bao Fu was extremely sensitive to the taste of the player's soul. On the contrary, and Ro would not be discovered as long as she didn't make any sound. Having witnessed the sound of gold coins bursting out after the sword was drawn to kill, the gold coins flowing out of Huatielu's body were nothing. No matter what, it's better than being eaten up by the rich. And Ro closed the door and didn't rush to pick up the gold coins. She first pulled out the dagger in Huatielu's hand. It's worthy of being a top-level weapon. The basic attack power alone is so high. A mini light screen floated on the dagger. Name: 7 Soul Sword. Category: Weapon Blue. Basic attack power: 2000. Skills: 1-7 Corpse Dog. 0 energy points are consumed. 2-7 Swallow Thief. 50 energy points are consumed. There are 7 skill levels in total, but Enro has no energy, so she can't use any of them. She just tried it, and even if she had a skill level of 0 energy, she couldn't activate it. She guessed that only weapons can be bound to activate skills. And she, an NPC, can't do anything. Enro was very lucky. The 7 Soul Sword was exploded after the sword was drawn and chopped to death. Among the gold coins on the ground, This item was the most valuable item on him. And Ro looked at the sudden wealth happily. When she reached an agreement with this ghoul at first, her purpose was simple. Just to protect herself. And she had no intention of killing these 3 players. It was hard to say whether it was her bad luck or their bad luck. When Ro was questioned, she tried to make up a lot of false clues to lead them to leave. But all failed. It was probably because the original ghoul in the coal shop had died a long time ago. Until Yehua really found the bloodstains covered under the broken coal. Killing one is killing. Killing a nest is also killing. Since it has been exposed. Of course it must be eradicated. And the rest will be discussed later. Anyway. Now. I have survived a disaster, and made a fortune. And Ro couldn't help but reach out to Bao Fu. Trying to high-five him to celebrate. You eat well and I get rich. Happy cooperation. Bao Fu's little eyes rolled around. And he really raised his forelimbs, and stabbed at him with a bone knife. Fortunately, and Ro reacted quickly and stopped. Compared with all the previous things, this was the most frightening moment for her. And Ro patted her chest and glared at him. You scared me to death. What good would it do you to kill me? You think you will never go hungry for the rest of your life just because you are full for one day. Huh? The night was deep, and a black shadow was moving lightly and swiftly through the alleys, gradually moving away from the town. And Ro sat on Bao Fu's broad and flat body and looked back. There were no stars or moons in the soul world. And the dark sky enveloped the sparse lights in the town, which really revealed the atmosphere of the end of the world. Bao Fu ran much faster than the human-powered tricycle. And soon the outline of the thatched house appeared in sight. Squat down, squat down. Don't you understand? Bao Fu let out a low roar unwillingly, bent his limbs, and crouched down. And Ro originally thought that she could only communicate with it through consciousness. Until she killed Ba Dao Zhan. Then she realized that language was also possible. This made her a little confused about how her golden finger acted. Could it be that as long as the initial connection was successful, it was equivalent to connecting consciousness, and then language communication could be achieved? And Ro shook her head. Now was not the time to explore. She asked Bao Fu to follow behind. And Imohe walked around the thatched house, and pointed to a piece of wasteland. Dig. The bone knife flew. And soon 3 deep pits were dug. And Ro threw in the 3 bodies that were also carried by Bao Fu. The body of the king was also hidden on the roof beam like Bao Fu. When throwing the sword. And Ro paused. It was not because she thought the 4 pieces of corpse were too scary. After all, no matter how bloody it was, the sword was only a temporary death. No different from half a living person. She just couldn't understand the mechanism of this game. Before leaving the coal shop, she studied it carefully. The wounds of the corpses were smooth. And the bones, muscles, and internal organs were no different from those of living people. Where did those gold coins and props come from? Forget it. I won't study it anymore. I'll just bury them here and compact the soil. They will be deprived of oxygen when they revive. The more times they revive, the more gold coins will appear. It's a blessing to think about it. And Ro kicked the last stone into the pit with her foot and clapped her hands. They are all money trees. Bury, she said to Bao Fu. Turning around, she looked at the dark outline of the thatched chicken coop not far away. She didn't expect that the first batch of seeds she planted on her farm would be players. Chapter 10. Offline. On the other side of the ocean, 3 holographic projections appeared in an exquisite retro Japanese-style building. The sound of vomiting came one after another, and the room seemed to be filled with the smell of sour water that did not exist. Holographic technology has been developed to this day, and holographic games will no longer cause side effects to players. But the phantom pain of death in the game is inevitably brought into reality. Huatiel couldn't stop retching, and the sword that was cut into pieces emptied his stomach. Only Yehua, who died the earliest, had a pale face and barely calmed down. As the indicator light came on, another holographic projector emitted a beam, bringing the 4th person, a middle-aged man with a tough face. Like the room's owner, the gray-haired old man, the man knelt on the ground, closed his eyes and rested, turning a deaf ear to the sound of vomiting. The old man opened his eyelids and spoke something other than Chinese. Yehua, tell Qiqian what happened. A trace of fear appeared on Yehua's face, and then she thought that her soul had been devoured by the ghoul. And now she had completely lost her qualification to play the game. The boss is no longer the boss. And the great players in the game that people look up to are just former netizens. He calmed down and described the incident in detail. Qiqian Yiming still didn't open his eyes. In and out of the game. He always had a stern expression with a straight mouth. He said lightly, "So? You lost my blue weapon. It's because they didn't pay enough attention." Yehua glared at Badaizan and Wat Yelu. "It's you who insisted on making trouble and making money that you shouldn't make." Wat Yelu accused him in return. The old man raised his hand. "Okay. The fault must be investigated. Not now. The blue weapon is precious. But it is not the most important thing at the moment. How did that woman disguise herself as an NPC? And how did she drive the ghoul? Is she an NPC or a ghoul parasitized in the human body? These things are more important than the blue weapon." He looked at Qiqian Yiming. Maybe she carries the secret of divine revelation. Sensing his gaze, Qiqian Yiming also opened his eyes. The ultimate mission, promotion to legend, Ghost King, is the key to divine revelation. Shikuzan, the old man emphasized. Shikuzan was silent for a moment. "Yes, Minister. Shikuzan's reincarnation skill is about to expire." "Draw the sword." Wat Yelu. The old man looked at the two. "Who of you two will be resurrected and go online to confirm the position?" "Minister. That woman has a blue weapon," Wat Yelu said nervously. "Even if you use the resurrection card, you will be poked offline by the opponent as soon as you open your eyes. On the contrary, in the temporary death state, the opponent can no longer cause damage. And the ghoul can't bite the soul. Which is the safest?" The old man's face was cold. "This is an order." And Ro took off her shoes, stood on her feet, bent her knees, and jumped up. Her back hit the ground, which hurt more than expected. The longer I stayed in the soul world, the more realistic the game felt. Even the pain was exactly the same. The designer was even reluctant to give a pain shielding function. And Ro rubbed her lower back and stood up. Turning around, "Do you understand?" On the frightened face of the rich, his eyes rolled around. The thin limbs were bent, and the whole ghost bounced high. The night was too dark, and Ro even lost its trace for a moment, until the air whistled as if a heavy object was falling, and Baofu fell to the ground with his arms and legs spread out. He flattened the raised earth mound in one go. Its bone blades that were cut off by the saber had grown back, and more than a dozen bone blades and abnormally long limbs were dancing in the air, and its terrified face turned right side up. It was a bit funny, and Ro couldn't help laughing and nodded to it. "Yes. That's it. Do it twice more to tamp the soil a little more. It's best to be as hard and dense as cement, so that the players below will completely lose the ability to save themselves after resurrection." Bang, bang, bang. After several repetitions, the 3 graves were not only flattened, but also sunken down, and Ro used her high heels as hammers to knock on the ground, and waved at it. Do it again." Baofu stood up and jumped up and hit it again. Bang. No. There was some noise. Not as crisp as before. And Ro was stunned for 2 seconds. Pointing at the sunken area, "Dig it out. The result is found." Fortunately, Baofu is a ghoul. If it were any other labor, they would have quit. Digging, burying, and digging. Isn't this a chore? The dirt was flying everywhere. No matter how hard the mud was pressed, it was still a piece of tender tofu in front of Baofu's bone blade. "Stop!" And Ro stood at the edge of the deep pit, her eyes shining. If it was daytime, the bottom of the pit would be shining with golden light under the sunlight. What a wonderful sight it would be! And Ro carefully climbed down the pit and groped around. In fact, she got a kerosene lamp from the coal shop, but she didn't dare to light it. This wasteland is too close to the city wall, although there is no city gate nearby and no soldiers patrolling. There are searchlights on the high wall and soldiers stationed there. The distance is far, but Enro thinks it is better to be careful. A kerosene lamp lit up in such a large and dark wasteland, which is too abrupt. After carefully searching the bottom of the pit and the corpse, more than 1,000 gold coins were credited. It is a little less, but it is effortless. Enro patted the corpse's face and thanked him sincerely. My lord, thanks to you, I found the Code of Wealth. Don't go to see the King of Hell too soon. It turned out that the king had resurrected and died again. I don't know whether he was suffocated to death or was killed by the powerful impact of Baofu. Enro was about to climb out of the pit, and Baofu suddenly stuck half of his body into the pit and howled with his big head towards the pit. It scared Enro. What are you doing? and Ro immediately distinguished the radio waves sent by Baofu. I'm so hungry. So hungry. Didn't you just eat? Why are you hungry again so soon? And Ro paused, and looked towards the pit wall in the direction that Baofu was facing. Buried next to the king was Huayelu. And Ro suddenly had an idea. Did Baofu smell the scent of soul? She asked Baofu. But Baofu's answer was still just, I'm so hungry. This stupid pig that only knows how to eat. No. Stupid spider. It couldn't wait, and squeezed its whole body into the pit. Since eating the wildflowers, its body has obviously become bigger than when Ro first saw it. And the bone blade is also longer. And Ro hurriedly stuck to the edge of the deep pit to avoid the bone blade. Baofu, you are not allowed to eat. Perhaps because there was no threat from the Destiny person. Baofu did not listen to Ro's shout, and broke through the pit wall with a stroke of his front limbs. A violent gasp after suffocation came from inside. Huatielu's heart was already in his throat when he was forced to use the resurrection card to go online. He had imagined many dangerous situations, but he never expected that the first thing to greet him was not Lan Wu, whose damage was off the charts, nor the ghoul, but suffocation. The consciousness that had just awakened fell into chaos in a short while, until he could vaguely see the figure a few steps away. That damn woman. Huayelu suddenly woke up, immediately called up the light screen, and tried to send the location to the guild. This was a task that had to be completed even if it wasted a chance to revive. It was dangerous, but also very simple. Unfortunately, Ro could see his light screen, and Ro didn't know what the interface for sending the location was. The moment she saw the light screen, she had a bad instinct and blurted out, "Eat him!" Puff! The bone blade pierced Huayelu's head, and under the dim light of his soul, a liquid of unknown color flowed out of his head, plus the soil layer that pressed him tightly from top to bottom. It was like a sandwich with too much sauce. The light screen flickered and disappeared, and the slippery road exploded into a ball of light, floating and disappearing in the deep pit, like a group of fireflies in summer, which was very beautiful. Hateful that Ro was not in the mood to appreciate it. She moved along the pit wall to the front of the rich face, pinched its cold face with 2 fingers, and forced it to look at her. If I say you can't eat it, you can't eat it. Don't you understand such a simple sentence? Because of you, something bad almost happened. If you continue to disobey me, I will leave you here to die. Spread the clues, and have people come to hunt you down. I can save you, or I can kill you. I can feed you, or I can starve you to death. Do you understand now? The pupils of Baofu's round eyes, which were larger than human beings, trembled rapidly, and he suddenly roared. The smelly air blew in his face, sweeping Anra's messy long hair to the back of his head. But Anra didn't blink. Not even his eyelids trembled. The most important part of training people and dogs is the beginning. She was familiar with this principle, and believed that taming this monster would make no difference. After staring at each other for a long time, Baofu's trembling pupils calmed down and finally stopped at one side of his eye socket, refusing to touch Anra's side again. Anra knew that he was scared. Very good. Anra used the wall of the pit to gain strength, climbed onto his back, and gently touched his equally distorted and elongated neck. This was the only soft spot on Baofu's body. And perhaps, it was also his weakness. Be obedient in the future, and I will make sure you are well fed. And Ro gave him a date. Take me up. Bao bao. And Ro didn't care whether Huatielu was dead or not. What made her sad was Huatielu's wealth. It only exploded once, when the coal shop died, and the rest was now in Baofu's stomach. It's like hiding cash at home and being bitten by rats. And the bank won't replace it. It's such a TM loss. On the game forum, the post posted by EP1 had been locked, but it was pushed up again as he updated it again. 367L poster. Damn. My body was buried. I died again. 368L? Poster. Didn't someone take the job to collect your body? You even locked the post. For 10L poster, I just went to vomit. The phantom pain of suffocation is not much better than having your throat cut. For 11L poster. To 368L, who knows? I couldn't contact them after I sent a private message to their location. Damn. I suspect they are just taking the money and not doing the work. For 32L, haha. Poster is too naive. The body has been buried. Maybe they think you didn't get enough and want you to get more. For 36L, I think so too. The poster is too stingy. The reward is too low. For 61L, What are you talking about above? Oli doesn't cheat Oli people. Didn't the poster say that the person who took the job was an Oli member? You are still trying to sow discord. You deserve to be killed. 532L, stop arguing. It's all blind guessing. What's there to argue about? Poster. Maybe the truth is very simple. Some kind-hearted NPC saw you and felt sorry for you. So they helped to bury you. 545L to 532L, you are making me laugh to death. Which NPC played the soul-calling song? Good-hearted? I have no money, and I'm still collecting your body. You must be dreaming. Did they also hold a funeral and a banquet for guests? 633L poster, I'm back and received a call from the guild. How did the quarrel get to the 200th floor in a blink of an eye? Let me tell you. This is weird, I don't know if I can say it here. 635L, go ahead. 636L, you still don't come even though your pants are half taken off? 657L poster, that's right. The people who took the job did go. And they all died. One of them was eaten by a ghoul and was completely offline. I knew they didn't believe what I said. There really is an NPC that will cheat, deceive, and kill people. Now, they also lost a blue weapon. 658L, blue weapon. 659L, blue weapon. 674L, it must be fake. The poster has been fooling us all day. 689L, why would I cheat you? Can I get an extra coin? The blue weapon was a reward that Chi-Chi and Yiming got after completing a solo S-level mission. He couldn't handle it and died. They said that they couldn't use the resurrection card to go online because of their skills. So they notified the guild to get it. Although we are a guild, I don't care about the matter of Shuri Island. Anyway, their losses are much greater than mine. I suddenly don't feel so bad. What's going on? 703L, damn. What the poster said seems to be true. Chimei Ichiaki was ranked 67th on the Destiny list before, but now it has dropped to 99th. Probably because he died once. 709L, that guy. It is said that he never forms a team to do tasks, but always does it solo. He climbs the list quickly and falls quickly. Ups and downs. I am tired of watching him. 717L to 709L, ugh. Sour. But the blue weapon that I worked so hard to obtain is lost. Chi-Chi and Yiming must find it back. Right? 735F poster, of course not. The guild just notified me again, saying that the department sent another team to collect my body, but they didn't find it. Forget it. I'll just lie down and wait for Chi-Chi and Yiming to retrieve my body. 808L, no. Brothers, I've climbed up to this point, and no one has said a word? Blue weapon. Brothers, there is a blue weapon in Jiangsu Town. District 8. Let's go! 810L poster. To 808L, you kid. I gave you less money. Give me more. The sky gradually brightened. And Enro, who had no game panel and could not enter the forum, climbed up from Baofu's hard shell and stretched. It was a bit cold in this sleep, but surprisingly refreshing. She rubbed Baofu's neck. Bow bow. Be good. When I leave, dig a hole and bury yourself. Don't be discovered. And don't eat. Chapter 11. It was impossible to find a human-powered tricycle in the wilderness, and it was not convenient to enter and exit the town in broad daylight. So Enro could only walk back. Even in high heels, walking more than 10 miles could be fatal. If she hadn't imagined the bright and glorious future of the farm along the way, Enro felt that she would have died halfway. But the closer she got to the town, the more anxious she became. There was something wrong with Jiangsu Town today. She realized that there were many more players on the street, many of whom were using light screens. A quick glance at the interface showed that it looked like a forum. Enro wanted to take a rickshaw home, but she immediately gave up the idea. With her dusty appearance, riding a rickshaw would attract attention. Enro looked around, took off her high heels, and kicked them in her arms, and took the broken bowl of a dozing old beggar on the street. She begged all the way, and it took her half a day to get back to Wuyan Lane. She happened to meet Sister Hong coming towards her, and she lowered her head. Yesterday, she was still wearing luxurious silk and showing off in front of her. But she looked like this after one night. If she recognized her, wouldn't she laugh her teeth off? Besides, if I go back to the bun shop like this, my father will chase me and ask me questions. Fortunately, Sister Hong has eyes on the top of her head, and she has always disdained to let beggars like this offend her. She twisted her waist and went to the hair salon. And Ro rolled her eyes, looked around, and saw a sign hung in bathhouse. Before and after paying, the old lady at the front desk had completely different faces. And Ro didn't argue with her, and even gave her some money to help her buy a clean set of clothes. After taking a beautiful bath in the women's area, and Ro didn't dare to linger for too long and changed into a navy blue cotton cheongsam. Of course it wasn't new. The style was ugly and didn't fit. So it was just clean. 50 gold for errands. 100 gold for clothes. To fool her with such a low-grade thing. The old woman must be very mean. If it weren't for this dress. When Ro passed by the front desk, the old woman almost didn't recognize her. Her eyes were wide open. Such a pretty and fair girl. Is she the little beggar just now? She thought that the other party stole the money from somewhere to have fun here. Then, there was a guilty expression. Everything was written on her face. And Ro's mouth twitched, thinking that the other party was just an NPC. She was too lazy to bother with her. She walked out of the bathhouse with her head held high. Just as she was thinking about the wording of not coming home overnight, she suddenly realized that her bun shop was not open. It wasn't completely closed, the door was open, and the steamers were stacked as usual. But there was no hot steam and noodle fragrance. When Yonyan saw her, he hurriedly came up and grabbed Ro's hand. Ro, where have you been? You didn't come back all night. And Yonyan's skin was dark, but the dark circles under his eyes were still obvious, and his upper eyelids were swollen. I think he stayed up all night. He carefully looked Ro up and down, left and right, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she was not injured. Staring at Ro's clothes. Ro, your clothes. And Ro was about to speak, but saw a few players passing by and looking at her, and subconsciously covered her face with her long hair. She pulled Yonyan into the bun shop, with her back to the shop door, and explained, Dad, I'm fine. I played Mahjong with the mayor's wife all night. And the clothes. I was unlucky, and I lost both the money and the clothes. This one was given to me by the mayor's wife. Oh, I see. And Yonyan didn't care about the money at all. It's okay. Your hair. He turned to look at Ro's long hair, which was half dry, and he could smell the soap scent on her body. And Ro stuck out her tongue mischievously. I took a bath in the bathroom of the mayor's house to get rid of the bad luck. How can this be? And Yonyan said, pulling her upstairs and stuffing a dry towel in her hand. If you don't dry your hair and go out in the wind, it's easy to catch a cold. Wipe it quickly. The towel seemed to have temperature, bringing a warm feeling to Ro. She wiped her hair and asked with a smile, Dad, do you think I've ever been sick? And Yonyan suddenly got stuck. And after a while, he stammered. I don't think so. It's true. And Ro thought. She had walked so many roads in the town, but she had never seen a pharmacy or clinic. I'm afraid that in the NPC world, there is only birth, aging and death, but no illness. Even if there is, a low-level life potion sold for 10 gold coins in the pawn shop can solve it. That's great. She fell in love with this virtual world a little, even though she hated it at one point. As long as she protects Yonyan and the bun shop, and slowly runs the abandoned small farm and becomes self-sufficient, she won't have to worry about losing her loved ones anymore. And Ro's silence made Yonyan feel a little helpless. He was very busy all day, and rarely had time to talk to his daughter. For a while, he didn't even know where to put his hands. And Ro resolved his embarrassment in time. I see there are many more Destiny people in the town. Dad, are you going to open a business? Business should be good these days. Oh, open it. I'll go right away. And Yonyan's haste made Ro feel a little guilty, making her look like a parasite who urges her parents to work hard. But it's a good thing that the bun shop continues to operate. Closing it suddenly makes people suspicious, and it might become a clue to some quest. After all, and Yonyan is indirectly related to the sudden wealth through her begging all the way home. And Ro roughly understood the situation from the chats of the players passing by. The increase in the number of players in the town is really related to me. That second-class blue weapon. Everyone came for it. A beautiful woman disguised as an NPC snatched this priceless item from the hands of the Orly Guild. As for what the specific item is, it seems that no one knows yet. And Ro looked at the dagger in her hand. It is only the length of a palm, silver, and engraved with complex and exquisite patterns. It is called a dagger, but the size is appropriate, and the specific shape is more in line with its name. 7-soul sword. Maybe it can grow bigger and longer like the short stick in Yahweh's hand. The farm is in a state of disrepair. It will cost a lot of money to repair and reclaim it. And Ro thought about selling it in the pawn shop for money. But in this case, it can't be sold. Who knows how many players are waiting at the door of the pawn shop? If it were her, she would definitely not miss such an important place. For now, I can only keep it for self-defense. Which is also good. First of all, as an NPC, and Ro is suspicious of holding a weapon openly. The 7-soul sword is small and has high damage, which is just right for carrying. Secondly, no one can predict how obedient Baofu can be, and whether he will suddenly go berserk like other crazy ghouls, when it really came to a last resort. And Ro could only kill it with the 7-soul sword. After all, it had eaten wildflowers and wad yellow in succession. And in a sense, it had been regarded as a piggy bank by Ro. No, it was originally parasitic on the player Baofu. A novice may not have much wealth, but a mosquito leg is also meat. And Ro thought about it, and walked to the closet. Took out another white cheongsam that she bought yesterday. Paused, and hung it back. Pretty NPC. If the Lord described her at that time, she would be trapped if she went out wearing a white cheongsam. 3 miles north of Wuyan Lane is Zhongsu Town Square, where a large house faces south and is magnificent. A thin man of medium build walked out of the red lacquer gate and paused slightly under the porch, as if he was trying to determine the direction. He had a curved sword hanging from his waist, and his identity as a Destiny man was obvious. The security guards on both sides of the gate saw him and glanced at him tacitly, not daring to look directly at him. The butler followed him out and respectfully reminded him, "Mr. Qiqian, walk 3 miles along Zhongsu Street. Turn left 2 blocks, and you will reach Wuyan Lane." Qiqian glanced at him lightly, said nothing, raised his left foot, and appeared 10 meters away. Although they were not surprised, the 2 soldiers were still secretly shocked. This is the unique magical power of the Destiny. Even if they were given 10 muskets, they probably couldn't hit a single corner of his clothes. A soldier asked the butler curiously, "Mr. Qiqian, who is he?" "He's amazing." The butler gave a thumbs up. "He's one of the top 100 masters on the Destiny list. And the master has to give him some face. Linbing City is vast, with as many as 216 towns in the Xi'an district alone. And Zhongsu is just the most remote town among them. The soldiers have been gatekeepers for so many years. And this is the first time they have seen a top 100 master enter and leave the mayor's house." The soldier showed an amazed expression and asked again, "What does he want to see our mayor for?" The butler sucked his teeth and was also surprised. He gave the master a large sum of money and said he was looking for someone. "Who are you looking for? One of the beautiful women in town is not enough. And you asked me to write a list. Beautiful women?" The 2 soldiers looked at each other, and one of them suddenly said, "No wonder you mentioned Wuyan Lane. I don't know what the environment in that lane is like. The girls are all beautiful, especially the beautiful sisters. And the boss Hong." "What? Let me see." "Unro, the little girl in the bun shop, is the prettiest. But she's a little bit brainy," another soldier retorted, and suddenly realized that the request of the Destiny man seemed a little subtle, and looked at the housekeeper. "You won't write Unro as well?" "Right." The housekeeper spat at him. "What are you talking about? Who do you think of me? That girl is pitiful. And she was scared to death when she saw her mother turned into a ghoul. If something happens again..." "His father." "Oh, I won't say it anymore." The housekeeper waved his hand, walked into the door, and leaned out again. "You too. Do you know what's going on?" The 2 soldiers bit their lips and nodded hurriedly. No matter what the purpose of the man of Destiny was, it was not glorious to tell others that the mayor was selling the girl himself. The housekeeper nodded with satisfaction, and then took out 2 money bags from his sleeves and threw them to Enro. When Enro went downstairs, and Yonian was kneading dough, and the dough hit the chopping board with a bang. Hearing the noise, and Yonian turned around and said, Ro, you didn't get a rest last night. Why don't you sleep more?" He ran over and wanted to touch Enro's face, but stopped because his hands were covered with flour. Ro, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad?" Enro's face was white, and the edges of her beautiful almond eyes were slightly red, but her eyes were dark blue. She was about to explain that this was because she was not going to be beautiful, but she stopped talking. NPCs don't lie. It's not a good thing to let Dad know too much. And Ro immediately showed a haggard smile. Dad. I'm fine. I just didn't sleep well. I couldn't sleep. So I thought I'd come down to see you. And Yonyan wanted to say something. But Enro touched her stomach. Dad. I'm hungry. I want to eat big meat buns. But the dough hasn't risen yet. I like to eat steamed buns too. Okay. Wait a minute. The meat will be ready soon. The porridge is almost ready. Wait a minute. And Yonyan rushed back to the chopping board. And before his hands touched the dough, two figures appeared at the door of the store. And Ro frowned. What are they doing here? The two beautiful sisters put their hands on their waists and looked at people out of the corner of their eyes. They were not friendly at first glance. Uncle N, you haven't paid for the flour you bought on credit yesterday. And Dad sent us to collect the money. And Ro understood. The two sisters still remembered the grudge of losing money in Mahjong before. And they came to make trouble. Chapter 12. The father of the Shuangmei sisters is the owner of a grain store. According to Yonyan, for stable restaurants, the grain store allows them to buy on credit first and pay later, and settle the bill once a month. And in Ro's opinion, he is a rare person in this whole world who knows how to do business. And he has a bit of human touch. It happened to be the end of the month, after paying the rent yesterday, and Yonyan went to the grain store to settle the bill for last month with the remaining money on hand, and brought back 200 kilograms of flour for the next half month. It stands to reason that he has to go to get it again after using it up, and settle the bill at the end of next month. But the Shuangmei sisters came to ask for money the next day. That's not all. The price of grain has not changed for many years, and flour is 5 gold per caddy. Shuangmei sisters insisted on a temporary price increase, doubling it. The flour cost 1,000 gold originally, but it became 2,000 gold in a blink of an eye. And Yonyan was already barely paying the rent. And after paying off last month's credit, the remaining money was only enough to buy meat and vegetables every day. Yesterday. And Ro was afraid that he would be suspicious. So she didn't give him more money. How could he have money to buy flour? Not to mention after the price increase. He couldn't even take out the 1,000 gold before the price increase. And Yonyan didn't want his daughter to know his predicament. But the game stipulated that NPCs could not lie. Facing the arrogance of Shuangmei sisters, he was inevitably at a loss, and couldn't help but beg for mercy. At the same time, she couldn't help showing a guilty look to Enro. Ro, go upstairs first. When the steamed buns are ready, Dad will bring them up to you. Ah. Before Yonyan finished speaking, Miling's shrill voice suddenly rose. Still steaming buns? If you can't pay, the dough is also mine. She lowered her head, and two burly men dressed as thugs walked into the store behind her. One picked up the dough on the chopping board, and the other pushed a cart and lifted bags of flour piled against the wall onto the cart. Ladies, Xiao Ling, Xiao Qian, and Yonyan looked at it anxiously, and had to take care of the dough first. For Uncle's sake. No. For the sake of Ruru and you two growing up together. Can you give me a couple of days? I'll go and pay the bill when I have enough money. Or I'll buy some first. What he meant was, of course, to buy the dough first. It doesn't matter whether the store is open or not. The key is that my daughter wants to eat buns. Miling saw it. Asked the thug for the dough. Her face was sarcastic. Her hands loosened. And she cried out, Uncle N, why is this dough so heavy? I can't even lift it. How much effort did you put into kneading it? Mei Qian simply stepped up with a strong force, and her purple high heels almost disappeared. She smiled coldly. Uncle N, don't look at me like that. The dough is mine. Sister can throw it away if she wants. And I can step on it if I want. Good noodles. Good food. How can you waste it like this? And Yonyan stared at the dough, hesitant. Since the incident, and Ro has been standing in the bun shop, watching coldly. The shabby Chong Sam that the old woman in the bathhouse found for her had long sleeves. Her hands were tucked into the sleeves, and her thumb stroked the seven souls sword again and again. Her eyes moved away from Yonyan's raised back and fell on the necks of those people one by one. Players' character attributes have health points. But do NPCs have them? I think they do. But they are not numerically quantified. Logically speaking, it will not be higher than the 100 health points of a level 1 player. The Seven Soul Sword has a basic attack power of 2,000 points. Just a casual slash on them would kill the two thugs. Not to mention the skinny sisters. Besides, and Ro was thinking about another thing. She finally made a move. Walked forward slowly. and held in Yonyan's arm. Dad. Forget it. And Ro's eyes were covered with a layer of water, and her eye sockets were originally painted red. At this moment, it looked like she was about to cry. She looked at the two beautiful sisters. I thought the two sisters treated me more sincerely than Sister Hong, but I didn't expect that I treated them as sisters. But they never treated me as a sister. The tears accumulated in her eyes, and her lower eyelids finally couldn't bear the burden and slid down a tear. Meiling opened her mouth slightly, looked at her in doubt, and finally chose to stand on Sister Hong's side. You are an ungrateful person. Sister Hong has taken care of you for more than 10 years. But you are so petty that you even care about the money she won from Mahjong. And you even turned your kindness into enmity and humiliated her yesterday. As expected, this pair of stupid brains was instigated by Sister Hong. Unfortunately, Sister Hong's brain is not much better than theirs. She didn't think about it. If the bun shop really went bankrupt, who would pay her such a high rent? That arrogant woman probably didn't even think about that step. She just wanted to get revenge. And Ro glanced at Mei Qian. Compared with her elder sister Mei Ling, this sister who had a bad face was the stupidest. Mei Ling at least could read people's expressions. On the surface, what she said just now was a question. But in fact, it was a reflection and hesitation. Where is Mei Qian? The knife in her eyes has never changed. I guess she has been looking for trouble since she left the house. Ro. And Yonyan felt very distressed about his daughter's haggard, tearful face. But unexpectedly, and Ro quietly patted him on the back, making him feel an inexplicable firmness. How can he be firm after crying like this? And Yonyan was puzzled by his strange emotions. And Ro took a half step back, half hiding herself behind Yonyan's broad back, and then looked at the two beautiful sisters. In the eyes of the twin sisters, she seemed to feel guilty after being questioned and scolded. Mei Qian snorted with disdain on her cold face, while Mei Qian was ready to take advantage of the victory and scold her to her heart's content, while the crowd of onlookers was getting bigger and bigger. The expressions of the two sisters froze at the same time. In their eyes, the timid Anra lowered her head slightly, and then looked sideways. 2 lines of red tears flowed across her snow-white cheeks, blocked by the upturned corners of her mouth. The pale and bloodless lips curved upward in a strange arc. A creepy smile. Ghost! Ghost! A thug screamed incoherently and staggered back. He and his companion were so big that they blocked the view of the crowd outside the store. Among the people present, only a few people inside the store could see Ro's face. Of course, this did not include Yonyan, whom Ro deliberately avoided. Another thug also reacted and dropped the cart with a bang. He was quite responsible, and did not forget to pull the two sisters before running away. Unfortunately, Mei Qian's foot was still on the dough, and the heel was deeply pierced, so it was not pulled out for a while. Instead, she lost her balance, and the thugs didn't hold on tightly, so she twisted and fell down in a mess. Her carefully tied hair was all messed up. The crowd didn't hear the thug's short and unclear screams, so they were not frightened. Instead, they burst into laughter and became more curious about what they saw. However, Ro had completely hidden behind Yonyan, hiding the ghost face that she had created unintentionally. When Ro wiped off the ghost makeup on her father's back and looked again, the two sisters and the thugs had already run away. Half of the crowd dispersed, but she saw a familiar face. Sister Hong. She loves bright red for her clothes and accessories, so it's hard to miss her. Sister Hong also didn't know what happened inside, and now she met Ro. Ro wiped Yonyan's clothes. Her face flushed, and she became more beautiful and beautiful. Not seeing anything unusual made Sister Hong more suspicious, and she hurriedly ran back to the hair salon in high heels. Why did that girl suddenly become so evil? A player crossed Sister Hong's path, and the sword on his waist was slightly raised, just hitting Sister Hong's waist. Hong Jia immediately lost her balance, fell on the road, and sprained her ankle. She was glaring at the player, and saw Ro still looking at her from the corner of her eye. So she hurriedly got up and limped away. Ro didn't catch the trick, and just thought that the two of them accidentally bumped into each other. She was in a good mood and smiled at the player. Unnamed NPC favorability plus 5%. She glanced at the notification on the screen and retracted her gaze from the bun shop. Although she was obviously a beautiful woman, she was still the most beautiful one. But it was just an NPC. He walked straight past the bun shop. Ro. And Yonyan felt his daughter rubbing his back for a long time, and thought she was very sad and crying, and didn't know what to do. after a while of no movement on his back. He tried to turn around, but he saw his daughter's face was rosy, and she was smiling brightly. With Anyonyan's brain, he naturally couldn't figure out what was going on, and just thought Enro was too sad. Enro had to persuade him to believe that he was happy to break up with two fake friends. After passing the first level, Anyonyan was worried about the next level. Flower. Although the two beautiful sisters didn't take the flower away in the end, it was still on credit. Anyonyan asked himself that he couldn't afford so much money at once. So he was stubborn and didn't dare to use it. Enro told him to use it without worry. And promised, "Dad, I will definitely solve the problem today. I will go to Uncle Lin to argue. Even if he is unreasonable, I can still find the mayor's wife." When he heard the first half of the sentence, Anyonyan didn't agree. How could he let his daughter go to ask for help? But the second half of the sentence made him hesitate. The mayor is the god of the town. If the mayor's wife can come forward, but will she really come forward for such a small matter? Mr. Lin, the owner of the grain store, monopolizes the grain supply of the whole town. Every grain store in the town is opened by him. Don't worry, Dad. The mayor's wife is very good to me. She treats me as a younger sister. When she said this word, Enro got goosebumps. With the previous experience of Sister Hong and Shuangmei, she felt that every stroke of this word was full of hypocrisy. Anyonyan, who was not good at talking, could not win over his daughter after all. He stayed in the store and watched Enro go out after she simply packed up. In order to match her shabby clothes, Enro changed into a pair of old black leather shoes for women, with obvious signs of repair. And it was obvious that they were old. Her hair was simply loose, without even a headband. This outfit, coupled with the balance of over 10,000 in the account, was quite regrettable. Enro actually had many ways to deal with the two beautiful sisters who came to her house to cause trouble. First, she had no shortage of force. And second, she had no shortage of money. Whether it was to chop off a few people's heads on the spot or to throw 2,000 gold coins at them, it would be much more satisfying than the current situation. But the existence of Anyonyan and the bun shop forced her to worry more. Using force to solve the problem would attract players and the police station. And she didn't want to spend money to solve people like Shuangmei. Of course, she still had to continue buying flour. And it would be unreasonable for Anyonyan to simply close the store and arouse suspicion. Going to the next town to purchase goods is not a long-term solution. 11,430. Enro stared at the balance of the gold coin account. She didn't want to spend money in vain. And she couldn't take the risk of finding a rich man. So of course she could only ask for help from enthusiastic and generous players. Chapter 13. The tea house was bustling with people. Fortunately, there were small round tables with a diameter of less than 1 meter. So my good brother could occupy a table alone and live in peace. He was also one of the players who came after hearing the news. He saw the forum post late. And when he arrived in Jiangsu town, every shop was crowded with players. Most of the people in Oli's territory were members of the Oli Guild. My good brother was a wild guest, and his level was only bronze. Seeing this, his heart was already half cold. It was true that a subtop item like Lanwu was not easy to find, but the teleportation array cost him 600 gold, so he left in disgrace. But he was not satisfied. He simply went to the tea house. There were many people and lots of chatter here, so he could listen to the conversation while browsing the posts. And maybe he could find some clues. Unfortunately, most of the people who had the leisure to stay here had the same idea. He didn't find any clues, but heard a lot of bragging. A few players didn't care about the money for the teleportation array, because it was a matter of luck. And it didn't matter even if they came here for nothing. When the conversation got excited, the bragging became bigger and bigger, and the saliva flew everywhere, which was annoying. The good brother glanced at the table with the loudest voice and muttered, "Quality." Compared to the players, the local NPC guests were much more polite. They drank tea and chatted quietly. Some of them saw that there were people with destiny around them, and tactfully paid the bill and left. The good brother turned his attention back to the light screen and was stunned. The poster posted the latest reply. 3,432nd floor poster. I'm sorry, brothers. I didn't expect that I accidentally made a joke. I made up the above. It's too boring to wait for resurrection. Sorry. Sorry. The post is locked. Once the post is locked, no reply can be made. Before the good brother recovered from his shock, the people in the tea house started cursing. Fuck him. Is this true? Are you kidding me? Then, they split into two groups with different opinions. And the quarrel spread. I think this is true. Doesn't the poster call himself Oli? Although he is not a player of Shuri Island. He is a guild after all. After losing the blue weapon. It is too late to shut up. Bullshit. Did you really take this seriously? I started following this as soon as the son of a bitch posted. What about players being able to manipulate favorability when acting as NPCs? And NPCs cheating and killing people? Which one of these is not considered a game bug? Has Soul Calling Song ever had a bug in over 20 years? Then why are you running here? I'm here to watch the fun. I don't like money. I just want to see how many idiots like you are making stupid mistakes. Watch your mouth. The argument turned into a verbal fight. And finally they started fighting. They were all guild players, who came in groups of 3 or 5. They exploded at the first sign. With tables and chairs flying, and the scene in chaos. The good brother felt that he was a wild guest. Without the help of his companions. And it was painful enough to come up empty-handed. And it was not worth it to risk his life. He quietly moved to the corner, and planned to jump out of the window to leave. Unexpectedly, there was a person sitting under the window, holding a tea bowl. And the clear water in the bowl swayed with his shaking hands. As if he was frightened by the scene in front of him. A young girl. She was wearing an old cloth cheongsam that didn't fit her. And her long hair was messy. She looked pretty. But her skin was dark and her eyes were dark. She could only afford a bowl of water at 1 gold coin. And she didn't even have a seat. She looked shabby. Like a poor girl who had been working hard for a living. The good brother wanted to use his mobility skills to jump over her head and out of the window. But when he met her timid eyes, he softened his heart inexplicably. Quality, he said to himself. Even if the person in front of him was just an NPC. Please make way. He waved to the girl. The girl put down her bowl and grabbed his trouser leg. Master Destiny. Why are they fighting? Are there ghouls here? She looks terrified. It turned out that she didn't hear a word of the quarrel between the two groups. No. Since she was an NPC, she certainly couldn't absorb the sensitive words set by the game. It doesn't matter if she could understand it. Data is just data. And you still want equal rights? He could understand it. But he still had no way to enter the big guild. So he could only be a wild guest. Struggling to make a living. In and out of the game. People are divided into different classes. Thinking of this, the good brother looked depressed and a little disheartened. Don't worry. There is no ghoul. But you should go home early to avoid accidental injury. The girl's expression of shock faded, leaving only sorrow. And she shook her head slowly. No. I can't go home without buying flour. My 2 sisters have been acting so abnormal recently. As if I have offended them in some way. I think they have made some terrible friends. She kept talking here and there. Without any logic. Which was annoying. The good brother didn't have the patience to listen anymore. Just as he was about to use the wind step to jump out of the window, his eyes suddenly froze. A clue popped up on the light screen. Task clue. A pair of sisters know a terrible friend. Related task. The ghoul hidden in Jiangsu town 5% relevance. He looked at the girl in disbelief. And then at the light screen. Step. After searching everywhere, it was easy to find it. When the good brother was shocked. And Ro curled her lips secretly. It was worth her effort to finally find the clue. But the game system would not think that she was the one. Terrible. Friends. Right? What she meant by that sentence was clearly about getting rich. The good brother saw that her eyes had turned into fanaticism. And carefully helped her up. Miss. What did you say just now? Can you speak more carefully? Ah. Did I say anything? And Ro looked at him innocently. I'm sorry. Master Destiny. I was too anxious because I couldn't afford to buy flour. And I spoke incoherently. Don't take it to heart. The one who was really anxious was the good brother. He wanted to lift and Ro upside down and shake her to reveal all the clues. However, that's not how the game is played. The good brother showed infinite patience. Miss. Don't be impatient. And don't be polite to me. I have a sister who is about the same age as you. If you don't mind, you can call me brother. NPC's favorability increased by 5%. But it is still in the no-feeling range. If you want to get the complete clue, you have to at least raise it to friendly. The good brother recalled her annoying chatter just now. Did my sister encounter any difficulties? Buying flour. Did you lose the money? No. No. The money is not lost. And Rose suddenly thought of something. Brother is a man of destiny. A capable person. Can you Can you accompany me to buy flour? They insisted on increasing the price, which clearly showed that they didn't want to sell it to me. But all the grain stores in the town belonged to them. The good brother hesitated. Intervening in the disputes between NPCs is a waste of time, and pleasing one may offend another, which may affect your own luck in the end. However, he took out a handful of gold coins and placed them in front of Enro. But Enro just bit her lip and shook her head, and her favorability would not increase at all. Is there an NPC who is not greedy for money? The good brother had a question, and then found a reasonable explanation for himself. This girl is also smart. The unexpected wealth is only temporary, and the price increase in the grain store will last for a long time. He finally made up his mind. Completing the game tasks and getting the task rewards are the fundamental ways to increase the destiny value. The clues are all in front of you, and there is no need to be timid just to offend one or two NPCs. The chaos in the tea house continued. Lingbing City strictly prohibited private fights between guilds, so when guild players fought against guild players, it was often just a matter of face, and they would not kill each other. After enough fighting, everyone's anger subsided, and they would calm down. During this period, several skills affected this side, but they were all blocked by the good brother. He simply abandoned the door, picked up Enro and jumped out of the window, landing steadily on the street. Wow! Brother is so capable. Enro's sad face finally showed a trace of joy. With brother's help to bargain, I will definitely be able to buy flour. The NPC was realistic, and the girl praised him naturally. So the good brother couldn't help showing a bit of complacency. He couldn't compare to the high-ranking guild players, but he still felt superior to the NPC. The two followed the crowd and didn't notice that 3 more players jumped out of the window. Chase. They took the NPC away for no reason. There must be something wrong. They didn't chase far, only to see the two turn into a grain store, and came out again after a while, with the NPC looking worried. I don't know what the good brother said. And then he smiled. The 3 followed them to a remote alley. Seeing that there were no people around, they exchanged glances, rushed forward, covered their mouths and dragged them to a dead end. After all, the good brother was bronze and had the strength to resist. But when he saw that there were 3 people attacking, he gave up the idea. 1 player controlled Enro, and 2 players blocked him in the corner, forcing the 2 to separate. The player who controlled Enro had the ID Jianqing. Seeing that Enro's favorability towards him was constantly falling, he quickly let go of his hand and said, as softly as possible, Miss, whatever he promised you, we 3 brothers can help. Trying to get clues. In her sleeve, Enro had already grasped the 7 Souls sword. Hesitating. 1 was fine. But would it be too conspicuous to rashly bring 3 Destiny people to help bargain? Before she could make up her mind, an Ollie player in the corner turned his head and shouted to Jianqing, Brother Qing. This guy said that the NPC's favorability towards him has reached 70%, and he is willing to share clues with us. The player paused and glanced at Enro with a bit of lust. He said he only wants experience, not rewards, and he can also pay to raise the NPC's favorability to 99%, so that brothers can have some fun. A favorability of more than 90% is the infatuation state. In plain words, no matter what the NPC is, it will not refuse the player's request to go to bed. 99%? It's just doing whatever they want. They really know how to do business. Enro loosened her sword grip and looked at Jianqing. Really? 3 masters? Are you willing to help me? The favorability of the 3 Ollie players increased by 10% at the same time. 2 minutes later, the good brother had 7 or 8 blood holes on his chest, and slowly collapsed to the wall, leaving a shocking bloodstain on the white wall. The 3 Ollie players not only got the same clues as him, but also made a small fortune from his temporarily dead body. Jianqing was generous, so he simply gave his share to Enro, successfully increasing his favorability by 10%. Miss Life is not easy. Even if you bargain, there will always be a place to use the money in the future. Look, this is someone who knows how to play the game. The word lust is a knife above your head, even if it only hurts others and not yourself. How can it compare to the enviable Lan Wu? Enro guessed his thoughts. There have never been many ghouls in Zhongsu town, but now one suddenly appeared. In his opinion, it was most likely related to Lan Wu. His guess was correct. After all, Lan Wu is in Enro's hands at this moment. This place was not far from Shuangmei's home. Enro was in front, and 3 tall and strong players followed behind, killing them vigorously. Chapter 14. And Ro entered from the end of Wuyan Lane, without passing the steamed bun shop. Although it is called the end of the lane, it is actually wider than the entrance. The three shops have the same color tone, and the tiles are all bright red and rich flower patterns. At first glance, they have the temperament of nouveau riche. This is Shuangmei's home. It is said that Boss Lin is nostalgic and reluctant to part with this ancestral house. So he simply bought the left and right rooms and transformed them into a small villa. The gaudy and tacky style is probably for the pair of sisters in the family. Of course, only in Ro and the players living in a highly technological society think it is tacky. In the eyes of local NPCs, tiles are rare and ordinary people can't afford them. The same is true for the old antique car parked downstairs. The antique car was burning diesel and was still emitting black exhaust. It seemed that it had just stopped. Boss Lin got out of the car in a panic. He was not tall and had a hunchback, like a little old man. With such honor, it was no wonder that he spoiled a pair of beautiful girls before going to the tea house. And Ro went to several grain stores to check the location. Finally, she found Boss Lin and went to the tea house nearby to find help. Unexpectedly, when she took people back, Boss Lin was gone. There were more than 10 grain stores in the town, and it was not a solution to go to each one. She thought that since the two beautiful sisters had just been frightened, Boss Lin would definitely receive the news and go home. As expected, she ran into someone here. He? The owner of all the grain stores in Zhongsu town? An Ollie player behind her said in surprise. Jianqing didn't say anything, but walked over and was pulled by Ro's sleeve. So many people. In front of the black iron gate of the small villa, there were many passers-by, all of whom were NPCs who happened to pass by here. The reason they stopped was naturally that there was something exciting to watch. From the half-open gate, there was a constant sound of smashing things, accompanied by intermittent screams. Go away! Go away! It was Meiling's voice. And Ro was surprised. Could it be that she was scared by herself? It was just a blood and tears makeup. Not even realistic. So why was she so scared? How could she know that there were souls and ghouls in the soul world? But there were no real ghosts. And her face at that time was not the image of a ghoul in people's impression, which broke through the preset cognition of NPC. Holographic technology simulates realism, and the NPC data garbled naturally interprets as madness, which is the most appropriate. I don't know if this kind of madness can be cured by life potion. We are here. Don't be afraid, young lady. Jianqing comforted her while dragging Ro's hand and walking towards the villa. Over there, Boss Lin was blocked outside the door by the crowd and was anxious. What are you looking at? This is my home. Go away. Go away. He was short and didn't have much strength, so he didn't attract much attention. The two NPCs in front felt someone pulling them, and glanced back. Perhaps they didn't know him, and showed a contemptuous and impatient expression. Fortunately, the driver was tall and strong, and he used brute force to separate the crowd and pushed his boss in. And Ro and his group were just a little slow, and their sight was blocked by the crowd. Jianqing was about to clear the way, but the crowd suddenly became chaotic. Ghoul! Ghoul! They scattered like birds and beasts. Jianqing's heart trembled, and he and his two teammates took out their weapons at the same time. However, someone was one step faster than them. A figure flashed above, and the person seemed to have been squatting on the roof opposite the villa, and swooped over like a hawk hunting. The pale sunlight was reflected by the blade, illuminating the eyes, and Ro narrowed her eyes and saw only a half-length wide sleeve, which fluttered and really looked like a pair of wings. A knife sounded. All the noises were silent at this moment, and then a sharper scream and shrill cry broke out. Qian, Boss Lin's voice, and Ro's vision, which was disturbed by the white light, gradually became clear. The villa had no yard, and the door was an open living room. A woman stood under the dazzling crystal chandelier, her face cold and white, and she said nothing. Mei Qian. She had clearly broken her head in front of the bun shop, and perhaps because she drank the life potion, the wound was almost healed, with only a faint red mark on her forehead. Her hair was messy, her eyes were wide open, and the corners of her pale lips were still turned down, revealing a cold and unkind look. Andra suddenly realized that Mei Qian's dignity was exactly the same as the coal shop clerk who was parasitized by the ghoul, which was the so-called living dead in the game. Her body was not dead, but her soul had been eaten away. No wonder she was mistaken for a ghoul by the melon-eating NPC. She was cold and reserved, and her eyes looked like a knife when she looked at people. Now her eyes were wide open. I'm afraid she was also scared like Myling. But she didn't go crazy like Myling. Now that the number of players in Zhongsu town has increased sharply, this kind of misunderstanding is fatal. It really is fatal. Myling screamed and ran towards the back door of the villa. Boss Lin screamed and rushed towards his precious daughter. The moment he touched her body, half of Mei Qian's head slid down. Red and white liquid gushed out, spraying his head and face. Boss Lin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned around and pointed at the stranger who rushed into his house. You killed my daughter? Before he finished speaking, there was a bang behind him. It was not Mei Qian's body that fell to the ground, but the moment she died, her body exploded into a ball of powder and dissipated in the air, leaving only a pool of blood. Daughter? Boss Lin rushed over, and naturally couldn't hold on to the dissipated data. The stranger said nothing, resheathed his sword with a clang, and turned around. Shakuzan Chimei LV-79 God. And Rose saw the idea above his head clearly, and subconsciously moved 2 steps to the side, distanced herself from the 3 Ollie players. Her heart almost stopped beating, and she squatted down, holding the iron gate. Dead? Mei Qian died just like that. Not to mention a complete corpse. Not even a strand of hair was left. Is this the fate of NPC death? Players still have a chance to revive. And even if they are completely offline, they can just pat their butts and return to the real world. But NPCs are just disposable consumables? That's right. It's virtual data. The old code disappears, and the new code is generated in less than a millisecond. The lowest value consumable. For the first time, and Ro felt real fear in this game. A pair of clogs appeared in her peripheral vision. On the clogs, there were special shoes and socks with dark gray thin ropes, tightly wrapping the whole foot, like the gloves worn by players to prevent being parasitized by ghouls. And Ro's body trembled involuntarily. At this time, she even forgot that she had a high-damage blue weapon hidden in her sleeves. A sudden thought occupied her confused mind. I'm going to die. He's a great player. If I'm exposed in front of him, I'm dead. Fortunately, Qiqi and Yiming just glanced at her. Just a frightened NPC. His indifferent eyes fell on the 3 Orly players, and his voice was as calm as white noise. Are you here to stir up trouble? Jianqing belonged to the Zhongsu branch of the Orly Guild. He didn't recognize his face, but he recognized the sword. To be more precise, he saw the 2 words engraved on the handle: Wuming, Tachi Mumming, Chizum Ichimura. Let's go now. They didn't even care about the clues they had finally gotten. Besides, Chizum Ichimura was able to find this place first, which means he has more clues. Snatching tasks from great players. Even if they are from the same guild, are you looking for death? Wait a minute. Chizum Ichimura called him. Drive them away. Jianqing was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. Yes. Before the sun sets, the Zhongsu branch will clear out all non-Ali players. There are also different levels between branches. There are not even a few gold players in Zhongsu branch, let alone the masters. Even if the director comes, he has to obey the orders of Qiqi and Yiming. When Enro came back to her senses from the shock, the 4 people were gone. A few pedestrians who witnessed the tragedy came over cautiously and pointed at Boss Lin, who was crying in the gate. Enro wiped the tears that blurred her vision on her eyelashes, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. She stood up with the help of the iron gate, eased the blood in her legs, and walked into the door. The iron door had 2 layers, with a fence on the outside. After closing it, Enro glanced at the crowd outside the door. Someone died. Does it look good? Her voice was a little cold. Some people didn't expect her to speak suddenly, and they shuddered in fear. More people curled their lips and walked away. Enro simply closed the inner door. The driver was nowhere to be seen. Mei Ling was going crazy upstairs, and the servants were huddled on the stairs and didn't dare to come down. In the huge living room, there was only a hoarse and crying Boss Lin. Enro lowered her eyes. There was a cigarette with a filter at her feet, and the filter was stained with blood. It could be Mei Qian's, she thought. She picked it up, picked up the metal lighter on the other side, flicked it twice before lighting the cigarette, and took a deep breath. The smoke stung her throat. Even the cigarettes were made so realistic. Why didn't they make the dead bodies more realistic? Her trembling heart gradually regained its rhythm, and Ro leaned on the glass round table beside her, thinking aimlessly. Boss Lin finally noticed the woman smoking next to him, stopped crying, and looked over with an incredible look on his face. Unro? And Ro flicked the filter, and the ash fell on the bloody ground with a hissing sound. Boss Lin, I'm sorry. She had a sarcastic smile on her face. Boss Lin could tell that she wasn't sincere, and asked, What do you mean? You come here to gloat over someone else's misfortune? That's not the case. After all, we've known each other for a while. And I came here to see Sister Mei Qian off. And Rose said, crossing her chest with one hand and exhaling a column of cigarette. Actually, I feel a little guilty. But only a little. She opened her index finger and thumb together, revealing a few millimeters of space. Boss Lin knows how eager the destiny is to do good. He saw injustice and wanted to help me vent my anger. What can I do? I can't stop him. After being shocked, Boss Lin was so angry that he trembled all over. You asked him to kill my daughter? Hey, Boss Lin has such a big family and is so good at settling accounts. You should know that one thing should be separated from another. It wasn't me who did it. And you don't have any evidence of my instigation. Besides, and Ro changed her tone, one of the top 100 masters on the destiny list. How about I call him back and introduce him to you? One of the top 100 masters? A bucket of ice water poured over Boss Lin's head. Of course not. Qiqian Yiming ranks 99th on the destiny list. Anyway, our Zhongsu town is the territory of the Oli gang. If Boss Lin doesn't believe it, it's no trouble to ask around. In the eyes of NPCs, the guild is a gang, and Ro has long known this. As for Qiqian Yiming's ranking, she vaguely heard Qin and the others say it before they left. I shouldn't have heard it wrong. Boss Lin was scared. No matter how rich he was, or how good his relationship with the mayor was. In the face of absolute force, everything was worthless. Having reached his position, he naturally knew that since Enro had instigated this person, she would not be sympathetic and come to send Mei Qian off sincerely. You? What do you want? Enro was very satisfied with his expression of facing a great enemy, but not satisfied with his tone. It made her sound like a threat and blackmail. Boss Lin, don't look at me like that. I told my two sisters very clearly this morning. The market price of grain should be what it should be. My father does business honestly and doesn't mess with anyone. Why do you pick on him? You really think that honest people can be bullied? Right? And Rose suddenly threw away her cigarette, and the jade filter broke into two pieces on the ground. Boss Lin shuddered, his eyes full of disbelief. Just like that? Just because of the price increase of flour? He thought it was just a temper tantrum by the little girls. But because of this, his precious daughter lost her life? Why don't you come to me directly? Why don't you come to me directly? He started to wail again. It sounds good. But when has the reputation of the Lin sisters ever been good? Just because he treated the two girls as his eyes. He asked for whatever he wanted. Even if Enro knelt in front of him and counted out 800 times in advance. She couldn't ask for a penny to reduce the price. Enro saw the faces of these capitalists very clearly. Chapter 15. The steamer was opened, and steam rose. The first steamed buns were finished near noon. This was the first time in more than a decade that the bun shop had done this. Enro picked up a piece of oil paper, thought about it, and put it down again. She simply stuffed all the big fat buns in the steamer into the cloth bag. And Yonyan was worried. Ro, are you really going? There is no water or food in that place. And cooking is difficult. That's why I want to bring more buns. And Rose said, packing another steamed bun. But your father is worried about you. A girl. Going so far. After Enro finished packing, she turned around and held in Yonyan's hand. Dad, I'm not a little girl anymore. I can take care of myself. Look, I said I would help you solve the flour price increase issue. And now I've solved it. Right? And Yonyan glanced at the flour bags piled high against the wall. Enro came back with the grain store clerk. The clerk pushed the cart. But he didn't come to pick up the flour on credit, but to deliver another half-month's supply. He said it would be the same as before, and the settlement would be settled every other month. The news of Mei Qian's accident spread quickly, and Yonyan also heard about it. The timing was so coincidental that he could not help but think about it. But looking at his delicate daughter, he felt that this matter could not be related to Enro. Dad, you have seen what happened in the past 2 days. I feel so depressed and want to go out to relax. Besides, and Ro changed the subject, the farm left by Grandpa can't be left to waste forever. But that land? And Ro pouted. And Nyonyan had to shut up. The family has a suitcase for carrying things when going out. But Enro didn't use it because it was too eye-catching. Carrying a few dusty cloth bags, she went out. An ox cart stopped at the entrance of Wuyan Lane, loaded with hay. The driver was a dark and thin old farmer. Seeing Enro coming, he smiled flatteringly and made room for her. Enro felt uncomfortable with the wood, so she simply climbed to the back and used the hay to cover the large and small bags. The ox cart started, and the wooden wheels made a hard sound on the bluestone slabs. Enro subconsciously glanced at the hair salon. They were more than 10 meters away, and separated by a beaded curtain, so she naturally couldn't see the scene inside. The hair salon was temporarily closed. Sister Han huddled behind the door. She was only 2 steps away from the mahogany sofa, but she didn't even have the strength to do that. Meiqian was dead. The more vividly the onlookers described it, the deeper the fear in her heart became. Chujia had never seen her always strong cousin so distraught, so she squatted aside to comfort her. Life is unpredictable. In this world, the murderer is a fateful person. It depends on whether the mayor will show sympathy. Cousin, don't be too sad. She wiped her tears. Hongjia suddenly grabbed her hand. Cousin, do you think I should sell the shop? I am not qualified to go to the central city, but the first level safe zone is always okay. Xiaojia was surprised for a while, and replied softly, the first level zone? The central city. The further you go, the more Destiny players there are. Most of the players on the street were gone, and most of the remaining ones were wearing the emblem of the Orly Guild. A few non-Orly members were seen, and they all rushed west, probably to the teleportation array in the town square. As expected, the Zhongsu branch of the Orly Guild followed the words of Qiqi and Yiming and drove away the players who came here to watch the fun and try their luck. But this does not mean that the matter has calmed down. On the contrary, the matter has escalated. I am afraid that if Chikai Naming lingers, Oli will intensify the search for suspicious targets in the town. This is why Enro decided to leave the town to avoid the limelight. NPCs are said not to lie, nor do they have the intention to lie. Enro used this weakness to force Boss Lin to promise that the price of flour supplied to the bun shop would not increase, and he would not retaliate against Nyonyan in any way. But in turn, players can also, or have been using this weakness, to find clues to the mission. The longer you spend with Nyonyan, the higher the risk of being exposed. And Rose suddenly buried her head in the hay. She saw Jianqing. Are you all in place? We have already notified the branch members offline to go online urgently. The borders of the north, south, and west jurisdictions have been blocked. And Ro didn't raise her head until she couldn't hear the sound anymore and looked back. Jianqing and the member of Oli had already walked away. Fortunately, the blockade of the town was only a unilateral decision of Oli. Gangs are the rivers and lakes, and the mayor is the official. Without the mayor's consent, only the players are hindered. And Ro walked out of the town smoothly. After walking another 2 miles, she stopped the ox cart. The driver got off the cart and raised his hands, and Ro's hand hovered above him, and gold coins flowed out of her palm and fell into the driver's account. 2,000 gold. Buying the ox cart with the ox and hay. Without considering the corpse in the hay, the driver made a profit. Counting the corpse, it was naturally Enro who made a profit. Don't forget the appointment tomorrow. Hey, miss, don't worry. The old man will be on time. The driver turned around happily and walked back to the town on foot. Don't show off your wealth. When he approached the town, his happy expression was already covered. Enro gently whipped the cows, but with a whip, go. The cows in the soul world are also very smart and started to move. The speed is slower than the human-powered tricycle. After an hour of bumpy ride, Enro was finally brought to the destination. The high wall blocked the sunlight and cast a shadow around the abandoned farm. In the distance, green fields surrounded the wasteland, and in the near distance, yellow and barren weeds wrapped the thatched house, duck shed and chicken coop, which was quite consistent with Enro's situation of fleeing and taking refuge. However, although she was hiding from the limelight, Enro was actually looking forward to this trip. After all, reopening the abandoned farm was her goal. The salty taste of iron in her mouth had not yet dissipated. Mei Qian's death made Enro realize clearly that even if she was in the end of the world, even if the Chosen One was the protector of the ghouls in the eyes of the NPCs. If she wanted to live a stable life, she must stay away from the Chosen One, and any NPC who could expose her identity. Of course, except Nyonyan. These 8 acres of land would be the place where she and Nyonyan would live. With a light bang, Baofu jumped out from under the soil, and grass debris flew everywhere, and Rose stood on tiptoe, stretched out her hand, and then put it down. Lie down. Baofu growled, and seemed a little unwilling, but he still bent his limbs and lay on the ground. The bone blades under his body turned into more than a dozen legs, like a centipede, and Ro then touched its frightened face. After eating the souls of 2 players in succession, its physique has obviously grown a little, and then Ro has to stand on tiptoe to touch its head. I say, Bao Bao, can't you turn your face straight? Every time I see you, I feel like I'm standing upside down. Aren't you afraid of a cerebral hemorrhage? And Rose suddenly had a mischievous thought, and covered Baofu's head with her other hand, exerting force with both hands. With a crack, the cervical bone was broken, and the horrified face turned over. Baofu seemed to be stunned. His small eyeballs rolled around in his big eye sockets, and he and Enro looked at each other, and Rose suddenly realized whether this was an aggressive behavior. After all, the soft neck might be Baofu's weakness. The hand that was hanging down could not help but retract into the sleeve, holding the 7 Souls sword. Who knew that after a few seconds of staring at each other, Baofu's neck sounded again, and his terrified face turned upside down again, returning to its original position, and he roared at Andrew unhappily. Andrew covered its mouth with one hand, and pointed to the high wall in the distance with the other hand. I told you that there is a Destiny person on it. Why is your memory so bad? Do you want me to supplement your brain? Hungry? So hungry. Andrew received Baofu's voice. She was speechless and wanted to give Baofu a slap, but his chin was facing upwards. She could hit him from the bottom up, but it was not easy to do. The bent index finger joint finally hit Baofu's pale forehead. Don't yell at me. You have too many forehead wrinkles. I'll rub them for you. And Rose scolded. You just ate 2 people yesterday, and you're hungry already? Do you think I'm running a human meat farm? You can eat as much as you want. Go. Get the corpses out of the car. In the game setting, non-human livestock have no souls. Baofu is not interested in the old yellow cow, and the old yellow cow is not afraid of this alien creature. One raised his forelimbs and used a bone knife to dig up the haystack, while the other lowered his head to eat the grass debris that fell to the ground. They worked together seamlessly, and Rose stared at the scene for a while, and pointed at the old ox. You are so picky about food. You don't eat the weeds on the ground, but you have to eat hay? I was planning to use it to mend the roof and make a fire. The old ox mooed, and did its own thing. A severed hand suddenly fell to Enro's feet. She was startled, and turned to scold the other one. I told you to be gentle. Don't you know how sharp your claws are? You have to chop the tree into pieces. Right? Baofu also growled in dissatisfaction, bent his bone knife, and used his forelimb joints to pull the body on his back. That's my good brother. His initial fatal injury was in his chest, where Jianqing and others stabbed several holes. Now there is also a wound between his eyebrows. Vertical. Not big. With 2 pointed ends, like a third eye. The masterpiece of the 7 Souls sword. After leaving Boss Lin's house, Enro did not return to the bun shop immediately, but went to the dead end first. The body of the good brother was quietly nestled in the corner. There was a busy alley just a few meters away, but passers-by ignored him. It seems that except Enro, other NPCs cannot see the player's body. That's right. If any NPC still has a conscience and buries the player's body properly, it will delay the player's resurrection. The game will not make such a brainless setting. It is simplest and most convenient to make the NPC unable to see the body. Coincidentally, when Enro approached, the good brother was resurrected. Perhaps he thought that after waiting for an hour, the 3 Ollie players should have left, so he was willing to use the resurrection card. Unexpectedly, Enro came. Before he opened his eyes, the 7 Souls sword pierced into his forehead like tofu. Perhaps he still believed that it was the 3 Ollie players who made him score twice. This was a good thing, so that he would not go to the forum to complain about encountering an abnormal NPC like Yi Wang. After making a fortune, Enro changed her mind and ordered it to dig out Yi Wang, who was buried next to it. Aren't you hungry? Watch over them, and eat whoever revives first. But? Enro shook her index finger. One person can only eat half a soul. And it's one soul in total. Is that enough to feed you? And Ro waited until dark. And ate buns when she was hungry. Luckily, and Yonyan chased her out, and stopped her with a thermos before she left. Otherwise she would have forgotten to bring water. She didn't know how long it would take for the player to resurrect naturally. After all, there was no game panel. And no one explained it. Luckily, a street player said that no matter the player's level, it would take 12 hours to resurrect naturally. So Ro estimated that if neither of them used the resurrection card, the time for the two to be resurrected would be about the same. Both of them were bronze. And the last death of the good brother was in the morning. When the king was dug out, he had more than 2,000 gold coins scattered on his body. He must have been suffocated to death during the day. Sure enough, when the good brother made a rapid inhalation sound, the king also moved. Before they opened their eyes, Ro urged, "Bow, bow." The bone knives at the end of Bao Fu's two forelimbs pierced the heads of the two at the same time. And the faint whitish soul light went up along the bone knives, and was absorbed into Bao Fu's body. Enough. Enough. Pull out the tube. And Rose stood on tiptoe, and knocked on its head. Bao Fu reluctantly pulled out the bone knife. The king and the good brother hugged their heads at the same time, making intermittent groans. The sound was not loud, but the pain was not less. That was a sign of the differentiation of the ghoul. Chapter 16. There is a section called the Lost in the game forum. The so-called lost refers to players whose bodies are lost after temporary death. Of course, it doesn't matter where the bodies go. The problem is that the bodies are not left at the place of death. They are either collected and protected by teammates waiting for resurrection, or picked up by other players as a treasure pot. After all, every time you die, the body will leak a fortune. And the short moment when the player is resurrected is also the moment when the defense is the weakest due to the extreme lack of oxygen in the body. After dying twice in a row, the good brother immediately realized that he had become a lost one and had to post here for help. After waiting for a long time, someone finally responded. 2L, the reward is only 2,000? Waste of time. 3L poster. To 2L, I really don't have much money left. I'll take it all out. At most, I can only add 1,000. 4L, the market price for corpse recovery is 5,000. 2 or 3,000. Do you think I'm doing charity? The 1,000 here is naturally the gold coins in the game. According to the exchange rate, 5,000 gold is equivalent to 25,000 in real currency. 5L poster. To 4L, find my body. Wait for me to revive and come online. I will give you the weapon. Okay? The red weapon is worth at least 5,000. 6L, okay. I am kind-hearted. It's a deal. A red weapon plus 3,000 gold. One less. I will kill you completely offline. Send me a private message at the location of death. In the blink of an eye, it went from 5,000 to 8,000 gold. And you are still kind. The good brother secretly complained. However, the game qualification is more important than any props. So he still sent a private message to the location. Unexpectedly, the transaction still fell through. The other party only sent a private message back. Jiangsu Town? Didn't you see the main board? It was blocked by Ali, who would be willing to risk their life. If you don't say it earlier, it's a waste of time. The good brother was stunned and hurriedly opened the main board. The first post was Ali's blocking of Jiangsu Town. Such a big move undoubtedly indirectly confirmed that there was indeed a subtop blue weapon left in Jiangsu Town. In just a few hours, the building had been built with thousands of floors. Players replied to each other and encouraged each other to die. Although they were enthusiastic, they were still afraid of Oli. After all, it was the second largest guild in Lingbing City. In desperation, the good brother had a flash of inspiration and hurried back to the lost guild to post again. A large sum of money is urgently needed to find a corpse collector from Oli guild. There were only a few replies. But even if the other party was an Oli player, they refused when they heard that the location was in Jiangsu Town. Not everyone was afraid of the ruler. But no one was willing to provoke that mad dog for a small amount of money. Like him, there is only one person who only cares about the mission, ignores the rules of the game, and kills NPCs without mercy. He is the only one among the 4 major camps. The good brother was immersed in the neurotransmitter of the holographic cabin, waiting from day to night, and finally received a cold notice. You have lost the qualification to play the game. The keyhole turned, and a person came into the small apartment. Brother? She immediately saw the notification on the holographic cabin screen and couldn't help cheering. Great! This troublesome big guy can finally be moved out of the house. The good brother came back to his senses and wiped his face. His eyelashes were stuck by the sticky liquid, and he opened his eyes with difficulty. But brother also lost his job. What kind of job is it? I lie in a coffin like a dead person all day long. I don't like this job. Brother, the convenience store is short of security guards. Come with me tomorrow. The sister didn't mind his dirty talk. She happily rushed over to hug him. Cheek to cheek. The faces of the two were reflected on the holographic cabin screen. One was tired but ruddy, and the other was equally tired, but looked like a pale and cold vampire. For some reason, the NPC's timid little face appeared in his mind. Tears rolled down. The sound of Mahjong came from inside the door. The housekeeper pushed the door open and saw the dignified and noble wife of the mayor pushing the cards. Win. Captain Lee, you are not lucky today. In the eyes of the NPC, the Shongsu branch of the Orly Guild is another name, the Shongsu branch of the Orly Gang. Captain Lee smiled faintly. No. It's the Madam's superb card skills. Master Lee is right. Hung Batong has always spoiled his wife and gave her a thumbs up. Madam, you are the Mahjong god of Zhongsu. The mayor's wife smiled and slapped his shoulder. You have your period. Hung Batong looked at the butler. What is it? Master, Boss Lin is here. The butler and he were hand to hand. And Hung Batong's account had an extra 10,000 gold. He said he wanted to confirm something with the master. The butler glanced at Captain Lee. The people at the card table were all shrewd people. And he was Hung Batong's confidant. Hung Batong immediately understood. And with a flip of his wrist, the 10,000 gold was transferred back to the butler. Can't you see he's busy? Go. Go. Let him go back. Another hour later. The card game was over. The pretty lady in a white lace cheongsam rushed into the room like a bird. Dad, is Mei Chin really dead? Hung Batong was a traditional person and corrected her. Call me daddy. Hung Bobeo pouted and called me dad in a coquettish voice. Hung Batong then said, the police station has checked it out. How could it be false? It's a bad fate to be parasitized by a ghoul. And no one can be blamed. If there weren't a destiny nearby, I'm afraid the town would be in turmoil for several days. How could she be possessed by a ghoul? The two sisters are inseparable. Like conjoined twins. How come Myling is fine? You ask me. How would I know? Otherwise, your father would also be a majestic destiny. Since his daughter didn't ask the point. Hung Batong also ignored the beauty list and didn't mention it. The two sisters were spoiled by Lao Lin and were lawless. They dared to ride on his daughter's face. And they deserved this disaster. He touched the two black and shiny mustaches on his lips. By the way, baby, the town is not peaceful these 2 days. Don't go out. Understand? I told you my name is Bo Bao. Hung Bo Bao stretched out the 2 syllables and muttered unhappily. Tian Tian Bao Bao. Bao Bao. No wonder Myling and Mei Qian call me Daddy Bao now. Captain Lee walked out of the mansion and saw the person standing at the door and smiled. One was dignified and the other was hunched over. They knew each other. But Boss Lin recognized him and couldn't help shrinking his shoulders. Boss Lin, why bother spending money? Since it's related to Oli, why don't you just ask me directly? Captain Lee leaned over and whispered to him. Yes. Shi Qian Yiming is in Zhongsu. Boss Lin shuddered. His heart sank. I heard Captain Lee say again, I also know that Boss Lin's precious daughter has not become a ghoul. If Boss Lin insists on justice, Oli will take the responsibility. After saying that, Boss Lin, who was confused, left. Oli killed the man, and the captain of the Oli branch just came out of the mayor's house. So it is obvious that the matter has been suppressed. So what does this sentence of responsibility mean? Intimidation. Or, the water behind this matter may be more than Boss Lin believes. Manslaughter by mistake is much deeper. 2 days later, Boss Lin, who had lost his appetite, finally figured out what was going on. In the past 2 days, the Oli branch went out in full force, searching for clues about the ghouls from house to house. Not to mention the powerless civilians. Even Boss Lin's villa had been visited 2 or 3 times. The same was true for the dozen or so shops under his name. The attitude of the townspeople towards the Chosen One has always been ambiguous. When there are ghouls, he is a savior. But in peacetime, he is a demon. According to the shopkeepers of the grain stores, Business has been much worse in the past 2 days. The whole town was in turmoil. And even if there were no ghouls, people would think there were. Everyone was hoarding food and staying at home, not daring to go out. How could business be done? In addition, the outsiders could not come in. And some places that were only for the wealthy ghouls had worse business. Boss Lin immediately went out, visited several shops he liked, and met several bosses with whom he had a good relationship. More than a dozen bosses came together, first causing trouble at the police station, and then at the mayor's house. They were all the bosses of the big shops, and their combined industries occupied half of the town. Hung Batong had no choice but to ask for help from Captain Li. Captain Li's attitude was soft at first, then hard, and then soft again. He secretly paid the mayor a sum of money, and finally made the matter smaller. The Public Security Bureau posted a notice throughout the city overnight, announcing that the Oli gang had lifted the blockade of the entire town. If the Destiny Man disturbed the lives of the townspeople out of nothing, the townspeople could complain to the Public Security Bureau, and the Public Security Bureau would issue a ban against the Destiny Man personally or the gang behind him. NPCs naturally could not interfere with the freedom of movement of players. The so-called ban was just a show in the eyes of the townspeople, but not for the players. Once the ban is issued, as long as the player is in the jurisdiction of Zhongsu Town, the destiny value will be cut in half. In simple terms, the luck is reduced. Clues are difficult to find, and tasks are difficult to complete. Low-level players may also be plagued by bad luck. Destiny value is the mysterious part of this game. Not only the Oli gang, but other Destiny players have restrained themselves a lot when they came to Zhongsu Town. For players, it is nothing more than returning to the normal rhythm of the game, trying to please NPCs and secretly looking for clues to tasks. Therefore, some posts appeared on the forum again, mocking Oli. Due to the power of Oli, similar posts were not posted on high floors and were quickly submerged underwater. As for Yi Wang's post, it was locked and sunk to the bottom of the lake, and it could not be turned out. Boss Lin knew that this was not a substantial punishment for the Oli gang, and it was not a revenge for the mysterious Chi-Chi and Yiming, but the other party was a gang that he could not afford to offend. So this result finally vented his anger. As for the father and daughter in the bun shop, they were just small business people, no different from poor people. How can revenge on them be more satisfying than revenge on the Oli gang? Besides, he also promised Enro that he would not cause trouble for Enyonyen. Compared to the bun shop, Boss Lin is most concerned about his eldest daughter Myling. The girl is crazy, and no matter how many life potions she drinks, it doesn't work. He has to reluctantly lock her up at home, which is the same as house arrest. At his age, he can't stand the blow of losing another daughter. 10 miles outside the city, a farm, and Ro knows nothing about the changes in the town, and has no reason to be happy. But sad? She asked Baofu to transform 2 corpses, and they both became ghouls. Because their bodies were not dead, they were able to maintain their human form, and they were in a state of living dead. These were the laborers that Andrew obtained in order to repair the abandoned farm, reluctantly giving up the remaining value in them. These days, the half-collapsed thatched house has been re-erected, and the roof has been repaired with hay, using the materials purchased and transported by the old farmer. The chicken coop and duck shed were gradually repaired, and the tree branch fence was erected. The farm has already taken shape. However, Andrew's high spirits were ruined by the constant noise in the air. So hungry. So hungry. So hungry. 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 So hungry. Baofu was scolded by Andrew several times, and finally he stopped grumbling. But the other two, it was hard for them. They didn't eat a single soul after becoming ghouls. They just worked. Andra asked herself if she was a good employer in the soul world, and she was irritated and reflected. This was not a solution. Could it be that he sneaked back to the town in the dark and killed a few players? Chapter 17. The sound of wheels stopped in front of the fence. Miss. Miss. And Ro came back to her senses after hearing the voice. It was the old man. He had the name Uncle Xiang on his head. And Ro asked. And the system really didn't even give him a surname. He said he was an orphan who made a living by helping farmers with their fields. He came into the world alone and lived alone all his life, without a wife or children. When they talked, and Rose saw him in tears and felt complicated for a while. The timeline of Soul Calling Song is consistent with the real world. The game has only been on the market for more than 20 years. How can he have a lifetime? But his true feelings were not fake at all. And Ro walked over and saw Uncle Xiong looking at the fence from time to time, with his mouth curled down. So she knew he was going to bring up this matter again. The new fence was so shabby that even Uncle Xiong couldn't stand it. The unpeeled branches were hastily tied with hemp ropes and stuck into the ground, which was not in line with the generosity of this young lady. And Ro had no choice. Before she started to repair it, her mind was full of the modern farm where she worked in her previous life, the beautiful house, and the beautiful tree-lined road. But if we really build a mansion in this godforsaken place, not only the players, but even the NPCs will be suspicious. Okay, Uncle Xiong. I don't feel like listening to you talking about the fence. Uncle Xiong chuckled and looked behind her. What about the house? I know a lot of skilled masons. I don't want to hear about the house either. What about the bed and cabinet furniture? The furniture shops sell them at a very high price. So why not find a carpenter to make them? And Ro couldn't stand the annoyance. Just unload the things directly. Uncle Xiong quickly unloaded the things he had bought from the ox cart. For baskets of bamboo strips were covered with thick old cloth. When the cloth was turned over, the chirping and duckling sounds came out. They were 2 baskets of chicken and ducklings. Cover it up. The noise gave Ro a headache. Uncle Xiong took down another bag of rapeseed wrapped in old newspapers and put it on the bamboo strips. And finally took down a bulging cloth bag. Miss, it's still hot. And Ro put one hand on her forehead and opened her eyes to look. Is it from the Nianfeng steamed bun shop? It's Wuyan Lane. Miss, you'll know it's right after you try it. The price hasn't increased. Has it? No. No. A steamed bun is 2 gold. And a dumpling is 5 gold. A total of 70 gold. And Ro nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. The cloth bag was taken away by her when she left home. She told her father in advance that if anyone used this cloth bag to buy 10 meat buns and 10 steamed buns, it meant that she was living well on the farm and there was no need to worry. She also repeatedly told him to collect the money and not to ask too many questions to the people who helped buy the goods. And Ro reached out to take the cloth bag and asked casually, "Have you talked to the boss? Is business good recently?" "I did ask." But the boss was like a mute, not saying a word. Uncle Xiong said. And Ro nodded. It seems that although her father didn't understand why, she remembered everything he said. She held the handle. But Uncle Xiong didn't let go. His eyes were blank, staring straight at her back. And Ro's heart trembled, and she turned her head. The 2 ghouls huddled at the door of the thatched house, looking at the restless movements of their hands and feet. It seemed that they were about to lose the instinct to devour souls, and rush over to eat Uncle Xiong. "Bao Bao," and Ro said with her mind. "Watch out. I don't know how to operate Bao Fu." They all stopped and retreated back to the house. And Ro pulled the bag from Uncle Xiong's hand with a little force. Uncle Xiong came back to his senses and looked puzzled. "Miss, you hired 2 farmhands, and they rested in the house?" He seemed to feel sorry for her. Let the cows plow the land but not eat grass. After working for a long time, they have to take a break. Right? And Ro smiled. Uncle Xiong nodded and said with a smile, "The cows that Miss bought are led by the old man. Wait until the young lady has bought everything she wants to buy. Then let it go to plow the land." He took the errand fee handed over by Ro and drove away happily in the ox cart. Ro paid him a high fee, 10% of the total purchase amount each time. After a few trips, it was as much as his annual income as a farmer. This was also the reason why he still had the courage to walk the streets during the few days when Jiangsu town was in turmoil. The benefit of NPCs not lying was reflected here. Even if Uncle Xiong's eyes occasionally lit up with greed, he had to report to Ro honestly. Not a single gold coin was false. But even so, Ro's account balance was reduced by more than half. The prices in the Soul Realm are not low. The branches used for fences cost hundreds of gold per cart. 8 acres of land cost 3,000 gold. In addition, repairing the thatched house and chicken coop, buying furniture and daily necessities, etc., altogether cost 20,000 gold. And it was just to restore the farm to its original shape. Ro originally had more than 10,000 gold in her account. She earned a few thousand from the death of her good brother and the king, and reluctantly gave up the residual value for the labor. The level of the sword slash is silver, which is much higher than theirs. And her family background is also richer than theirs. It is estimated that there were 5 or 6 deaths in 3 days, and 12,000 gold was dropped. After adding and subtracting, Ro had less than 4,000 gold left. However, And Ro's property was not only gold coins, but also the gray Wu-Tang sword, the red Wu tiger-headed spear, and several props that dropped when several people died, which were estimated to be worth some money. However, these props can only be sold at the pawn shop in the town. And now Ro dare not go back to the town rashly. The most important thing is not the money, but the soul. She urgently needs fresh corpses and fresh souls. And Ro became more and more annoyed as she thought about it. She suddenly felt that compared to these three, she was more like a ghoul that ate souls. She paused and her eyes fell on the long straw hut. The straw hut was newly built and looked like a simple pavilion. It seemed that there was nothing underneath. But in fact, the body of the sword was buried underground. It was the only remaining body. The life value was cut in half each time he died. If the life value was less than 50, he would be completely offline. And Ro didn't know how much life value he had left. But he had died 6 or 7 times. And it was very likely that he would run out of energy next time. Rather than disappearing in vain, it is better to fill the stomachs of the ghouls. Snap! And Ro slapped her hand on the table in the thatched house. Wangda. Wang Er. Come here! The 2 ghouls stood in the corner like wood, with cloth covering their pale faces, revealing only a pair of wide-open eyes. Every time she saw their eyes, and Ro couldn't help but think of Mei Qian's appearance before her death. The 2 pairs of living dead showed dissatisfaction, and Ro knew that they would never be willing to submit until she fed them. After all, it was only after Baofu devoured the wild flower that he obeyed her. She couldn't cure them, but Baofu could. They were differentiated from Baofu according to the setting in the game. Baofu was the ghost mother, and there was a natural restraint on them. Baofu shrank somewhere and let out a low roar. The sound was a little weak, but it didn't affect the effect at all. Wang Duwang walked to Anru with his legs stiff, and removed her wrist, and the 7 souls sword stabbed at the table. Unexpectedly, the attack power was too high, and it pierced straight through. She didn't care about the newly bought table, playing with the 7 soul sword, sneering at them. Do you really think I can't control you? I can make you live, and I can also make you die. The ghoul seemed to be able to distinguish the aggressiveness of the weapon, and took a half step back, but turned around and took a half step forward, stretched his neck, and looked at Ro fearlessly. Hungry? We are very hungry. They are still in human form and can speak, but their words and actions are slower than those of living people. The stiffness of the living dead is one aspect, and the most important reason is that they are not adapted. On the first night, they were separated. They moved by crawling. Given more time to adapt, they will probably be like the coal shop clerk, hiding in the city and waiting for an opportunity to hunt. And Ro had a blank expression on her face and tooted in her heart. If you want to fight me, then I will starve you 2 little ungrateful wolves. She gave up the idea of digging out the sword and feeding them immediately. She was the best at using the power of the tiger to bully others. She continued to force the 2 ghosts to work by taking advantage of her sudden wealth. And Ro pointed to the plow outside the door. Go plow the soil. This job was originally reserved for the old ox. Baofu growled in agreement. Wang Er's eyes fluttered, but he still went obediently. And Ro ate 2 bites of the bun slowly, thought about it, and went to find Baofu. Finally, she found it next to the chicken coop. Since it gave birth to 2 cubs, it lost its majestic momentum and lay on the ground all day. Sickly. At first glance, it looks like a cotton quilt without a quilt cover. Perhaps because she had been on high alert for Wang De and Wang Er to lose control. Being close to Baofu gave Ro a sense of security. She lay down on Baofu's broad and flat back, raised one hand, and stroked his cold and soft neck skin. So Bao, you will also feel weak after giving birth. The old ox knows the way. And Uncle Xiang lay down from the front of the ox cart halfway through the journey, dozing off. After an unknown amount of time, he realized that the board under him was no longer shaking. And he opened his eyelids. Are we there? Clang. The sharp knife was nailed to the cardboard, almost touching his face. Just a hair's breadth away. The knife exuded a chill. Uncle Xiang shuddered, but dared not move his body. He rolled his eyes and looked at the man beside the car. Destined man, he thought. At the same time, Chi-Chi and Yiming received a light screen notification. Unnamed NPC's favorability -20%. Current favorability 40%. Rejection. It is only 1 step away from alert. According to the situation after the announcement of Zhongsu Town, if the NPC's favorability reaches alert, it is very likely to be reported to the Public Security Office, and the player will be fined accordingly. Prohibition Order. Within the scope of Zhongsu Town, the destiny value is cut in half. Qiqian Yiming pulled the straight corners of his mouth. In his opinion, the destiny value does not need to be maintained by pleasing NPCs. Completing game tasks is the fundamental way to increase the destiny value. It is true that the task clues must be obtained from the NPC. But who stipulates that the clues must be obtained by pleasing the NPC? Intimidation is often more effective. Old man, where are you coming back from? The tone is cold and hard, without any fluctuations. Uncle Xiong swallowed his saliva. The tense atmosphere continued, and his favorability towards him also declined. The sword slid down all the way, cutting a corner on the cardboard, and it was closer to Uncle Xiong's neck. On the first day of the blockade of Zhongsu Town, Qiqian Yiming saw this thin old man. That day, no one in the town was in danger, so it was nothing surprising. But he saw him on the second and third days. After following him secretly for a while, he saw the old man visiting all the shops in the town. Although he bought a lot of things, he didn't find anything suspicious. Until today, Qiqian Yiming suddenly realized that the streets were empty in the past 2 days. Most of the townspeople who went out bought some daily necessities and hurried home. There was no one who made large purchases like the old man. Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Realizing that this might be a breakthrough in the clues, Qiqian Yiming used his movement skills to quickly fly across the town. But he couldn't find anyone. There was no one in the town, so it was probably in the fields outside the town. Judging from the old man's appearance, he really looked like a farmer. As expected, I ran into him just after leaving the town. A foul smell penetrated my nose. The liquid originated from between Uncle Xiong's legs, along the seam of the cardboard, and dripped onto the gravel road. As luck would have it, it splashed Qiqian Yiming's clogs. Chapter 18. The Wang brothers reluctantly plowed the land and sowed rapeseed. And Ro realized that there was only half a bucket of water left in the house. The water Uncle Xiong brought last time was not enough to irrigate the land. She worked on the farm for 5 years, but most of the time was spent playing Mahjong with the boss's wife. And the remaining half of the time was spent dating the boss's son. Although I have seen pigs run, I have only seen pigs run. I was not familiar with farming. And in my distracted state, I simply forgot that the farm needed a water source. There was no other way. So she could only leave the newly reclaimed vegetable field behind, lie on the back of her sudden wealth, and watch the sun move westward, and finally lose its brilliance. She still hadn't made up her mind whether to risk going back to town. The farm was only in its infancy, and had not yet produced any crops. But she had already felt the comfort of it. However, ghouls had to be raised after all, and players had to be killed after all. Her fortune forest and the newly built morgue were currently the most direct and largest way to make money. After much entanglement, and Ro decided to fill her stomach first. There were doors in the front and back of the thatched house. Next to the back door was an earthen stove. It had been there before, and was quite sturdy. It could be used as soon as it was cleaned. And Ro picked some ingredients bought by Uncle Xiong, and called the Wang brothers over. One chopped wood, the other made fire, and she washed and cut in front of the stove. It would be great if these things could feed the ghouls. And Ro thought that when the crops on the farm were planted, she could raise a group of guards, and not have to live a life of fighting and killing. When her thoughts were endless, a long rope suddenly fell from the wall closest to the farm. The shadows of people were like drops of water, dripping down the rope. Hey, there are people in this kind of ghost place? This place is good. Close to the mission location. Just climb over the wall and you'll get there. Brother Qin, why don't we rest there? A faint light came through the farm, and a man with a hooked nose looked over, and his narrow eyes glanced at the team members behind him. He knew that the person who made this suggestion probably wanted to go offline to rest at night, but didn't want to let his offline body sleep in the wilderness. There were 12 people in the group, and it was estimated that many of them had this idea. Brother Qin nodded. Let's go. Run. Watch the searchlight. Okay. A person behind him replied. His appearance and voice were full of the youthful atmosphere unique to young people. Even in the real world, young people rarely show such liveliness. The other team members secretly disdained. In their opinion, liveliness means being unsteady and unreliable. And they don't know why Brother Qin insisted on pulling him into the team. But the mission clue was brought by Brother Qin, and no one dared to say no. Night was about to fall, but there was still light in the sky. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the soldiers stationed on the distant wall, more than a dozen people scattered irregularly and surrounded the farm. Just after squeezing out a few words from the old man, Qiqi and Yiming received an urgent message from the department and was ordered to go offline. He looked indifferently at the figure who took the opportunity to flee to the town in a hurry. But he didn't chase him anymore and put the sword back into the sheath. The favorability fell below 20%. So it is conceivable that the first thing the old man did after entering the town was to go to the public security office to complain. Qiqi and Yiming didn't care. It was just a regional reduction of destiny. And it didn't affect the strength of skills. He knelt down on the spot until his consciousness was withdrawn from the game. And his upper body was still straight. A grasshopper just jumped on his hand. And a white light flashed. And its body broke into 2 parts and rolled to the ground. Qiqi and Yiming walked out of the holographic cabin, wrapped a bathrobe casually, and turned on the holographic projector. The surrounding scene turned into the minister's reception room. The only participant in this meeting, except the minister, was him. Emergency summons were mostly due to emergency tasks. And this time was no exception. The captain of a branch of the guild was found to have concealed clues to a high-level mission and led 3 team members to defect. According to the investigation clues, they gathered some wild players and should have formed a temporary team to perform a high-level mission with unknown content. The mission level is as high as SS level. The task given to Qiqi and Yiming is simple but not simple. Strangle the traitor and get the clue. If the content of the task is clear and you can do it, complete the task. For Qiqi and Yiming, who always likes to be alone, even if he only takes 30% of the task reward, it can be regarded as a rare lucrative job. But he refused. The task that the minister asked me to investigate has not been completed. Qiqi and Yiming said, my blue weapon has not been retrieved yet. The minister frowned. It has been 4 days since the incident. If the NPC was a player in disguise, he would have escaped long ago. I have found a clue. Really? The minister pointed to the holographic cabin in the inner room. Open it and show me. Qiqi and Yiming did not move. The clue in his hand was not enough to activate the system notification. The minister understood and said solemnly, with a high-level task ahead, it is not worth wasting time without clear clues. Besides, Minister Liming has already reported the riot you caused in Zhongsu town to the headquarters. He seems to have not offended anyone. But in fact, he has long hated you. With your intelligence, you can see it. Right? Of course. Qiqi and Yiming saw it. The ban on the players was the result of the Zhongsu branch secretly guiding the situation. But he didn't care. Blocking Zhongsu town for 2 days was enough time for him. Besides, although it was a little late, the clues surfaced as he wished. The minister continued, take advantage of this SS-level mission to make contributions and offset the prejudice of your superiors towards you. It will be easier for you to take over my position in the future. Qiqi and Yiming was unmoved. Minister, I made it clear from the beginning that I have no interest in managing the guild. He was always interested in divine revelation. Seeing that he was stubborn, the minister was really angry. His gray eyebrows trembled, and his cloudy eyes stared at him. Then do you remember the oath you took before joining the guild? Qiqi and Yiming finally showed a subtle expression and frowned. Of course he remembered. Obey Oli and serve the country. And Ro almost dropped the plate as soon as a dish came out of the oven. So hungry. So hungry. So hungry. The sound waves in the air were so dense that she almost thought she had tinnitus. It was Bafu. It suddenly had such a strong voice. There was only one possibility. As soon as the thought came up, footsteps sounded in the thatched house. And Ro hurriedly used her consciousness to calm Baofu down, telling him not to make any sound. And then used her hands and feet to drive the Wong brothers behind the earthen stove. The footsteps in the thatched house had become chaotic, and one group of them extended to the back door. Is anyone there? Don't shout. I found it. The hook-nosed man stood in front of Ro and squinted his eyes. And Ro was afraid that the Wong brothers would not be able to help but stick their heads out. But she did not dare to glance at them. So she forced a smile. Hey, Master Destiny? She did not forget her unique golden finger, and lowered the other party's favorability. But she did not dare to lower it too much, and controlled it in the rejection state. The thatched house could not have electricity, and there were only 2 kerosene lamps lit inside and outside the house. And the light was dim. A few more people came out of the back door, and Ro could see the light screens above their heads showing their IDs more clearly than their faces. At this moment, and Ro felt a little complicated. While cooking, she was still weighing whether to risk going back to town to get the corpses. Suddenly, a player came to visit. It can be said that someone handed a pillow to her when she was sleepy. But there were so many people on the other side. It was difficult to wipe them out and keep the farm from causing too many subsequent troubles. One thing was very clear. It was hard not to be nervous when so many tall and strong men suddenly broke into the homes of civilians. And they were all destiny. And Rose simply lowered her favorability for everyone. A player named Lu Qingsong smiled nonchalantly after reading the notification on the light screen. Wow. This NPC is pretty. He also blew a loud whistle. The whistle was sharp. And then Rose sensed that Bao Fu was getting agitated again. She forced herself to relax and comfort him with all her heart. Bao Bao. Be obedient. I promise to make sure you have enough to eat tonight. She added, keep those two under control. And Ro knew that even without a roar, Bao Fu could suppress Wang De and Wang Er and make them obedient. She also communicated with them mentally. And all signs showed that the effect was not as direct and effective as the ghost mother's sudden wealth. The hook-nosed man's ID was Qin Wudi. And judging from his aura, he seemed to be the leader of this group of people. But Enro was a little strange. Most of the players she saw in Jiangsu town with guild logos in front of their IDs traveled with their guild teammates. Similarly, the wild guests without guild logos, even if they were not alone, were mixed with wild guests. And among the group of people in front of them, including Qin Wudi, only 4 were members of the Orly Guild, and the others were wild guests. According to Enro's experience, Oli's attitude towards Yiku is really not good. How could they get mixed up? Lu Qingsong approached Qin Wudi and said with a smile, Brother Qin, it's rare for brothers to do a high-level task. Why don't we do it first? He glanced at Enro with a lewd look. Other players were moved by what he said, while others showed disgust. An Oli player couldn't help but speak up. The ban on Jiangsu has been making a lot of noise these days. Don't you know? If you don't care about your destiny value, get out of here as soon as possible and don't drag everyone down. Although this place is remote, it is still within the scope of Jiangsu town. Lu Qingsong sighed. This is Jiangsu. Yes, but the area outside the wall is not Jiangsu. Please make it clear. The mission location is outside the wall. Not here. Before he finished speaking, Qin Wudi's elbow suddenly hit him back and hit him accurately on the mouth. Lu Qingsong instinctively covered his mouth, stunned for 2 seconds, and spat out a mouthful of blood. With 2 teeth in the blood, he cursed, I'm a jerk. He bit his tongue and lost his front teeth. So he spoke with a lisp. Someone laughed quietly, which made him even more angry. However, Qin Wudi was at the gold level, so he couldn't get angry. Wang is right. If you think of something wrong again, I will send you offline now. Qin Wudi looked at him coldly. Lu Qingsong's chest rose and fell violently, and finally withered. In front of his eyes, Qin Wudi threw a bottle of life potion. Fong Qingsong hid the resentment in his eyes and walked down the stairs. I know, Brother Qin. During the whole process, Enro didn't just watch the show. The more tense the situation, the clearer her mind became. She even remembered that the NPC could not hear some sensitive words, and only made appropriate expressions of fear in accordance with Lu Qingsong's eyes and tone, and the conflict between the two. At the same time, Enro also moved her back invisibly, quietly retreating to the thatched house, trying to lead everyone away from the earthen stove. After all, there were 2 ghouls hiding behind the stove. It turned out to be a bunch of rabble that got together forcibly. Enro silently calculated, since you are here, then stay. Chapter 19. Stay. Stay overnight? Master timings. My house is so small and shabby. It's really. Enro was in a dilemma. Don't worry. I won't treat you badly, Qin Wudi said, looking around at everyone. We are 12 brothers. Each of us pays 100 gold for accommodation. Is that enough? Not enough. Just enough to fill the gaps between teeth. How can it be? Enro hesitated and refused to agree, and finally made a deal of 200 gold per person, plus a dinner. The dining table was too small, so the players sat on the floor in the thatched house, and chatted unscrupulously, adhering to the setting that the NPC could not hear sensitive words. Enro returned to the stove and saw Wang De and Wang Er sticking their heads out and licking their tongues. She held down the 2 ghosts' heads and stuffed them back behind the stove. Be quiet. There will be enough for you to eat in a while. She lowered her voice. While cooking, she listened to the voices coming from inside. It was roughly that there would be a high-level task outside the city tomorrow night. Very close to here. So we must prepare early to prevent other players from rushing to grab the meat. No one mentioned what the specific task was. But Enro caught a word, T21. It sounds like a train. Enro suddenly remembered that she could always hear the sound of a train whistle outside the wall at night when she was on the farm these days. It was very strange. She had only heard it in old movies before. After all, with the level of technology in the real world, trains have long evolved into suspended trains. There is no such thing as a whistle. But whether it is T21 or a high-level mission, it has nothing to do with her at the moment. Enro walked into the thatched house with a plate of stir-fried vegetables, put the vegetables on the table, and pinched her shabby Chong Sam with both hands helplessly. There is not much leftover vegetables at home. Lu Qingsong raised his eyelids. 12 people. Only 2 dishes? How the hell can we eat this? You can't afford it. But you still charge us so much money? After receiving a look from Qin Wudi, he immediately fell silent. Qin Wudi said, "It's okay. It's enough. Please bring a few more empty bowls." Enro brought a few empty bowls. A little curious. 1 braised eggplant and 1 stir-fried vegetables. 1 chopstick per person is not enough. How can it be enough? Could it be that everyone brought their own dry food? Qin Wudi didn't avoid her and placed the empty bowls in a row on the table. A player put some eggplant and greens in the empty bowl, just enough to cover the bottom of the bowl. Qin Wudi took out a handful of gold coins and put them in the first bowl. Enro was puzzled. Eating money? As soon as the thought came to her mind, a light screen popped up in front of Qin Wudi. He quickly clicked it, and the greens in the bowl suddenly expanded, almost overflowing the edge of the bowl. Enro was shocked. Are the player's skills so magical? She couldn't control her surprised expression for a moment. Lu Qingsong saw it and sneered with disdain. In the eyes of NPCs, the chosen ones are often no different from gods. Unfortunately, there are no gods in the background story of the Soul Realm. Qin Wudi did the same thing. After a while, the 6 bowls on the table were filled with green vegetables and eggplants. The oily color was exactly the same as when Enro was just out of the pot. Enro finally saw it clearly. When he put the gold coins into the bowl, some options popped up on the light screen. It was just that the movement was too fast for her to see the content of the options clearly. Walking back to the earthen stove, she stared at a piece of vegetable leaf left in the pot. He took out a gold coin and gently placed it on top. Nothing happened. He took out another handful, still no movement. That's right. She's not a player. She doesn't have a game panel. And naturally no light screen. Enro felt deeply discriminated against. At this time, someone in the room started to yell. There's not even a bite of meat. How can we eat? It was Lu Qingsong again. Brother Qin. We play games to make money. But there's no need to treat our taste buds badly. Right? I saw it when I was walking outside just now. There's a shed next to the house. And it's full of ducklings. Someone snorted and laughed. You spend all your money on a duck. But you can't make it grow up. You know nothing. Lu Qingsong said. There is a famous dish in my family. Braised duck. Which is made with ducklings that have just broken out of their shells. First fry it in hot oil. Then add onion, ginger and cooking wine to braise it. The meat is tender and the bones are crispy. It's so delicious. I'll make it for you guys to try. He said and was about to go out. And Ro's eyelids trembled. And she hurried into the house. Before she could say anything, another young player quickly left the table and stopped Lu Qingsong. He used the ID Pow Pow and smiled at Lu Qingsong. Brother Lu, this is not good. Those are all ducklings raised by NPCs. They make a living with them. MP, I paid so much for food and accommodation. What's wrong with eating a few of her ducks? Get out of the way. Pow Pow looked behind him for help. However, among the people standing and sitting, no one spoke up for him this time. It's not that everyone wanted to eat that piece of meat, but the taste of the 2 dishes in front of them was really hard to swallow. Qin Wudi noticed Enro walking in behind him, and turned his head and said, We will pay you double the money you paid for the duck. 100 gold each. Enro blurted out. Everyone at the table was startled. Then laughed. This NPC looked timid, but he was actually extremely greedy. Lu Qingsong smiled. Blocked Pow Pow. And in a blink of an eye, he grabbed a duckling from the duck shed. The duckling was only 2 days old, with yellow fur, chirping in his hand. 100. Right. I want one. 200 gold coins were scattered at Enro's feet. The extra 100? Just consider it as buying you some oil, salt, sauce and vinegar. Enro hesitated for 2 seconds and hurriedly picked up the gold coin. If she didn't pick up the good money in front of her, it would be easy to expose her flaws. She was very quick, and when she caught up with the earthen stove, Lu Qingsong hadn't even bothered to light the fire. Enro flashed behind the stove and glared at Wang De and Wang Er, suppressed the two ghost brothers, who were ready to move. Lu Qingsong just thought she was helping to light the fire and sneered, "You are quite sensible." He was too lazy to wash the pot, so he scooped 2 spoonfuls of water into it, waited for the water to boil, and threw the duckling directly into the pot. The duckling made the last cry of its life. Lu Qingsong used a spatula to press the duck under the boiling water, then picked it up, not afraid of the heat, and plucked the feathers and cut open the belly with his hands and feet, and cut it in half from head to buttocks. Less than 10 minutes later, Enro, who was hiding behind the stove to make a fire, smelled the aroma of grease. She stood up and saw Lu Qingsong slowly throwing gold coins into it. 1 became 2. 2 became 4. Soon, the big iron pot was filled with identical braised ducks, with their bellies cut open, their necks crooked, their small mouths and thin eyelids half closed. Enro is not a saint, nor is she a vegetarian. But somehow, she felt that this scene was unexpectedly frightening. NPCs disappear immediately after death. But chickens, ducks and livestock are not like that. They are very real. Why? Do you want to eat? Lu Qingsong picked up half a duckling with his fingers wearing a string glove and threw it to Enro. "Here's a reward for you." Enro didn't catch it and dodged it sideways. The duckling left a half-greased scratch on the wall. Lu Qingsong sighed, 10 gold per duck. What a waste. His glove seemed to be heat insulating. And seeing that there was no container large enough, he just took the iron pot and left. It was a little cold at night, and the embers of the stove were emitting heat. Enro curled up on a small stool behind the stove, listening to the shouting and yelling coming from the thatched house. A pot of braised duck dissolved the rejection of Lu Qingsong by others. A nest of bandits. Wanda tried to get out by Enro for the nth time, but Enro grabbed his ankle. After staring at each other, he retreated into the corner angrily for the nth time under the power of the rich. Finally, Enro caught Lu Qingsong's voice from the noisy movement. "I drank too much. I'm going to pee." Enro waited for a while, but he didn't come out, so she thought he went out through the main door. With Wang De and Wang Er, they quietly bypassed the thatched duck shed and came to the main door of the thatched shed. The ducklings in the duck shed didn't know what happened to their companions, and they chirped. Lu Qingsong didn't walk too far, and stopped at the newly built thatched shed by Enro, whistling and pouring water on the pillars of the shed. Coincidentally, that was the burial site that Enro had planned. Wang De took a detour in the dark and ran past the straw hut. The sound of weeds being trampled was heard. Lu Qingsong stopped and looked over alertly. "Who?" The dark figure in front paused, then approached step by step. Wang De is a ghoul parasitic on the player. His combat power is more than double that of the coal shop clerk because he can use the player's skills. Of course, it is not a complex operation of binding weapons or consuming energy to activate skills, but a natural instinct. Wang De raised his hand, and a copper short stick appeared out of thin air. Lu Qingsong didn't even bother to pull up his pants, and quickly took out his weapon to fight back. He hadn't seen Wang De's face clearly, and hadn't identified the identity of the ghoul. But when he met another player in such a place, he subconsciously thought that he was not a good person. Wang De's pace was getting faster and faster. The long sword in Lu Qingsong's hand had already lit up with skill light. A hand suddenly came out from behind him and covered his mouth. At the same time, Enro's 7 souls sword stabbed into his neck. He couldn't even make a cry of pain, and his health value plummeted. Behind Enro, Wang Er couldn't wait to reach out and touch Lu Qingsong's bloody neck. But she pushed him away. "You can't eat this. Hungry? We are very hungry." Wang De also rushed over, his hand holding the short stick trembling, and he had the urge to smash Enro to death. However, a huge figure quietly appeared behind them, and the trembling eyes of the rich swept over, making them silent. The opportunity to eat was fleeting, and Lu Qingsong's health value hit the bottom, entering a temporary death state, and his soul was temporarily extracted. There is nothing to eat even if you want to. The pupils of the two ghouls trembled rapidly, revealing reluctance. And Ro looked at them. Her eyes swept across the two half-human, half-ghost faces, and finally chose Wangda. You can cooperate with me. You have some brains. I will reward you once. And Ro kicked Lu Qingsong's body. He will be resurrected soon. Wangda. As soon as he is angry, you will parasitize him. Remember? It is just parasitism. You cannot eat his soul. Not even a bite. If you want to eat tonight, just listen to me. I need you to be the undercover agent. After entering the game these days, and Ro roughly figured out the parasitic logic of ghouls by combining the coal shop assistant, Bao Fu, and Wangda and Wang Er. A crazy ghoul like Bao Fu cannot transfer its parasite. As long as it is not dead, it will always be a mutated monster. For example, the coal shop assistant, except for his human body, has a horrified face exactly like Bao Fu. He should be a pure living dead, and his soul is completely devoured by the parasitic ghouls. So his expression and joints are getting more and more stiff. As for Wangda and Wang Er, half of their souls were eaten by Bao Fu before they became ghouls, and the remaining remnant souls became new ghouls. This is the logic of ghoul differentiation. They are not completely living dead. In simple terms, they can move freely, and their expressions are only half terrified. As long as their faces are not seen, it is difficult to distinguish their identities at the first time. However, to be an undercover, it is impossible not to show your face. So Ro boldly assumed that ghouls can parasitize on living people without devouring souls, and their appearance and expressions will not change at all. With a little use of the brain, it is a perfect disguise. Lu Qingsong on the ground suddenly gasped violently. After dying once for no reason, he really couldn't hold back and used the resurrection card. And Ro stepped on his eyes and looked at Wangda. Why don't you do it? Chapter 20. The entrance to the town was like a door, enveloping the neon lights on the colorful signs within the town. As soon as you walked out of the town, the sky and the earth were dark. The cart stopped, and the farmer who came to the city to buy supplies struck a few matches and finally lit the lantern hanging in front of the cart. In the dim light, a figure suddenly stood up from the roadside, frightening him so much that his hands trembled. The unextinguished match fell into the cart and ignited the new clothes he bought for his daughter. The farmer didn't care about being afraid and hurried to put out the fire. But the fabric was dry, and the fire spread to the whole car in an instant, igniting the old newspaper wrapped with seeds underneath. Qiqian Yiming glanced at it indifferently, retracted his gaze, and turned to the dark east. The minister said that the clues of the SS-level mission are very likely related to the T-21 train. T-21 departs at 8 o'clock every night, and there is still half an hour left. He called up the game map and moved his eyes along the route of T-21. Coincidentally, shortly after the departure, it will pass through the area outside the city wall of Zhongsu town. Half an hour. Qiqian Yiming estimated the time. He would not give up the original task. Of course, he could complete the minister's instructions first, and then go back to investigate. But he might not be able to escape from the SS-level task unscathed. Waiting for reincarnation and going online would inevitably delay a lot of time, and the clues that he had finally found would most likely be interrupted. Half an hour. Qiqian Yiming made a decision, and his figure flashed, raising a gust of wind under the night sky. He appeared a few hundred meters away, and did not see that the air turbulence caused by the moving skill caught the flames and fell on the helpless and crying farmer. The heart-wrenching screams lasted all night, and then stopped abruptly. Only the cart was left, burning alone. The braised duck was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with fine bones, just right for drinking. A group of people simply gave up the two vegetarian dishes, gathered around the iron pot, and drank heartily. The duck in the pot rose and fell, and they could never finish eating. The wine in the bowl also rose and fell, and they could never finish drinking. On the contrary, Lu Qingsong, who had just come back from the toilet, did not eat a bite of meat or drink a sip of wine. Someone finally realized his silence. Wu Shisheng touched the bowl in front of him. Old Lu, are you full from the cool breeze outside? It's so quiet. He patted him on the back. Lu Qingsong's back was stiff, and he managed to smile for a long time. I'm full. Digesting the food. After drinking 2 bottles of life potion, his front teeth have grown out, but they are not intact, and are still a little shorter than the teeth next to them. Wu Shisheng found it interesting, and while he was talking, he suddenly put his fingers into his mouth and flicked his front teeth twice. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingsong bit him without hesitation, almost biting off half of his finger. Wu Shisheng cried out in pain and held the bleeding finger. Fuck you. Everyone fell silent and looked over. Lu Qingsong licked the bloody corner of his lips, and there seemed to be a flash of fire in his eyes. You asked for it. If Enro and Bao Fu had not stopped him with their consciousness, he could have taken the opportunity to eat Wu Shisheng's soul just now. Even a bite would be fine. He was really hungry. Wu Shisheng was drunk. How could he bear this breath? And immediately took out his weapon. Lu Qingsong was not afraid either, and he turned out a long sword. For only an 8 yek. The two groups had only been together for a day, and they had been getting along well because of a rare drink. But in the blink of an eye, they were on the verge of a fight again. The result was not a conflict between the guild and the yek, but an internal conflict among the yek. The Oli members were not concerned about it, and they just thought it was interesting, seeing that the boss had no intention of stopping it. They watched the show. One stood, the other sat, and the weapons of both sides were shining with skills. Qin Wuti clenched the bowl in his hand, but still said nothing. Tomorrow's mission is difficult, so it might be a good idea to take this opportunity to get rid of Lu Qingsong, the troublemaker. Everyone is fine. What are you doing? Finally, someone broke the silence. Pao Pao stood up, but he was only a low-level bronze, the lowest level present, and didn't dare to stand between the two. He had no choice but to look at Qin Wuti for help. Brother Qin? The other 3 members of Oli laughed secretly. They were originally members of Qin Wuti's team, and at this time, they had already guessed what the boss was thinking. Can a bronze wild guess change the boss's mind? However, Qin Wuti really spoke. He threw a bottle of life potion at Wu Shisheng and frowned. Why are you serious about something that can be solved with a bottle of low-level potion? If you don't want to do the mission, I can send you offline to sleep immediately. It's hard to tell who is right and who is wrong in the conflict between the two sides. Not to mention that although the two are both silver, Lu Qingsong is 3 levels higher than Wu Shisheng. Wu Shisheng snorted, put away his weapon, changed seats with Pao Pao, and drank a bowl of wine after sitting down. This matter is over. Lu Qingsong was ferocious, and he was unwilling to give up. But he had to suppress his violent impulse when he saw Enro peeking out of the door. He glanced at Pao Pao who sat next to him, and curled his lips. In terms of soul fragrance, this kid is far inferior to Wu Shisheng. Pao Pao picked up a bowl of wine without much consideration and advised him, Brother Qingsong, calm down. Lu Qingsong ignored him, and he didn't mind, and finished his drink. Brother Qin, Pao Pao said to Qin Wuti again, it's getting late. I'm going offline first. Come up on time at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Qin Wuti looked around and pointed to a clean corner without any clutter. Go sleep there. Don't forget to put away the element card. Hee hee. I feel relieved with my brothers here. Element cards are so expensive. I save them. Uh-huh. Pao Pao walked to that corner, and his line of sight just crossed with Anru outside the door. He smiled at Anru in a friendly way. Anru retreated behind the door expressionlessly, and when she looked inside again, the corner was empty. Where was the trace of Pao Pao? Enro was shocked to realize that this game mechanism is invisible even when the player is offline. When the player dies temporarily, other NPCs cannot see the body. But she can. But when the player is offline, even she can't see through it? Thinking over it for a while, Enro barely digested this mechanism. Because it makes sense. In a game where players and ghouls compete, players are not dead when they are offline, and they still have souls. If there is no protection when offline, any ghoul with a little IQ can easily devour his soul. In this way, the game will lose its balance. While thinking, the players in the thatched house have already started talking about the problem of offline rest. I have to go offline. I have been soaking in the neurotransmitter for too long and my body is wrinkled. Me too. My wife gets off work late and is waiting for me to have a midnight snack. How can you have a midnight snack when you are full of food? Well, no matter how delicious the game is, it is fake. Finally, among the remaining 11 players, 8 people chose to go offline to rest. Of course, Qin Wuti, as the captain, is not included in this list. And Rose secretly thought it was not good. The players went offline and became invisible. Who knows if they were just invisible or really untouchable? In this way, although their strength was dispersed, they still had to face a fierce battle tomorrow morning. The most important thing was that Qin Wuti required everyone to go online on time at 7 o'clock in the morning. and Enro could not deal with them one by one. As she was talking, an Ollie player named Huang Kankan stood up and said, "I'll go and take a break when I come back. Brothers, eat and drink well." Walked out with a frivolous step. Enro nodded to Lu Qingsong. Lu Qingsong also stood up. "I'll go too." Huang Kankan walked to the door, turned around and laughed at him. "Brother, do you have frequent urination?" Enro retracted her head, walked around the straw house for the second time, and walked quickly to the main door. Wang Er received the order. His figure was shrouded in darkness, and he walked towards the two people under the straw shed. "Who?" Huang Kankan drank a lot, but was still very alert. He turned his head to look at Lu Qingsong beside him. "Did you hear it?" There was a sound in front, but he was greeted by the sharp blade. And Rose stood silently behind the two and breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of a ghoul, Lu Qingsong showed no mercy. A few minutes later, Lu Qingsong returned to the thatched house as if nothing had happened. When he passed by an Ollie player, he suddenly took out a long knife and stabbed it straight into the other person's head. The player was chewing half a duckling in his mouth and suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. The red blood plasma wrapped around the duck's body like a string of alien candied haws. After everyone was stunned for half a second, they dispersed with a bang. Lu Qingsong wiped the dead man's face with his other bloody hand, drew out his long knife, and jumped onto the square table smoothly, dodging Qin Wudi's axe. "Lu Qingsong, what the hell are you crazy about? Where's Huang?" His teammates died in front of him, and the scene was tragic. But Qin Wudi remained calm. Even though the life value was cut in half, it was only a loss of a chance to revive. Even if Huang Kankan, who just left, died, he would not lose his level. Lu Qingsong's face was ferocious. "Damn. You still have the nerve to ask. He fucking touched me below." The atmosphere was extremely tense when he killed someone, and turned into astonishment when he said this. A player was surprised and said, What do you mean? Below?" Lu Qingsong had no idea what below was. This was just what Enro taught him. In addition to this sentence, there is another one. "Fuck. I'm going to fight you, Oli." He kicked his legs and rushed towards the other two Oli players. Among this group of people, Lu Qingsong's level is medium. Normally, few people would be afraid of him if he fought alone. Not to mention that he was now parasitized by Wangda, so his strength was reduced. However, Lu Qingsong's crazy look of killing anyone he caught everyone off guard, and they hurriedly dodged. Except Qin Wudi. Qin Wudi held a dark red giant axe, which looked heavy and powerful. But in fact, his weapon skill was more powerful. The long-range throwing axe. He threw the giant axe at Lu Qingsong, using two skills in a row. Lu Qingsong dodged in a panic, and blood flowed from his calf. Similarly, the space in the thatched house was limited, and there were many people in the house. The giant axe accidentally injured two wild guests at the same time, and there were angry curses everywhere, considering that he still needed them to complete the task tomorrow. Qin Wudi had to give up the AoE skill and wait until he aimed at Lu Qingsong before attacking. But Lu Qingsong specifically rushed to the crowded place. The other players finally reacted. If they didn't kill Lu Qingsong today, no one would be able to escape unscathed. "Damn it. Chop him off," a wild guest yelled. The remaining players stood still with him, staring at Lu Qingsong, who rushed over again and activated their weapon skills one after another. But at this moment, one of the players' hands trembled, and something greasy stuck to the back of his neck. Then there was a sharp pain. He screamed, and the sound stopped abruptly. A group of bloody blood vessels had already wrapped around his neck, densely packed like leeches. Not only him, but two players who were close to him also suffered the same fate. All three of them only let out a short scream of pain, and their faces were frozen in a hideous expression. No sound could be made anymore. Others could not hear it, but they heard it, deep in the brain. In a mysterious place, a faint, empty, and distant singing sounded. Soul-calling song. "Ghoul." A player finally discovered the monster lurking behind them, and screamed. Chapter 21. Ghouls. With this roar, light screens popped up in front of the remaining players at the same time. Mission name: Ghouls hiding in the farm. Mission location: East suburb of Zhongsu town. Ghoul level: B highest. Number of ghouls: 7 of 7. Time limit: none. Difficulty rating: B. However, except Qin Wudi, no one had the time to take a closer look. Behind the 6 players were ghouls that were rapidly changing. Beside them were 3 companions who were transforming into ghouls. In front of him, Lu Qingsong's sharp knife flashed. Everyone scattered, each using their movement skills to retreat to the main gate. In the chaos, a player was swept by his companion's weapon. His waist and abdomen were torn open, and his intestines were spilling out. He was a little slow in his movements, and Lu Qingsong's long knife chopped him in the face. He was so painful that he could hardly scream. Lu Qingsong grabbed his face with his left hand, and with the force of his right hand, he pulled the knife out of his skull. He casually threw the corpse to the side. He glanced at the ghoul with a grin. Lu Qingsong attacked suddenly after entering the door. While killing the player, he deliberately pressed his hand on the other person's head. Finally, he tasted the first soul since the differentiation. Then he used exaggerated words and actions to attract the attention of others, so that no one noticed that the corpse, half hidden under the table, was quietly changing. It was a newly differentiated ghoul. As a ghost mother, Lu Qingsong regurgitated the soul that had just been eaten into her stomach, and only gained a moment of fullness and satisfaction. But he didn't mind, because the instinct of a ghoul was to keep devouring souls. It didn't matter if he vomited after eating, as long as he could keep eating. Just like this crazy ghoul at this moment, it completely released its nature and devoured the souls around it by instinct. Compared to himself, it was lucky that it could fill its stomach as soon as it was born. The souls of 3 destiny people. A sumptuous feast. This crazy ghoul barely maintained its human form, but from its enlarged mouth, countless thin tentacles like blood vessels emerged, densely packed, wrapping its body tightly. At first glance, it looked like a human body with skin peeled off, exposing muscle tissue. The tentacles instinctively extended towards the player, and the first player to be entangled was briefly fossilized and silently exploded into a ball of light. This created a midpoint for the chaotic situation. Qin Wudi withdrew his peripheral vision from the light screen and shouted in a deep voice, "Lu Qingsong, stop messing around. Didn't you see the notification? There is a mission." Even he didn't figure out the trick. This did not hinder Qin Wudi's actions. There was a thin light thread in his palm, and the other end was connected to a giant axe. With 5 fingers, the giant axe was pulled out of the wall and flew back to his hand. Then he threw it again. 3 axe shadows appeared at the same time. One chopped towards the crazy ghoul, and the other 2 chopped towards the players whose souls were devoured. Outside the back door of the thatched house, and Ro paid close attention to the scene. Her eyes narrowed. Qin Wudi was very decisive and had a good timing. The souls of the other 2 players had almost been drained by the ghoul. If they were completely offline, the crazy ghoul would absorb 3 souls at once and increase its strength greatly. It is better to force it to differentiate and produce a moment of weakness, and then take the opportunity to kill it. In this way, even if the 2 players become new ghouls, it is not difficult to deal with them in their infancy. And Ro held the 7 souls sword tightly. Qin Wudi knows how to grasp the opportunity, and so does she. At this moment, Qin Wudi's full attention is on the crazy ghoul, and with his back to himself, it is the best time to attack. However, Lu Qingsong, who had been following the command, suddenly deviated from the plan. Perhaps it was hunger, or perhaps it was jealousy. He swung his long sword horizontally, and a misty blue sword energy burst out, blocking the axes that fell on the heads of the 2 players. The 2 axe shadows were just illusions. The one that chopped towards the ghoul was the real one. After a dull sound of a sharp blade entering the flesh, the madly transformed ghoul let out a roar, and the tentacles that extended out were retracted at the same time. Lu Qingsong took the opportunity to grab the necks of the 2 players. Then, 2 balls of light exploded. He ate the remaining souls in their bodies. At this time, Enro had already tiptoed into the back door, only a few steps away from Qin Wudi. She was startled, decisively gave up Qin Wudi, and quickly retreated back out the door. Sure enough, after the crazy ghoul retracted all its tentacles, it howled even more angrily, and the thin blood vessels on its body exploded at the same time, flooding all around. Qin Wudi didn't have time to retract the giant axe. With a thought, the armor hidden under his clothes emitted a ball of white light, isolating the tentacles from outside. And Ro dodged a moment too late, and saw several tentacles shooting at her like arrows, with no way to avoid them. At this time, a shadow fell from the sky and blocked her tightly. Get rich. It stood sideways. Its flat body was somewhat translucent, and the tentacles nailed to its body could be vaguely seen. Fortunately, there were not many tentacles shot out of the door compared to the house. Baofu roared softly. His voice was lower, but he was as angry as the crazy ghoul inside. Anra hurriedly hugged its neck. Bao Bao. Don't be impulsive. Her plan was just halfway through. Although she failed to kill Qin Wudi by surprise, she still had a trick up her sleeve. Baofu's trembling eyes suddenly stopped, and he stared at Anra for a moment. But he didn't rush in after all. There were too many tentacles in the house. As if a bloody mudslide had erupted, and the blood was red. No one noticed the rich man who appeared outside the door, and Ro dragged its neck and hid further away. On the other side, the 4 players gathered near the main door also used their skills to block the tentacle attack. Under pressure, they continued to retreat to the door, but were stopped. There was a man blocking the door. His face was pale, and there was a shocking wound on his neck, still bleeding. Ah Huang! An Ollie player recognized him. What's wrong with you? I thought you were killed by Lu, including the captain. They have a total of 4 members of Ollie. Now one of them is changed, and the captain is blocked at the other end of the house. Naturally, this player only trusts Huang Cancan. As for the other 3 wild guests, who knows if they will be like Lu Qingsong, and turn their faces like turning a book. Without thinking much, he took out 2 bottles of life potion and handed them over. Hurry up and recover. Listen to the boss's instructions and cooperate later. Huang Cancan didn't take it. His eyes were straight, and his tone was a little stiff. Damn it. What else can it be? Lu Qingsong is a ghoul. As soon as these words came out, several people were shocked. Everyone looked into the room together. After one blow, the crazy ghoul retracted its tentacles again. The mudslide quickly retreated with it as the center, revealing Lu Qingsong's calm figure. His face was also calm. It's okay. He is indeed a ghoul, a player said. But before he finished speaking, Qin Wudi's roar suddenly broke out from the opposite side of the house. Be careful behind. The players felt a chill in their hearts. At the same time, the Ollie player felt a chill on the back of his neck. Huang Cancan's hand was placed on the back of his neck, cold and seemingly without any warmth. Before he could figure out why, his mind suddenly went blank. He heard the soul-calling song. Huang Cancan didn't let his other hand idle, holding the iron claw of his weapon, and slashed the neck of another player nearby. If he moved faster, he might be able to kill one more and injure another. But he was really too hungry. The 4 living souls gathered in front of him, just like a traveler lost in the desert, about to die of thirst, suddenly saw a sweet spring. Huang Cancan held a person's neck with one hand, greedily gnawing at their soul, completely oblivious to himself. He didn't even feel a sword stabbing into his head. His face was visibly twisted as his body died. His eyes widened until they broke through the human limit. The corners of his mouth drooped lower and lower, almost hanging to the sides of his chin. A horrified face. His body was also changing. He's changing madly. It wasn't just Huang Cancan who was changing madly, but also the player whose trachea was hooked out by his iron claws. The residual soul split into a new ghoul, and the parasite of the new ghoul was killed by the iron claw, and naturally began to change wildly. Not to mention, there was another Ollie player who was turning into a ghoul nearby. 3 ghouls blocked the door, and the remaining 2 wild guests scattered and fled back to the thatched house. They had to stay away from Lu Qingsong and the wildly changing ghoul, and stick to another wall. The 2 of them looked at Qin Wudi at the same time. Qin Wudi, what should we do now? There were 12 people in the group, and now only 3 were left, facing a room full of ghouls. One of the players was confused and hurriedly opened the screen. When he saw the number of ghouls, 6, his eyes went dark. 3 against 6, one of which was a B-level ghoul. How could they fight? Outside the thatched house, and Ro quietly retreated to Bao Fu's side. The development of the situation to this point basically met her plan. Huang Cancan was her backup plan. Wang Er. And Ro had thought it through clearly from the beginning. She needed the corpses of the players, but she alone could not kill all the players even with the 7 Souls sword. Transforming some of them into ghouls is the safest way. There are 5 ghouls in the thatched house now, confronting Qin Wudi and others, and she can't rush in to establish a spiritual connection with them. Fortunately, tracing back to the source, these ghouls are all differentiated from Wang De and Wang Er. Of course, their original bodies dissipated at the moment of transfer and parasitism. Now one is Lu Qingsong, and the other is Huang Cancan, who is in a crazy transformation. And the two ghouls were transformed by the sudden wealth. Indirectly, Baofu is the ghost mother of all ghouls. Bao Bao. Control them. The remaining 3 Destiny ones. Just kill them. Don't eat a single soul. Leaving 3 players' bodies with intact souls. Firstly, can be used as tree seeds to produce gold coins. And secondly, it is also a reserve of food for farm ghouls. As for how many of the 5 ghouls can be left, Enra doesn't care. Lu Qingsong, Huang Cancan, and the tentacle ghoul ate the souls of several players. The higher the level, the better. If they were killed by Qin Wudi, it wouldn't matter. After all, they would contain the mission rewards. In fact, Enro wished that Lu Qingsong would also die and transform wildly. Compared with intelligent ghouls, her golden finger was much more useful for wildly transforming ghouls. Such as Baofu. Baofu's pupils turned twice. Enro quickly added, "Don't make a sound." The ghost mother could control the differentiated ghouls without making a sound. In the thatched house, Qin Wudi was very calm. He was the captain of the 4-member team of the Orly Guild. The team members had followed him for a year. Even though he witnessed their death and wild transformation, he was very calm after the initial shock. Compared with the 2 wild players, he has many tricks up his sleeve. He can ask for help from familiar players, or post mission information in the guild channel. If Pao Pao is lucky and is not injured in the chaos just now, Qin Wudi can notify Longyan after he comes online. The guild will definitely investigate his defection with clues. On the contrary, he will go to Longyan Guild with SS level missions, and the other party will be very happy. But Qin Wudi only had these thoughts for a while before he gave them up. He still has a trick up his sleeve. The green weapon with extremely strong lethality. The penalty knife. In the field of vision, Lu Qingsong stood next to the tentacle ghoul, and the grim smile on his face suddenly paused, looking at the roof. "Don't bother me." Qin Wudi narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't know the reason, this was obviously an opportunity. Chapter 22. Taking advantage of the moment when Lu Qingsong was distracted for no reason, Qin Wudi's figure flashed and appeared in the air. The giant axe in his hand disappeared, and the punishment knife came up, which was shaped like a ruler. The blade was extremely soft, and when it swung left and right, the whole room was filled with water light. Punishment knife. A skill. The punishment of ink. The halo was too chaotic and too mixed. And Ro was forced to blink, and when she opened her eyes again, the water light around the wall suddenly shrank, with Lu Qingsong as the center. Like a cage. Trying to tie him up. No. Not bundled up. All the light did not stop after approaching Lu Qingsong, but directly sank into his body, leaving countless chaotic lines of fluorescent light on his face. Lu Qingsong stood there, keeping his head up. Qin Wudi succeeded in one strike, but was forced by the tentacle ghoul. He turned over and retreated to the wall, using the penalty knife to cut off the tentacles that were shooting at him. The 2 wild guests were a little stunned. Dead. Dead? Brother Qin is awesome. In their opinion, Lu Qingsong was undoubtedly the highest level B-level ghoul in the task prompt. Even a B-level ghoul couldn't withstand Qin Wudi's attack. So how could the current dilemma still be a dilemma? It was just a matter of a few slashes from Qin Wudi. Yika's joy only lasted for a few seconds. Lu Qingsong didn't explode the task reward like the ghoul after being killed, and turned into a pool of water. Blood gushed out from the dense wounds, and he looked like an ancient prisoner, with words carved all over his face. And every stroke went deep into his bones, and the blood kept flowing. He suddenly turned his head, his sinister eyes fixed on Qin Wudi, and pieces of flesh fell off his face, which was extremely horrifying. But Lu Qingsong smiled. 2 bottles of life potion suddenly appeared on his hand that had lost 2 fingers. He used 3 fingers to crush the glass bottle. The moment the potion entered the air, he swallowed it into his mouth at a very fast speed. He didn't even spit out the glass shards. The bleeding of the wound that was bleeding stopped instantly, and began to heal visibly. "How, is he a ghoul?" a savage asked. Another savage didn't even look at him, staring at Lu Qingsong as if he was facing a great enemy. Nonsense. Anyone can take life potions. Even ghoul NPCs can. This is why the ghouls tried every possible means to parasitize the players. Disguised as players, weapons, skills and props, all can be used, without careful identification. The true identity cannot be discovered at all. Brother Qin. Hurry up. Hurry up. The wild guest urged. After seeing his knife, The two wild guests came to their senses. The reason why Qin Wuti patted his chest and promised to lead them to complete the high-level task must be to hide his strength. For example, the penalty knife that has not been shown to people must be of a high level. Qin Wuti glanced at the two of them with his peripheral vision. You go first when there is a strong enemy ahead, and stab them in the back when you see the reward. Hika's selfishness is fully reflected in them. He made a wrong decision at the beginning. He should not have tried to pull a small team to swallow the entire high-level task. He should have directly joined Long Yen. But things have come to this point, and he has no way to retreat. Qin Wuti twisted his waist, kicked hard against the wall, and shot towards Lu Qingsong like a long arrow. The penalty knife was at the forefront, driven by the spiral posture, twisting into a thorny flower. Punishment knife. Second stage skill. Cutting off the nose. Outside the back door. And Ro's thin eyebrows were knitted tightly. Even Bao Fu couldn't hold Lu Qingsong. Is it because he devoured several souls, and the level difference between him and Bao Fu narrowed? Or he surpassed Bao Fu? Bao Fu crouched behind her, rubbing the bone knife on the ground, making an angry sound. It wanted to go in, but Ro was still hesitant. Qin Wuti's weapon was obviously of a high level. The ghoul in the house was fine, but she was worried that even Bao Fu would be defeated in it. Just when she was undecided, a wild guest by the wall suddenly started to make small movements. They ignored Qin Wuti, looked at each other, and looked at the roof of the thatched house together. At the same time, they used movement skills, kicked the wall twice, and swung their weapons. The light of the skill came out from the roof, and the people followed closely. They wanted to run, and Ro sneered silently and patted Bao Fu's head. Bao Bao. Those two are left to you. You can eat one. Bao Fu roared, and his huge body rose a bit. His abnormally long limbs slightly bent, and he jumped with power. Wait a minute. And Rose suddenly jumped up and put her arms around its neck. Along with her voice, there was a violent crackling sound in the thatched house. The two wild guests got out from the corner of the wall and fell down from the middle, just in time to fall into the battlefield between Qin Wuti and Lu Qingsong. Their defenses were broken, and they were affected by the knife light. In the blink of an eye, each of them had a hand and a foot chopped off, and they screamed miserably. The situation suddenly changed, and Qin Wuti and Lu Qingsong stopped their skills and raised their eyes. A human figure slowly floated down from the hole in the roof. A light appeared in front of her, and Ro covered her mouth and hurriedly pulled Bao Fu into the darkness. Qin Wuti, a Ghoul player, required her to spend a lot of effort to deal with him. Suddenly, another great player came. How should this end? Besides, both of them are from the Ali Guild. Could it be that they are the support Qin Wuti has recruited? And Ro pressed Bao Fu behind the wall, and plucked up her courage and moved to the door. She didn't dare to stick her head out, but just listened to the movement. I didn't expect the traitor to be here. Just in time. It was Qiqian Yiming's voice, as flat as water, without a trace of humanity. And Ro's eyelashes trembled. Traitor? Could there be a turnaround? She glanced around and saw a gap on the edge of the door panel against the wall, and looked inside. The powerful aura of the master player made even the ghouls feel inexplicably afraid. The terrified faces, with trembling eyes and drooling, looked greedy but afraid to move forward. Qin Wuti held the penalty knife and remained silent. Chizen Ichimura looked around and sneered. These things make you so embarrassed? Then where do you get the confidence to think that you can take on the SS level mission alone? I can. Qin Wuti finally spoke. As long as you let me go, I can give you the clue. He was responded by a sharp knife light. At the door, the heads of 3 ghouls, including Huang Cancan, fell off one after another, and sticky and smelly liquid gushed out from the headless place, accompanied by a bang. The 3 ghouls exploded with gold coins and props, leaving only 3 pools of black liquid on the ground. And Ro couldn't see Chizen Ichiming's movements at all. She could only see his hand holding the sword. Then, there was the scene of a mountain of gold and silver, killing 3 ghouls effortlessly. Is this the terrifying strength of a great player? Qin Wuti gritted his teeth. The 2 wild players even held back the screams of pain from their broken hands and feet. Chizen Ichiming's indifferent eyes fell on the light screen and said, there are still 3 left. It turns out that they are not the 3 B-level ones. Ghoul level. The column still showed B highest. He looked at the tentacle ghoul on the ground. It seemed unable to stand up, lying on the ground like a pool of rotten meat. Perhaps it felt threatened, The tentacles could no longer hold back, and they entangled the nearby players like a waterfall. The blade flashed again. The ruler not only cut off the tentacle that attacked him, but also turned the blade into a curtain wall, protecting others from attack. Then, the sword lightly slashed in the air. There was still 2 meters away from the tentacle ghoul, but the tentacle ghoul trembled all over and was split in half from head to toe. The tentacle suddenly swelled up, like cat hair that had exploded. But it did not attack anyone, and exploded into a pile of rewards with a bang. The 2 wild guests did not know much about Qin Wudi's defection. They had just slipped away and were attacked by Qiqian Yiming. They thought they would die, but they did not expect that the other party would just kill the ghoul lightly next. Being on the battlefield was equivalent to giving them a wave of experience for nothing, and the 2 of them each upgraded a small level. Compared with experience, breaking a limb is not that important. It's just a matter of knocking a few bottles of life potion. Qiqian Yiming guessed their thoughts and glanced over with narrow eyes. I forgot to say, my Wuming is Lanwu. The 2 wild guests were shocked at the same time and finally realized his identity. Taidao Wuming, Qiqian Yiming, and being injured by 3 levels of high-level weapons of blue, and purple. Their limbs may not grow back. Qiqian Yiming was too lazy to look at their mournful expressions, and his eyes finally fell on Lu Qingsong. No wonder. He said 2 words. It turned out that this ghoul disguised himself as a player. No wonder he had a high IQ and fooled so many people. The old man with the ox cart also said that he came here to deliver goods to the farm. The ghoul was indeed hiding here. It's a pity that he recognized the wrong person. Firstly, he didn't know that Lu Qingsong was originally a member of Qin Wudi's temporary team. Secondly, Qin Wudi had been focusing on the clues of the high-level tasks in recent days, and didn't care about what happened in Zhongsu town at all. He didn't know what he was talking about. Qiqian Yiming looked at Lu Qingsong. I heard that you can also disguise as an NPC and control the favorability. Is it to transfer the parasite to the NPC? Or something else? Outside the door, and Ro held her breath unconsciously. When she saw Mei Qian being killed, the feeling of death approaching came again. He really came for her. But by mistake, he mistook Lu Qingsong for herself. There is no doubt that this is the most beneficial misleading for Ro at the moment. But her palms were sweating, and she didn't know what Lu Qingsong would say, and whether he would expose himself. She suddenly thought of Baofu, and asked Baofu to control Lu Qingsong and not to speak. But before Anra ran away, Lu Qingsong spoke. What are you talking about? Lu Qingsong's eyes were full of enthusiasm, and he licked his lips. I can't wait to taste the taste of your soul. Since the first time he appeared in front of the ruler, the only thing left in the whole thatched house was the soul fragrance gushing out of the other party. The higher the level of the player, the stronger the soul fragrance. It is true that he also sensed the danger, but the danger could never defeat the instinct of devouring the soul. He was already in a state of extreme hunger after the splitting, and the little remaining soul before was not enough to fill his teeth. Lu Qingsong finished speaking, and before he closed his mouth, he saw a flash of knife light. His tongue felt a little cold. He spat and spit out half of his tongue. The foul smell of blood filled his nose, and his eyes turned red instantly. However, Qiqian Yiming did not give him the opportunity to make extra moves, and swung the sword continuously, cutting off his limbs. But a bottle of life potion was poured into his mouth, maintaining his immortal body. In this way, even a silver beginner wilderness player can easily control him. Compared to the 2 wilders who were delighted, Qin Wudi's eyes were darker. Shizen Ichimura's reputation is not good. He did this for something that was definitely not as simple as killing a ghoul. Sure enough, Shizen Ichimura grabbed Lu Qingsong's scarred face with one hand and asked calmly, not convinced? I'll give you a chance. He exerted a little force on his hand, and threw Lu Qingsong to the corner of the wall. After another flash, he appeared behind a wilderness player, and with a light swing of the sword, he cut the wilderness player's tendons. Qiqian Yiming kicked the frightened wild guest in front of Lu Qingsong. Eat. How high you can reach depends on your luck. Another wild guest reacted and screamed, You are raising goo. You violated the guild agreement. Oh! Qiqian Yiming lowered his eyes and looked at him. Tell me, which guild do you belong to? Chapter 23. Bao Bao. Don't move. Don't be impulsive. Even Bao Fu sensed the dangerous atmosphere in the thatched house, and Enro could only try her best to comfort him. Of course she understood what raising goo meant. feeding the souls of players to the ghouls to increase the level of the ghouls. Qiqi and Yiming did this, obviously to raise Lu Qingsong's level, thereby raising the level of the entire mission. Kill the ghouls again and earn more mission rewards. And Ro did this not only to master the power of the ghouls to protect herself, but also to build the farm. In the final analysis, it was all for money. There was no essential difference between her and Shikumi Ichimura. She accepted it calmly and quickly, but from the perspective of the players, she was terrified. The two savages screamed desperately, wishing they could go offline and escape for a while. But the game design required players to control the game panel and confirm their choices on the light screen if they wanted to go offline. The tendons of both of them were cut, and they were powerless. A savage suddenly thought of a way of dying that had been passed down from ancient times to the present, and he was determined to bite off his tongue. In the severe pain, his tongue was broken, and he was almost choked to death by the gushing blood. Qiqi and Yiming kicked him, and he was alive, but he was in more pain for no reason. Damn it! Who said that biting the tongue can commit suicide? On the other side, Lu Qingsong, who also lost his tongue, stared at Qiqi and Yiming with a cannibalistic look, in the face of absolute strength. No matter how much he longed for the other party's soul, it was just a delusion. What's more, at this time, his limbs were all broken, and he was a living pig. Lu Qingsong had no choice but to bite the wild guest's neck. After all, it is the soul of a destiny person. Before meeting Qiqi and Yiming, it was also fragrant. After struggling desperately, the wild guest calmed down. His mouth opened, and his eyes were empty. After a while, it exploded silently into a ball of light. Lu Qingsong licked his bloody teeth and looked at Qiqi and Yiming with a grim smile. Next, in such a short time, his tongue actually grew back, and his limbs recovered visibly. Qiqi and Yiming didn't care, and kicked the other wild guest with blood on his face to him. At the same time, his indifferent eyes fell on Qin Wudi. Qin Wudi's hands finally began to tremble. The soft punishment knife magnified his fear, and the water light was like waves, reflecting on the blood-stained wall. Next, it was his turn. His soul was devoured by the ghoul, and he was completely offline and lost his game qualification. It's just a game. He couldn't help thinking. It's just a game. Dying here will not affect reality. No, it will affect. The soul-calling song is his way of making money and making a living. The money earned from the soul-calling song is many times more than what he can get from finding a random job. The contradictory voices made him panic about facing death. Qin Wudi took a step back, and a clear and emotionless look in front of him froze his steps. At this moment, he suddenly found that there was an eye hidden in the gap between the back door and the wall. The other party also realized it, and suddenly avoided it. A few seconds later, half of Ro's face poked out from behind the door. It was that NPC. No, not that NPC. To be precise, she is not an NPC at all. The cowardice and fear disappeared from her face. Her black and white eyes were filled with dark emotions. The intention to kill. In a flash, Qin Wudi seemed to have figured everything out. A farm far away from the town, in the deserted land, a young woman who lives alone without a male child. Lu Qingsong inexplicably became a ghoul. Before he formed a temporary team, Lu Qingsong was still a player. No matter how good the ghoul is at disguising himself, he can't create a game panel and join a game team. It must be her. She is the one who did all this. She is not an NPC at all. Most likely a player in disguise. No. Favorability. There is no such thing as player favorability. How can she control system notifications? Is it some secret game bug? The situation is urgent. Qin Wudi can't figure it out. He saw and Ro gently shook her head at him, and then looked at Qiqi and Yiming, who was facing the back door. She also wants to kill Qiqi and Yiming. Qin Wudi's eyelids jumped. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. But even if they form an alliance, how can they kill Qiqi and Yiming? I am only at the beginning of the gold level. I can't say I am powerless against Qiqi and Yiming, but I can't escape death. And the other party is hiding outside the door and dare not show up. How high can his level be? While Qin Wudi was hesitating, and Ro took out the Seven Souls sword and silently drew a word in the air. Qin Wudi was shocked. He had been playing games for several years, so he naturally knew all kinds of cold weapons in Lingbing City. Although the sword was only the length of a palm, it was not a dagger but a long sword. Looking at the material, even from such a distance, He could tell that it was definitely not a low-level weapon. And the word written by in row. Blue. This is a blue weapon. A second-class weapon. Qin Wuti finally saw hope. He held back his frantic heartbeat, tried to breathe slowly, and blinked after reading in row's strokes. He clenched the penalty knife in his hand. The reason why he didn't use the punishment knife as his first weapon was that he was afraid of arousing jealousy and kept it as a bottom line. Secondly, at his current level, his energy value could not support the frequent use of the punishment knife skill. The green weapon has a total of 5 skill levels, and the lowest level of the punishment knife skill, Ink Punishment, also requires 200 energy points. He used 2 skills in succession to deal with Lu Qingsong, and the remaining energy value was only a little over 1,000. There are energy potions in the prop column, but they cannot be taken out to replenish in front of Qiqian Yiming. Besides, since it was a sneak attack, he didn't have much chance. 1,000 energy points. Just enough to perform the most powerful 5th stage of the penalty knife. Success or failure depends on this move. Qin Wuti slowly exhaled, and after Enro nodded, he retracted his gaze. This secret communication took a short time. Lu Qingsong just devoured the soul of the second wild guest, and the body that lost its vital signs silently exploded into a light spot. Now! Qin Wuti silently said in his heart, penalty knife. 5th stage skill. Death penalty. His figure suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, the scene in front of Qiqian Yiming changed, and fell into endless darkness. Countless lights and shadows were born from unknown places, whistling towards him. Blade light. The ubiquitous blade light, layer by layer, seemed to be composed of thousands of blades, densely filling the entire space. No matter he jumped or leaned over, the sharp edge was always slashing towards his neck. Qiqian Yiming smiled coldly and uttered 2 cold words. Traitor. Since you have actively invited darkness, let me show you what real darkness is. He held the slender hilt with both hands. Tidal Wuming. At this moment, a deeper and thicker darkness burst out with him as the center. The ink color seemed to be alive, actively facing the knife of Depai, instantly melting away the powerful blade. He closed his eyes, and Qin Wuti's breath condensed into a ball of white in the ink color, projecting into his mind. Qiqian Yiming's smile froze on his face. No. There is another person nearby. Another white shadow rushed out from behind, and Qin Wuti formed a pincer attack. Qiqian Yiming's mind moved, and the thick ink emanating from his body turned into 2 long snakes, facing the 2 people respectively. However, at this moment, the unique roar of the ghoul exploded. Lu Qingsong seized the opportunity and pounced on his soul. The thick ink suddenly shrank. The light became brighter. Qiqian Yiming bent one leg, and the sword slid through a semicircle. With a clang, the punishment sword broke into countless pieces in front of the sword's sharp blade, like a fairy scattering flowers, dazzling people's eyes. The sword continued to move, directly cutting off Lu Qingsong's hands, and the tip of the sword cut off half of Lu Qingsong's neck. The sword was also a blue weapon. With the help of skills, the attack power increased several times. It was also a fatal injury. Lu Qingsong's body died immediately and began to change wildly. The half of his severed neck fell backwards, revealing a neatly cut wound. Countless sharp teeth drilled out of the wound, as if that was his big mouth that devoured souls. The 2 severed hands had bloody spikes, and together with a bloody mouth, they pounced on Qiqian Yiming. At the critical moment, Qiqian Yiming did not forget that he was at a disadvantage of being attacked from 3 sides. He was not flustered at all, and activated a skill of the sword. Black flames appeared on the blade, and with the sword's momentum, it swung towards Lu Qingsong like a long whip. The sharp blade of the sword slashed towards Qin Wuti, who was rushing over again. However, something changed suddenly. Qin Wuti, who had taken out the giant axe in a hurry, staggered for some reason, just dodged the sword, and hit his head against the wall. The earth wall was cut open from the outside by something, and the sharp bone blade instantly pierced his crown. The second sneak attacker actually gave up on him and pushed Qin Wuti instead. At the last moment of his life, Qin Wuti only left a look of astonishment. A thunderous roar erupted outside the wall. With a loud bang, the earth wall was completely knocked down, and the dense bone blades rushed towards Qiqian Yiming like a cluster of fangs. Lu Qingsong's attack also arrived at the right time, one in front and one behind, and once again sandwiched Qiqian Yiming in the middle. And this time, the distance was extremely close. In the chaos, Chi-Chi and Yiming caught a glimpse of the light screen that popped up in front of him. Ghoul level, a highest. Not only that, the entire mission level was raised to A level. It turned out that the highest level ghoul was not in this house from the beginning to the end. The huge bodies of the two ghouls blocked his sight, shrouding him in the interlaced light and shadow. As a top 100 expert on the Destiny list, he was accustomed to single-player SS level missions. But Chi-Chi and Yiming still didn't take them seriously. He instantly activated the armor in his clothes, and the white fluorescence expanded, blocking the bone blade and blood thorns. At the same time, the sword flipped and activated a skill. He even closed his eyes to check the location of the second attacker. The result was that the attacker was right next to him. The sword energy was like a hurricane, cutting off the bone blade and blood thorns inch by inch. Lu Qingsong burst into a roar, and the roar stopped abruptly. A slender arm suddenly emerged from the big mouth that was formed by the rapid change of his neck, with a silver cold light at the tip. The inconspicuous cold light actually pierced through the sword energy that was bright in front of him, causing the hurricane to stop. Chi-Chi and Yiming felt a chill on the back of his neck. Impossible. What kind of weapons and skills can break his armor defense? His armor is a green weapon with a defense value of thousands. In disbelief, he swung his sword. Lu Qingsong's body was split in half, but there was no one behind him, and Rose succeeded in her attack and retreated. To this extent, she created this opportunity, not for herself, but for Baofu. Baofu's limbs, which were deliberately opened, suddenly shrank, and the bone knife, which was sharper than the bone blade on his body, seemed to form an X and embedded in Chi-Chi and Yiming's back. If the defense had not been broken, if Chi-Kai and Yiming had not been distracted, if the sudden wealth had not devoured Qin Wudi's soul and greatly increased his strength, it would not have been possible. But at this moment, the three conditions were met at the same time. Chi-Kai and Yiming's indifferent mask was finally broken, and in shock, he pulled out the weapon behind him. His eyes widened again. My Lan Wu. Surprisingly, it was the Lan Wu he had lost. The Seven Souls sword. His gradually drying eyeballs turned to Enro, who was a few meters away. Yes, you? This was the last word he could say. With a clang, the Seven Souls sword fell to the ground. At the same time, the completely dead Lu Qingsong finally exploded with the mission reward. Gold coins rained down like a sandstorm. The moment the bone knife entered the body, the soul that was bright before the ruler was already on the table of wealth. Chapter 24. Enro had to admit that this was a failed operation from the perspective of recruiting workers and purchasing goods. Wang De and Wang Er were both killed, and there was only one ghoul left in the entire farm, Bao Fu. Although the number of potential applicants, no, the number of ghosts, was as high as 12 players, 12 once lively corpses. None of them were left. Purchasing goods was a complete failure. However, Wang De and Wang Er were both dead, and Bao Fu had eaten a lot in one go, so purchasing goods was not so urgent. The thatched house that was rebuilt with great effort was in a mess, with holes everywhere. All the furnishings in the house were destroyed, and one of the outer walls had mostly collapsed. The night wind blew in through the gap, making it chilly, and Rose sat numbly on the ground picking up money. Looking around, the house was a mountain of gold. This was the only pleasing thing. Chi-Chi and Yiming killed 5 ghouls as soon as he arrived, and the ground was already covered with gold coins. Before he died, he killed the crazy Lu Qingsong. After Lu Qingsong devoured the souls of so many players, according to the game mechanism, on the one hand, he devoured their assets at the same time, and on the other hand, the level increase increased the task rewards. As soon as he died, the gold coins were like a flood from the void, and even Baofu's body was submerged by half. Oh! It was Baofu's previous size. Now it ate a gold and a great god in succession, and was driven out of the house by Enro to evolve. From the beginning, Enro didn't really want to cooperate with Qin Wudi. He was just a gold player, and he was nearly 30 levels lower than Chi-Chi and Yiming. And Enro herself was an NPC, with a blue weapon, but unable to activate the skills. Even if the sneak attack hurt Chi-Chi and Yiming, the possibility of killing him is very small. The real killer move has always been Baofu. Or rather, it lies in the game mechanism. Any player of any level, once directly touched by the ghoul and heard the soul-calling song, will lose control of the body. This is the most fatal weakness of the player. Baofu's bone knife inserted into Qiqian Yiming's body. This is of course the most direct contact. It is already negative distance. Pretend to cooperate with Qin Wudi, and then unexpectedly feed Qin Wudi to Baofu, so that Baofu can enhance his strength. This is all the prelude to the plan. After that, I will use the Seven Souls sword to sneak attack Qiqian Yiming for the second time. No matter whether I can kill him with one strike or not. The last killer move of Baofu will always be used. After all, planting the corpse of the great player underground, and waiting for him to bloom and bear fruit again and again. And Ro does not have such confidence. Instead of doing this, it is better to feed it to the loyal little helper. Spending a whole night with this group of players is not as dangerous as the 5 minutes after Qiqian Yiming appeared. I will never do such a risky thing again. And Ro was still in shock. So she let out a breath and picked up the last gold coin. Then she looked at the balance. Pa. Just pretend she didn't say anything. 530,000. This is too much. The sudden joy of getting rich swept away the gloom. And Ro ran out of the house excitedly. Bow. We got rich. She just stretched out her hand. And suddenly remembered the tragedy that the last time she high-fived almost caused. And quickly retracted it. She bent her arms above her head and made a big hard gesture. Happy cooperation. Refills. Baofu's head was bigger than her. When he laid down, his body was like a small mountain. When he stood up, his limbs were higher than the roof. And his flat body was like a dark cloud. It stood up. And Ro was shocked. The reason why she drove it out of the thatched house was that after swallowing the ruler, Baofu's body began to expand violently. And Ro really didn't expect it to grow so big. It was bigger than her 2 houses. And Ro suddenly looked at the searchlight on the city wall in the distance. Just when she wanted to remind Baofu to lie down, it raised its body and supported itself with its hind legs and stood up. Like a giant 100 meters tall. The bone blades under his body emitted a faint white light. Like centipede legs. Waving randomly. And suddenly stopped. They formed a huge heart of love. And Ro paused when she was about to say something. And burst into laughter. 2 kilometers away. On the top of the city. A soldier on night watch suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked down. What is that? What did you find? His companion came over. It seems like there is something. It's pitch black. How can there be anything? Are you dazzled? The soldier rubbed his eyes. In the distance, there was nothing unusual except for a very dim yellow light. The dark cloud that covered the light just now disappeared. Is it really an illusion? His companion poked him. Don't look. We are on night watch, and we are also looking outside the wall. Why look inside the wall? Besides, didn't you see the forum? The forum is on fire. On fire? What's the news? Qiqian Yiming is offline. The companion's tone was exaggerated. But after the soldier saw the excitement on the forum, he felt that he was not exaggerating at all. Soul Song has millions of players. It is late at night now. Normally, many people should be offline for a rest. But the number of online people displayed in the upper left corner of the forum has reached 3 million. The posts on the homepage have already built several million-story buildings, which is unprecedented. Qiqian Yiming has fallen out of the Destiny list. Reliable news. Qiqian Yiming has not only fallen out of the Destiny list, but has been completely offline. All members of the Huaying branch of the Orly Guild are online to thoroughly investigate the cause of Qiqian Yiming's death. These 3 are the posts with the highest floors. And they are also the order in which they appear one after another. At first, some players discovered that Qiqian Yiming's name suddenly disappeared from the top 100 players in the Destiny rankings. For any high-level player, this would be a big deal. But Qiqian Yiming is different. His ranking has been up and down, and he has fallen out of the Destiny rankings in the past. So although the first post attracted some attention, most players thought the poster was making a fuss. Until the second post appeared. The poster patted his chest and said that Qiqian Yiming had lost his game qualifications. Instantly exploded. You know, the high players on the Destiny list are the most likely to be promoted to legendary players under the names of major guilds. At present, there are only 2 players on the list of the Ori Guild. Qiqian Yiming, who has been a new member for 2 years and has risen rapidly in the rankings, is still the one with the highest hopes. Did he die suddenly? 768810L. He definitely didn't die at the hands of other high players. His Destiny value is so high, and he has a unique reincarnation skill. How many resurrection opportunities should he have? He suddenly lost his game qualification. He must have been eaten by a ghoul. And he was completely devoured. Not even having time to use his soul card. 788921L to 768810L. Why are you pretending to be smart? He was completely removed from the fate list. What else could be the reason if not being eaten by a ghoul? What nonsense! The question now is, what high-level task did he activate? And what level of ghoul did he get eaten by? 814682L. That's right. In my opinion, the greedy and impatient behavior of Shikuzen Ichiaki may be because he found the clue of SSS level mission. And in order to successfully advance to Legend and do the ultimate mission, he went solo again. As a result, he underestimated the ghoul and overestimated himself. 932900L. It makes sense. Otherwise, why would Ollie mobilize the entire Hwine branch? It is not important to investigate the cause of Shikuzen Ichiaki's death. He is no longer valuable. What is valuable is the clue of SSS level mission. Once found, Ollie can help the old man become a legendary player and start the ultimate mission. The post was too high, and it took the soldier a long time to eat the giant melon. He looked at the starless and moonless night sky, stunned for a while, and suddenly frowned. I remember. Qiqian Yiming was in Zhongshu town a few days ago. Right? His companion laughed in disbelief. You don't think there can be SSS level tasks in Zhongshu town? Don't dream, brother. He said again. What is the level of the high-level players on the Destiny list? Once they sit in the teleportation array and activate the movement skill, they can reach hundreds or thousands of kilometers in a blink of an eye. I guess he's gone a long time ago. Oh, that's right. Emaki Shikumi was indeed thousands of kilometers away from the holographic cabin where the two soldiers were. In the Japanese-style building, his holographic projection was silent and quiet, and he even forgot to tie the belt of his bathrobe. Shikumi, tell the truth. The minister couldn't help but stand up. The seedling who was once the most valued lost his game qualification. In other words, he was no longer valuable to the guild and the country. The minister's demeanor and tone faintly revealed this change. Chimei Kazuaki's face was a little pale, but his eyes were as indifferent as ever. He said softly, I am telling the truth. Before it devoured me, the ghoul's level was only A. After it devoured me, it is unknown. An A-level ghoul can eat your soul. Will you lose to an A-level ghoul? Chimei Kazuaki's eyebrows slightly raised, and soon relaxed. A simple A-level ghoul, even if 10 of them came at the same time, could not hurt him. The one who really made him capsize was that woman. The woman who was not sure if she was a player or an NPC. She and the ghouls had obviously reached some kind of cooperation. To think more exaggeratedly, maybe she could control the ghouls. This was something that no one had ever done in the 20 years since Soul Song was launched. Or rather, a bug. Ironically, it was the minister who had forcibly pulled him out of the game a few hours ago, disdained his original investigation, and replaced it with a high-level mission, having suddenly lost his eligibility to play the game. Shikuzen Ichiming was a little confused. Out of some instinct, he did something and concealed the existence of that woman. No one can get what I can't get. I'm waiting for you to follow in my footsteps one by one. The minister was furious. Qiqian, your contract is still in the guild. Don't forget the mission entrusted to you by the country. Qiqian Yiming stood up, with a cold and sarcastic smile on his lips. It's just a game. Mr. Kuwata. He pointed to the stormy night sky outside the window, and suddenly emphasized, open your eyes and look. This is our country. The narrow continent extends northward, and across the sea several dozen kilometers away is another peninsula country. In the dark and cold interrogation room, Qing Wudi was covered in half-dried neural sensors, and was trembling with fear. What are you afraid of? The interrogator on the other side smiled faintly. Although you can't explain what happened, you did a good job in preventing the mission clues from falling into Qiqian Yiming's hands. Now, tell me the location. After the excitement of suddenly becoming rich, and Ro was almost worried to death. The guilds in Soul Song are different from all previous games. Many guilds have organizational structures that spread from online to offline. They are strictly managed and even sign contracts with members to pay wages. This is well known. Kill Qiqian Yiming and the farm will be exposed 100%. She leaned on Baofu's face and was worried. After Baofu's body expanded, his head alone was taller than her whole body. When he laid down, his head was like an oval boulder. Of course, There was a frightened face carved upside down on the stone. The eyeballs were as big as Andrew's fist. The eyeball rolled around and met Enro's gaze. Enro patted its forehead and sighed. Bow bow. Do you think we should take Dad and Ro away? With you here, we don't have to be afraid no matter how many ghouls there are in the land of no life. Right? But there are only ghouls and no people in the land of no life. And I don't know if I can find seeds and grow vegetables. The farm was just built. And I invested tens of thousands of gold coins in it. Chapter 25. Pow Pow was woken up by the alarm clock. And he was still a little dizzy. After spending a long time in the holographic game, it is inevitable that he will be nervous. While eating breakfast downstairs, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps on the stairs. Brother, you are going to work so early? Pow Pow looked up, a little surprised. Did something happen to the guild? The man with gentle eyebrows came over and touched his head. It's okay. Finish eating quickly. I will take you to school. You are going to be late. Oh. The car stopped at the school gate, and Pow Pow waved goodbye. He lingered outside the gate for 2 minutes. And when he saw the car driving away, he ran to a street. Holographic arena. He rented a holographic cabin here, for a monthly subscription. Before closing his eyes, Pow Pow glanced at the time on the screen. 7:15. Brother Chin said he would be online at 7 o'clock. And he was late. He hurriedly clicked the start button. His consciousness entered darkness, followed by a flashing white dot, like the noise of an antique TV losing its signal. And then the world suddenly became quiet. Sorry. I'm late. Pow Pow spoke hastily before opening his eyes. Then he felt a chill on his neck. He found that he couldn't open his eyes. The light in his conscious world flew away. And when he finally opened his eyes, his sight was fixed on a line of words. The words on the screen of the holographic cabin cover, waiting for resurrection. Remaining time 11 hours 59 minutes and 52 seconds. The seconds were counting down. Pow Pow rubbed his eyes in disbelief. And his eyes were almost blinded by the sensor. I'm dead? I must be mistaken. The start button failed. He was indeed dead. This was his first death. Silent. Without any feeling. And without the phantom pain of death that others often talked about. It was no different from being offline on his own. Pow Pow opened his mouth. And his fingers clicked on the few icons that could still be controlled. After a slight pause on the forum, he clicked on the special prop column next to it. Inside, there was a resurrection card given to him by Chin Woody, worth 5,000 gold. It was more expensive than renting a holographic cabin for 3 months. Pow Pow hesitated for a while, but finally decided to use it. He didn't want to become a lost one, and not know where his body would end up after he died. Besides, if Brother Chin and the others got into trouble, he could still rush over to help. His consciousness shuttled again. The feeling of suffocation came. Pow Pow tried his best to resist the urge to gasp violently, and opened his eyes at the first moment. Something was pouring towards him. He subconsciously raised his arm to block it. A pile of soil. Black, a little damp, and an indescribable faint, fishy smell. Soil? Pow Pow jumped up and finally saw his situation clearly. There was black soil all around and a 3-meter-high pit. On the edge of the pit, 2 heads, one big and one small, were looking down. Pow Pow was so scared that he forgot to breathe and shrank into the corner, wishing he could dig a hole in the pit and bury himself in it. That huge head SS-level ghoul. The task details that popped up on the light screen were written like this. And the difficulty rating was also SS. What's going on? How could an SS-level ghoul appear here? Where are Brother Chin and the others? Are they all dead? No. Could this be the ghoul in the high-level mission that Brother Chin mentioned? Why did they set off without waiting for him? Even if they set off, why did they take him with them when he was offline? Pepeo's mind was in a mess, and he didn't dare to look up again. What's the point of looking? He is just a broken bronze, and if he encounters a high-level ghoul, he will have nowhere to escape. Got it. Pow Pow suddenly had an idea and went offline. It's not a normal offline, but a death offline. In the temporary death state, the body has no soul. So of course, it will not be eaten by ghouls. This is a life-saving method mentioned in many novice guides. Although it is the most helpless and the most helpless one, it is more important than keeping the game qualification. He has only been an adult for 2 months, and has been playing Soul Summoning Song for 2 months. In such a short time, he has not experienced the fun of the game. He doesn't want to be one of the 1 billion historical players. Historical players, who lost their game qualifications for various reasons. Pepeo's mind moved. And a red weapon Hawkeye's slingshot appeared in his hand. It was also given to him by Chinwudi. Compared to many bronzes, he had a red weapon, so his starting point was already very high. Slingshots need projectiles, and projectiles are made of gold coins. He was about to take out a gold coin, but he was stunned again. In the account balance, there was a capital 0. Where are his more than 500 gold coins? No way. He can't be so unlucky. Right? Pow Pow was heartbroken. No one can take away the props on anyone. And the same goes for gold coins. There is only one possibility for the balance to be cleared. All of it was leaked out during the death just now. On the top of the deep pit. And Ro watched the players below wrestling for a long time. And finally lost her patience. Are you going to commit suicide? Hurry up. It's just a game. It'll only hurt for a while. No bullets. Pow Pow answered subconsciously, with a hint of tears in his voice. And Ro blinked, focused her eyes a little, and then saw the small light screen floating on his weapon. There was a line of small words in it. Each bullet consumes 1 gold coin. She couldn't control her surprised tone. No way. You don't have any gold coins left? Are you really that poor? If there were other reasons why he couldn't do it, and Ro could still consider giving him a ride. But the other party had nothing in his pocket. What was the point of dying again? She couldn't earn a penny. As for the red weapon, and Ro didn't want it much. After last night, she had accumulated more than 10 weapons, none of which could compare to the 7 Souls sword. The blue sword with a bright light in front of the ruler was pleasing to the eye. But it was a pity that it was swallowed up by the sudden wealth along with his soul. It was a bit regrettable. And Ro's thoughts drifted away for a moment. And then she retracted them. And then she found that Pow Pow at the bottom of the pit had turned around and looked at her in shock. The eyes were so wide that they almost caught up with Baofu. And Ro curled her lips. Helpless. In this case, she could only squeeze out the last bit of his value and feed Baofu some snacks. Bao Bao. It's time for breakfast. Baofu's huge head shook gently, and his fist-sized eyeballs slid to the lower edge of his eye sockets. One night later, and Ro found that it didn't like to bark anymore. In the past, it would respond with a low roar, but after its body expanded, it would shake its head. Especially those frightened eyes, and Ro could accurately understand what they meant. For example, now, and Ro raised her hand and slapped it on the forehead. You were still hungry 2 days ago, but now you are disgusted? Where can you find so many high-level players to feed you? She stood on tiptoe and pointed at the nose of the rich man, saying, I tell you, snacks can also be eaten as meals. Sister. Beautiful sister. Pepeo's abrupt voice scared in Ro. He finally recovered from the shock and digested the fact that the disheveled woman in front of him was the NPC in the farm last night, and could control the ghouls, which was unheard of. Sister. Please don't kill me. I can do anything you want me to do. Just don't kill me. I really don't want to go back to repeat the year. She begged for mercy and cried bitterly. In her breakdown, she even blurted out the fact that she had been in the top of the class since she was young, but failed the college entrance examination for 3 consecutive years. And Ro's face was complicated. She really felt Pepeo's resistance to repeating the exam. But skipping school to play games? What a bastard who doesn't know how to appreciate his blessings. And Ro wanted to get him offline completely. Pow Pow finally noticed in Ro's abnormal silence, and suddenly woke up. What good would it do to beg so desperately except to embarrass himself? My brother said that the world in the soul-calling song is the cruelest. Brother Chin also said that the players in the game only have one thing in their eyes: profit. Profit. Pepeo's mind raced. And he blurted out, You killed so many Ollie players. They will come looking for you soon. Even if you can drive high-level ghouls, it's useless. The Ollie Guild has hundreds of thousands of players, and SS ghouls can't stop it. I have a way to prevent you from being besieged. It just hit Andrew's sore spot. And Rose smiled. You are just a bronze wild guest, not a member of Ollie. What can you do? I have clues. Clues to advanced tasks. Pow Pow said. I can help you. Use advanced tasks to create chaos and divert the attention of Ollie Guild. Divert attention? You mean I don't have to run? No. Pow Pow gritted his teeth and promised. And Rose's heart was moved. She worried all night, and decided to run away at dawn. She was about to go back to Zhongsu Town to pick up an Yonyan, and suddenly remembered that one of the 12 players who came to the farm last night had logged off early, with the mentality of cutting the grass at its roots. And Ro waited for a while in the corner where Pow Pow disappeared last. As luck would have it, Pow Pow came online and removed the invisibility effect. This kid is lucky. He was not accidentally injured in the chaotic scene yesterday. If it was really like he said, using chaos to divert the attention of the Orly Guild, maybe she wouldn't have to give up the farm. Nor would she have to give up the relatively stable living environment within the high walls. And Ro threw down a rope, and Pow Pow climbed up using his hands and feet. She was shocked by the huge size of Fu Fu that was beyond imagination. This is an SS-level ghoul. Pow Pow swallowed his saliva and handed the Hawkeye slingshot to Enro resignedly. In front of a high-level ghoul, it made no difference to him whether he had a weapon or not. He didn't know that in Enro's opinion, the difference was huge. If Pow Pow had a weapon in his hand, how could her weak body, a mere NPC, withstand his attack? Without a weapon, Enro could rest assured. The two sat down in the hut and ran to find a pit next to them. They couldn't help but take a closer look. Could it be that besides himself, there were other people buried in Qin Ji's temporary team? Don't look. The person is dead. Poof. The soul is scattered. And he is completely offline. Enro's words made his heart tremble again. In fact, Enro was bluffing him. Qin Wudi and his group were all dead, which was a fact. But this pit was buried by Ba Daojian before. After Enro decided to run away, she asked Bao Fu to dig it out. Unexpectedly, there was no corpse inside, only a pile of gold coins and props. It seems that Ba Daojian's chance of resurrection has been exhausted, and he has finally been completely offline. A waste of a soul. Tell me, what is the clue of the advanced task? How to do it specifically? After Enro asked, she narrowed her eyes and threatened. I heard everything you talked about last night. If you dare to tell a lie, I will make you into a snack immediately. Chapter 26. Pow Pow changed the light screen to visible mode and let Anra flip through it. Seeing Anra concentrating on browsing the game forum, he couldn't help but be curious. Beautiful sister. What are you looking for? What are you looking at? Close your eyes. Anra slapped him on the forehead. I told you to call me the farmer. She was searching for posts on the forum. Keywords become an NPC. Enter the game. Exchange souls with NPCs. After searching a long list of keywords, nothing came up. Enro sighed inwardly. Perhaps, even if someone else became an NPC like her, they would not have the opportunity to touch the light screen, let alone post a help post. Forget it. Let's make the best of it. Besides, she has 530,000 gold coins, which makes her a wealthy woman. If she really returns to reality, can she still be a wealthy woman? Enro returned to the forum homepage and scanned the several million-story buildings in front of her again, putting aside the noise last night. It turned out that the excitement in Zhongsu Town had subsided in the past 2 days. If she had found out earlier and returned to town a day earlier, she wouldn't have gotten into such a big trouble. Even so, Enro didn't regret it. Fortunes are sought in danger. Without last night, she wouldn't have made so much money. How many people are there in the Huang branch of the Orly Guild? Pow Pow thought for a while. Secondary safety zone. Generally every town will have a branch. I haven't been to Huang Town. Maybe thousands? Enro took a deep breath. With thousands of players surrounding her, no matter how she planned, she would still die? It seems that what Pow Pow said about diverting attention is the most feasible way at the moment. She deleted the search history and switched the light screen to the system notification page, which was full of various tasks or clues. The latest one was the advanced task that Qin Wudi mentioned. Admittedly, it was not a complete task detail, but just a clue. Task clue: T-21 train is about to depart. Tricks and chaos are spreading in the dark, and the shadow of death is looming over the heads of unknown people. Related task: T-21 train crash relevance 50%. At first glance, Enro was confused. The clues were simple and general, except for a clear train number, mission location, number and level of ghouls. Nothing was mentioned. How did they determine that this was an SS-level high-level mission? And on what basis did they determine that the incident occurred in the dead land outside the nearby city wall? T-21 is a train that travels between Lingbing City and Ghost Island. It goes directly without any stops in between, and the entire journey is 2,000 kilometers. With such a long distance, a train crash could happen at any location. I don't have much experience in running and traveling missions, so I can only try to restore Chin Woody's analysis. First, the mission level. Spread. People. The two words indicate that this mission is likely to be a ghoul tide. As long as the number of ghouls reaches a certain level and evolves into a ghoul tide, the mission level may reach S level. In the context of the end of the world, few NPCs will cross such a long distance and travel between two safe zones. So most of the passengers on T21 are players. Ghouls are bred in places where players are densely populated, and ghouls have no shortage of food and their levels rise quickly. With a high-level ghoul, the overall mission level is likely to be raised to SS level. As for why it is not SSS level, according to Chin Woody's analysis, it is related to the second question, the mission location. About to depart. Trick. In Chin Woody's view, these two keywords point to a role that cannot be ignored, the Gal Guild. The three major guilds in Lingbing City are Longyan, Ali, and Gal. Longyan's power far exceeds the latter two, and he is also an advocate and defender of the guild order, and will not engage in conspiracy and trickery behind the scenes. Gar, on the other hand, is only slightly weaker than Ali in overall strength, but has a much smaller territory than Ali. The three circular areas of Lingbing City, the central city, and the first-level safety zone are all under the control of Longyan. Of the 12 areas under the secondary safety zone, Gar only occupies 2 areas, while Ali, with a slight guild advantage, occupies 3 areas. The conflicts between the two have never stopped. The most intense conflict was the fight over the train station. T21 is the name of the train, but it does not mean that Lingbing City or the entire Seoul realm has so many trains. On the contrary, there is only one train between Lingbing City and Guidao, which is used for material transactions. Whoever the train station is located on can gain more benefits from it. Since the Lingbing City dungeon was launched, the station has always been in Longyan's territory. Later, with the rise of Ali and Gal, and the diplomatic game between countries in reality, Longyan agreed to let the 3 guilds take turns to set up the station. As for whether to give it to Ali or Gal first, the two will coordinate on their own. Longyan did have the intention of diverting the trouble to others, but Ali and Gal had to accept it. The conflict between the two parties escalated step by step, and offline military actions were constrained by all parties, and eventually evolved into violent conflicts in the game. The battle for the train station caused tens of thousands of people on both sides to lose their game qualifications and suffered heavy losses. The Longyan Guild was enscathed, which directly established its unshakable status as the big brother. However, the Ori Guild finally got what it wanted and obtained the right to build the train station. That year was the 21st year of the Soul Song game, so the train number was renamed T21, since the task clue clearly pointed out the trick. As a member of Orly, Chin Woody naturally thought of Gal. He believed that the T21 crash, or simply the entire task, was a conspiracy brewed by the Gal Guild, just to make the T21 train and the players on the train suffer heavy losses, and then borrow the terms of the train operation commitment agreement signed by the 3 major guilds to deprive Orly Guild of the remaining 3 years of operation rights. This is why Chin Woody deduced that the task level is higher than S level, but will not reach SSS level. Since the Gal Guild is behind the scenes, the entire mission will not get out of control. If these assumptions are true, once T21 is in trouble, the members of the Gal Guild will rush over immediately and swallow the entire mission reward, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And Ro was more and more shocked as she listened. Soul Song is not just a simple holographic game. This is known to everyone. After all, it is not a game. There are people sent by the country to specially form a guild, the Dragon Flame Guild. But Ali, Gal, these guilds also have a national background. The situation in the game was much more complicated than she had imagined. It seemed that she had to try to avoid being involved in complicated situations in the future, so as not to become the target of public criticism. For this reason, the farm had to be improved as soon as possible and be self-sufficient. Of course, this time's T21 was an exception. She still needed to rely on this high-level mission to escape. So you said that the way to help me get rid of the encirclement of Ali is to wait for T21 to have an accident. And Ro frowned and asked. T21 departed at sunset, and Chin Woody calculated that the accident would happen tonight, which was still a whole day away. That's long enough time for Oli to catch up. Right? Pow Pow focused his eyes on the screen and scrolled through the forum post. If sister, farmer, what you said is true. Chi-Chi and Yiming caught up with us and called Brother Chin a traitor. It stands to reason that Chi-Chi and Yiming has been offline for so long. And the Hawaiian branch should have caught up with us long ago. They haven't appeared for so long. There are only two possibilities. Either Chi-Chi and Yiming didn't expose the farm for some reason, or the Hawaiian branch also got the clue of T21 and prepared to focus on completing that task first. As for Brother Chin, although he and Chimei Chiaki belong to the same Oli, they are from two different countries after all, and they have always been at odds with each other. Besides, Brother Chin is only the captain of a small team. He said that the country does not need him to stand so high to consider things, and he only needs to consider his own interests. This, is also the reason why he betrayed. The amount of information was too much, and Enro couldn't help biting her nails. Her eyes suddenly determined, if that's the case, why do I need you? Ah? Pow Pow was shocked. Although Ollie hasn't arrived yet, it doesn't mean they won't come. Maybe once the T21 incident is over, they will have the energy to deal with you. You know, Chi-Chi and Yiming is the fastest rising player in Ollie in the past 2 years. It's impossible that he died in vain. And Rose smiled. She just wanted to scare Pow Pow. This young man looks young and has little game experience, but he has a good brain and understands the situation. Keep him by your side. He will be useful sooner or later. And Rose turned her head and looked around. Bao Bao. Bao Bao? The surroundings were empty. Where was the shadow of Bao Fu? Where did you go? And Rose cursed in a low voice, and was about to use her consciousness to call out, when her eyes blurred and a huge terrified face floated up from the ground. The slightly dark mud was like a mirror, and in the mirror, Bao Fu's face suddenly floated up. Pow Pow was so scared that he jumped up and shrank behind Enro. A ghoul is a ghoul after all, and its appearance is scary enough regardless of its level. In comparison, he became more and more convinced that Enro was another player disguised as an NPC, and was not that scary. Enro was also startled and looked up. There was no Bofu looking in the mirror in the air. How could it hide underground? It was not right to say that it was hiding underground. It was more like a shadow projected on the ground. Enro looked at its fist-sized eyes in confusion. What's wrong with you? Baofu rolled his eyes and said nothing. The face floated up from the soil, as if it had emerged from the water. Ghost. Ghost magic. Don't you know? Pow Pow was even more strange than Enro. Ghost magic? Enro muttered. Her eyes fell on Peopeo's screen, where the mission details popped up. Mission name: Dark Clouds over an Unknown Farm. Mission location: East suburb of Zhongsu Town. Ghoul level: SS. Ghost technique: 1 out of 2 elephant swallowing, 2 out of 2 pseudo hiding. Number of ghouls: 1/1. Time limit: none. Difficulty rating: S. And Rose suddenly realized that Pow Pow was a player. And for him, getting rich quickly was a task right in front of him. Wasn't it? You really don't know? The strength of ghouls below S level is determined by the parasite. And above S level, they will breed their own unique ghost arts. It is SS level, so it has 2 ghost arts. This one looks like it should be pseudo-hiding. Right? Before Pow Pow finished speaking, he was shocked to find that Anru was staring at him, narrowing her eyes dangerously. Pow Pow swallowed his saliva, and the desire to survive made his brain more flexible. Don't worry. I swear I will never reveal any clues to anyone. Men's mouths are deceiving. And Rose said, let's put it this way. You are a nobody. Baofu and I originally looked down on you. Considering that you still have a useful brain, we will make an exception and hire you as a farm employee. From now on, well, just call me boss. Employee? Pow Pow opened his mouth. Why? You don't like it? Bao Bao. And Ro gave an order, and Baofu's face floated up again. His open mouth was dark, as if he could swallow Pow Pow in one gulp. Pow Pow nodded hurriedly. I am willing. Boss. I will. Don't try that. And Rose stopped him. Don't worry. Follow me. You won't lose out on levels, gold coins and props. She clapped her hands. Pack up and get ready to work. Start work? Boss. Are we waiting to see what happens? And Rose smiled. Didn't you say that Ollie will come sooner or later? In that case, we should also recruit troops and horses quickly. Right? Chapter 27. Dark night without light. Somewhere on the 20-meter-high city wall, a dark shadow darker than the night slowly rose. and when it reached half the height of the city wall, it suddenly accelerated, easily climbed over the wall, and landed steadily on the land outside the wall. The land of no life. This was the first time Enro had stepped on the land outside the wall since entering the game. She hugged Baofu's neck and looked around. It was pitch black everywhere. And in the distance, you could vaguely distinguish the outlines of clusters of trees in the land of no life. Occasionally, the angry howls of ghouls were heard in the woods, floating from afar, making the land seem even quieter. It is said that the land of no life is a place where ghouls run rampant. Few players dare to wander alone. They often go out of the city in groups during the day to sweep some unleveled ghouls in the nearby woods to accumulate experience and rewards. When the sun sets, they rush back to the city. No one will spend the night outside. It's not as scary as it's said. And Ro muttered. Pao Pao lay beside him, holding the outer edge of Baofu's flat body with both hands. But he didn't dare to hold it too tightly. Otherwise his arms would swell. Hearing Enro's words, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. You are riding an SS-level ghoul, like a king patrolling the mountains. Which ghost dares to come near? Where is it? Enro asked. Pao Pao squinted his eyes to identify it, and pointed in a direction, over there. Walk for 15 minutes, and you can see the railway tracks. Pay attention to the searchlights on the city wall. On the top of the wall in the distance, there are 2 searchlights sweeping back and forth at night, leaving 2 white lines under the night sky. It's said to be 15 minutes. Baofu took 4-meter-long legs and arrived in a short while. It was huge, but it ran very lightly. When the searchlight swept over, it only needed to jump lightly to avoid the sweeping area. And Rose stared at the scene in front of her in amazement. She didn't ask, and she didn't say anything. It turned out that the so-called railway was not on the ground, but on a 20-meter-high elevated platform. Towards the elevated platform stretched all the way like a giant dragon and disappeared into the darkness. Towards it spanned nearly 2 kilometers, crossed the tall wall, and disappeared into Lingbing City. Every few steps, there is a bridge pillar that stands tall and straight, as thick as 4 or 5 people can hold together. The surface has blue lines that appear and disappear from time to time, but because it is too subtle, it cannot be seen from a distance. Bao Bao, come closer. And Rose stretched out her hand, and Pao Pao immediately reminded her, don't move. High voltage electricity. And Ro quickly retracted, high voltage electricity. That's right, Pao Pao said. There are many wires embedded in the bridge pillars, and some places are deliberately exposed to form an electric grid to block ghouls. And Rose suddenly realized, the railway was built on a land without life. So the first thing to face was the destruction of ghouls. So naturally we had to find a way to intercept them. She smiled and looked at Pao Pao. Oh, if it was me, I wouldn't say anything. If Pao Pao hadn't stopped it, Baofu's high level might not necessarily cause any trouble. But Enro, a small NPC, would definitely be electrocuted. Pao Pao smiled awkwardly, and wanted to remain silent, but couldn't help saying, not only you, boss, I would be electrocuted too. After all, both of them were on Baofu's back. He is honest. This elevated road leads all the way to Ghost Island. 2,000 kilometers? Enro asked. Pao Pao nodded. That's what the guide says. Big deal. Enro thought. No wonder there is only one railway in Lingbing City, and several major guilds are fighting for it so fiercely. She pointed upwards. Is there high voltage electricity on it? I don't know. We haven't gone up to check it out yet. But Brother Chin said there shouldn't be any. After all, there is high voltage electricity on the rails. And the steam train can't run. Steam locomotive. High voltage electricity. Railroad tracks. 2,000 kilometers of elevated roads. These words mixed with the real objects gave Enro a sense of magic. The background setting of the Soul Realm was too mixed. The players in the Cold Weapon City still used cold weapons, while the players in the Ghost Island had already used firearms. The former was obviously behind the latter, but it was firmly at the top of the 4 major camps. And Rose suppressed these strange thoughts and pointed her finger above her head. Bao Bao. Jump up. Don't touch the pillars. Baofu bent his limbs, jumped suddenly, and landed on the elevated road easily. There was nothing unusual around, and there was indeed no high voltage electricity on it. The body of the rich man was too big, much wider than the viaduct, and his limbs were hanging in the air on both sides. Fortunately, there were more than 21-meter-long bone blades under it, which really played the role of centipede legs at this moment. supporting the huge body forward. "Be careful. Don't hit the rails," Enro said. The bone blade avoided the steel and inserted into the stone between the sleepers. And the clanging sound turned into the sound of stone friction. Enro turned her head to look at the city wall. And the searchlight was sweeping regularly as usual. Presumably, the soldiers on it were far away and didn't hear the movement. Baofu walked forward along the railroad tracks. Cao Cao lowered his head from its back and said, "It's too dark. I can't see." The night was too dark, and the nearby railroad tracks were shrouded in the shadow of Baofu's huge body. So the shape of the railroad tracks could not be seen at all. And Ro's heart moved. "Bao Bao. Can you see? If you can, just call out. And be gentle." Baofu growled. Sure enough, since it could prevent the bone blade from hitting the sleepers, it must have a strong night vision ability. About 5 minutes later, Baofu stopped and growled again. And Ro's eyes lit up. "Put me down." Baofu lowered his body, and the two slid down his neck onto the railroad track. When they got closer, they saw that there was indeed a misalignment between the two railroad tracks. With only one track, the train would definitely derail and cause an accident when it came here. And on a 20-meter high elevated platform, the outcome was imaginable. "The cut is so smooth. It must have been man-made. It must have been the Ghoul Guild," Cao Cao said. In reality, he would have called the police without saying a word. This is definitely antisocial behavior. However, it's just in the game now. He looked at Enro. "Boss, let's go down and ambush nearby. The T-21 is about to leave. The train station is located in the sub-9th district, next to the sub-8th district. It is estimated that it will arrive here in a quarter of an hour at most after the departure." Enro turned around and looked at Lingbing City. She shook her head. "No, it's not close enough to the farm." "Ah? Why do you have to be so close? Wouldn't it attract attention if it's too close?" Cao Cao was puzzled. "If too many ghouls break through the city wall, the farm will be the first to be hit and will definitely be exposed." And Ro thought, "So? We can't get too close." After the rail passes through the sub-9th district, there is a small turn. So from the current position, it seems to be facing the sub-8th district, which is the direction of the farm. But the distance is 3 kilometers away. And Ro climbed onto Baofu's back. "Bao Bao. Retreat." After a while, he stopped at the place where he jumped onto the elevated platform. This place is just beyond the searchlight on the top of the city. Cao Cao was still looking around in confusion. But Enra had already given the order. "Bao Bao. Cut the rails." Cao Cao opened his mouth in surprise. Is the boss also so antisocial? That's right. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done such a sensational thing as raising ghouls. The bone blade slid, and the rails were broken into pieces, without even making any sound, which shows how sharp the bone blade is after the upgrade of wealth. Just at this moment, a long whistle sounded from the distance behind. The train has started. Water prison. Shikuzen Ichiming never thought that such a highly developed civilized society still retained such a barbaric punishment. He coughed violently, and ice water that stung his mucous membrane spurted out of his mouth and nose. His usual look was no longer cold, nor was it fear, but deep hatred. He looked at the minister sitting behind the interrogation table 2 meters away. In the past 2 years, he had worked for such a person and such an organization. "Shijian, if not yourself, you should also consider your family." In response to the minister's words, a familiar cry came from the corridor. Shijian opened his eyes in disbelief, and his clenched teeth finally loosened. The door of the interrogation room was slammed shut. The director looked at the crying woman coldly and asked the secretary, "Are all the branch members ready?" "All online. Let's go now." Outside the wall of District 8, the Huayin branch must make amends. In District 9, under the majestic wall that stretches across 3 towns, there are dense figures. A player walked in and lowered his voice. "Director, all members have assembled." The director of the Juyong branch of the Orly Guild was wrapped in a black robe. Hearing this, he raised his head and looked at the wall of District 10. If Qin Wudi's clues are correct, there should be many players from the Gao Guild gathered there at this time. "Minister, T-21 is related to the interests of the entire guild," the subordinate said again, a little doubtful. "Are you really not going to report to the headquarters? If a train of T-21 can bring us to the top and dominate Oli, is it important?" he asked his subordinate with a smile. At the same time, the melodious train whistle sounded from the city. Not too far away, in the 10th district, The top of the city was densely packed with people. After all, it is adjacent to the land of no life and the outskirts of nearby towns. There is no one in the middle of the night, so there is no need to worry about being discovered. Everyone looked in the direction of the train whistle. Above the town, the sparse lights cast a long, straight, dark shadow, and the clanging sound was faint and continuous. "What's the movement of Oli?" The vice president of the Gal Guild turned his head and asked. "Except for the Hawaiian branch calling all members to stand by. There is no other movement. And no more news has been leaked in the forum." "Okay." The channel notifies everyone to set out immediately and arrive at the mission location before T21. Also, tell Ollie to let go and do it. "Yes." In the darkness, a row of figures fell outside the wall, using movement skills to sink into the land of no life at a speed far exceeding T21. Secondary District 9. "Minister. They are out." Minister Juyong rubbed his palms. "Okay. Everyone follow up. Use the elevated cover. Don't reveal your whereabouts." Not far from the city wall, under the elevated railway, two people hid in the darkness with the cover of the bridge pillars. And Ro raised her index finger. "Shh. Bow bow. Don't make a sound." The clanging sound of the train was getting closer and closer. But Pow Pow didn't notice Baofu's low roar. He had already digested this fact. Enra didn't know how to communicate with the crazy ghoul. "Boss, what did it say?" Enra smiled slightly. Bao Bao said that many souls pass by from both sides. "It can really talk?" Baofu naturally couldn't talk. Enra was just guessing. In the consciousness radio waves sent by Baofu just now, he started to cry out for hunger again. Obviously, he had just eaten not long ago. This shows one thing. Fu Fu smelled the scent of soul again. And it was a soul that was enough to arouse its appetite. Advanced players. The rising and falling of hungry voices indicated that there was more than one advanced player. As Pow Pow said, the T21 mission was indeed a conspiracy. Many players had deployed in advance before the accident happened. The deployment location must be where the rails were misaligned. Unfortunately, Enro chose to cut the rails again, causing T21 to crash in advance. Under the secret gaze of countless eyes, the train was getting closer and closer, and a long whistle sounded again. Chapter 28. Team Channel. Group 1 is in place. Group 2 is in place. Group 10 is in place. 10,000 players are divided into 10 groups, surrounding the preset accident site in a circle. In this way, even if the 500-player passengers on T21 turn into ghouls at the same time, they can be trapped in the first place to avoid affecting the high walls of Lingbing City. The T21 crash, plus the hundreds of ghoul-tied high-level tasks. The harvest of this trip is enough. Vice President Gal, where is Ollie? I have sent a message, but he has not responded yet. He should be here soon. Such an important mission, but he has not arrived yet. He was unhappy, but he did not say anything more extreme in the channel. Although Ollie is not the strongest in the guild. As a great player ranked 37th on the Destiny list, he has his own weight. Besides, because of his brother Wit, Ollie is the person designated by the guild to be trained. This mission should have belonged to Wit, but Wit insisted on giving it to Ollie, so that his brother could be brought to the super god level as soon as possible. Vice President Gar stared at the screen with dissatisfaction. Just as he was about to urge Ollie in person, a silver meteor suddenly landed in front of him. The man was wearing silver armor, and his handsome face was cold and arrogant. "Ollie!" The vice president was furious. "Didn't I tell you to wear a black cloak? You will expose the whereabouts of the team. The train is almost here. What difference does it make if it is exposed or not? Even if the conductor breaks now, it's too late," Ollie said lazily, and clicked the screen. "Ollie, all the ghouls above A level will be mine later." The vice president looked at the message he sent to the team channel and forced himself to suppress his anger. "Get ready. The train is coming soon." After leaving Lingbing City, T21 stopped whistling. The clanging sound of the car and the bright yellow headlights gradually approached. 2 kilometers. In the team channel, the member responsible for surveying the distance was counting down. 1 kilometer. Tens of thousands of Gao members lay on the ground, holding their breath, waiting for the next count. However, they suddenly heard a bang, and the sharp sound of metal friction penetrated the night sky and came from afar. Then, there was a loud bang. Everyone reacted. That was the sound of a train losing control and derailing, which should have happened in the encirclement. Vice President Gar, what happened? President. T21 derailed early. When this message appeared on the light screens of all members, the unique roar of the ghouls exploded, one after another outside the black and dark encirclement. 2 minutes ago. On the T21 train. This train is the only choice for low-level and mid-level players to go to the Ghost Island. And it is also the safest choice. In the dimly lit carriage, the passengers were drowsy. Many people thought the 24-hour journey was too long and the desolate scenery along the way was too boring. So they simply chose to go offline. The offline invisibility effect was activated, and the seats in the carriage that should have been full were half empty. A man stood at the connection of the carriage, wearing a black windbreaker, his face shrouded in the shadow of a gentleman's hat. He stood silently for a moment and walked towards an empty seat. The seat was not as flat as it looked, as if sitting on a piece of meat cushion. He didn't care and reached out to the passenger sitting by the window. The passenger had fallen asleep with his head against the glass window. The slightly cool fingertips touched the passenger's cheek, and he opened his eyes immediately because he was still alert. His eyes were wide open, full of pain, but no sound came out of his mouth. Until half a minute later, a brand new ghoul was born in his body. The man in the windbreaker smiled slightly, stood up, and was bumped on the shoulder. It was a trained security guard who was in a hurry. The man opened his nose and sniffed gently. He was also a destiny. The security guard didn't even turn his head, as if he had something urgent to do, and simply trotted in the narrow aisle. The man didn't chase him, but glanced at the newly differentiated ghoul and shrugged. Buffet. Haven't you eaten it? In the previous car, the security guard stopped trotting and simply used the movement skill to rush into the cockpit. Stop. Stop now. The train driver was an NPC, and he looked at him in surprise, but didn't move. On the entire train, only he and the conductor were NPCs. As for the security team of up to 20 people, they were all Orly players. Compared with other Orly teams, being a security guard for T21 was obviously a lucrative job. The driver turned his head and looked at the leather sofa in the corner. That was a man of destiny, who was the deputy director of the railway station security station and the leader of all the security guards on the train. The deputy director was also woken up and frowned at his team members. Are you sane? We just set off. Why stop the car? Something's going to happen. Gilgal is doing something bad. Our train is going to flip over. The security soldier quickly adjusted the screen, switched to visible mode, and showed him the message. Captain, you must have received the notice. It was sent by the director of Huang Branch. The deputy director jumped out of the sofa. How did the train flip over? The railroad tracks? Did those bastards do something to the railroad tracks? Maybe. The security soldier was so anxious that he would have jumped out of the window to escape if it weren't for the guild's duties. Captain, stop the car. Stop. The deputy director yelled at the driver. It was too late. The train seemed to hit something, making a dull clang, and the floor shook violently. The driver hurriedly slowed down, and the sharp brake sound was not right. They derailed. The wheels did not break on the track, but rubbed violently against the metal wall outside the track. The ejected sparks were almost flush with the window. Jump out of the window. Jump! The deputy director yelled at the security guard. Not to mention a game. Even if you encounter a similar accident in real life, self-protection is the first priority. The two ignored the driver, smashed the glass with weapons, and jumped out of the window using their mobility skills. The front of the train had already rushed out of the edge of the elevated road. They had just jumped out and had not landed yet. But the entire train body had lost control and overturned, like a giant whip, smashing down on them mercilessly. Boom! Facing such a huge monster, they had no power to resist, and were instantly crushed into juicy meat patties, and then ground into mincemeat as the train moved on the ground by inertia. The iron sheet and gravel rubbed against each other. Sparks flew everywhere, and the train was like a giant dragon on fire, illuminating the dark night. It was just a moment. It was enough for Amru to see Peopeo's pale face. It was also enough for her to glimpse the horrible corpses that appeared out of thin air on the wasteland. They were all offline players, and in their dreams, they peacefully entered a state of death. The blood and flames, screams, and cries made Pow Pow unable to recover for a long time. Amru couldn't wait for him, so she squatted down and touched Baofu's neck that was exposed on the ground. Bao Bao. No matter dead or alive, eat as much as you can. If you can't eat anymore, remember to finish off the enemy. Be quick! The corpse of the player. Her fortune tree seeds. This isn't Rose's purpose. The reason why she chose to crash the train in advance. The ambushed people from the Gal Guild will arrive soon. Before that, it is her precious time to make a fortune without any damage. And the two kinds of ghost arts generated after the upgrade of the wealth are simply timely. Pseudo-abduction. In the state, the land is the ocean of wealth. And it is the giant whale swimming in the ocean. Elephant swallowing. Once the ghost technique was activated, its mouth was like a small black hole. And each bite could swallow more than a dozen corpses. There were many survivors among the passengers, with different mobility, and they all exuded the fragrance of souls. The rich swallowed a few ready-made corpses, and its huge body flicked like a giant whale, and it flashed on the ground for a short time. It turned over, and more than 20 bone blades and bone knives with abnormally long limbs turned into sickles for the god of death to harvest lives. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and even many new ghouls secretly born on the train were not spared. After the death of the body, it changed drastically. And the change was not over yet. The bone blade swept through like a harvester, exploding into gold coins all over the sky. These mission rewards were swallowed by it again. And Ro narrowed her eyes and looked at it. She couldn't help but curl her lips. One more bite. One more bite. Her arm was suddenly pulled by Pow Pow. Look! Pow Pow pointed to the night sky, and the nearby firelight reflected his terrified expression. And Ro followed his hand and looked over. She saw a figure hovering in the air, with a windbreaker swaying, and red lines like lightning surging on it. He held a strange weapon in his hand, which looked like a steel whip, but with a curved sickle at the end. Every time he whipped the whip, red lines flowed toward the steel whip, and the whip suddenly extended, dragging the sickle around the train. Wherever it passed, a bunch of blood flowers appeared, and Ro's heart tightened. Bow bow. Come back soon. She couldn't hold back her voice, and the people in the air seemed to hear it and looked over. Under the hat, the red lines illuminated the thin lips that were bent upwards, and a pair of deep red eyes. He was smiling at her. Before Ro could react, Pow Pow had already turned the light screen to visible mode. It's not a player. It's a ghoul. SS level. There was a tremor in her voice. Ghoul? SS level? Like Baofu? It's the culprit for the high-level mission T21? But the other party still maintains a human form, has intelligence, and can use weapons. All these combined, the strength is probably much higher than Baofu. Bao. And Ro shouted a word and stopped, relaxing her tense nerves, trying to use her consciousness to make Baofu retreat. Unexpectedly, she heard another voice. Eat. After you are full. Come with me to Lingbing City to taste the so-called top 100 masters and see how delicious their souls are. The voice of the ghoul. And Ro's heart skipped a beat. And for the first time, her consciousness lost control. And she was dragged by something and fell into nothingness. The scene in front of her eyes went dark, and then bright. The entire overturned train and the scene of players running wild in blood and fire were all in her sight. She actually saw what the SS-level ghoul saw, and Ro didn't have time to digest this shocking phenomenon. She saw the scene shift and focus on a certain place on the ground. That was Bao Fu's terrified face floating up to the ground. What are you doing here? Go to hell. The steel cable sickle swung in the air, and the red lines wrapped around the blade, shooting towards the face. Bao Fu! Stop! And Ro shouted. The sickle really paused. Who are you? Why are you in my body? Puff. The vision trembled, and Ro's consciousness was inexplicably thrown out and returned to herself. She stared with wide eyes, and saw that the ghoul was split in two from head to toe, and the steel sickle flew out of his hand. The abnormally long bone knife slid through a semicircle in the air, like a collapsed flagpole, and sank into the ground. Yes, Fu killed it, but it's not over yet. The ghoul that parasitizes the player's body has two lives. The survival of the parasite is one, and the death is another. This SS-level ghoul has changed wildly. Chapter 29. The train derailed 1 kilometer earlier than expected. It was only 1 kilometer. Even a bronze player could reach the place within 3 minutes by using the movement skill. After a moment of astonishment, Vice President Gar ordered in the team channel, all members move out. Ollie turned into a stream of light and rushed to the front. His weapon, the Qingwu Silver Wind Mace, had a movement skill that was much faster than the other members' swift wind step. A black shadow appeared in the air in front. And under the jumping firelight, a corpse was split in half and the middle was revealed. Not an SS-level ghoul. Ollie saw the task details pop up on the screen. The flesh and blood exploded from the corpse, but did not fall to the ground. It wrapped the ghoul into a blood ball like a living thing. The moment the blood ball was about to touch the ground, it suddenly rose up, and countless red lights flickered on the surface. It exploded again. A pair of huge wings suddenly spread out, with an amazing wingspan. In the middle of the wings was a monster that looked like a human, but not a human. Curled up, with extremely long arms. The skin all over the body seemed to be peeled off, and the broken flesh and blood drops were hovering on the surface, constantly dissolving and sticking together, making it surrounded by a faint mist. It let out an extremely angry howl. On the ground, the ghouls chasing the surviving passengers paused and roared. Ollie's eyes suddenly became fanatical. SS-level crazy ghouls. And its disciples. Kill them. Swallow the experience. He will undoubtedly break through the barrier in one step, and be promoted to super god, or even legend. But it was an SS-level ghoul after all. Ollie did not take it lightly, nor did he let the excitement overwhelm his reason. He landed on the ground, and swung the silver wind mace up and down. A barrier with a faint silver light appeared on both sides of his body. Some of his companions who came from behind couldn't stop and crashed into the barrier, bleeding. "It's mine!" Ollie shouted. Vice President Gell stopped behind him, took a closer look, and gritted his teeth. "Ollie, this is too close to the city wall. We haven't formed an encirclement yet. I don't care how you want to arrange your troops." Ollie didn't take his words to heart at all. The vice president regretted for the umpteenth time agreeing to let this guy replace Wit. But his title of president was only a high administrative level, and he couldn't stop Ollie in terms of strength. He could only issue an order in the channel, groups 2 to 10, outflanking on both sides. The train was only 100 meters long, and it wouldn't take much time to outflanking. Soon, a large number of figures appeared in the darkness ahead. The vice president was about to breathe a sigh of relief when an urgent report suddenly came from the team channel. "Ollie is here. They've taken the position." "Ollie?" The vice president blinked hard and looked into the distance. Those densely packed figures. Are they all Ollie's people? It's true that the Sub-8 district is Ollie's territory, but the nearest Jiangsu branch is nearly 10 kilometers away from here. How could it be possible to come so quickly? He didn't have time to figure it out. And the Ollie players, who were at the forefront, had already stepped into the battlefield. The surviving passengers saw their savior and scattered around. But the short delay was enough for the SS-level ghoul to complete his transformation. Its big body suddenly unfolded, like a blood-red giant flying into the sky, and the blood-red mist surrounding its body turned into rain arrows, sprinkling towards the ground. The charging and fleeing players froze in place at the same time. A strange silence. The vice president was stunned, watching the number of ghouls on the light screen jump from 134 to 352, almost doubling, and the mission level, after a short delay, also rose from SS to SSS, second only to the ultimate mission. It's over. The SSS level ghoul tide. Whether it's Gao or Ollie, all the players present are potential ghouls. Once they can't be controlled, the Cold Soldier City will break the wall. Such a big disaster. The Longyang Guild will definitely investigate. Once the truth comes to light, it will not only be a simple battle for hegemony in the game, but also a conflict between countries in reality. "Ollie!" the vice president yelled. These high-level players, these players standing at the top of the game pyramid, have no overall view at all. Everything they did was for themselves. For the so-called level and ultimate, Ollie's expression remained calm, and he even chuckled. "Is that so? Leave the big boss to me, and you can do whatever you want with the rest." The silver wind mace retracted its light, and the barrier disappeared. Ollie turned into a meteor and shot straight at the blood-winged ghoul. The silver meteor hit the blood-colored meteorite. Gar, Ollie, and more than 10,000 players did not dare to move before Ollie completely restrained the blood-winged ghoul. No one dared to risk losing the game qualification and step into the battlefield, except for one person. Or rather, a sword. A huge western heavy sword. All black. The Ollie camp quickly cleared a small space to give it enough space. After a few weeks of swinging, relying on the huge inertia, it rushed into the sky with a man holding the hilt. Shifeng Kwang, a great player of the Ollie Guild, ranked 42nd on the Destiny list. Only 5 places lower than Yali. Both sides knew that this was a high-level task. And they also dispatched the highest-level players they could mobilize. It was still unknown who would win, or whether they would both be pecked by the eagle. The blood-winged ghoul let out a deafening howl, and its 2 huge wings stirred up a foul-smelling gust of wind. However, Ollie and Shifeng Kwang were not affected at all, and arrived almost at the same time. The skills of the Silver Wind Mace and the heavy sword hit the blood-winged ghoul at the same time, and the light of the skills illuminated half of the night sky. The scene of the body and head being separated did not happen as expected, and the light in the air seemed to encounter a black hole and disappeared instantly. 1 ghost and 2 players disappeared at the same time. The players on the ground did not hesitate. After all, the task details they saw were clearly written. This ghoul boss has 2 ghost arts, one of which is called Void, which is a skill related to movement. He appeared with Ollie and Zephyr, and no one knew where he was. Next, they should pay attention to the battlefield, which is a huge tide of more than 300 ghouls. Just staying on the field can gain a lot of experience, and you can also pick up a lot of gold coins and props in the chaos. After all, strangling ghouls and the death of players will explode gold coins. In the blink of an eye, the scene was in chaos, and the lights of various weapons and skills were dazzling. Many ghouls were strangled by the skills that rushed over, and many players had their souls eaten by the ghouls that rushed over. Some high-level players with no bottom line even took advantage of the chaos to kill both ghouls and players. After all, if a player is parasitized by a ghoul, it is difficult to tell for a while. No one can find out whether it violates the guild agreement afterwards. Pao Pao couldn't help but shrink back behind the bridge pillar, somewhat glad that Qin Wudi and the others died early. Otherwise, now they are just a temporary team of 12 people, mixed into the Gal Guild camp, and have to fight against hundreds of ghouls while worrying about being ambushed by other players. He was just a bronze rank. Even if he was lucky, he might not be able to leave alive. Boss, let's go. Let's go, Pao Pao said to Enro in a breathy voice. Only then did he notice Enro's abnormality. She stood straight, her face raised at a 45-degree angle, the dark sky reflected in her eyes. Motionless. Boss? What's wrong with you? Pao Pao's heart trembled. If Enro got into trouble, he alone could not control Bao Fu. Moreover, because Bao Fu was also an SS-level ghoul, he might be besieged as well. Suddenly, Enro spoke. Stay still and don't move. Enro's gaze was far away in an unknown direction. To be more precise, her sight was led to a distant place by the blood-winged ghoul. The moment she found that the blood-winged ghoul was changing wildly, Enro immediately called back Bao Fu. After Bao Fu used the ghost technique of pseudo-hiding to withdraw to her side, she immediately connected with the consciousness of the blood-winged ghoul. The reason was simple. She wanted it. As many ghouls as powerful as Bao Fu, as many as possible. Enro's golden finger for communicating with the consciousness of ghouls was more effective against wildly changing ghouls. After the blood-winged ghoul transformed, it really didn't say a word of human language. The radio waves captured in the air were all what Enro was tired of hearing. I'm so hungry. So hungry. So hungry. It had intelligence. So Enro still respected it. Now that it has no intelligence, isn't it just a dog waiting to be conquered? The field of vision is a strange dark green background, like a thermal imaging night vision device. The ghoul transformed wildly, and also lost human vision. There was a sound of branches and leaves moving. The surroundings were suddenly filled with vertical bright green strips, which should be trees. The blood-winged ghoul entered a dense forest. Enro wanted to know if the 2 high-level players had followed. But unfortunately, she could only passively receive the sound and vision, and could not control the ghoul's actions. I can feed you, keep you well fed and clothed, and be obedient. She kept trying to communicate with her consciousness, but she didn't expect it to have the opposite effect. The ghoul roared, waving its blood wings, cutting off one tree after another. Could it be because the other party was in a manic state? But a crazy ghoul is manic, with only the instinct to devour souls. Or maybe it's too high level. Is it difficult to establish a stable mental connection? Enro was thinking, and the light of the trees around her suddenly became clear. The blood-winged ghoul stopped, and after the vision swayed left and right, it stopped on the treetops from an upward angle. There was a bright green light above the green treetops. It was a person. Someone caught up. and Rose subconsciously guessed which of the two high-level players it was. And that person suddenly spoke. "You've been following me for so long. Why don't you come out to see this treasure? If you are 1 second late, you may not see it." As the words were spoken, another extremely bright light fell from the sky. The light was straight, but there were hard lines like thunder patterns flashing around it. Just like a thunderbolt. It did not fall to the ground, but stopped right in front of the ghoul. The distance was too close. So close that Enro could clearly see the outline of his face. Narrow face. High nose bridge and brow bones. Firm chin. Even if this face was emitting a green and creepy light, it could be seen that he was very handsome. A living person appeared in front of him, and the blood-winged ghoul was immediately enraged, howling and flapping his wings. Facing such a high-level ghoul, the man did not dodge or evade, but just raised his hand to block it. Due to the limited perspective, Enro could not see the opponent's weapon clearly, but the power was obvious. Half of the ghoul's wings were cut off. As easy as cutting tofu. Even the ghoul's vision was incredibly low. Looking at the half-wing falling below, Enro finally saw the weapon in the man's hand, a sword. It was not the broadsword of one of the two high-level players. The sword body was narrow and long, and judging from the shape, it was just an ordinary long sword. Enro subconsciously tightened her grip on the Seven Souls sword. The long sword in the opponent's hand must be of a high level. Either a top-level purple weapon, or a second-level blue weapon. Just like the opponent's level, easily cutting off the wings of an SS-level ghoul, at least it's super god. Right? The figure on the treetop spoke again. With a little smile, Chuemo. Since you have drawn your sword, why don't you just kill it? What if this time it will be promoted to legend? Chapter 30. Chuemo. This person is Chuemo. And Rose's heart was filled with shock. She looked through Peopeo's light screen during the day, and naturally took a look at the destiny list. The name at the top of the destiny list is Chuemo. According to Pao Pao, he is the super god player who has been ranked first for 2 consecutive years. ASS level ghoul. Is he so vulnerable in front of a super god player? And Ro couldn't help but want to look down at Fufu. But she finally held back. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see the combat power of top players. The crazy ghoul really didn't know what fear was. It howled, and countless flesh and blood flowed out of its broken wings, and it was restored in the blink of an eye. It flapped its wings, and closed the ink removal in its wings. In the narrow space, a hurricane of flesh and blood suddenly blew up, and Ro had seen the power of its flesh and blood, turning hundreds of players into ghouls at the same time. In other words, the blood and flesh that fell from its body had some invisible mysterious connection, which allowed it to eat the souls of players in an instant. It wanted to eat the ink removal. A burst of lightning suddenly surged from Chumo's body, like a dense electric net, covering his whole body. All the blood and flesh melted into a puff of black smoke the moment they touched the electric net. He stood in the hurricane, motionless as a mountain. The sharp eyes didn't even look at the ghoul again, but glanced at the figure on the treetop above. One day, I will enter the ghost ruins and kill you. Before he finished speaking, he turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared on the spot. And Ro couldn't help but frown. Just leave like that? The experience and reward of strangling SS-level ghouls. For him, he just disdains it? This is too exaggerated. However, it is a good thing that Chuemo left, which means that she still has a chance to subdue the blood-winged ghoul. Just when the thought came to this, the arrogant male voice sounded again. He sighed. You kid. You have finally come this far. I thought I could send someone back to the ghost ruins to relieve boredom. TSK. Give you the ghost technique. Is it to use you to escape? Forget it. You are so far away from the mission, and those 2 mediocre guys can't keep up. So you are not much use. Before Enro could figure out what he meant, she saw a figure flash by, and a big hand with 5 fingers spread out came towards her, and the blood-winged ghoul didn't even try to dodge. Let's start over again. When Enro heard the figure say this, her brain suddenly felt a sharp pain. She covered her head and squatted down. Faintly, she heard the man say huh. However, the connection between her and the blood-winged ghoul had been broken. Dead? Didn't resist. Just died so simply? The other party didn't even use a weapon. No. And Ro tried hard to recall the last scene she saw. When that hand came over, she vaguely saw the lines on the palm. He didn't wear gloves. Dare to touch the ghoul without gloves? And kill it? If he is a player, is his level higher than Chuemo? But Chu Mo is clearly the top of the pyramid. If not, and Ro was shocked. What kind of existence would that be? If Bao Fu were to fight him, wouldn't he be strangled easily like the blood-winged ghoul? Bao Bao. And Ro couldn't help but yell. Sister. I'm here. Peopeo's voice reached her ears. And Ro was startled. My name is Bao Fu. What does it have to do with you? She raised her head and understood immediately. There was a player standing in front of Pao Pao. He was helping her cover up. The player had the ID ERP, with a high nose and deep eyes, without looking at the guild emblem in front. And Ro knew that he was a member of the Gal Guild. Gal and Ollie belonged to different countries, and most of the members were not of the same race. At this time, ERP was looking at them suspiciously, with blood dripping from the orange scimitar in his hand. Silver players. It seemed that they were mistaken for members of Orly. No wonder Pao Pao was so nervous. Low-level bronze players had no power to resist middle-level silver players. And Ro secretly exhaled, suppressed the shock in her heart, and glanced at the ground. Very good. Bao Fu hid himself, remembered her instructions, and did not make a move again. She stood up generously, with a look of surprise on her face. ERP. I didn't expect you to come here too. Pao Pao looked at me in surprise. His eyes clearly understood. How did you know his ID? ERP was also confused, and his hand holding the knife loosened. Do you know me? Of course. And Ro remained calm. I also participated in that mission, but I was not in the same team as you. Brother, can you take me closer? This place is too far, and I can't get any experience. But my brother and I are both too low in level, and we don't have anyone to protect us, so we dare not get too close. She even stuck to him. ERP frowned and thought back. He had no impression of her at all. How is this possible? In order to minimize conflicts, the three major guilds in Lingbing City reached an agreement offline, requiring strict control of the number of female players. In the entire Gal Guild, he had seen no more than 10 female players, and they were all iron ladies strictly selected from the army. The current situation was unusual, and he was still very cautious. Just as he was about to ask again, he felt a chill in his chest. A small dagger sank into his heart, so sharp that he didn't feel any pain. You? ERP's eyes widened, and he only uttered one word. The weak female player in front of him had already pulled out the dagger and stabbed it into his neck without stopping. The body fell limply at Amra's feet. With a rustle, some gold coins and props flowed out of his body. Amra glanced at the stunned Pao Pao lightly. Here you go. Just consider it as your salary for this mission. Don't want it? Yes. 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 Pao Pao hurriedly picked up the things, and his heart was not sure whether to be happy or scared. Previously, he was afraid of Enro, mostly because of her sudden wealth, but Enro's ruthless attack. Well, while he was afraid, he inexplicably felt a sense of security. Follow the boss. There is meat to eat. The differentiation of ghouls is highly contagious, so any guild organization has a strict plan to deal with the tide of ghouls. Unfortunately, this time, it was a melee between Gal and Orly's tens of thousands of troops. At first glance, it was unclear whether it was killing ghosts or people, until another large number of Orly players arrived. Relying on the advantage of numbers, they surrounded the accident site, and the war did not affect the city wall. And Ro and Pao Pao mixed in the crowd and walked to the wall. Bao Fu followed them all the way in disguise, and only showed up here, carrying the two of them over the high wall and back to the land of no life. Not far away, the Ollie players of Zhongsu branch held up lighting props and rushed from the direction of the town, forming a long dragon of lights that spread over another wall. I guess many people are cursing why Zhongsu town has no city gates, which delays the time to kill monsters and earn rewards. Bao Fu arrived at the farm soon, and Ro did not turn on the lights to avoid attracting the players' attention. The two sat in the dark until the sky was about to brighten and the noise outside the wall subsided. However, the night was not too boring, and Ro kept browsing the game forum, which was very lively. A large-scale ghoul wave broke out outside Zhongsu town. The highest level of the T-21 mission soared to SSS. Galali's 20,000 people fought in a melee, and it seemed like they had returned to the time a few years ago. This accident was a conspiracy of the Gal Guild. Every topic post was pushed to millions of floors. At first, some people were eager to try and get a share of the spoils, until someone pointed out that tens of thousands of players had gathered at the mission site. and they were all members of the two major guilds, Ollie and Gal. Those people gave up the idea. In the Soul Song game, the turf attribute is very strong. If you enter someone else's battlefield without a backer, once you are discovered, you will most likely be killed as a ghoul. After all, in the Ghoul Tide, who can tell who is a human or a ghost? Later, it became a matter of watching the show. Some informed people emerged and gradually filled in the details of the Gal Guild's conspiracy. Some even said that the highest level ghoul boss in the mission was deliberately left alone by the Gal Guild and secretly raised. And Ro had already thought about this. Pow Pow restored Chin Woody's analysis in great detail, involving the grievances between the two major guilds, which was not difficult to guess. The replies were nothing more than watching the show and making a fuss, with nothing new to say. And Ro didn't have the patience to climb the stairs. She only needs to make sure that this incident is big enough to overshadow the sudden loss of game qualification of Chime Ichimura. At least in the short term. The Oli Guild, especially the Hawaiian branch to which Chime Ichimura belongs, has no energy to investigate the cause of his death. And Ro pays the most attention to another forum section, The Lost. Pow Pow said that after a player dies temporarily, if his teammates cannot find his body, and the player himself revives and dies again online, he can be called the Lost, the one who can't find his own body. And Ro realized that her way to make money had been traversed by others. But Pow Pow was very worried about this. After all, the lost ones in this wave of missions were all from big guilds. The farm was not far from the mission location. And if the teammates were careful, they would probably find it. And Ro had seen the strength of the top players, so she naturally didn't dare to take it lightly. Surprisingly, the Lost One section was quiet all night, and some of the newly added help posts, the places where the players died, had nothing to do with T21. Logically speaking, if a player dies in such a large wave of ghouls, players with resurrection cards should choose to resurrect immediately, try to gain experience and compete for rewards, and make up for the loss of half of their life value. Could it be that they are all scared of Baofu and the blood-winged ghouls, and dare not resurrect and die in a short time? I think about it. There is another possibility. Pow Pow stared at the ground and swallowed his saliva. Those who resurrected, because they were in Baofu's stomach. He didn't finish his words, but Amru understood. All of them were in direct contact with Baofu. Their souls were devoured, and they were completely offline. If you lose the game qualification, you can't log into the forum, and you can't even be a loser. And Ro's heart was bleeding. So many corpses. She worked hard and took such a big risk to get so many corpses? Is it possible that they were all fed to Baofu? The sky was slightly bright, and the players climbed over the wall in the distance outside the window and evacuated the battlefield. And Ro didn't care who would take advantage of the two guilds in the end. She finally waited for the long queue to disappear from her sight, and hurriedly shouted, "Bao Bao." Unconsciously, she was a little angry. A huge white shadow emerged from the ground, with a dull cracking sound. The ground shook, and Enro was dragged out of the door by Pow Pow before she came to her senses. Boom! The thatched house collapsed. Dust and smoke filled the air. Enro? Chapter 31. Have you grown any brains? Don't you know I'm still in the house? You're such a big fool. Can't you go outside when you come out? What good will it do you if I'm crushed to death? Where are you going to eat? Huh? Enro was covered in dirt, with one hand on her waist, and she cursed at the terrified face half sunken in the ground. Not only was the thatched house that she had spent a lot of money to rebuild destroyed, but she was almost crushed to death by the roof. She really couldn't hold it anymore. Pow Pow had never seen an SS-level ghoul being scolded by someone, and he was terrified and retreated 10 meters away unconsciously. He covered his heart and reminded carefully, maybe it didn't expect it to grow so big. When I first saw it yesterday, Baofu's flat back was almost as big as the straw house. After one night, it expanded a lot. Its head was still beside the straw house, and the edge of its body was close to the fence. It's probably as big as half a farm. It's the same level as the blood-winged ghoul, but its size is much more terrifying. Hearing Peopeo's words, Andrew glared at him angrily. If it were you, wouldn't you know how tall you are, and how long your arms and legs are? Then he continued to point at Baofu's nose. Even though the tip of the nose alone was bigger than Andrew's head, he was not afraid. What do you say? Have you learned your lesson after scolding you so much? Baofu's half-open mouth gushed out a stream of air, and before he could make a sound, it blew Andrew away and forced her to close her eyes. "Shut up," Andrew shouted hurriedly. With a body as big as King Kong, it was conceivable how loud the noise would be. I was afraid that the soldiers on the top of the city would be attracted immediately. But Baofu's mouth opened wider and wider, so big that 3 Andrew could jump in at the same time. Finally, with a crash, a mountain of corpses gushed out of his mouth as deep as a huge pit, almost drowned in Ro. The smelling mucus covered her face, and Ro was stunned for a while, and was about to get mad, when she suddenly realized that the corpse was her fortune tree. After a few seconds of hesitation, a huge stream of money gushed out of the big mouth of the rich man, completely drowning her. The huge amount of gold coins and props stood like a golden mountain on the mountain of corpses, with a dark and bloody beauty. Pao Pao was also stunned, and reacted after a moment, and hurriedly ran forward to dig in Ro. The golden mountain suddenly collapsed, as if it had encountered a black hole, and Ro opened her arms and spun on the spot. Her face was full of joy. She was so happy that she wanted to fly to the sky. The balance exceeded 1 million, and there was a small mountain of gold where her hands could not reach. She had never been so rich in this life, the last life, or even 8 lives combined. And Rose stopped and crossed her index finger and thumb. Bao Bao. Pen refill. The giant whale suddenly surfaced. Bao Fu stood up, and its huge body covered the sky and cast a huge shadow on the wasteland. The bone blades under his body intertwined and formed a hard shape in a second. Pao Pao was dumbfounded. Ghouls can also use pen refills? Counting the body parts is a delicate job. Bao Fu's bone knife and bone blade were too sharp, and among the bodies on the ground, almost none of them were intact. At first, he felt nauseous and vomited, but in the end, Pao Pao was numb. Bao Fu was half sunken in the ground, with his front limbs propping up the tattered roof, blocking the view of the soldiers on the city wall. Amber sat upright on the only surviving chair, yawned, and opened one eyelid. "It's been a long time. Are you done?" "Capitalist," Pao Pao muttered. "What? Ah? I didn't say anything." Amber covered her mouth and said happily, "Don't. I like to hear it." Pao Pao opened his mouth speechlessly, put the last leg together, and reported the results. A total of 89 complete bodies and 30 mutilated bodies were put together. The 7 people who were resurrected just now were eaten by Bao Fu. Now there are 112 bodies left. It is not easy to put so many broken bodies together. The reason why it can be done is entirely because of the game mechanism. While players are waiting to be resurrected, the corpses will grow many tissue fibers and connect with other body parts. It is equivalent to wound healing. Some of the earliest corpses have grown together, leaving only a wound. And Ro estimated T21 can have about 500 players at full capacity. Before the Gal Guild arrived last night, there were more than 100 ghouls left on the scene, and the number of surviving players was about the same as the visual estimate, not counting the scattered corpses on the ground. There are about 200 corpses swallowed by the rich. That means this guy digested nearly 100 corpses in one night. No wonder his body expanded to this extent. And Ro was so angry that she slapped Bao Fu on the forehead. "Eat. Eat. Eat. Why don't you level up after eating so much? Look at him. He got promoted to SSS level after just eating a few bites." Talking about the matter, Pao Pao couldn't help but sympathize with Bao Fu and couldn't help muttering, "That boss swallowed more than 200 souls in one breath. How could it just be eating a few bites? Hey, how about you join Bao Bao and give it a hand?" And Ro glanced coldly. Pao Pao waved his hands. "No. No. Boss, what should we do with these corpses?" Thinking of what happened to him yesterday, he added, "Bury them all." "What else?" And Ro asked back. Took out a shovel from the pile of weapons on the side and threw it over. "Here. I've found them all for you. A bone-burying shovel and a red weapon. Bao Fu is too big now. It's inconvenient. You come." Seeing Pao Pao standing there like a wooden stick, and Ro frowned. "Hurry up. Don't waste time. Every moment of delay would bring the risk of corpse resurrection. And corpse resurrection can only be used to feed the rich. And it would make less money for nothing." Pao Pao silently clicked on his light screen. And on the attribute panel, the hunger value and physical strength value were already read. In front of his eyes, another cloth bag was thrown over, and a big meat bun rolled out of the bag. "Boss, can you see my light screen?" Pao Pao wanted to ask yesterday. He suspected Andrew had some secret skills that allowed her to see other people's private screens. Otherwise, How did she know that the player from the Gal Guild was called Erp? Andres smiled mysteriously. Just found out. She was very satisfied with this employee. He was smart and kind. And most importantly, he was at a low level. Only bronze. So he was easy to control. He just pretended to be a high-level player and frightened them casually. Sure enough, Pepeo's throat slipped and he asked hesitantly, Boss, can I ask what level you are? Super God? He had more questions than that. Which camp did Enro belong to? Was she a guild player or a wild guest? How did she control the ghouls and see through other people's light screens? He was very curious. After all, it has been a long time since there were female players among the top 100 players in the Lingbingqing camp on the Destiny list. Of course, the player character is created by himself. And the female appearance does not necessarily mean that she is a woman. This thought gave Pao Pao goosebumps. Just do the work when I ask you to do it. Why waste so much time talking? And Rose certainly wouldn't answer. Compared to saying that she was superb, a sense of mystery was the most intimidating. Pao Pao picked up the bone-burying shovel resignedly. Just after binding it, he suddenly realized a problem. Boss, some skills can stop breathing. Simply burying it underground may not be safe. Oh! This was the first time Enro heard of this. Really? For example, Shikuzan Ichiaki. His most famous skill is reincarnation, which is said to be obtained by killing an S-level ghoul, whether dead or alive. You don't need to breathe, which can reduce the consumption rate of various attributes by half. Attribute consumption is halved? Wouldn't that mean we can fight a protracted war? Luckily, Baofu's attack on him was unexpected. Otherwise, he would have no way to deal with him if he had confronted him head-on. How else can we deal with these bodies if we don't bury them underground? Neither of them had any good ideas for a while. Never mind. Bury them first. And Ro took Pao Pao to the straw shed. The straw shed was some distance away from the straw house. So it was spared. One pit for each person. At least 3 meters deep. Remember to compact the soil after burying. Pao Pao looked at the straw hut. Boss, this place is not big enough. Can we bury 10 people at most? Bury them first. And then buy materials to expand. Buy materials to expand? And Rose saw his puzzled look and didn't understand his puzzlement. What's wrong? Isn't it normal to buy building materials to build a house? Pao Pao looked complicated. Is the boss really a high-level player? You have so little game experience. You must be a beginner. Right? No. Even if you are a new player. If you have read the beginner's guide, you won't be so ignorant of such simple common sense. Pao Pao squatted down, took out a gold coin, and placed it on a stone. The gold coin disappeared, and a light screen appeared in front of him. Without looking at the content of the light screen, and Rose suddenly remembered that when Qin Wudi and his friends stayed at the farm for dinner, they doubled the food by scattering gold coins. Shape, size, texture. Among the 3 options, the subdivision options are mostly gray and cannot be clicked. Only 2 options under size can be clicked: enlarge or smaller. Pao Pao clicked enlarge. The fingernail-sized stone suddenly expanded. Although it was subtle, Andrew could clearly see its change. Except for weapons, auxiliary items, and special items, everything we see in the game is a daily life item. Daily life items can change their properties by consuming gold coins. And this straw hut is also the same. Pao Pao explained. That is, the straw hut is not a raw material, but a finished product, which consumes a lot more gold coins. What do you mean by a lot? And Ro asked. Pao Pao thought for a moment and said, it's probably twice the cost of purchasing the raw materials. And Ro quickly calculated the cost of building the hut. The wood plus the hay, plus Uncle Xiang's purchase fee, cost about 2,000 gold coins in total. In other words, if you want to double the size of the hut, you have to pay at least 4,000 gold coins. And Ro opened her hands, and the gold coins fell on the pillars of the hut. Try it. Pao Pao didn't understand. Can the boss do it himself? And Ro put on a cold face. Do capitalists do their own work? She cursed the game designer in her heart. Why is it that only players have such a heaven-defying function? What's wrong with the NPC? She is a rich woman with a mountain of gold. Pao Pao pushed the gold coins on the ground to the side of the pillar, and operated a few times on the light screen. She still only selected enlarge. And silently, a shadow was cast over the heads of the 2. The straw hut was indeed doubled in size. And Ro measured it with her feet. And the newly added part was half a step longer than the original one. I guess Uncle Xiang's purchase fee was not included in the system's cost. And Ro was overjoyed. It's a bit expensive, but it's convenient. Pow Pow felt embarrassed by her burning gaze and rubbed his hair. Boss, why are you looking at me? What else can I do? And Ro sneered secretly. Just because you can change the props of life. Don't even think about leaving the farm. She suddenly thought, this function is so amazing. Won't the farm of her dreams come out soon? And Ro ran to the chicken coop excitedly. Chapter 32. The duck shed collapsed along with the thatched house. And the ducklings jumped into the wasteland without looking back. The chicken coop was fortunately preserved. And Ro threw a handful of gold coins into the chicken coop. And the chicks thought it was food, and swarmed over it with chirps. What are you standing there for? Let them grow up. And Ro urged. Pow Pow had an indescribable expression. Boss, this function is not effective for living things. And Ro was poured with cold water. And was stunned for 2 seconds. What about fruit trees and vegetables? No way. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask. Pow Pow secretly complained. How did he know that Anru was so capable that she didn't even know the most basic common sense? However, he realized a fact. Boss, are you really going to build a farm? Build a farm in a monster-killing game? What kind of gameplay is this? But raising monsters in a monster-killing game is unheard of. And building a farm doesn't seem that strange. Owning a self-sufficient farm is not so much a dream as it is an obsession that Anru has formed in this increasingly chaotic society. She didn't expect Pow Pow to understand. And she was too lazy to explain. So she sent him back to the hut to work. 40,000 gold was spent. And the hut was expanded to more than 10 times the original size. Enough to accommodate all the bodies. However, when Pow Pow started to dig the second pit, and Ro suddenly called him, go to the town to buy some things. After giving the instructions, Peo's face turned pale. This was too cruel. Not only that, and Ro also ordered him to hand over all his props, leaving only a gray weapon for self-defense and enough gold coins to buy things. The bone knife of sudden wealth was right in front of him, and Pow Pow had no choice but to give it to him. He put all his belongings on the ground. Poor players at the bottom didn't have much stuff anyway. Pow Pow suddenly understood. Boss, are you afraid that I'll take the opportunity to run away? And Ro didn't comment. Don't worry. Boss, I won't run away. Pow Pow pointed at the gold coins and props on the ground. If I hadn't done this with you, I wouldn't even have this much. He flipped through his attribute panel again. And knowing that Ro could see it, he didn't turn it into visible mode. Boss, look. I went from bronze 10 to bronze 15 in one night. All from the experience gained at T21. Following you, I can level up and make money. Why should I run away? Boss, are you worried about my ID? Don't worry. When we get to town, I'll go to the pawn shop and buy a name change card and change my ID. And Ro couldn't help but smile. But she still didn't show any mercy and waved him away. Pow Pow stuffed a meat bun into his mouth while performing the Gale step to rush towards Zhongsu town. From head to toe, he looked like he wanted to perform well in front of her. And Ro looked at his back as he walked away. Suddenly, she remembered that when Lu Qingsong wanted to catch the duck last night, this young man had stopped him. Later, when the players had a dispute, he came out to mediate. Inadvertently, he picked up a good baby. And Ro let that smile bloom on her face, and heard a violent gasp in her ears. Bow bow. The bone knife slid through the air and accurately stabbed into the body of the resurrected player. After the soul's white light flashed, a bright spot like snowflakes exploded in the pile of corpses. In less than an hour, Pow Pow came back. His stamina bar and energy bar were both red. As expected of a player, he possessed movement skills, and his speed was far beyond that of an ox cart. Where are the things? And Ro saw that he had nothing in his hands. As soon as she asked, a large jar appeared in front of her. And Ro couldn't help but sigh that the player identity was really useful. Such a large jar, filled with so much stuff inside, might not be able to be pulled by an ox cart. Players can easily store them in the prop column. This jar is taller than an ordinary water jar, reaching in Ro's chest. And its inner diameter is smaller than that of a water jar. It is a special pickle jar. At this time, it is full of yellow-green pickled cabbage. Now that you have entered the city, don't you buy yourself some food? And Ro said, handing over the cloth bag. There was only one bun left in the bag. Pow Pow glanced at Ro and put the remaining money for the purchase into the bag. And Ro hurriedly said, Don't change too much. It will stink if left for a long time. After Pow Pow finished operating the light screen, he opened the bag and showed it to Enro. There were 5 or 6 white, plump and soft buns inside, soaking in tempting gravy and steaming. She forgot that the function of changing the props of daily life can change the state of the props in all directions. How much did it cost? The pickle jar is 500 gold. Pickles are more expensive. 15 per caddy. The boss calculated it based on 200 caddies. Enro interrupted him. I mean the buns. Oh, 100 gold. 100 gold? Enro frowned. A bun costs only 2 gold. And if the selling price is 5 gold, it's enough to buy 20 buns. Pow was puzzled at first, and then felt guilty. It's more expensive to change attributes other than quantity. So, don't do this kind of unworthy business in the future. We are not a Fortune 500 company, and we don't have that much money to burn. Even so, Enro couldn't resist the temptation and took a bun. As a boss, you should praise your employees and find fault with them. She still knows this trick. So Enro changed the subject and nodded at the water tank. You did a good job on this purchase. The remaining money will be your bonus. Sometimes he was stingy and sometimes generous, and it was impossible to give Pow Pow money. He muttered to himself, we are not the Fortune 500. But this is the Soul World. There are no companies in the Soul World. So we are the strongest in the Soul World. Being the strongest employee in the Soul World actually made him happy. He completely forgot that he had just been scolded for no reason. After replenishing his energy, Enro asked Pow Pow to raise his hand and handed over a large sum of money. Pow Pow was used to being poor in the game, and had never seen such a large balance. 5 figures. He suppressed his excitement, and followed Enro's instructions. He first put half of the pickles in the jar into the prop column, and then sprinkled a handful of gold coins into it. The water in the pickle jar was full, green and yellow. He controlled the light screen to make the pickle jar appear. 100 pickle jars were neatly arranged in the straw shed, which was quite spectacular. Pow Pow took out a paper bag from the prop column and carefully unfolded it. It contained half a tael of white powder arsenic. Under Enro's gaze, he became more cautious and put 100 gold coins on the arsenic. The powder piled up into a small hill, from half a pound to a pound. He swallowed his saliva. Boss, are you really going to do this? I bought everything. And you're telling me this? Enro glared at him. Put it in. A pound of arsenic was sprinkled into the pickle jar. Enro suddenly sighed. I'm still inexperienced. I should have put the arsenic in the jar at the beginning, and then made the jar more. It saves me from putting it in mouthfuls at a time. Pow Pow stirred the muddy water in the tank, not daring to breathe. The things in Soul Calling Song are realistic, so there is naturally poison powder. But most people would not think of using it. After all, the most potent poison, drugs, the toxicity takes a few seconds to kill. Enough time for players to take out life potions to save themselves. It is not very practical. Of course, this is an exception. The corpse is soaked in the highly toxic tank water. Even if a player does not need to breathe after resurrection, the mouth and nose will inevitably be filled with liquid. A whole pound of arsenic. 100 cows would fall down. Not to mention the players who just revived from life to death. It only took a few seconds. I'm afraid everyone would not be able to react and would be dead again. They were poisoned from head to toe, and drinking life potions was useless. Stop! After half an hour, Enro stopped Pow Pow. 56 jars? 1 for each of us. That's enough. 1 for each of us? Pow Pow blinked and looked at the other pickle jars. What about the rest? Of course it's pickles, Enro said, looking at him like a fool. It's suspicious that a pickled cabbage shed of this size doesn't do some serious pickled cabbage business. Right? Pow Pow suddenly realized. The boss is the boss, and his vision is much longer term than his. He was still at the stage of hiding the body, while the boss had already thought of doing business as a cover. Pow Pow began to carry the bodies. After all, they were temporary deaths. Except for the white face of these players. Their skin and joints were still soft, so they were not too heavy to carry. The basic physical strength of game players is far better than that of real people. It is not too strenuous to carry 2 bodies at a time. Just like when he was putting the body pieces together. Pow Pow was still trembling when he first sank the body into the pickle jar. After a few times, he was already numb. There are tens of millions of players in Soul Calling Song, and there are countless people who lose their game qualifications and enter the game every day. Only about 100 people. Just a small splash. And Rose sat upright in a chair and watched him busy, holding the stone that had grown a circle larger in her hand. By the way, did you hear any movement when you went to the town? Pow Pow was stunned for 2 seconds before realizing what she was concerned about, and shook her head. No. I listened carefully, and basically no one mentioned the things that happened the day before yesterday. Most of them were talking about T21. There was only one person who mentioned him, and it was just a guess that Chi-Chi and Yiming died at the hands of the big boss of the T21 mission. And Ro nodded with satisfaction. Look, this kid looks silly, but he is quite smart when it comes to serious matters. However, are the strategies for novice players of this game so complete, and the overall view so perfect? She couldn't help but think of the first time she saw Baofu, a level 1 novice who obviously didn't know anything. Boss, put it all away. And Ro came back to her senses and stood up to check. The pickle jar was high enough and wide enough, so no bodies were exposed above the water. You're very skillful. You did a good job. She smiled approvingly at Pow Pow. Put a layer of pickled cabbage on it and cover it. Each pickle jar was equipped with a round wooden lid, which was thick and heavy, and Ro tried to lift it by herself, but she couldn't lift it without Peo's help. This employee really did not make a mistake and came in time. Compared with Wang De and Wang Er before, they are 100 times more obedient. Most importantly, Wang De and Wang Er were unruly, which led to Ro not daring to keep them around when Baofu was not around. All 56 jars were covered with lids, and the remaining pickle jars were also filled with pickles and covered. Pow Pow wiped the sweat from his forehead and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Enru asked a question. Which jar has no body in it? Pow Pow kept wiping his sweat and froze in place. Looking around, hundreds of pickle jars were divided into 3 rows, neat and identical. At first glance, it was really hard to tell which ones contained bodies. He asked stupidly, is it important? Boss? Enru asked back, how many people do you want to poison by selling poisonous pickles? Not important. Do you really want to sell pickles? Of course. Enru was full of energy. I want to build a real farm and do business with the town in the future. Chapter 33. The sun moved westward, and the city wall had become cold. A gust of wind brought the bloody smell not far away, making people feel even more depressed. There was no such thing as an overseer in the game. 2 players who played as soldiers lay on the huge stone bricks, bored, seeing that the daily task of the day was coming to an end. A player perked up a little, stood up, and looked at the long black dragon lying in the wasteland in the distance. It was a scrap train. He sighed. I logged off early last night and went to bed early. When I woke up today, I was shocked to hear that such a large high-level task had exploded near Jiangsu. Unfortunately, he had already missed it. He didn't even have a sip of soup. The system seemed to be very deliberate, not assigning him the regular security patrol mission, but sending him to this remote place, just in time to see the deserted accident scene, adding salt to the wound. Fortunately, he was not the only unlucky one. His companions on duty at the city wall were from the same branch, but different teams, and they had met before, so they were barely familiar faces. It's time. He stretched, turned around, and paused. He patted his companion's shoulder. Hey, when we came here this morning, was there a house there? The companion looked back and said lazily, how should I know? Ask the people who were on duty in the morning. No one was on duty in the morning. Did you forget? His attention was diverted. The buddy who was on guard here last night. You said you had good luck. It was really good. You rushed over as soon as the ghoul tide broke out. You said you had bad luck. It was really bad. Both of you died. Bang. The 5 fingers of his clenched fist suddenly opened. All of them were devoured by the ghouls, and they are completely offline. Then, I would rather have such an opportunity to fall in front of me, the companion said unwillingly. Have you seen the task details posted on the forum? The cumulative number of ghouls has exceeded 1,000. With such a large wave of ghouls, how much experience can be gained? If we are more careful, we can easily raise our level to silver. And there is no need to do daily tasks. The 2 sighed at the same time. As a faction player with a guild identity, you need to do daily tasks every day below silver. After one trip, most of the day is gone, and you can only get a little experience and gold coins from the system. As for the destiny value, it will not be increased at all. Forget it. Don't mention it. If you miss it, you miss it. Without waiting for the replacement to come, the two climbed up the rope ladder as soon as the time came. Using the movement skill, they ran all the way back to Jiangsu town. And Ro had no idea that the farm had luckily escaped the inquiring eyes of a soldier. But she was not just lucky. After careful consideration, Ro reluctantly gave up the plan to build a luxurious villa. Of course, with money in hand, it is impossible to sleep in a leaky thatched house. She directed Pao Pao to build a bungalow on the spot using the plasticity of daily props. At this moment, Ro stood in front of the gate, looking at the bare blue brick house, and was glad that she was not blinded by wealth. I thought that if the raw materials doubled, 100,000 gold coins would be enough to build a house. After all, 100,000 gold coins are equivalent to 500,000 in the real world. And there is no need to buy land and lay the foundation. So it is more than enough to build 2 houses. Right? No. She greatly underestimated the price of building materials in the Soul world. It costs 100 gold to change the material, shape, and size of an ordinary stone into a complete blue brick. It is cheaper to copy an identical blue brick, but it still costs 50 gold. Cement is even worse. It costs 120 gold to transform ordinary soil dug from wasteland into cement. After copying, each kilogram of cement costs 240 gold. How many bricks and kilograms of cement does a house need? Just thinking about it, Ro felt a chill down her spine. The level of Krypton gold in this game is so terrifying. While Ro was hesitating, Pao Pao showed off some obscure knowledge he had read from some beginner's guide. The Soul Realm is set in the apocalypse, and technology is hundreds of years behind reality. Productivity can barely meet daily needs, but large-scale projects are difficult. Brick factories, cement factories, and steel factories. There are only a few in the 4 major camps. Over the years, except for the core urban areas of the 4 major camps, the houses in other places have not changed much. It is still the same as when the dungeon was launched. Fortunately, there is a mechanism called game qualification, which keeps the number of players in each period within a reasonable range. Lingbing City has the largest area and the most players, close to 4 million. However, someone has revealed a prediction of the holographic command center. As more and more players go offline, the birth rate is getting lower and lower. In 2 years, there will be fewer and fewer adults who meet the game qualifications, and many houses will be vacant. So few people will build houses. Even if we go to the factory to purchase, the cost of building materials is too high. And Ro shook her head vigorously and glared at him. As an employee, are you questioning the company's strategy? I'm just being realistic. Pao Pao answered honestly. Hey! And Ro's tone was firm. She wished that half of the existing players would go offline immediately, so that even if she didn't build a farm, she could use the money in her hands to find a secluded place within Yonyan to live the life of a wealthy woman. But 2 years? She couldn't wait 2 years. This crappy game can cause many accidents in 2 days. Let's make a model first. And Ro said. Cut a few bricks and tiles. Mix a pound of cement. And knead some necessary wood. And everything is ready. And Ro has lived on a farm for 5 years, and played Mahjong for 5 years. She thinks she has 0 hands-on ability. So the heavy responsibility naturally falls on Pao Pao. Pao Pao was so nervous that he sweated. After a lot of effort, he finally made a model according to Ro's description. I have to say that although it is not simple, it is much simpler than drawing 3D pictures with software. The model is just the first step. The real test of the quality of the house is the process of making the model bigger. 10 square meters, 20 square meters, 40 square meters, with a lot of gold coins. The house model, which was only the size of 2 palms, grew step by step, and finally stopped at an area of 80 square meters. It cost 500,000 gold coins, but it was just a shell of a house. And Ro knocked on the wall carefully, fearing that she would knock the house down accidentally. The thin wall made a terrifying hollow sound. If I had known earlier, I would have built a mud house with local materials. It would not only save money, but also be safe. And Ro felt a little regretful. Boss, we can spend money to reinforce it later. Pao Pao was afraid of being scolded, but he couldn't help but comfort her. So much money. Even an employee of his would feel bad. And Ro frowned, and simply gave up, kicking the wall hard. It's okay. Except for the scary sound. There is no sign of collapse. 500,000 gold. You can't just throw it away. Just live in it. The two moved some furniture that they had pulled out of the thatched house into the house. And Ro was reluctant to spend money on upgrading. So she just asked Pow Pow to repair it appropriately. As long as it was usable. After an afternoon of tossing and turning, it finally looked somewhat familiar. There was a central hall at the entrance, with a square table and 2 chairs. On both sides were bedrooms, each with a single bed and a simple wardrobe, plus a square stool as a bedside table. The kitchen was on the left outside the door, and it was finally not an open-air earthen stove, and was separated from the dining room by a door. In the dining room was a set of replica square tables and wooden chairs. The bathroom is on the right, symmetrical with the kitchen. But the door is opened in a different direction, so that you can avoid seeing the scene inside when eating. In an era of backward technology, don't dream of independent bathrooms, flush toilets and other equipment. It's good to have an old-fashioned clean wooden toilet instead of squatting in a stinky dry toilet. And Ro walked around the new house twice, too absorbed, and for a moment she forgot about Peo's existence. Until Pow Pow had to remind her, "Boss." And Ro turned around. A trace of trance flashed across Peo's eyes. It was the first time he saw such a gentle smile on Anna's face. She was no longer the capitalist who ordered her employees around. Nor was she the evil spirit who put on a delicate fake smile and stabbed the dagger into the player's heart without mercy. It was just like a simple girl you meet on the road in reality. The layout of this house is based on the house in my grandmother's hometown. Anna was still in the memory. I went there every year when I was a child. There is also an apricot tree planted in the yard. The fruits are ripe after the summer vacation. They are bright yellow and delicious. Right here. Pow Pow wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words after hearing this. Soul Song is a monster-killing game, but its realistic holographic technology and NPC favorability gameplay have also spawned a group of players who do not kill monsters to earn rewards. They come to the Soul World often to remember some things and some people. Is the boss from the north? Pow Pow asked. The structure and layout of this bungalow is rare in the south, and it is more like a country yard in the north. And Rose shook her head. No. My father is studying and working. She suddenly stopped and didn't say anything more. Her thoughts were pulled back from the distant real memory to the virtual game world. And Ro couldn't help but feel a little sad. Her parents are no longer alive, and her grandmother has also passed away. Now that real world is just like the soul world, and she has no relatives, except for one accident, and Yonyan, having lived alone at a young age. And Ro had already learned to hide her emotions well. In a few seconds, she suppressed her sadness and looked at Pow Pow with a smile. Did you want to say something just now? She asked, glancing at the sky. Want to log off? Pow Pow scratched his head, a little embarrassed. I haven't been offline for 2 days and 1 night. I wanted to log off after returning to the farm last night, but the situation was uncertain at the time, so he didn't dare to say it. Okay. And Ro answered very straightforwardly. She was transformed into an NPC and couldn't leave the game. But Pow Pow was a normal player, and he couldn't stay in the holographic cabin all day and night. The room on the right-hand side of the door is for you. Just use it as a staff dormitory. And Ro added, changing her tone. But before you leave, let me talk to you about the treatment. Treatment? Pow Pow couldn't help but glance at his balance. Among the bottom players, he was also a pauper. After all, it cost a lot of money to rent a holographic cabin on a monthly basis. Most of the original 500 gold in the account were given by Chinwoody. But now, the balance is more than 4,000, plus some scattered props, and a red weapon bone-burying shovel given to him by Enro. All these were obtained in just 2 days with Enro. He didn't know how many times he secretly rejoiced. And he never thought that the boss would pay him a salary. Peo's eyes immediately lit up. Enro smiled. Don't get me wrong. I won't pay you a salary. To be precise, I won't pay you a fixed salary. Although we are superiors and subordinates. You are the only employee in the farm now. In the future, you will be a veteran. So, I plan to make you a partner. Young people can't stand being told big things, let alone a kid who hasn't even gone to college. Peo's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he was very happy. Of course, I am the founder, and I have the final say on everything in the farm. As for your treatment, I will give you half of the farm's future profits after deducting the necessary costs. Half? Pow Pow had no idea what this meant. Half? You're dreaming. Enru scolded with a smile. It's 5%. Oh. Oh! Pow Pow was not disappointed at all. 5% is a lot. Take the mountain of gold that was vomited out by the sudden wealth. Multiply it by 5%. It must be tens of thousands of gold. He can gain experience and earn so much money. Where can he, a bronze player, find such a good thing? Pow Pow was more and more moved as he thought about it. Suddenly, he burst into tears. And Ro didn't know what was going on in his mind. She was stunned when she saw this. She thought he thought it was too little. So she was about to give him 1 or 2 points. But unexpectedly Pow Pow rushed over and wanted to hug her. Fortunately, she dodged quickly. Pow Pow missed and fell flat on his face. He looked up with tears on his face. Boss, I will definitely work hard and won't let you down. Chapter 34. The repeat school is not very strict. So Pow Pow doesn't have to go to evening self-study and can get home in time for dinner. He finished swiping the nutrient solution at the gate, crumpled the package into a ball, stuffed it into his pocket, and walked in. Unexpectedly, there was only a bowl of noodles on the table. Andy came out of the kitchen with chopsticks, saw him, and hurriedly pushed him to the table. Master Ming, why didn't you tell me you were back? I'll cook 2 dishes right away. Wait, where's my brother? He went out with you the day before yesterday and hasn't come back since. He said he had urgent work and asked Master Ming to be careful on the way to and from school. Peopeo's heart tightened. There were indeed several missed calls from his brother on his phone. What did you say? Aunt looked at Pow Pow for a while. When I was cleaning the room, I saw the monthly lease agreement for the gymnasium. Master Ming, are you playing games secretly? Pow Pow became even more nervous. Did you tell my brother? No. I said you went home on time every day. Aunt sighed. I know you don't want to continue taking the exam. But playing games is not a stable job. Master Ming, Master Zheng is doing this for your own good. Pow Pow lowered his head. And when he raised it, his face flushed. I can make money. He made tens of thousands in 2 days. My brother can play. So why can't I? You don't need a diploma to play games. Andy opened her mouth, but, please, don't tell my brother. Or, an 18-year-old boy is still a boy after all. I'll run away from home. Auntie has been working in this family since Pow Pow was born, and she has watched him grow up. After hesitating for a while, he softened his heart. Then Master Ming, can you promise me that you will come home on time for dinner every night? Otherwise, if Master Zheng finds out, I won't be able to explain it to you. Peopeo's red eyes curved up, and he burst into laughter. No problem. In the next few days, he really came home on time. My brother finally came back on the 3rd night. His figure was still upright, but his expression could not hide his fatigue. Brother? Pow Pow heard the noise downstairs, walked out of the room, and looked down while holding the handrail of the stairs. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Pow Pow asked back. Why did you take so long to come back? Did something serious happen? Study hard and don't worry about trivial things. Pow Pow was not giving up and said tentatively, I saw the news. Are Ollie and Jiar having a big fight? Are they going to use diplomatic relations? You Longyan, will you mediate? My brother frowned deeply, then relaxed, and his tone became more serious. I've already said that your current task is the college entrance examination. How come you are always looking around? And you are still behind others? There are only a few people left in the class. Pow Pow muttered. So, you want to play games like others? I told you. No. Pow Pow pouted. I'm going to sleep. Pow Pow walked out of the room, full of energy. It's just that his hunger level is a little high. He walked to the kitchen as usual, and there was a bowl of white porridge on the table, which was still warm to the touch. Next to it was a pile of shredded pork and pickled cabbage, shining with oil. Pow Pow drank the porridge in one breath. And as for the pickled cabbage, he didn't dare to touch it with a chopstick. I always feel it's not very clean. It's poisonous. Or it's a mixture of corpse poison and arsenic. It's extremely poisonous. The 3 bungalows surrounded a small yard. Pow Pow didn't find anyone. He walked to the pickled cabbage shed and saw a familiar figure. A gap was opened in the fence, and a 3-meter-high gate was erected, with a small gable roof on the gate, and Rose squatted under the door, muttering, just a little bit here. Don't cut off a big piece for me like last time. Yes, that's it. Perfect. Wait, there's this corner. It's a little slanted. The bone knife came out from the ground and cut down where she pointed, bringing up bits of wood. "Boss, what are you doing?" Pow Pow came over. Anra's eyes lit up and she smiled and greeted him. "You're just in time. Come on. Write a few words for me." Pow Pow looked at the board in her hand. "What do you want to write?" "A signboard," Andrew said. "Our farm is going to open, so we have to have a name." "Right. I've already thought of it. Let's call it Yongin Farm." "Yongin?" "Yongin on Kong." "Boss, are you from Yongin province too?" "You too?" "Yes." Pow Pow was very excited. The two tried it on the discarded wooden board, and after comparing, Andrew's handwriting was actually better, which made Pow Pow embarrassed. He laughed dryly. Boss's handwriting is so majestic and domineering. Andrew was not arrogant. In terms of academic performance, she was definitely not as good as this person, who had been a master for 6 consecutive years. The first in the grade is a repeater of the college entrance examination. The only thing she can show off is her writing skills. After all, she was forced to do this by her father since she was young. She dipped the brush in ink, brushed it on the wooden board a few times, and wrote the 4 big characters. Yongin Farm. The wooden board was the leftover material used to make the door head yesterday. It was not polished or painted. The edges of the handwriting were blurred on the rough surface, which added a bit of softness to Amber's handwriting. "It looks so good," Pow Pow praised sincerely. "I'll leave it to you. Hang it up." A rope was fixed behind the board. Pow Pow performed the wind step, jumped 2 meters high, and hung it steadily under the door. After several adjustments, it was finally placed in the right position. "Boss, it's hung up." Pow Pow looked at Enro, and saw that she was writing something on another board. He moved closer with curiosity. "Chicken, duck, fish and meat, fresh vegetables and pickled cabbage." The board was vertical, and the 2 lines of words only took up a small part of the area. And Ro's pen stopped at the blank space and paused. "Boss, this is the main business of our farm? Why don't you write any more?" And Ro sighed. "There are also rice, flour, grain, oil, natural picking, and tourism. But now the farm can only sell pickled cabbage. What's more, the pickled cabbage is copied from the finished product, which is much higher than the market price. It is a completely loss-making business. If you want to make a lot of money, it's still the money tree species." And Ro felt deeply conflicted. She just wanted to build a self-sufficient farm, and she was not interested in doing business. But with today's technology, if we want to be self-sufficient, our living standards will inevitably regress by hundreds of years. Amber's dream farm is not just to grow food and raise chickens and ducks, but a modern farm with complete water, electricity, and living facilities. Pow Pow thought for a while and asked the question again. "Boss, do you really plan to make money by running a farm?" He was a little worried, compared with the real prices. The prices in the Soul world are indeed too high, but it is not impossible. But we spent so much money just to repair the farm, and raising poultry and livestock. Growing food and vegetables also requires a lot of startup capital. If we want to make a profit, we will probably have to wait a long time. Not only will we have to wait a long time. And Rose shook her head. "Our products are too expensive. We will lose money even if we sell them at the market price. We can only rely on the income from the sauerkraut shed to fill it. It's a bottomless pit. Maybe we can just hold on until the crops on the farm are ripe? The problem is that we can't hold on until then." This morning, 3 chicks died in the chicken coop again. Peopeo's eyes widened. "Dead again? What's going on? Is it chicken plague? Or someone poisoned the chicken coop?" And Ro's eyes fell on the gray-black soil on the ground. "I think it's a problem with the soil. Remember the rapeseed we planted on the first day? There is no sign of germination until now." She picked up the handkerchief next to her, which contained a little wet soil. Pow Pow carefully distinguished it, and saw that the rapeseed in the soil was rotten. "This land is poisonous," and Rose said. She just understood why Nyonyan said that the 8 acres of land were worthless. If nothing can be grown, it is of course worthless. The two came to the land next to the pickled cabbage shed. Compared with the surrounding area, this land is higher than the surrounding area, and the soil is loose, which is a masterpiece of sudden wealth. It has more than 20 bone blades and can sink into the ground, as long as the body is turned over. It is a natural tiller. When Pow Pow was checking the rapeseed in the soil, a voice came from afar. "Girl." And Ro thought it was Uncle Xiang. But after a careful identification, it was not. and turned around. The man came from the other side, holding a cow in his hand, dressed in a gray farmer's clothes and wearing a bamboo hat. He stopped by the fence and called out to Enro from afar, after so many years. I didn't expect someone would come to plant this land. Girl, did you buy or rent this land? You fell into a trap. Enro and Pow Pow looked at each other and walked over. On the way, she saw a line of green in the distance and realized that he was coming from that side. The farm built a house, which eventually attracted the attention of others. Luckily, it was not a player. The old farmer had a simple identity information on his head, Li Xiang, tenant farmer. Enro didn't call out his name directly, but smiled gently. Old man, why do you say that? Hey! This land was infested with ghouls more than a decade ago. It was so dense. So many people died. The soil is soaked with ghouls' blood. How can we grow anything? The old farmer cursed at the end. That kid from the Yin family is a piece of shit. Can this kind of land be rented or sold? I see. Ghouls will turn into liquid when they die. But I didn't expect liquid to have such side effects. The old farmer was kindly reminding her. So Enro couldn't get angry. So she just put away her smile and said lightly, and Yonyan is my father. The old farmer was startled and laughed awkwardly. But he didn't leave. His brown skin wrinkles revealed a bit of shrewdness and commercialism. Girl, there are ways to grow this kind of land. Just scrape off the surface layer. Put oil paper underneath. And then spread good soil on top. Maybe you can grow something. You can dig some soil out of the old man's land and sell it to you. And Ro laughed again. So this is the plan. NPCs all love money. And no one can escape the game settings. She remained calm. How much? It's too expensive. I can't afford it. Not expensive. Not expensive. The old farmer waved his hands repeatedly. 1 kilogram of soil is 1 gold. It depends on how much you want to plant. The unit price is indeed not expensive. What if I want to spread it all over 8 acres? Ah? Then at least 5,000 kilograms. If you want to plant trees or something, the soil layer needs to be thicker. And it will probably be more. The old farmer's turbid eyes began to light up. 5,000 kilograms. 5,000 gold. In terms of the total amount alone, it is indeed not expensive. The expensive part is the oil paper that can cover 8 acres of land, which is estimated to cost tens of thousands of gold. And Ro can afford it. But the price is not the point. How long can the oil paper isolate the toxicity? Besides, it is hard to say what the quality of the things grown in this way is. And Ro didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. Turned around. And stopped again. Old man, are you sure you can grow something according to your method? He used the word maybe in his previous words. NPCs cannot lie. Sure enough, the old farmer's expression was stiff for a while. And then he smiled awkwardly. Who can pat his chest and guarantee a job that depends on the weather for a living? And Rose sneered. Then don't worry about it. Humph. The old man is here to persuade you with good intentions. Let's see what you can grow. Just by listening to the voice, you can tell that the old farmer has changed his face. And Ro was too lazy to argue with him and walked back. Only then did she realize that Pow Pow seemed to have discovered a new world. And he jumped up excitedly, raised his hands, and gestured to her wildly. Boss! And Ro made a silent gesture. She walked to his side, looked back, and saw the old farmer walking away with the cow. Then asked, What's wrong? I heard everything he said. Pow Pow had good hearing and said excitedly. I also remembered that the liquid transformed by the ghouls was poisonous. So the land of no life was called the land of no life. And only a few kinds of weeds and trees can grow. And Ro took a deep breath. Is this discovery worth your happiness? The future of the farm is bleak. In the short time she walked back, she had already started to think about the possibility of relocation. No. Boss. Pow Pow took out 2 gold coins and threw them into the soil. Look! Gold coins can change the soil. Chapter 35. There is only one option on the light screen. Soil. Pow Pow clicked on them one by one. And Enro found that there are 2 layers of subdivision options under this option. Purification. Humidity. Thickness. Elements. Under the last 3 options, there are options for increasing or decreasing specific elements. Pow Pow clicked on Purification. And the light screen did not pop up any more subdivision items. And where the gold coins disappeared, the gray-black soil color became significantly lighter. The area that changed was also far beyond Enro's expectations. It was just 2 gold coins. according to the nature of Krypton gold in the game. She thought that the purified soil would be at most the size of a fingernail. Unexpectedly, it was as big as a rice bowl. Could it be because the soil was free? And Rose suppressed her excitement and told Pow Pow, "Dig it up and see." Pow Pow understood and took out the bone-burying shovel to dig several dozen centimeters deep. The color of the soil in that small area did not change. In other words, the 2 gold coins really completely dispelled the toxicity of this small piece of land. Isn't this much more worthwhile than buying soil, as the old man said? And it's a one-time solution. And Ro finally let the joyful expression on her face appear, and walked around the vegetable patch, throwing gold coins into it as she walked, until the whole vegetable patch was shining with golden light. Run and choose purification. A large area of soil changed color, like a huge mosaic falling on the wasteland. Very eye-catching. In addition, there were still some gold coins in the ground that had not disappeared, and Ro roughly calculated that it only cost 2,500 gold for almost 2 mu of land. Far below expectations. Calculated, including the bungalow and the area of the pickled cabbage shed, it only costs 100,000 gold to purify 8 acres of land. Admittedly, it is much more expensive than the 5,000 kilograms of soil mentioned by the old farmer. But this is a one-time solution, and the two cannot be compared at all. Now and Rose still has 800,000 gold in her hand, and it is not that she cannot spend the money. However, she must admit that this is a huge unplanned expenditure. But compared to throwing away the bungalow that cost 500,000 gold coins to build and moving, it is nothing. Pow Pow was eager to do something. "Boss, is today's job to purify the soil?" Andrew resisted the urge. "Don't worry. Let's see the effect first. Make sure all the toxins are removed first. Till the soil. Fertilize. Plant the rapeseed." All the work done before was done again. Andrew certainly wouldn't do it. She took a chair and sat aside. Young people work honestly and hard. There is no need for supervision. Andrew's role is to think about how to experiment. She asked Pow Pow to fertilize only half of the vegetable field and repeat the last process. For the other half of the plot, the humidity and the soil properties within the mineral elements were adjusted by spreading gold coins. With a subtle operation, even the effort of watering was saved. The farm had no water source, and all kinds of water were replicated by gold coins. After the whole process, the cost of the 2 vegetable plots was almost the same. Next, it depends on how each harvests. After Pow Pow finished the work and washed his hands, when he walked into the house, and Ro had already cooked 2 dishes and served them on the table together with the remaining pickled cabbage and pork shreds. Technology has regressed hundreds of years, and so has rice. The rice was even mixed with some bran that had not been removed cleanly. If too much water was added, it would become mushy, and if too little was added, it would become hard and uncomfortable. And Ro tried again and again, and finally got the right amount of water. But the rice she cooked still tasted like chewing wax, like chewing chalk. Pow Pow quietly took out a few gold coins and put them on the rice, and quietly raised his eyes, just in time to meet Rose's cold gaze. He put the gold coins away, and Rose smiled. "You spend your own money, and I won't stop you." Pow Pow felt guilty. During the difficult period of starting a business, I eat whatever the boss eats. How can I covet enjoy myself? Started to eat the rice. And Ro also knew that the rice was not tasty, and her cooking skills were extremely average, so it was barely edible. Since she discovered the plasticity of life props, she also saw Pow Pow using gold coins to improve the taste of food, and the effect must be good. But she resisted the urge. Desire, once started, is like a snowball that rolls bigger and bigger. Delicious food, beautiful clothes, exquisite jewelry, step by step evolved into luxurious houses, magnificent manors, and extravagant palaces. And Ro doesn't think she has the ability to do all this. Or rather, and Ro once had a golden finger and became rich, and once thought she could get everything. But since she witnessed the terrifying skills of the ink removal, and the mysterious man wiped out the SS-level ghoul with a flick of his finger, and Ro's vigilance has increased day by day. She can see the player's light screen, and deceiving the player is just a trick. Growing up to SS level with wealth may be a devastating boss for ordinary players. But what about against the top players? And Ro has no sense of security. This is the core of her conflict these days. She wants to build the farm of her dreams, and take Yonian to live a good life without worries about food and clothing. And she also wants Baofu to continue to devour souls, and continue to upgrade until no player can be its opponent. But is this possible? In a monster-killing game, will an unbeatable monster appear? If this possibility exists, and Ro will use the same old tricks and continue to create chaos and fish in troubled waters with Baofu. But this means that the farm is always at risk of being exposed, completely isolated from the world, and living in peace with the world. On the contrary, she no longer takes risks, is content with poverty and happiness with wealth, and tries to live a low-key life. The risk of exposure is reduced. But what about Baofu? It still has the souls in the pickle jar to feed itself. But the stock will run out one day. Will she let it go free? And Ro knows that this is just a nice description. In fact, if she really drives Baofu away, she will break her promise. From the beginning, she promised that she would make Baofu well-fed and well-clothed, and no longer afraid of disappearing. In Amber's heart, Baofu is no longer an ordinary ghoul. Or in other words, it is not a ghoul at all. It can communicate, knows how to be obedient, and understands the refill. Most importantly, what it really fears is not death, but disappearance. Like a wisp of water vapor dissipating between heaven and earth. Without a trace. Just like a human. Exactly the same. Without her by its side. Baofu is just an ordinary high-level ghoul, and disappearance is its destined ending. The meal was dull, and even the pickled cabbage that he loved the most was tasteless. Pao Pao had finished eating long ago, seeing Andra picking up rice with chopsticks in a trance. He didn't dare to disturb her for some reason, until footsteps were heard outside. "Boss, someone is coming." Andra raised her eyes. Her eyes were blank, and a familiar figure was reflected in her vision. "Dad? Dad?" Andra put down the bowl and ran out. Pao Pao was left standing there stupidly. "Dad? The boss has a dad in the game?" And Yonyan stood in the small yard, his fat body spinning in circles, unable to believe his eyes. Is this the farm that has been abandoned for many years? When he arrived at the gate, he hesitated for a long time before daring to come in. After all, there was no one living nearby. Only this house. A brand new house. When he saw his daughter running over, and Yonyan showed a familiar smile, his eyes narrowed into a slit. Ro, you haven't been home for so long. Dad is very worried about you," and Yonyan said, looking at Ro up and down carefully. "I heard that many ghouls appeared around here a few days ago. Are you okay?" "It's okay. The ghouls are all outside. The walls are so high and thick. How can they get in?" And Ro didn't say anything coquettish, but she used a coquettish tone, which made Pao Pao at the door dumbfounded again. At first, he thought in Ro's father was at least a high-level player. After all, his daughter was so powerful. But no matter how he looked at it, the fat middle-aged man in front of him looked like an NPC. Pao Pao suddenly realized. It turned out that the boss was playing games to commemorate someone. That's why she recognized an NPC as her father in the game. Presumably, this NPC's favorability towards her has exceeded 90%. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so intimate. He could see in Yonyan's identity. And Yonyan has been running a bun shop for so many years. And his eyesight is not much worse. He recognized Pepeo's outfit. Although it was simple, the pair of thin cord gloves were only worn by the destined. And Ro glanced at Pao Pao. She didn't intend for Yonyan to discover Pepeo's existence so quickly. And the farm was the same. But since Yonyan is here, "Dad, he is my friend. He helped a lot in building the farm. Dad, just call him Xiao Pao." Generally, people call the Destiny Master Destiny Master. Or at least Mr. And Ro couldn't figure out what Yonyan said. So she simply bowed to Pao Pao. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for taking care of Ruru." Pao Pao was at a loss, seeing in Ro's cold eyes. His legs were a little weak, and he hurriedly bowed to him. "Uncle, don't be like this. You are too polite." The boss, after receiving a glare from Ro, he swallowed the rest of his words. And Ro said, "Why call me uncle? Call me Unclein." "Oh, Unclein." At this age, and Yonyan had never seen anyone dare to speak to the Destiny Master in this tone. He was stunned when Ro hugged his arm and dragged him away. Pao Pao didn't dare to follow too closely and stayed far behind. At this moment, he realized that he didn't know Ro's name from beginning to end. Unclein. In other words, the boss's surname is In? Then he shook his head and denied it. NPC is NPC. Boss is boss. How can he take the NPC's last name? The farm is still simple, and only the large-scale pickled cabbage shed is presentable. It is the first stop that Enro takes Nyonyan to visit, and Nyonyan is shocked and happy, nodding repeatedly. Good, good, good. Ruru has grown up and has a promising future. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Behind the pickled cabbage shed is the vegetable field. The vegetable seeds have just been buried, and only rows of raised mounds can be seen from the outside. Dad, when these mustard greens grow up, I can start making pickled cabbage. The pickled cabbage is ready. I'll make you pickled fish. And Nyonyan was hesitant to speak, but in the end, he was worried that his daughter's hard work was in vain. So he frowned and said, Ro, this piece of land can't grow anything. It's okay, Dad. I know that many ghouls have died here. I have a way to solve it. Dad is serious. And Nyonyan just thought she didn't take it seriously. Since you, Mom, we didn't move to the town right away. Dad has been planting for a year, but nothing can be grown. So I took you to the town. He was evasive when he spoke, which made him seem to be hiding something. And Ro calmed down and said softly, I know my mother is here. She has become a ghoul. Dad, I remember everything. You don't have to hide it from me. And Nyonyan opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. In fact, the first scene when Enro entered the game, or the first memory she received from the original owner, was her mother turning into a ghoul. After more than 10 years, it is still vivid. For the original owner, this is a shadow that cannot be shaken off. But for Enro, she accepted it calmly. After all, she had no feelings for the original owner's mother. She only felt close to Nyonyan later. She did not deny that she regarded Nyonyan as a substitute. But so what? She lived in place of the original owner. Lived well. Lived happily. And Nyonyan was happy. On the other hand, Nyonyan could satisfy her desire for family affection. And that was enough. Whether it was material or emotional, the final point of measuring whether it was worth it was still in oneself. And Ro held Nyonyan's rough hand. Perhaps because he had been making buns for too many years. The back of his hand was rough, but there was a layer of oily sheen on his palm that could not be washed away. Dad, have you forgotten how I bought you flour? I know what I'm doing, and I can really grow food and vegetables on this land. Don't worry. And Ro finished speaking, pouted and added, unless Dad still doesn't believe me. Believe? How could Dad not believe Ro? Although Nyonyan said this, and Ro still saw that he was not sincere. But it doesn't matter. Support without understanding is often more valuable. Chapter 36. And Nyonyan stayed until the evening. After all, he had been making steamed buns for more than 10 years. So he was a good cook. He ran around to buy chicken, duck, fish and meat. And the dinner was as sumptuous as the new year. While Nyonyan was serving the dishes, Pao, who was in charge of lighting the fire, secretly threw gold coins into the rice pot, and was caught by Enro. Enro glanced at Nyonyan in the dining room and nodded to him, which was considered as tacit consent. At the table, Nyonyan took a bite of rice. The rice grains were crystal clear and soft, and the fragrance lingered on his lips and teeth. He was surprised and was about to ask Enro what kind of rice she bought. But Pao spoke first. He widened his eyes exaggeratedly. Wow, Uncle N, the steamed rice you made is so delicious. How did you make it? I've never eaten rice so delicious. And Nyonyan looked at the rice bowl suspiciously. It's no different from before. Wow, Uncle N, the braised fish fillet you made is also delicious. Pao continued to interrupt. And this garlic sprout sauce meat. It's amazing. It goes well with rice. And Ro gave him a speechless look. It's almost done. Pao blinked hard in response. I'm serious. And Ro narrowed her eyes. Are you saying my cooking is bad? Pao choked on the rice and coughed twice. Hey, eat slowly. Eat slowly. And Nyonyan said. But he didn't care about the rice anymore. The father and daughter have been dependent on each other for more than 10 years. And this is the first time that a third person has appeared at their dinner table. Pao is like a half-grown child, with a lively and sunny personality and a sweet mouth, which makes the atmosphere very lively. Maybe it's a little too lively. And Ro had a bad feeling. Sure enough. And Nyonyan stretched his neck and looked around. Ro, do you have any wine? And Ro's eyelids jumped. In her memory, he never drank alcohol. No. Before she finished speaking, a transparent glass bottle slammed onto the table. The bottle mouth was plugged with a cork. and the bottle body was covered with a square of red paper with 3 words on it. Lotus White. The packaging couldn't be simpler. But the common sense in her memory told Enro that this was one of the best white wines in the game. Pow Pow winked at her, revealing an inexplicable pride, as if he was an ambitious employee waiting for the boss to praise him. And Yonian was also startled. And after seeing the name of the wine, he was flattered. Such an expensive wine. How can I let you spend money? Pow Pow had already stood up and found 2 earthenware cups, and complained while pouring wine, Uncle In, please don't be polite to me anymore. The company is my home. This place is also my home. You are my elder. And Ro's eyelids jumped again, as expected, and Yonian didn't care at all. Company. This unfamiliar word. All his attention was put on the back. He had an indescribable smile on his face, looked at Pow Pow for a while as if he were his son-in-law, and then turned to Anru. Anru had already buried her head. For once, she didn't want to spoil Yonian's fun. As for this stupid kid, she would settle the score with him later. Fortunately, Yonian was very self-aware, and he didn't break the ice during the second half of the meal. He just politely toasted with Pow Pow. But his attitude was obviously much more intimate, for notifications popped up in front of Pow Pow, and Yonian's favorability towards him increased to 85%. He liked him. It's not that Yonian felt that his daughter was not worthy of Pow Pow, but that the Destiny Man has been a superior existence since ancient times. In recent years, it has been rumored in the streets that a certain family's daughter was taken away by the Destiny Man. The parents were proud, but they never saw their daughter again. There was not even a wedding banquet. It was inevitable that Yonian would retreat a little. If the young couple could settle down in this place, even if it was an abandoned farm that could not grow any food, and lived there for a long time. And Yonian raised his head and drank the wine in the glass, and put down his chopsticks at the same time. Ro, run. Daddy should go back. And Ro was startled. Dad, you rarely come here. And you just drank. Sleep for a night before leaving. It's okay. It's okay. You see, Daddy is walking steadily. And Yonian smiled and said, go back early to prepare. We still have to sell buns tomorrow. Seeing that Ro is okay. You are all fine. Daddy is relieved. And Ro thought about it, and didn't stay any longer. It has only been a few days since the T-21 incident, with so many bodies hidden in the farm. It is a place of trouble. It is a good thing that Yonian did not stay too long. Pow Pow. Send my dad off. Okay. And Yonian waved his hands repeatedly and said no. Pow Pow could not resist. So he simply hugged his shoulders and performed the wind step. The lightning speed scared Yonian so much that he quickly shut up. And Ro followed him to the farm gate and watched the light smoke disappear in the distance. She turned around and sat down outside the door, holding her chin with one hand and staring at the sign on the door. Yan On Farm. Yan On is safe and sound. Perhaps the atmosphere from this afternoon to dinner is what she wants. A frightened face appeared on the land beside her. Amber's little hand stroked Baofu's big forehead, and she said to herself, Bao Bao, do you really have to eat souls? Dad's cooking is delicious. When dusk fell, Pao came back, and his red face after drinking had returned to normal. Boss, why are you sitting here? Oh, and Brother Baofu. After spending many days together, his fear of getting rich has faded a lot. But his words and deeds are still respectful. The other party is an SS-level ghoul. It's not shameful. And Ro looked up and glanced at him lightly. There are still a lot of leftovers. You can put them in the prop column. You can go home after washing the dishes. Oh, okay. He ran inside, suddenly stopped. Turned around, boss. You won't be online all the time? That's not good for your health. He knew that some players were very bold and stayed in the holographic cabin for a long time. As for eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, they are all done through catheters. But even with an expensive medical insurance system, that kind of play is still very harmful to the body. And Rose smiled slightly. How bad could her body be? I'm afraid it would have turned into ashes long ago. Boss, of course, I have to stay until the latest. I'll leave when you leave. Pao Pao scratched his head, showing a hurt expression. Boss, do you still not believe me? And Ro was speechless. You are so sensitive. You are not a woman disguised as a man? I still suspect you are a man in disguise. Pao Pao secretly complained. Before leaving, Pao Pao gave Yonian a bottle of life potion to dispel the drunkenness. He lowered his head and walked back to Wuyan Lane with a heavy heart. Looking at the bun shop. The shop was sealed with the door panels, and the stove steamers were piled outside the door. At a glance, many things were taken away again. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and turned his toes to the hair salon on the other side. Sister Hong just came out with a handbag, and Yonyan knelt down, and the movement of his knees on the bluestone slab scared Sister Hong. Boss Hong, please don't take back the shop. Can you raise the rent a little more? Sister Hong looked at him. She had someone clear out the bun shop 2 days ago. In the past 2 days, the honest and dull Yonyan was afraid of losing his things, so he didn't dare to go anywhere. He just sat on the door edge in front of the shop, guarding the pile of stuff. But today, he suddenly disappeared. Sister Hong guessed that he went to find Enro, and she was nervous all day. The current scene made her last trace of anxiety disappear without a trace. Sister Hong raised her big red lips. Oh, your daughter is very capable. Why can't she pay you to sell the shop? She doesn't even have the money to rent another shop? And Yonyan did have the money to rent another shop. After all, Sister Hong didn't dare to offend Enro too much. So when she forced him to quit the lease, she returned the rent for this season to him. But with this little money, she could only rent a remote alley like Wuyan Lane. How could the business attract customers from scratch and have a good reputation after more than 10 years of operation? And Yonyan simply kowtowed to Sister Hong. Boss Hong, please, I really beg you. Get out of here. Sister Hong kicked him on the shoulder and threw him to the ground. I'm still waiting for money to buy a house in the first-class district. No matter how many times you kowtow, the bun shop has to be sold. She walked away with a twist of her waist. In the hair salon, Sister Chiao couldn't bear to see it, but she could do nothing about it. After Sister Hong disappeared, she came out and helped Yonyan up. My cousin doesn't want to live here anymore. Houses in the first-class district are expensive, so the bun shop must be sold, Xiaojia said, sighing. Brethren, it's useless no matter how much you beg her. But I really want to continue selling buns. Rura's land really can't grow anything, and I still need to make money to support her. Xiaojia hesitated and finally came up with an idea. You don't have to sell buns in the store. Brethren, look at those people selling sesame cakes. Don't they all drive around on a tricycle? And Yonyan's eyes lit up. Just, Xiaojia said, don't get caught by the security guards, or you'll have to pay a fine. It's okay. I'm strong. I can outrun them even if I push the cart. Xiao. Thank you. Thank you so much. The money in hand was not enough to rent a prosperous shop, but it was more than enough to buy a tricycle. And Yonyan wiped his tears with his sleeves and trotted to the car shop. After a lot of effort, the heavy stove was finally lifted onto the car, and Yonyan carefully checked the wheels and made sure that there was no sign of a flat tire before riding the car and hurried to the butcher's shop. The first batch of meat delivered in the second half of the night was the freshest. Hurry up. The first batch of buns should be ready by dawn. Here. Dig. At Enro's command, Baofu sank to the ground, and when it floated up again, its body had turned over, and its bone blades were flying. After it swam a circular area with fluffy soil appeared on the wasteland. Pao Pao shook the bone-burying shovel in his hand, and the soil was flying. After a long time, he jumped onto the ground and looked at the huge circular pit. Is it big enough? Boss? It is big enough, but the shape is too regular. Enra thought for a moment. Bao. Here. There. Dig a little more. Okay. That's it. Pao. Fill this up. And here too. When the shape of the huge pit was dug to Enra's satisfaction. A day had passed. She asked Pao to finish work and continue the next day. Boss, do you want to lay bricks? Where can I get so much money? Dig in the middle. I asked Bao to loosen the soil. And if we dig about 20 meters deeper, we can see. Pao was so tired that he was out of breath. Looking at the soil on the tip of the shovel, it's wet. There is really groundwater. After digging 2 meters further down, red and yellow muddy water seeped out. But, boss, the amount of water is not good. Can it be filled? Make way. And Ro's voice came from above. Gold coins flowed into the deep well like a waterfall. This is 10,000 gold. Increase the amount of water, and see how much it can be. Pao clicked on the light screen, and directly selected water volume. Increase. A turbid fountain surged up from the well, and it was so fast that it seemed like a mountain torrent. but it was just flowing from the bottom to the top. In the blink of an eye, it filled up half of the entire deep pit. The pond finally took shape. Pow pow! And Ro looked at the surging water and shouted anxiously. With a splash, Baofu's huge body broke through the water, carrying a person on his back. It was Pow Pow. It continued to float up. Its flat back was much larger than the pond, and when it stopped, it was like adding a layer of white cover to the entire pond. Pow Pow choked on a lot of water, coughed, and patted Baofu's back. Thanks, thank you, brother. Cough cough. Otherwise I would have died once. The distance between the man and the ghost was invisibly shortened, and Ro held back her laughter. Okay. Hurry down. Pow Pow stood beside Ro, wet and checking the attribute panel. It was just a few gulps of water, and his health dropped by more than half. It should be the corpse poison in the soil that seeped into the water, and Ro speculated. Pow Pow quickly drank 2 bottles of life potion, and took out a few gold coins and put them on his clothes. The clothes soaked in mud and water instantly became dry, and even the stains on the collar disappeared. Wow! And Ro opened her mouth. Why didn't she think of this function? I have been wearing this set of clothes for so long, and I have to wash them every night after Pow Pow leaves. It's so tiring. When I get up in the morning, they are half dry, and I have to continue wearing them. Give me one too, and Ro said impatiently. Chapter 37. Another 20,000 gold coins were sprinkled, and the pond was finally full. It was just a muddy pond, and it would take a long time for it to become clear. Boss, a pond of poisonous water, do you want to purify it? And Ro shook her head. The corpse poison of the ghouls permeated the soil, and the bottom of the pond was no exception. Water and soil cannot be insulated, so purifying it now would just be a waste of money. Let's go check the situation of the vegetable field first. The pond was set between the bungalow and the pickled cabbage shed, and the vegetable field was next to the pickled cabbage shed. The place that could be reached in a straight line before now needs to be walked a little further because of the pond. Ever since she found out that the soil was poisonous, and Ro has been very careful and has never touched the soil again. Who made her a fragile NPC? She nodded to Pow Pow. Pow Pow inserted his string gloves into the vegetable field and dug out a handful of soil. The rapeseed had only been planted for 3 days, so it was impossible for it to break through the soil. However, to tell whether soil purification is useful, just look at the state of the seeds. Mustard seeds are small yellow-brown round particles. After being soaked in moist soil for 3 days, the color deepened a little. Pow Pow shook off the soil and said in surprise, "It's not rotten. And there are cracks. The cracks mean that it will sprout soon. In this case, the purification operation can remove soil toxicity. And the effect has been confirmed. Don't be too happy too soon." And Ro said, "You just dug in the middle of the vegetable field. Dig a handful of the edge and see." As she expected, although the rapeseed buried at the edge was not completely destroyed, most of it was rotten. The purified soil will be contaminated by the toxicity in the surrounding soil. In other words, and Ro not only had to spend 100,000 gold to purify the soil of the entire farm, but also had to invest in continuous maintenance costs to prevent land pollution outside the farm. Boss, purify all the land today. And purify the pond water by the way, Pow Pow said. No hurry. Let's take a look at the vegetables in the other half of the field. The rapeseed that was just checked was watered and fertilized according to the normal procedure. The other half of the field was not watered or fertilized, but gold coins were used to adjust the soil quality and humidity. Pow Pow dug a handful of seeds, and excitedly jumped to Amber's side with a wind step. Boss! Look! It has sprouted. This was the first time for a city kid to experience the joy of farming. Besides, this was once a toxic land. Andrew also felt a sense of accomplishment and smiled. She took a deep breath and looked around at the beautiful scenery of the farm. I declare that today's main task is to purify the farm. Yeah. Let's get started. Pow Pow raised his arms and shouted. Andrew did not respond. Pow Pow looked over and saw her tilting her head, looking at the edge of the farm. Damn, old man. Why are you here again? Pow Pow muttered. And Ro waved her hand, facing his palm, and passed 100,000 gold. Start from the dug shed. And be quick. Don't attract the attention of the soldiers on the city wall. Bow bow. If there is a Destiny person approaching, kill him directly. After explaining, she walked towards the fence. The old farmer named Li Xiang looked over with a smile. Missin, how are you? I didn't lie to you. Did I? This piece of land really can't grow any roots or sprouts. It seems that his hearing is not good and his eyesight is not good either. So he didn't see Peopeo's joy just now. He opened an old newspaper. And inside was a handful of soil, which was a little lighter in color than the poisonous soil. But judging from the texture, it was completely inferior to the soil purified in Anders' vegetable field. Girl, look. This is the soil from the old man's field. How good. 1 gold per pound. Absolutely worth it. Since that day, Li Xiang came here every day, holding the fence and looking forward for a while. And Ro was too lazy to care and just pretended not to see it. But how can this go on in the long run? You can't let your sudden wealth hide underground all the time. Right? It's better to get rid of it as soon as possible. And Ro looked at him with a fake smile. Your land? Where's the land deed? Take it out and have a look. Li Xiang was stunned. Land deed? What do you want to see it for? If you want me to buy land? Of course I have to see the land deed. What if the land is not yours, and the owner comes to my house later? I have to dig out the land and give it back to him. Seeing that his face was starting to change. And Ro asked knowingly, You are not a tenant. Are you? NPCs don't lie. And Li Xiang can't pretend to be rich even if he puffs up his face. He said angrily, What's wrong with tenants? The old man rented the land of the mayor. It seemed that it was completely different from renting the land of ordinary people. Mayor. And Ro covered her mouth exaggeratedly. If I tell the mayor that someone secretly dug the soil from his land and sold it, and he saved a loss, will he reward me with a reward? Li Xiang was stunned. And it took him a while to find his tongue. He pointed at him with trembling fingers. You, what did the infamily kid teach you? If your father hadn't personally promised to collect the money to buy soil within 2 months, I wouldn't have sent you soil. As he gestured with his fingers, and Ro realized that there was a wheelbarrow parked behind him with 2 large baskets of soil on it. My father? And Ro didn't digest his words for a moment. Li Xiang snorted coldly. This old man won't sell it. I want to see how many seeds you will rot in the field. Your father sells buns in the streets, and is chased around like a rat by the security soldiers. How much money can he give you for the seeds? Wait. What do you mean? But Li Xiang ignored her and angrily pushed the wheelbarrow away. Pao Pao has the moving skill of wind step. And he scattered gold coins very quickly. After a while, he scattered half of the farm and stopped in front of Andrew. Boss, take a look. Is this density okay? Andrew grabbed his clothes. Take me back to town immediately. Huh? Seeing that she was a little panicked, Pao Pao was a little confused. But I still have half of the place to scatter. There are so many coins on the ground. Boss, what happened? The direction he ran from was full of dazzling golden light. There were shadows floating in it. And the face of the rich man floated up at his feet. And Ro closed her eyes and exhaled. No matter what happened to Yonyan, there was no rush. Hurry up and spend the rest of the money. And then come with me to Zhongsu town. The most open place in Zhongsu town is the town square. To the west of the square is the mayor's mansion. The huge square is no different from his front garden. No one dares to set up a stall there. 200 meters to the east, there are several relatively wide streets and alleys. At sunset, several street corners were crowded with people. And the food on both sides exuded a rich aroma with the hot steam. Boss, how much are the buns? Big meat buns are 4 gold each. And steamed buns are 3 gold for 2. And Yonyan showed an honest smile. Perhaps because he heard that it was cheaper than other shops. The customer immediately asked for 2 buns and 2 steamed buns and handed over the gold coins. Just as Yonyan was about to take it, someone suddenly shouted, The security guards are here. A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The vendors immediately pedaled their bikes, pushed the handlebars, and scattered like birds and beasts. The vendors fled in panic. And the pedestrians dodged in panic. There was a commotion within a few hundred meters. And Yonyan hurriedly stepped on the tricycle. But his clothes were grabbed by the customer. Hey, the buns haven't been given to me yet. It was not difficult for Yonyan to shake off a thin and short woman with his strength. But he hesitated for 2 seconds and still got off the car to pack things for her. His hands and feet were already very agile. But it still delayed a little time. When he got on the bus again, there was already a wall of people standing in front of him. He turned the heavy car body around. But the back was also blocked by people. 7 or 8 security soldiers, each tapping their palms with a T-shaped stick, looked over with a smile. Where are you going? It's said that stalls are not allowed at the street corners. You know the law and break it. You are so brave. And Yonyan's face turned pale. Soldier. Soldier. At this time, a security soldier leaned close to the ear of the man who looked like a leader. Brother Hu. I recognize this man. He used to be the owner of the Nianfeng Baozi shop. His buns have a lot of stuffing and taste very good. He drooled halfway through his speech. Brother Hu suddenly realized, oh, so there is a store. No wonder you don't know the rules on the street. Xiao Lu. Since you know it, I'll leave it to you. Okay. Xiao Lu walked up to Yonyan and patted his face. Bossin. Why is your store closed? I haven't eaten your buns for a few days. And I miss you so much. And Yonyan had been hanging around on the street for a few days. So he quickly wrapped a few buns and handed them over to him in a flattering manner. But he was not good at speaking. He opened his mouth several times, but could not say anything nice. Xiao Lu snorted and laughed, waved his hand to sweep the buns to the ground, and crushed one with his foot. No more nonsense. This amount will save you a beating. He spread out his 5 fingers. 50? Of course it's impossible. Who would look down on such a small amount of money? 5,000? Even street vendors can't afford it. This is a long-term business with no capital. 500 is just right. And Yonyan said hurriedly, I have paid it. I have paid it. When Mr. Su Bing came the day before yesterday, I paid it. Seeing that he didn't listen, Xiao Lu frowned. Lao Su is Lao Su. And our brother Hu is brother Hu. Stop talking nonsense. He kicked the tricycle, and the stacked steamer swayed, making Yonyan's eyelids twitch. But 500 gold is enough to buy 500 kilograms of good soil for his daughter. He was reluctant to give it away for a while. But brother Hu was impatient and made a gesture. The other security guards rushed forward, hitting people and grabbing buns. And Yonyan's face was stepped on by the leather boots. And he gritted his teeth. If I can save 500 yuan by getting beaten, it's worth it, he thought. And his blurred vision suddenly stopped in a certain direction. Through the gaps between several leather boots, he seemed to see his daughter's figure. And Ro's mind was blank. The scene in front of her was like a bucket of white paint pouring down on her head, making her lose the ability to think. Instinctively, the 7 soul sword in her sleeve slipped into her hand, and she raised her paws steps and walked over. The most primitive desire for killing spread in her body. Her heart beat rapidly, but her hands became more and more stable, without even a trace of trembling. This gang. Bastards. Boss. Pao Pao was not familiar with Yonyan after all. So he realized that the vendor who was beaten up was actually the boss's father, and hurriedly grabbed Ro's hand. Unexpectedly, Ro turned her wrist, and the 7 souls sword slashed straight at his arm. The whole process took less than a second. But Pao Pao thought about the possible consequences of players killing NPCs in a flash. He made up his mind, and did not dodge or evade. Of course, he knew that the 7 souls sword was Lan Wu. But if he died here, maybe it would make the boss wake up. The 7 souls sword had a very high attack power. Before it even touched the skin, Pao Pao could sense the cold breath of death. It passed through the arm guard without any hindrance, slashing through the clothes that had no defense. And just as it cut into the arm, it suddenly stopped. A delicate voice sounded beside him. What are you doing? Stop it! Chapter 38. The crowd was separated by 2 soldiers, wearing black uniforms and helmets, which was very different from the dark blue uniforms of the security guards. A young girl in a lace cheongsam walked out quickly from between the 2, tapping her pink high heels. Her long hair was curled like a spring, and a white gauze bow was tied on top. She was covered with shiny accessories, like a little princess. In the original owner's memory, she had seen her several times. Hung Bobeo, who was said to be called Hung Baobao before changing her name, was the beloved daughter of the town mayor Hung Batong. How many times have I told you that you are not allowed to bully people outside? You are security guards. Security guards? You are here to maintain public order? Why didn't you show off when there were ghouls? Hung Bobeo has a pair of bright peach blossom eyes, a little baby fat, and her cheeks turn red when she gets angry. But she is still very beautiful. The most important thing is her identity. The daughter of the mayor, in the small town of Zhongsu. She is no different from the eldest princess. No matter how rampant brother Hu is, he has to give her some distance when he sees her. Miss Bao. Hung Bobeo put his hands on his hips. Humph. My last name is Hung. Call me Miss Hung. Brother Hu opened his mouth and nodded, Miss Hung. We are maintaining public order. Stalls are not allowed on the street. Who said that stalls cannot be set up on the street? Go and look at the Lingbing City law. Which page? Which article? Which word says that stalls cannot be set up? Not only Brother Hu and his group of security soldiers, but also the 2 soldiers behind Hung Bobeo have a headache. This under-the-surface business. If the mayor does not acquiesce, how can it continue? Confiscated. Half of the money collected must be handed over. Brother Hu couldn't lie. So he answered with a stiff face, "It's the rules issued verbally by the mayor." Hung Bobeo frowned. But his tone was still tough. "I'll ask my father. Until I find out. None of you are allowed to hit anyone again. It seems that they can leave." But just like that, and Ro put away the 7 Souls sword. And seeing that Pow Pow was still holding her wrist, she spread her hands to signal. Pow Pow let go. And she walked forward. "Miss Hung, according to the law of Lingbing City, how should violent gang be punished?" And Ro asked, glancing coldly at the security guards. As their eyes met, they suddenly felt a chill in their coccyx and retreated. Roll. And Yonyan's eyes were covered with blood, and he couldn't see his daughter's face. But he heard the voice clearly. And Ro squatted down, squeezed his hand hard, checked it carefully, and judged that there should be no fracture. Then looked up at Hung Bobeo. After such a long time without getting an answer, it is conceivable that Hung Bobeo didn't know how to punish. Furthermore, maybe she was not familiar with the so-called law. As a veteran soldier, Brother Hu naturally knew. His expression quickly calmed down as Hung Bobeo hesitated. He threw a threatening look at Ro and smiled at Hung Bobeo. "Then Miss Hung, we will go patrol the streets first." "Okay," Hung Bobeo said. Stopping the security guards from beating people was her original goal. Now that it has been achieved, what else can she ask for? It seems that the so-called Lingbing City law can no longer be relied on. "Wait a minute." And Ro suddenly raised her voice, stood up and walked to Brother Hu. "You hit someone and destroyed something. At least you have to pay compensation. Right?" The height difference between the 2 was too big. But when they confronted each other, Brother Hu felt inexplicably uneasy. And Ro looked at Hung Bobeo. "Miss Hung is the most reasonable. What do you think?" That's right. You pay compensation." Hung Bobeo looked back at Ro, as if asking, "How much?" And Ro glanced at the messy tricycle. "For the sake of Miss Heng's justice. 1,000 gold. This is my father's medical expenses. And the loss of the buns. 500 gold. Not much. Right?" She didn't care about this little money. But if she asked for more, this matter would never end. And if she asked for less, it wouldn't be enough for these people to feel the pain. Before Brother Hu could say anything, Xiaolu and other security guards had changed their faces and were ready to force their way over. "Only 1,500 gold. That's really not much. Why don't you pay quickly?" Hung Bobeo pointed his arm straight at Brother Hu. Brother Hu gritted his teeth. Why was he so unlucky today? Running into Miss Hung. He glared at his men and said, "Why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear what the young lady said?" The security guards reluctantly paid, according to Brother Hu's distribution. Some were 200 gold, some were 300 gold, and he chose them very cleanly. Each security guard threw the money on the ground, and the gold coins rolled all over the ground. "Brother Hu, is this okay now?" And Ro, "Pick it up. We are businessmen, not beggars." "Brother Hu, you..." Hung Bobeo interrupted, "That's right. Although selling buns is a small business, we are indeed businessmen." Brother Hu endured it for a long time, and finally ordered the security guards to pick up the gold coins one by one and give them to Ro. Then he walked away angrily without saying a word. And Ro did not stop him, but looked at Pow Pow in the crowd and tilted her head slightly. Under the pressure of her gaze, Pow Pow had to quietly leave the crowd. When helping Yonyan up, Hung Bobeo had already come up and sniffed. "It smells so good. I heard that there is a new bun stall here, which is cheap and delicious. Is it yours?" And Ro, "I recognize you. You used to be with Mei Ling and Mei Qian." And Ro was startled. Hung Bobeo had a proud expression. "I helped you drive away the security guards and got compensation. It's not too much to ask you for 10 buns?" And Ro reacted for 2 seconds and felt that she was not hallucinating. She glanced behind her. The 2 black-clad soldiers acting as bodyguards turned their faces away. It was so embarrassing. Only then did she realize that Hung Bo Bao was doing this to uphold justice just to eat a few free buns. The setting of NPC greed for money is really strange when applied to different characters. It's just 10 buns. Such a small reward is understandable. There are still 3 steamers on the tricycle that have not been overturned. And they are full of steamed buns. And Ro wrapped 3 portions with oil paper and handed them to Hung Bo Bao. Hung Bo Bao couldn't wait to take a bite. His eyes sparkling. Looking at the steamer, Mantu. Can I have 2 too? And Ro had a good impression of her. So she didn't object. Hung Bo Bao looked at Ro while biting a bun. When he took the bun, he suddenly moved closer and lowered his voice. It's a good thing that Mei Qian died. Right? You look much braver than before. And you are so beautiful. Hongyan Hotel. As the highest-end hotel and hotel in Jiangsu town. It has an excellent location. Like the mayor's mansion. The grand gate faces the town square. It is said that it is one of the mayor's properties. And Ro went to the pawn shop and took a rickshaw back to the hotel. Half coaxing and half forcing Yonyan to drink 5 low-level life potions. A low-level potion costs 10 gold. And a mid-level potion costs 5,000 gold. It's not that I can't afford the mid-level potion. But there's no need to buy it. According to Pao Pao, the health of NPCs is 100 points. Which is equivalent to a level 1 novice player. But without the latter's growth potential. A low-level life potion can instantly restore 10 points of health. Which is a drop in the bucket for players. But for NPCs, it is already a magical potion. After taking 5 potions, and Yonyan's face can be said to be radiant. In addition, the potion has the effect of accelerating healing. And the bruises on his body quickly disappeared. And the wounds quickly formed blood scabs. No wonder the original owner had never heard of any NPC dying of illness. But Yonyan was restless. He looked at the hotel room with brilliant gold coins and held in Ro's hand. Ro. Why do you have to live in such an expensive place? It costs 2,000 gold a night. Let's change to a cheaper one. It's only this much money to stay in a hotel for a month. As Yonyan said this, his eyes suddenly widened. While shaking hands, and Ro transferred 50,000 gold to him. He had never seen so much money in his life. And Ro patted the back of his hand. Dad, I have money. Don't worry. You should have told me about the bun shop last time you came. Where did you get so much money? Dad, have you forgotten? I'm good at playing Mahjong. And doing business as well. Business? And Yonyan thought of the farm. What kind of business? Ro. You can't do those dangerous businesses. Dad always doesn't believe me. And Ro pouted. I can make friends with the destined one. So what's so hard about making some money in business? The farm hasn't opened yet. So it's not easy to make up a lie that Yonyan can accept. And Ro simply talked about real-life business. Such as the internet, IT, and even nuclear bombs. Anyway, the game will automatically block sensitive words, making the NPC sound mysterious. And Yonyan was really confused and didn't ask any more questions. But his expression was still worried. Someone knocked on the door. And Ro coaxed Yonyan to bed. And then went to open the door. There was a run outside. Is Uncle An okay? He poked his head inside. The room was a 1-bedroom and 1 living room. And Yonyan was in the bedroom. So he couldn't see it. And Ro pressed his forehead. Where is it? Pepeo's eyes flickered. Boss. NPCs really can't be moved casually. It will affect the destiny value. Moreover, the ban on destiny people in Jiangsu town is still valid. If there is a complaint, the destiny value will be cut in half. Which will bring bad luck. What are you talking about? Where is it? And Ro frowned impatiently. It seems that he can't be stopped. Pao Pao sighed and answered truthfully. I asked around at the Lusher Street police station. And I found out that their team works the night shift. From 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And Ro, patrolling the streets all the time? Pao Pao, I overheard and heard that they all went back to the police station to rest after midnight. And Ro raised her lips. That's good. Boss, what do you want to do? Pao Pao was worried. The 7 Soul Sword has high damage. So it's no problem to deal with a few NPCs. There were so many people on the street at that time. So it was unwise to take action directly. If they went to the police station at night to wipe them out, it would work. But if a whole team of security guards disappeared from the police station, it would definitely cause a stir. And Ro had just had a conflict with them. So she was naturally the #1 suspect. NPCs may not be able to find out anything. But this is Oli's territory. If a player kills people indiscriminately in their territory, Oli will definitely intervene in the investigation. It was not easy to get away with Chi-Chi and Yiming's matter. Pao Pao felt more and more that something was wrong, and made up his mind. How about this? If the boss insists on killing them, I'll do it. It would be easy for him to deal with a few NPCs. And most importantly, no one knew the relationship between him and Enro. Enro suddenly laughed. Can you do it? Chapter 39. For a kind-hearted kid like Pao Pao, the game was very torn. On the one hand, he knew it was just a game, and killing people and monsters was just breaking up a bunch of data and waiting to be reassembled. So in the T21 mission, in the subsequent process of burying corpses and harvesting gold coins, he did not show any soft-hearted behavior. On the other hand, the overly realistic effect of the holographic game made him unable to be ruthless when facing the weak. Even if the other party was just a virtual NPC. Pao Pao is only 18 years old. More or less a teenager. Teenagers naturally have a childish chauvinism, and they will have a desire to protect the weak for no reason. And Ro had already seen through this, and did not let him continue to talk nonsense. She put on the boss's airs and forced him to go offline. After all, it was past the time to get off work, and Yonyan could not lie down on the bed. Walked out of the room, and wanted to continue to set up a stall to sell buns, but was pressed by Enro on the dining table in the living room. The room was decorated magnificently, making him feel uncomfortable. He glanced around, and saw the blanket spread on the wall. Ro, where are you going to sleep? And Yonyan finally realized that there was only one bed in the room. No. Dad can sleep on the floor. Ro will sleep on the bed. The mattress is too soft. Dad will not be comfortable sleeping. Sleeping on the floor is just right. He sat on the floor and was surprised. Hey, this blanket is also very soft. And Ro hurriedly pulled him up. Pao Pao offline is invisible, not disappearing, with him as a meat cushion. How can it not be soft? Then she pushed Yonyan back to the table and laid out the napkin. Just then the doorbell rang, and a waiter in a white shirt and black vest came in with a dining cart. Under the shiny stainless steel lid were 2 steaks with sauce. There was also a bottle of decanted red wine next to it. And Ro thanked him and waited for the waiter to leave before pouring a glass of red wine for Yonyan. She raised the glass and clinked it lightly, making a crisp and pleasant sound. Last time Dad came to the farm, I didn't know he would drink. Today, Ro will have a drink with Dad. And Yonyan rubbed his hands on his trouser legs again and again. Then he picked up the red wine glass with a smile. Ro has grown up and become successful. After taking a sip, his fat face shrank. But he said insincerely, it tastes good. It tastes good. And Ro burst out laughing and took his glass and put it aside. She took out a bottle of Lotus White from under the dining car. Oh, why did you buy 2 bottles? Isn't this a waste? Ro. Stop it. And Yonyan felt distressed. But after drinking more white wine, his face finally became normal. The farm where Ro worked before had a wine cellar, and the boss had a collection of valuable red wines. When she hooked up with the boss's son, she found opportunities to drink a lot, and gradually fell in love with the taste of red wine. But this time, she accompanied Yonyan to drink white wine, and Yonyan was not used to using a knife and fork. So she cut the steak in front of him and handed it to him. His daughter was so considerate that even if Yonyan was stingy with money, he still felt that the food was delicious. He was easily drunk when he was in a good mood, and halfway through the meal, he was already shaking his head, and Ro persuaded him to go to bed. Before he left the table, he finished the rest of the steak, not even leaving any side dishes. Good, delicious. Mumbling, he finally fell asleep, and Ro squatted beside the bed, her chin resting on her arm, watching him quietly. She herself would dream, but she didn't know if Yonyan, or other NPCs, would dream. Maybe they would. After all, Yonyan fell asleep with a smile, and he would talk in his sleep from time to time, saying that he wanted to make money to buy soil for Ro. And Ro closed the bedroom door, walked to the living room, poured a glass of red wine, shook it gently, and stood in front of the window. Neon lights flickered at night, like a glowing colorful scarf covering the town. This world is good. This world is also bad. But after all, it is better than the real world. Here, she has abilities that are unimaginable in the real world, and can do many things that she only dared to think about, but did not dare to do before. The wall clock was swinging. Click, click, click. when the hour and minute hands overlapped directly above, and Ro drank the last sip of red wine in the glass. Her lips were red. She raised her face and looked at the dark night sky. It's your turn. Bow bow. More than a dozen kilometers away, a black cloud rose in the inky night. It was so fast that it looked like a black light splitting the darkness. When it approached the first light at the entrance of the town, it suddenly leaped, and its huge body seemed to have no weight, and landed lightly on the roof. Lucia Street. Except for the dim streetlights, the police station located in the middle of the street was the only house with light shining through the windows. All the shops were closed, and the street vendors and pedestrians had almost dispersed. It would be a waste of effort to continue patrolling. In several offices of the police station, the documents on the black desks were pushed aside, and the security guards found their positions and laid out their hands in a mess. A thin bone knife silently pierced through the roof and hung above Giulio's neck. Perhaps it touched his hair, which made him feel itchy, so he reached out to scratch it. His palm passed through the bone knife without any hindrance. Half of his hand fell off, and the fishy and hot liquid sprayed on his face. Xiaolu frowned, opened his eyes, and stared at the half-missing hand that had disappeared inexplicably. The intense pain finally made him realize that he was not dreaming. Xiaolu suddenly opened his mouth and wanted to scream, but the bone knife got there first and pierced his trachea, sealing all the sounds in his throat. The faint light of the soul made the bone knife appear white, illuminating his eyes. Because of excessive fear, his eyes were wide open beyond human limits. After a moment, the bone knife retracted silently. He sat up shakily, with the corners of his mouth drooping on his chin. Drooling. The whole room was filled with the fragrance of the soul. When Enro woke up, there was no trace of Nyonyan in the room. On the bed in the bedroom, the snow-white quilt was neatly folded. She found Nyonyan in the parking lot. There were old antique cars in this era. As the most luxurious hotel in Jiangsu town, it was equipped with a small parking lot, and Nyonyan's tricycle was parked here. A male waiter was helping to remove the cover. Dad? Enro walked over. Don't go out to the stall today. You haven't had breakfast yet. And Nyonyan turned around and smiled and called, Ro. The male waiter said to Enro, Miss, I have advised your father a long time ago. There was a sudden ghoul outbreak at midnight yesterday, and 8 people died on Lucia Street. Half of the 8 security guards at the police station turned into ghouls, and the other half were eaten by them. Fortunately, the people from the Oli gang and the Inlai gang arrived quickly and eliminated them. Otherwise our town would be in chaos again. Alas. Anyway, the streets are not peaceful now. On my way to work, I saw that many shops were closed, saying that they would wait for a while to see the situation. Inlai gang? Enro asked. The waiter was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Oh, miss, you don't know? The mayor of the town brought their leader to patrol the streets with the new gang that was established a few days ago. And Li Duoju of the Oli gang also went. In the eyes of NPCs, a gang is a guild. But would Oli allow other guilds to enter its territory? Enro was a little surprised. She suppressed her thoughts and hugged Nyonyan's arm. You heard it, Dad. It's so dangerous to set up a stall now. I'm worried. And Nyonyan hesitated for a while, and had to let go of the handle, then go in the afternoon. With 50,000 yuan in his account, he still couldn't let go of the idea of making money to help his daughter. And Ro agreed for the time being. After all, the bun shop would be back in the afternoon. She turned around with Nyonyan, and saw Pao Pao standing behind him, with a look of surprise on his face. Xiao Pao is here too. And Nyonyan greeted happily. Pao Pao looked at Enro and had to deal with him first. Hey, Uncle N, I heard that you were in trouble, so I came to see you. The two of them sent Nyonyan back to his room together, and went out again under the pretext of buying breakfast. Just as he reached the stairs, Pao Pao saw that there was no one around, and couldn't help asking, Boss, is that you? Did you hear everything? Pao Pao didn't have a heart of a saint. When Anra asked him to follow the security guards, he knew that this matter would not end well. But he was not shocked by their death. But how Anra did it? Boss, did you go back to the farm last night? It was the middle of the night. So far away. Of course not. Then how did you bring Fufu here? After asking this question, Enro looked at him intently. The strange thing was that she was staring at Pao Pao, but she seemed distracted, with no focus in her beautiful eyes. Gurgle. Tank number 6 has died for the 8th time. Enro suddenly talked about an irrelevant topic. Bow bow. Eat him directly next time he wakes up. He may not have two chances to revive. After saying that, her scattered pupils suddenly contracted, and her sight focused on Pepeo's face again. And Rose smiled and said, "The lid of tank number 6 was punctured by Baofu. Remember to copy a new one later." "Forget it. Everyone is in town. Find time to buy one. It's cheap." Pepeo's jaw almost dropped to the ground. "Boss, can you communicate with Baofu over a long distance?" No. No. Can you see what Baofu sees? And hear it?" And Rose smiled slightly. "Amazing. Too amazing. It's okay to be able to communicate with the ghoul's voice. But you can actually share vision? And it's so far away. More than 10 miles away. What kind of skill is this?" He has read countless game materials, and asked himself if he knows more about the soul summoning song than many high-level players. But he has never heard of such a skill. Admiration broke through the extreme. And the look in Pepeo's eyes when he looked at Andrew suddenly changed. That was the look of looking at a bug. Terrible. The soul guiding song has been online for more than 20 years. And has experienced 3 copies online and merged. There are billions of historical players before and after. And no one has ever found a bug. Even the world's top hackers can't create any bugs. Not to mention outsiders. Even the official operation of the soul guiding song. Countless people have worked hard for so many years. But they haven't cracked the archive black box. So everyone knows that there is no archive record in the soul guiding song. In the game data released to the public, those beautiful pictures and thrilling mission processes were all produced by the party's oral descriptions and technical personnel. Could it be that the boss is even better than these top talents? A genius who is hidden in the city? If my brother knew about this, I'm sure he would not be able to hold back his icy face that has remained unchanged for thousands of years, and would shout out in excitement. When he thought of that scene, Pao Pao couldn't help laughing, full of pride. "What are you laughing at?" Amber looked at him like a fool. Pao Pao coughed awkwardly twice. "Boss, revenge has been taken. What is the main task today? Where is Uncle N? Will he go back to the farm with us?" "Who said revenge has been taken?" And Ro narrowed her eyes. "It's only halfway." Pao Pao didn't know the secret of Nyonya losing the steamed bun shop. And he exclaimed, "Do you like beautiful women?" And Rose suddenly asked. Pepeo's expression froze. His eyes fell on her fair and flawless face. And he blushed immediately. And Rose sighed, with a trace of contempt in her eyes. Men. Chapter 40. Hongjia loves the bright red cheongsam, with colorful patterns embroidered on the collar, which wraps her curvaceous body tightly. She doesn't look like a flower, but more like the stamen of an iris, with her waist swaying in the wind. And she walks into the hair salon gracefully. She casually throws her handbag to Xiaojia, feeling unhappy. "We agreed to come to the shop in the morning. Why is there a ghoul again for no reason? What do those people in the police station and the gang do? They make people feel uneasy every other day." Xiaojia hesitated and gestured to the wooden sofa. Sister Han looked over and found a young girl sitting there quietly, smiling at her. "Unro?" Sister Han's heartbeat suddenly slowed down, and she stepped back involuntarily. Sister Chiao wanted to help her, but she stood still. The color on her face faded for a moment, and then returned to Rosie. "Oh, Missin, how come you are so miserable without the top 100 masters around you?" The last time they saw each other was the day when Mei Qian died tragically, and Sister Hong fled back to the hair salon in a horrified state. And Ro looked at her quietly. What a strong woman she is. She was so scared that she was about to move to the first-level district. But now she dared to mock her, and even drove Nyonya out of the bun shop. It was probably because she heard that Chi-Chian Yiming was dead. And Ro restrained her smile and showed the original owner's usual timidity. "Since you know that Chi-Chian is dead, then, can you not move away?" From calm to fear. And Ro changed too quickly, making Sister Hong suspicious for a moment. Then she realized that it should be her who made it clear. The absence of top 100 masters made this bitch realize that she couldn't continue to bully others. Sister Hong raised her red lips, walked over, sat down in front of Ro, and crossed her arms. She was arrogant. "Do you think I will be afraid of you if that guy is not dead? I am just tired of living in this broken place. And I just want to change to a new place for something new. I don't have to see disgusting people all day long." "Sister." And Ro bit her lower lip. "It was my fault before. I had no conscience, and didn't realize how good my sister was to me. Sister, can you please not move away? Rura will miss you." "Anru, Have you been my mother for more than 30 years for nothing? You have shown your true colors long ago. You are trying to do this to me now. If you are not disgusted, I will be disgusted. Sister Hong shaved her 2 red nails. You want to shop? Sure. Buy it. Don't you have money? One price. 500,000 gold. And the shop is yours. She was so straightforward, which was beyond Andrew's expectation. Andrew blinked her eyelids, and her innocent almond eyes with tears in them smiled instantly. Sister Hong, you are being unkind, aren't you? Since you have been doing business for so many years. How come the same thing costs 100,000 gold in other places, but 5 times more in mine? Sister Hong's body stiffened, and she glared at Sister Chiao fiercely. It's none of Sister Chiao's business. And Rose said, you are selling a bun shop with great fanfare, and you will know it if you just ask around. If you want to lose your temper, you have to find the right person. Right? Sister Hong heard the threat in the words, stood up, and said condescendingly, I bullied you. So what? If you have the guts? Can you dig that Chi-Chian out of the ghoul's stomach? Or, you little slut, go and please a few more destiny people? And Ro ignored the angry words and looked at her calmly. 150,000 gold. Will you sell it? 500,000. Not a penny less. Sister Hong replied word by word. Just at this moment, a head popped into the curtain of the hair salon. Excuse me. Can you give men a haircut here? The atmosphere was tense. And suddenly someone interrupted. Sister Chiao was at a loss for a moment and looked at Sister Hong. As soon as Sister Hong opened her mouth, and Ro also stood up and walked out. When she passed by Sister Hong, she whispered, don't regret it. Sister Hong snorted nonchalantly, and waited for Ro and the customer to pass by before she greeted with a smile. Sir, of course I will do it. Pao Pao walked in and looked around the hair salon. Boss, you have great taste. The store is so beautifully decorated. What kind of aromatherapy did you use? It smells so good. This made Sister Hong subconsciously look at the corner. And the aromatherapy burner was not smoking. When she looked back, she saw Pao Pao had already walked up to her. It turned out to be the fragrance of the boss. Pao Pao could not help but take a step closer, his expression intoxicated. Boss, you are so beautiful. Sister Hong was speechless for a moment, staring at him in a daze. This was a young man, no older than 20. Among the destined ones she had seen, his appearance was not particularly outstanding, but he was a head taller than her, and every strand of his hair was full of vitality, wrapping her up from the inside out at an extremely close distance. Sister Hong hairdresser. Favorability plus 10%. Current favorability 70%. Friendly. Scanning the notification on the light screen, Pao Pao raised his hand, and the thin glove slowly brushed over Sister Hong's eyelashes and fell on her carefully curled hair. Boss, your hair is so black. Like silk. Can I call you Sister Hong? Pao Pao said. I saw the name of the store is Sister Hong Hairdresser. You are Sister Hong, right? Before entering the door, I thought it would be a 34-year-old middle-aged aunt. But Sister Hong looks much younger than me. Sister Hong blushed, although she was very reluctant to reveal her age. She said honestly, I am over 30 years old. An old woman. She tried to push away Pao Pao's hand, but was held tightly by him. Pao Pao quickly let go and apologized. Sorry. Did I hurt you? Wait a minute. I will take off my gloves. Don't. Sister Hong couldn't help but grab his hand. The iron cord felt cold and rough. I like your gloves. They feel safe. Sister Hong hairdresser. Favorability plus 10%. Current favorability 80%. Like. A few steps away, Sister Chiao was stunned by the scene in front of her. Sister Hong took the young customer's hand, walked to the water tank, and washed his hair herself. Your hair is so hard. I don't even know your name. Yang Jiang. Yang of the Sun. Jiang of the General. Pao Pao said, closing his eyes, holding Sister Hong's hand again, pressing it against his chest. Your hair is hard, but I'm soft here. The favorability increased by 5%. Sister Hong began to bite her lips unconsciously, but she didn't know what to say, and she washed Pao Pao's hair quietly. Pao Pao didn't get a response, so she suddenly stopped her movements and opened her wet eyes. Sorry. My friends can testify that I never say sweet words. What I said just now was not sweet words. But I don't know why. As soon as I saw Sister Hong, I especially wanted to protect you. Sister Hong, It must be very hard for you to open a store in such a remote town alone? There have been many ghouls around here lately. Are you scared too? His eyes were so clear, his tone so sincere and gentle, that her eyes turned red. Hong turned her head away. So what? Before she could finish, Pow Pow suddenly stood up and hugged her. She was enveloped by the breath of a strange man, and her eyes and mouth opened wide. Hong, I know I'm too impulsive, but I really can't help it. Peopeo's hot breath blew into her ears. Come with me. I have a big house in the central city. It just happened that I bought it not long ago, so the things inside are not fully equipped, so you can decorate it as you like. This? Sister Hong was so shocked that she couldn't speak to herself. If you like to open a store, I can buy you a store in the central city, which is much bigger than this one. When I come back from my mission every day, you can help me wash my hair. It's really comfortable to wash your hair. The Destiny people in the central city are all rich, so you don't have to worry about business. It's the safest place in Lingbing City, and you don't have to worry about ghouls. Pow Pow took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and looked into Sister Hong's eyes again. When I think about you living alone in such a dangerous place after today, I feel really sad. Sister Hong. Ah Hong. Let me protect you from now on. Okay? The light screen popped up again. Sister Hong Hair Salon Owner Favorability plus 10%. Current Favorability 95%. Infatuation. Note, meet the requirements for the contract. Pow Pow spread out his palm, and a small cluster of light appeared on the steel gray palm covered with thin ropes. Pink. Jumping. Like a cluster of harmless flames. The pink flames reflected in Sister Hong's eyes, magnified and deformed by the tears in her eyes. Promise me. Okay. Pow Pow gazed at her affectionately. Success or failure depends on this one move. Sister Hong covered her mouth, and after a few seconds of stagnation, she finally nodded, threw herself into Peopeo's arms, and cried bitterly, Cousin! Sister Chiao couldn't help but scream, but Pow Pow didn't give her a chance, and pressed the cluster of pink flames into Sister Hong's forehead. Starting from the forehead, the pink halo swept from top to bottom, passing over Sister Hong's body. A pink teardrop-shaped mark appeared in the middle of her brow. This is the symbol of the covenant between the NPC and the player. In layman's terms, from now on, Pow Pow can deprive Sister Hong of everything she has. After Amru went to the cloth shop, when she slowly walked back to the hair salon, Pow Pow and Sister Hong were already lying on the sofa. Of course, apart from sitting close to each other, there was nothing eye-catching. This child is quite obedient and doesn't have too many evil thoughts. What are you doing here again? As soon as she saw her, Sister Hong stood up angrily, and when she saw Pow Pow from the corner of her eye, she withdrew her momentum and said in a pinched voice, Sister Amru, you are here? Compared to Enro, who changed into an expensive silk dress, Sister Hong was more like the weaker party at this time. But psychologically, she had never been so tough. Enro had a Destiny man as a backer before, and now she has one too, she had asked. And although her man was not one of the top 100 masters, he was also a first-class master. The most important thing was that he was younger and more handsome than before. And Rose smiled slightly and walked straight over. What else can I do here? Buy a shop. Sister, you ask even though you know the answer. Sister Hong sat down next to Pow Pow and hugged his arm. Oh, what did you say before? Asking me not to regret it? What? You still want to scare me? Sister Hong was like a little bird. You can scare me, but I'm afraid you can't scare Jiang. When Enro's sight came, Pow Pow quietly moved his buttocks and distanced himself from Sister Hong. But the other party came closer automatically. Enro smiled. Sister, you think too highly of me. I'm a weak woman. How dare I scare the Destiny? Since my brother-in-law is here, I dare not bargain. 500,000 gold. I will buy the bun shop. Sister Hong blinked, wondering if she heard it wrong. You bought it? Where did you get so much money? Take out the money first, and let me see. One hand pays the money, and the other hand delivers the goods. Sister's goods are not ready yet. And Rose said, take out the deed first. The sales contract is written, isn't it? Chapter 41. Due to the background of the game era, the sales contract here is much simpler than in reality. With only 3 pages. 1 page is the main text, and the last 2 pages are for the house and land deeds. The main text is also very simple, with the buyer, seller, address and amount, which is similar to a fill-in-the-blank question. At the end, it says, never break the contract. In order to facilitate transactions for players, pawnshops in various places sell standard blank contracts. Just write the content and date, sign and seal, and paste the house and land deeds. And everything is done. When Andrew bought clothes, she also bought the blank contract. Hongjia watched her take it out, and was in doubt for a moment. She couldn't say I'm not selling it because Pow Pow interrupted her. Ah Hong, the premium is considerable. When we get to the central city, you don't have to pay for everything. I feel relieved when you have this money. Hongjia's cheeks were flushed. Pow Pow took the blank contract, pinched it with 3 fingers, and a brush appeared between his fingers, full of ink. Wasmokos Lane, Zhongsu Town, District 8, Lungbing City. He paused. What number? Number 5. Sister Hong's voice was soft, and she glanced at Enro. She had originally decided not to sell it to Enro, but since her man had spoken, she accepted the reality. She then thought of the 500,000 yuan that was about to be in her hands, which was 5 times the price on the market, and began to be tempted. Enro smiled faintly, and didn't say a word the whole time. Pow Pow wrote down the address, but didn't continue writing. He looked up at Enro. He said coldly, this hair salon is priced at 1 million gold. And there is also a bathhouse priced at 2 million gold. Do you have the guts to buy them together? The tone was contemptuous. A jiang. Sister Hong was startled. Pow Pow looked at her, his eyes suddenly gentle. Anyway, you went to the central city, and you have nothing to do with Zhongsu Town. Or are you thinking that you will leave me one day? The gentleness turned into heartache. No. How could I leave you? Sister Hong hurriedly comforted. Sell 3 properties for a total of 3.5 million gold. As long as she can take it out, I will sell it. And Ro didn't show it on her face, and her hands on her knees quietly clenched into fists. She knew that Sister Hong was a wealthy woman, but she didn't expect her to be so wealthy. It's okay to have a steamed bun shop and a hair salon, but Sister Hong actually opened a bathhouse. She suddenly thought of the Hong'an bathhouse that she had visited once, which also had the word Hong in it, and was only a few hundred meters away from Wuyan Lane. Could it be that? She was excited, but Enro's expression was still indifferent, as if she didn't care about the astronomical amount at all. She chuckled and said, no problem. Sister Hong, since you are leaving, your residence is empty anyway, so why not buy it for me as well? In addition to the above properties, Sister Hong also has a 2-story villa. As far as she can remember, the original owner has been there twice. It can't be compared with the mayor's house or the big house of Mr. Lin, the grain store owner, but it is also a very beautiful villa, suitable for an Yonian to live in. And Ro's tone was too big, which made Sister Hong secretly shocked. Sister Hong narrowed her eyes. Okay. The villa is 1 million gold. No problem. And Ro still nodded. Pow Pow looked at the blank contract. There are only 2 contracts here. Not enough. I'll go buy some. No need. Sister Hong held him back and instructed Sister Chiao. There are some empty things on the cabinet. Go get them. Sister Chiao didn't know how long she had been standing there, not daring to breathe. She couldn't wrap her mind around it. My cousin suddenly found a destiny man to rely on, and suddenly wanted to sell all her property. And Ro, the little girl from the bread shop across the street, suddenly became a rich person, negotiating a deal worth millions of gold coins without blinking an eye. Go quickly. There's money to be made, Sister Hong urged unhappily. Oh, okay. A minute later, Pow Pow took a stack of blank contracts from her. This thing is not worth much. It can only be sold for 1 gold coin or 2 in a pawn shop. I believe that rich NPCs in the game will have some at home. Sister Hong dictated the address, and he wrote quickly. 4 properties. 8 contracts. Filled up the coffee table. Next, it was time to fill in the amount. Pow Pow patted Sister Hong's hand soothingly and picked up the pen. First, write a woo. Sister Hong stared at the tip of the brush, waiting for the next sure. But the tip of the brush moved to another contract. Sister Hong grabbed his arm. A jiang? Pow Pow smiled shyly. To be honest, I haven't read much, and I barely know how to write a few capital numbers. Ah Hong, you can fill in the rest for me later. Sister Hong didn't let go, looking at him in disbelief. Pow Pow showed a sad expression again. You don't like illiterate people? Ah Hong, I promise, I will fight less in the future. and start learning to write for you. No. No. That's not what I mean, Sister Hong said. Then I'll write. Pow Pow clenched the brush. I can write numbers. At least let me share this with you. Okay? Okay. Sister Hong hesitantly let go of her hand, and saw an rose half smile in her peripheral vision, and said bitterly, What's wrong with not being able to read? A Jiang can kill ghouls. Can you? And Ro pouted. Alright. Alright. Your man is the best. Pow Pow quickly wrote down another woo, followed by 4 yen 2 air. Hong Jia's expression became more and more strange, and she looked at him frequently, and then at the numbers. The handwriting was very neat, and the writing movements were very skillful. How could he look like an illiterate at all? Jiang, give me the pen. She anxiously took the brush. But unexpectedly, Pow Pow flicked his arm, and all the contracts disappeared. When they reappeared, they were neatly folded and handed to Enro. Enro accepted it with a smile. Hong Jia was dumbfounded. Jiang, what does this mean? The amount is not finished yet. Pow Pow looked puzzled. Ah, it's finished. Oh yes. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. There is also this. He took out a stack of papers and a stack of property deeds from the prop column and handed them to Enro. Boss, be careful. It's a bit old and easy to tear, he said. Hong Jia seemed to be struck by lightning. What did you call her? Pow Pow said, as a matter of course, boss. Sister Hong was just confused by the favorability. She was not really stupid, and finally saw the situation clearly. You lied to me. You and this little bitch teamed up to lie to me. At the same time, a light screen notification popped up in front of Pow Pow. Sister Hong Hair Salon Owner. Favorability minus 60%. Current favorability 35%. Alert. Note, the contract requirements are not met, and the contract has been automatically terminated. The pink water droplet on Sister Hong's brow disappeared. The anger rose to her face visibly. You. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. Suddenly she grabbed a handle and said, I haven't signed yet. The contract is invalid. Oh, I almost forgot this. Pow Pow waved his hand and took out a brush. He simply wrote on Amber's hand, writing quickly. Seller Pow Pow. Buyer and date. Boss, write it yourself. While writing, he glanced at Sister Hong and smiled. Sister Hong, you don't have a good memory either. Have you forgotten that half an hour ago, you sold all your properties to me? Pow Pow raised his empty left hand and took out a stack of papers from the props column for the 3rd time. It was also a stack of contracts. The seller was Sister Hong. The buyer was General Yang. The name is wrong. And Ro reminded him. Oh, wait a minute. Pow Pow activated a pre-prepared name change card. And after activation, he changed the game ID back. Correspondingly, the buyer on the stack of contracts became Pow Pow. At the same time, a faint white light lit up on the new contract he and Enro had signed, as if the system had recognized the transaction and the contract was effective. No one knows how angry and desperate Sister Hong is at this moment. She had too many emotions in her chest, so she couldn't stop beating her chest. She couldn't say a word. Her eyelids twitched, and her eyeballs rolled up. Finally, her body softened and fell on the sofa. Boss, you pissed her off to death. You pissed her off to death. And Rose smiled, took out a life potion, and handed it to Sister Chiao. Quick, feed her to drink it. 5 minutes later, the pale person woke up slowly. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Enro leaning over to look at her with a smile. Enro! Sister Hong screamed and was about to pounce on him to fight. Enro dodged easily and said lightly, Run! A figure inserted between the two of them and grabbed Sister Hong's shoulders without saying anything. Sister Hong felt dizzy, and when her feet landed on the ground, she was already standing outside the hair salon. The lover who had captured her heart for half a day was like a mountain, blocking her way. However, this time Sister Hong did not get a sense of security from him, but a strong threat. Fortunately, under the favorability setting, she had no chance to feel sad. The favorability dropped straight to the hostile state, making her want to eat the flesh and blood of this man alive. But the other party is a destiny. And Ro half exposed from the door. 1 5 gold. 2 1 gold. 1 2 gold. A total of 9 gold. Right? She casually scattered a handful of gold coins outside the door. These should be enough. Sister Hong, the money and goods are cleared. Hey, look at my memory. This money is not for you. Forget it. We are all neighbors. Just consider it as a gift to Sister Hong for her housewarming. A gold coin rolled on the ground for a while, hit Sister Hong's high heels, and fell down. Her destiny value for Pow Pow dropped by another 10%, leaving only 15%. It was only one step away from the direct attack state. Pow Pow slammed the door and breathed a sigh of relief, seeing in Ro's inquiring eyes. He scratched his head, although, I don't want to be attacked by an NPC. And Ro didn't say much. Just a few gold coins. And a lot of property for free. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Ridiculing Sister Hong who has nothing? It's a bit boring. Xiao Ro. Sister Chiao couldn't even stand steadily, holding on to the wall, and cried out nervously. Sister Hong was her cousin after all. No matter how harshly she treated her, she finally gave her a place to live. She couldn't bear it. Sister Chiao, how much do you earn a month? And Ro asked. 1,000. And Ro frowned. With the prices in the game, this amount of money was not enough to even eat. No wonder Xiao Jia looked sallow and malnourished. I'll give you 10,000 gold a month, and you'll be in charge of the hair salon in the future. Xiao Jia was shocked, but a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. She couldn't escape the NPC's love of money. We're closed for a day today. Go in and rest. And Rose said. Xiao Jia eats and lives in the hair salon, which has a small, cramped room in the corner. She put all the words of persuasion back into her stomach and went into the house obediently. For some reason, Pow Pow had made great contributions, but now that they were alone, she did not dare to look Andrew in the eye. Andrew smiled and said, You originally wanted to take over Sister Hong's small Western-style building, right? Pow Pow turned his face away, paused, and lowered his head again. Sorry, boss. I was confused for a moment. Andrew did not care too much. Don't say that NPCs love money. How many players who enter the game are not here for money? A gold coin is worth $5 in reality. So it's no wonder that everyone is flocking to it. How much are the 4 properties worth? Sister Hong told you, right? Pow Pow hesitated for a moment and confessed honestly. The bun shop is 100,000 gold. The hair salon is 300,000 gold. The bathhouse was bought last year. The most expensive, 700,000 gold. The small Western-style building, because it is not in a busy area, 200,000 gold. In other words, he picked a cheap one with the idea of keeping it all for himself. Total is 1.3 million gold. According to the agreement, you will get 5% of the farm income after deducting the necessary costs. And Ro calculated, this time it's equivalent to 0 cost. So I'll give you 65,000 gold. Boss. Pow Pow had completely forgotten this. He thought that even if the boss didn't punish him, it would cause a crisis of trust. Unexpectedly, the boss not only didn't pursue it, but also gave him dividends. Besides, even if he remembered this in advance, is it considered farm income? And Ro grabbed his hand, palm to palm, and transferred the money to him. Chapter 42. 65,000 gold. Converted to the real world. More than 300,000. In just a few days, he earned more than 300,000. Enough to buy a holographic game cabin. Pow Pow couldn't help but start to calculate where the game cabin should be placed. Several places flashed through his mind, and finally found out with frustration that the arena was still the most suitable place at present. Unless he bought a house. Peopeo's eyes were hesitant to say something, and Andrew understood it immediately. Boss, how do you know that this can improve Sister Hong's favorability? Let's analyze it together. Don't dream. Sister Hong got lucky by accident. It's not so easy to get others. And Ro ruthlessly broke his dream. The original plan was to let Pow Pow improve Sister Hong's favorability. But Enro didn't expect the favorability to be improved to the point of forming a contract. The original plan was for Pow Pow to improve the favorability as much as possible, and then buy the assets in Sister Hong's hands at a relatively low price. I didn't expect the price to be so low. Each asset was transferred to Pow Pow at the price of 1 gold coin, which was equivalent to a free gift. However, Enro did analyze why the trick of sweet talk worked for Sister Hong. Sister Hong was strong-willed and cared about her reputation. She had suffered losses and was worried recently, all of which were related to the Destiny Man. In addition, she and Enro had a grudge, and Enro's backer Chi Qian Yiming had fallen. If she could find a Destiny Man to rely on, it would be a relief. when Enro visited for the first time today. Sister Hong's faint fear and her initiative to point out that Qi Qian Yiming was dead just proved this point. However, Pao Pao didn't know about the previous grudge between the two, and Anna didn't want to explain. So she casually made up a reason. I know this NPC very well. She loves players more than money. But? Anna stared at Pao's eyes meaningfully. Other NPCs are not so easy. The richer the NPC, the more complicated their minds are. It is difficult to improve their favorability beyond a certain limit. You have read so many guides. You should be very clear about this common sense. After being poor for a long time and suddenly becoming rich, it is easiest for people to have distorted minds. Pao Pao felt guilty, lowered his head, and said nothing. His performance made Anna reflect on herself secretly. This trip was profitable without any investment, and the profit was not much less than that of T21's risky corpse stealing. Before Pao Pao asked, she was also subconsciously thinking whether this operation could be replicated. Hongjia alone has so much money, and there are so many shops in the town. How bad can others be? Not to mention Boss Lin, who monopolizes all grain stores, and the mayor Hung Batong, who is said to occupy half of the town's industries. Perhaps, compared to running a farm and stealing corpses, this is the fastest way to make money. But Enro felt vaguely uneasy. It was still the same reason. If this thing was so easy to accomplish, wouldn't the players have already issued it? Why bother looking for clues and completing tasks? After thinking for a while, Enro suppressed all her thoughts, walked into Xiaojia's room, and asked some questions about the operation of the hair salon. Then she asked Pao Pao to stay in the store, and she went to Hongnan bathhouse. The person who collected money and issued keys at the front desk of the bathhouse was still the skinny and shrewd old woman. Enro carefully looked at the name on the light screen above her head and suddenly smiled. Interesting. The old woman's name is Xiang Sao. Could it be that she is the wife of the tenant Li Xiang? The benefits of the transaction being recognized by the game are apparent here. Enro doesn't even need to take out the contract. The old woman greets her flatteringly, calling her boss and bossin. You can ask anything. I am in charge of all matters big and small in the bathhouse. It seems that after the contract takes effect, the employees in the corresponding industry will automatically know that they have changed their bosses. Half an hour later, Enro came out of the bathhouse, thinking while slowly walking towards the hair salon. The hair salon is worth 300,000 gold, and the monthly profit can be 10,000 gold. Hongyan bathhouse is worth 700,000 gold, and the monthly profit is about 30,000 gold. Adding the steamed bun shop with a market value of 100,000 gold. Now there is no need to calculate the rent. The profit can be about 8,000 gold. Among the three industries, the steamed bun shop has the highest profit rate. Enro does not need to do anything, and she can earn nearly 50,000 gold from the three shops in the future. Of course, this is when Sister Hong is desperately squeezing out employee costs. But no matter what, it is also a considerable income. And most importantly, it is risk-free. Enro was already worried about the direction of the farm's operation. So this gave her a third option: abandon the farm and become a wealthy woman in the market. As for continuing to live in Zhongsu town, can personal safety be guaranteed? And Yonyan has been running the steamed bun shop alone for more than 10 years. And he has also raised the original owner safely. He still has hundreds of thousands of gold in his hands. And he can buy 2 more shops, whether he runs them or rents them out. And his life will only be better than before. As for Pao Pao, he can just switch to a bodyguard, assuming a stable profit of 80,000 gold per month, and a dividend of 5%. He can get 4,000 gold per month, which is 20,000 in reality. Will he think it's too little? Enro is not sure. After all, she just gave Pao Pao 65,000 gold. People are always greedy, and getting rich quickly. How to raise a rich man is still the most troublesome problem. You are Enro, right? The daughter of Yanfeng Bozi's shop? Suddenly, a tall figure blocked her way. Enro came to her senses and looked around. She saw that it was an NPC soldier. The black uniform showed that he was not a security guard. Behind him, there were 2 companions dressed in the same way. All 3 of them looked unhappy. Enro subconsciously touched the 7 soul sword in her sleeve, but found nothing. Then she remembered that her new cheongsam had half sleeves, and the 7 soul sword was tied to her thigh. Fortunately, Pao Pao was alert, and heard someone open the door of the hair salon, and stood in front of Enro. What do you want to do? No matter how low their rank is, they are still destined The 3 soldiers simultaneously restrained their imposing aura. The leader was called Tian Rui. The soldier forced out a polite smile. The mayor invites you. Mayor Hung Batong? And Ro and Pao Pao looked at each other. Miss Hung? And Ro asked. Tian Rui was puzzled. Why are you asking about the eldest lady? Let's go. The master is waiting. Since it's not Miss Hung, then the person who came is not friendly. Pao Pao gave Ro a questioning look, raised his right hand slightly, and was about to take out his weapon. And Ro shook her head gently to stop him, and said to Tian Rui, okay. The town square is as big as 2 standard football fields, and is more open than Ro remembered. In comparison, the 8 acres of land on the farm is only 1/3 of it, except for a house in the middle that looks like a large telephone booth. There are no other buildings on the huge square, and Ro knows that it is the only teleportation array in Jiangsu town, and it can reach any place in Lingbing City by spending different gold coins. There are long strips of flower beds on all 4 sides of the square, mostly low shrubs, which look gray under the pale sunlight. There were a few taller trees, but they were sparse and listless. At the end of the square was the grand mansion of the mayor, which was almost as wide as the square. One could imagine how amazing the area of the mansion was. It was not an exaggeration to call it a palace. No wonder people said the mayor was a local tyrant. Except for a team of patrolling black soldiers. There was no one else in the square. Ordinary townspeople were not allowed to enter the square. And Ro followed Tian Rui and the other 2. Walked around the edge to the mayor's mansion, and stopped in front of the 4-meter-high vermilion lacquer gate. Tian Rui turned around and looked behind and Ro, where is your friend? Did the mayor invite me or him? And Ro asked back. Tian Rui frowned, didn't ask any more questions, and took her in through the side door. I thought the square was the mayor's front garden, but I didn't expect that there was a large real garden in the house. The rockery pavilion. Green trees and flowers. Shadows and shadows. With the nature of Krypton gold in games. You can imagine how staggering the maintenance cost is. There are several entrances in the yard, and the first one is where the mayor works. As the group stopped in the second courtyard, a soldier ran in a panic and whispered something in Tian Rui's ear. Tian Rui looked at Ro in surprise, then quickly calmed down. Wait a minute. I'll go inform the mayor. The soldier who informed him went out again soon, and Tian Rui also disappeared into a round carved door, leaving only 2 soldiers guarding Ro on the left and right. And Ro looked around as if nothing had happened, except for the walls, which were solid stone walls. The house looked very retro everywhere, with stone paths, bluestone wells, carved window panes, and winding corridors. A few meters away, a voice could be heard faintly from the round door, but the specific content could not be heard clearly. And Ro retracted her gaze and looked up at the sky. At noon, the sun was pale, hanging directly above her head, and it did not bring much warmth. This made the town mayor's house, which had a strict hierarchy, even more oppressive. Her consciousness was already 10 kilometers away, and Yonyan had not yet arrived at the farm. However, judging from Tian Rui's reaction, Pao Pao should have successfully taken Yonyan away. Right? Ro? The crisp voice called Ro's attention back. Hung Bobeo trotted out from the corridor on one side. Why are you here? She changed her outfit today. The lace cheongsam became a lace dress with a fluffy skirt, and she wore a white round hat, like a lively Western princess. And Ro took her hand openly. Your father asked me to come. They were so intimate that it seemed like a meeting between best friends. When the 2 soldiers saw each other, they looked at each other and felt a little scared. One of them asked with his eyes, Miss, do you know her? The other replied, if you ask me, who should I ask? Hung Bobeo grew up in a pampered environment. Although his personality is not unruly, he is also unreasonable when it comes to protecting his own shortcomings. They just hope that Ro will stop talking nonsense. And they hope that Tian Rui will come out quickly and take the people in. My father? Hung Bobeo frowned in confusion. Why does he want to see you? But since it is your father who wants to see you, what are you standing here for? Go in. He pulled Ro and was about to go in. The 2 soldiers looked at each other again and stopped them with their heads held high. Miss, the mayor is talking about business, and there are guests inside. Hung Bobeo wrinkled his nose unhappily. Did you go in and report? Captain Tian Rui went in. Hung Bobeo waited with Ro for 2 minutes, but no one came out. He stamped his feet and said, I'll take Ro for a walk. If Dad wants to see her later, Come directly to my room. Come on. And Ro, this is your first time at my house. I'll take you on a tour. The soldiers looked embarrassed, but they didn't dare to stop them. And Ro was pulled onto the veranda and entered the third courtyard from the side. My room is here. My parents used to live there, but my mom likes quietness, so she moved to the back. Hung Bobeo paused and looked into the distance in surprise. Mom, why did you come out? She was a beautiful woman, wearing a red cheongsam similar to Sister Hong, but the color was a little darker, and the dark patterns were far less gorgeous than Sister Hong's. She was steady and dignified. While Hung Bobeo was talking, she had already walked in, and her sharp eyes fell on Enro. Enro did not hide, and looked at her openly. However, the first sentence the mayor's wife said scared her out of her wits. The mayor's wife looked at Enro with a smile. My poker friends are here, so I naturally want to meet them. Chapter 43. The Chinese pearwood round table was retro and heavy, with 4 blue and white porcelain round plates on it. The crushed ice was compacted into a small mountain, and the surface was covered with different kinds of sashimi, with cold air curling in bright colors. Boss Hong came at the right time. This is the sashimi that Captain Lee just sent over, shipped back from Ghost Island. Look, how fresh it is. Sister Hong's smile was bitter. In the past, with such precious food in front of her, and sitting at the same table with the powerful people in the town, she would have been talking and laughing. But not long ago, she was almost pissed off to death, as if she was in an ice cellar. Now that all the balance in her account has been emptied, how can she have the heart to eat something that looks cold? However, after the mayor said so, Sister Hong still bit the bullet and took a piece. Suddenly, her teeth ached from the cold, so she quickly swallowed it whole. It's delicious. She covered her cheeks and smiled. It seems that Boss Hong is not lucky enough to eat. Hung Batong shook his head and suddenly exclaimed, Captain Lee, I heard that there is high-voltage electricity in the sea of Ghost Island. Could it be that these sea fish are not afraid of lightning? Opposite Sister Hong, the gentle and elegant man smiled and explained, Of course I'm afraid. Ghost Island has a way of making money. Some people transport seawater and fish fry from the distant sea and raise them on the island, which is considered artificial breeding. However, these on the table are treasures directly salvaged from the distant sea. Oh, isn't that more scarce? Hung Batong hurriedly picked up another piece of salmon. At this time, Tian Rui walked in, took a quick look at the people at the table, and leaned over to report to Hung Batong. Hung Batong shook his chopsticks and the salmon fell on the table. Escaped? Sister Hong's heart tightened, and she looked over. Hung Batong met her gaze and smiled again. It's okay. It's just a little girl. Boss Hong, don't worry. Eat. Eat. At the same time, his eyes swept over the other two. Captain Lee stood up and left the table, clasping his fists. Mayor, Brother Tang and I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Hung Batong waved his hand indifferently and smiled at Tang Lang. Boss Tang has just arrived in Jiangsu, and you have to interact more in the future to avoid acclimatization. Eli Gang leader Tang Lang is not used to being polite with NPCs. Seeing the signal from Captain Lee, he learned to clasp his fists. Of course, I will trouble the mayor to take care of Eli Gang in the future. In the fourth courtyard, there is a special chess and card room in the side room, which is rich and magnificent, with a warm stove and incense. And Rose stood by the Mahjong table, hesitated for a moment, and sat down on the left side of the mayor's wife. She looked at Hung Bo Bao. Miss Hung. Hung Bo Bao sat down on the sofa and picked up a piece of cake. I don't play. What's the point of playing Mahjong? Mom, I still want to take Enro to visit my room. Why do you have to drag her to play Mahjong? I heard that when Enro played Mahjong with Sister Hong and others before, she lost everything every day. You can't bully her. The mayor's wife smiled again. Really? I heard that Boss Hong and the two girls Miling and Mei Qian lost 3,000 gold to Anru in one go. Also, the rent for this season of Yinfeng Baozi's shop is said to be paid by Anru. Anru's scalp was about to explode. How did the mayor's wife hear about this little thing she did? And the name of Card Buddy? She suddenly remembered Miling and Mei Qian? In the original owner's memory, the Shuangmei sisters and Hung Bobeo were not close friends. But they did have some contact after all. No matter how much they planned, they never expected that they would meet here. And Rose's hand trembled, and she accidentally knocked down a few Mahjong tiles. The crisp knocking sound interrupted the mayor's wife's words. Mayor's wife, Are we short of 2? And Ro changed the subject. The mayor's wife looked at her with an inexplicable meaning and chuckled. No. We are here soon. As soon as she mentioned the devil, there was a knock on the door. Come in, the mayor's wife said. 2 tall men walked in, and Ro's eyelids twitched. She was unexpectedly invited to the mayor's house. And it wasn't invited by Hung Bobeo. She immediately guessed that it was related to Sister Hong. So she thought that one of the 2 missing sides of the Mahjong table must be Sister Hong. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be 2 players. Dawn Darkness LV66 Gold. Mantis LV71 God. 2 high-level players. Leader Lee. Gang Leader Tang. You are finally here. Come and take a seat. I have been itching to hold back until now. The mayor's wife greeted. Captain Lee? He is the head of the Shongsu branch of the Orly Guild, and the leader of the Mantis Gang. And Rose silently recited this awkward name in her heart, and suddenly realized Mantis. Tang Lang. In the eyes of the town NPC, the leader of the Enlai Gang. As her mind raced, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, and Ro lowered her eyes, and saw the deep red blood stains on the purple cheongsam. She looked up in a daze, and looked across. Captain Lee attacked her without saying a word. Fortunately, it was not a fatal sneak attack, or in the eyes of the players, it was not considered any damage at all. After all, she, an NPC with only 100 health points, was still alive. But why did he do this? And Ro forced herself to calm down, and did not forget to lower the other party's favorability. And Ro's favorability minus 30%. Current favorability 25%. Hostility. Captain Lee's eyes stayed on the light screen for a moment. His expression did not change at all, and he still had a gentle and warm smile. Sorry for being late. Ma'am? Shall we start? Sorry. Is there any life? And Ro was interrupted by the mayor's wife when she was halfway through her words. Okay. Let's start quickly. It is said that Ro is very good at playing cards. I can't wait. She started to shuffle the cards first, but she clearly saw the blood on her clothes. And Ro closed her eyes tightly. The situation was too sudden and complicated beyond imagination. But one thing gradually became clear. This was a test. Sister Han might be the fuse, but the real reason was still the source of the chaos in Zhongshu town before, a player disguised as a beautiful NPC, who not only robbed the mission, but also killed the members of Oli. The blue weapon that Chi-Chi and Yiming lost was probably in her hands. And Ro used Chi-Chi and Yiming's tiger skin to scare Boss Lin and Sister Hong. And now she made a scene in front of the mayor. And then it was heard by the Oli Guild. Everything was natural. She was too careless. And Ro? The mayor's wife called out. And Ro showed a bit of shrinking look. But overall she was calm and resolute. And replied, sorry. Started to sort the cards. She didn't touch the wound. And her hands were clean. The wound was bleeding. But fortunately, it was not too serious. Even if he did not drink the life potion, his life would not be endangered for the time being. What Ro did not know was that 10 kilometers away, on the edge of the farm, the huge body of Bao Fu suddenly rose from the ground. His terrified face was upside down. His mouth opened wide, and he let out a deafening roar. In the bungalow, and Yonian was frightened and staggered, and was helped up by Pao Pao. What? What happened? Ghoul? And Yonian's face was pale, and he could not help but think of the tragedy that happened on this land several years ago. It's okay, Uncle N. It's the Destiny Master practicing nearby. Pao Pao lied in a panic. Uncle N. You stay here. I'll go out and take a look. Don't come out. Many Destiny Masters don't take human life seriously. And Yonian didn't dare to go out. He didn't even dare to open the window. He sat on the chair and didn't move. Pao Pao ran out with a wind step. Outside the bungalow was a newly dug pond. The sky was cloudless. The ground was empty. There was only the dugout and unprocessed earth mounds. He went around to the west and suddenly saw Bao Fu's majestic body rushing towards Zhongshu town. Angry roars continued. It's over. Such a big noise must have exposed him. Pao Pao turned his head and looked at the city wall. Fortunately, there was no one on the top of the wall where people were always on duty. The second thought came to his mind. The boss is in danger. So he summoned Bao Fu to rescue him remotely. Pao Pao chased after him with a swift wind step. The mayor's house. 30,000. And Ro picked up a Mahjong and dropped it on the table. The mayor's wife, eat. And Ro, ate. The mayor's wife, Pong. And Ro, 20,000. The mayor's wife. Gang. She picked up a card from the end of the deck and smiled. Who? Gang is a flower. And row. It's been several times in a row. If I didn't win every time, I would suspect that you were feeding me cards on purpose. Her smile was superficial, and her eyes were more of speculation. And Rose spread out her cards generously and smiled. No. It's just that Madam is good at playing cards and has good luck. Not only the mayor's wife, but also Captain Lee and gang leader Tang carefully looked at her cards. They were neat and tidy, and she was indeed aiming for a winning hand. This is interesting. Either the system has given this NPC a cheat, and he can count cards like a god, or this NPC is born with bad luck. If it were a player, he would also have such a low destiny that he would be unlucky every day. Captain Lee said carefully, Missin. I said Enro had bad luck. Otherwise she would be bullied by the three of them every day. Hung Bobeo leaned on the sofa and yawned boredly. Mom, who said Enro won a lot of money from them? It must be a lie. She paused and saw her mother took the chips handed by Enro. Mom, do you really want to win Enro's money? Her family is so poor that they have to set up a stall on the street and even have no shop. NPCs only care about their own interests. In many cases, they don't mind being generous to others. The blood flowed down Enro's legs, making her face paler and paler. But Enro did not show her weakness, hiding her fear in her eyes. It's okay, Miss Hung, Enro said softly. I have some money. I can afford it. Otherwise, it would be a pity if we were short of one person. Captain Lee finally got a word in, hinting, oh, as far as I know, even if Miss N's bun shop is still there, it is only a meager livelihood. The minimum bet here is 1,000 gold. So Miss N must have lost at least 50,000 gold. Right? So much money. He narrowed his eyes. I wonder how Miss N got here. 50,000 gold. Hung Bobeo was so frightened that he jumped up and rushed to Enro's side. Enro, why do you look so bad? Did you lose so much? She glared at her mother in dissatisfaction. Mom. The mayor's wife was unmoved and said lightly, I am also curious. The number of people in the town who can afford to lose so much money can be counted on one hand. Enro bit her lip and said nothing. The whole chess and card room, all the attention turned into pressure and fell on her head. Luckily, there was Hung Bobeo. What are you doing? Money is such an important thing. It was a private matter at that time. Will you tell others where the money in your pocket comes from? Unexpectedly, Captain Lee replied lightly, of course. The source of the money of the Oli gang is naturally the ghouls. Boss Tang also said, yes. The Eli gang was able to build this family business because the gang members did not fear life and death to strangle the ghouls. Even the mayor's wife patted Hung Bobeo's hand. Baby, your father has so many businesses, and our family's money is all clean. Good fellow. Pushing me to this extent. And Ro wanted to delay a little longer, but her knees hurt again. Captain Lee actually attacked her again, and Ro felt dizzy from the blood loss. And she didn't care about anything else. And at the same time, she greatly lowered her favorability towards the two players. One hand slid down from the table weakly and fell on her thigh. Through the thin silk fabric, she could clearly feel the subtle lines on the blade of the Seven Souls sword. A second-class blue weapon, with a basic attack power of 2,000 points. If it was unexpected, I wonder if it could kill these two bastards in one blow. I don't think it's possible. The minimum HP of a gold player is 5,000 points. Even if you don't consider their armor defense. A stab to the throat, temple or other fatal parts may not necessarily kill them. Besides, this Tang gang leader is a great god, with 7,000 HP. What's more, she has lost too much blood now. It's good enough for her to stay awake. Not to mention the sneak attack across the table. The mayor is the head of the town. Needless to say, as the only two gangs in Jiangsu town, our Oli gang and Eli gang are also responsible for maintaining the public security in Jiangsu. Captain Lee said slowly. If someone secretly steals ill-gotten gains from unknown sources. I say. And Ro finally collapsed. Her almond eyes blurred, tears streaming down. Chapter 44. Pao Pao is a bronze player, with only the elementary wind step. Even if he activates it with all his strength, his speed is far behind Baofu. After all, Baofu has limbs that are up to 20 meters long. Compared with his huge body, they look slender, but they actually have strong explosive power. With smoke and dust flying, he carried the huge flat-backed spider, as big as a mountain, and ran away. It's over. All Zhongsu Town will suffer. If the boss can control Baofu, then the boss will suffer. An SS-level ghoul fell from the sky in Zhongsu Town. It would be strange if it was not besieged by all the players. Cao Cao was helpless, and could only run as fast as he could. Suddenly, the distant scene suddenly stopped. Baofu seemed to have encountered a great obstacle, and roared angrily. He bent his limbs, and jumped into the air. But he couldn't go any further. Could it be the boss? Cao Cao murmured. Zhongsu Town is so remote that there are very few top players on weekdays. It is said that Tang Lang, the new president of Eli Guild, is a great god. But he is only a beginner great god, and it is impossible for him to stop the SS-level ghoul. Except for Enro, who could remotely control Baofu. Cao Cao couldn't think of anyone who could stop Baofu. What he didn't know was that at this moment, Enro had no spare energy to control Baofu, and even didn't know that Baofu had left the farm. She collapsed, covering her fair and beautiful face with both hands, tears seeping from her fingers. Under high pressure, she finally showed some of the immaturity that a girl of this age should have. Captain Li and Tang Lang looked at each other, and the mayor's wife opened her mouth slightly, looking surprised. It was still Hung Bobeo who reacted first, holding Enro's shoulder, and said in shock, "Enro, what did you say? Ink removal? The first master of the soul world. Mo Chu?" Enro sniffed and nodded. Hung Bobeo wanted to ask more questions, but Captain Li suddenly interrupted. "Your name is Enro? This is a question that can be answered without thinking." Enro put down her hand and looked over in confusion, not knowing why he asked this question. Captain Li said in a deep voice, "If you want to get out of here alive, answer my question. Your name is Enro?" Enro's shoulders trembled, and then nodded, "Yes, yes." "Is your father an Yonyan?" "Yes." "Your family opened a bun shop?" "Yes, in the past." "Are you a player?" Enro was about to shake her head when alarm bells rang in her heart. Trap. She had seen this on TV. This was the simplest interrogation technique. After a series of harmless questions, a fatal question suddenly appeared. She almost denied it subconsciously. But NPCs can't hear sensitive words. Enro's neck was stiff. But fortunately, she didn't make any more movements. She blinked, and the puzzled look on her face became more intense. Captain Li did not give up and continued to ask questions. "You said that Chu Mo gave you the money?" Enro, "Yes." "How much money did he give you in total?" 195,000 gold. "Did he complete the task?" "Here we go again." Enro's eyes were blank, as if she didn't hear the question. Captain Li looked at Tang Lang again and took a deep breath. "Then tell me the details." The tone was slightly softened. Enro knew that this hurdle was temporarily over. This series of quick questions and answers is based on a game setting. NPCs will not lie. If she had revealed even a little clue just now, she would have been immediately identified as a player. What awaits her then is probably the same fate as the players in the pickle jar on the farm. The story had already been told once, and Captain Li asked Enro to repeat it, probably to confirm it one last time. Enro calmed down and said, "That night I was on the farm, and I couldn't sleep because I couldn't grow anything in the field. Suddenly I heard a loud noise outside the city wall in the middle of the night. At first, I thought it was a ghoul trying to break through the wall. But later I heard from others that it was a train accident. But I didn't know at the time. I was hiding in the house alone, very scared, just hoping that the destiny would come quickly and kill the ghoul. Not long after, there was a sudden movement outside the house, very scary movement. My house is a thatched house, not stable, and the pillars are shaking. I was afraid that the house would collapse, so I ran out in a panic. And then I found a very scary person outside." And Rose's face turned pale, and she paused for a moment before continuing, "It's not a human. It's a ghoul. It's huge, taller than the house, flying in the sky, with 2 huge wings. I was so scared that when I came to my senses, I was no longer at the door of the house, but was pulled to the open space by Chu Mo. Because the house collapsed? I didn't know he was Chu Mo at the time. I just knew he was the one with destiny. I wanted to run away, but I didn't have any strength in my body, and I couldn't even stand up. I saw him fly up to the sky, and soon, a bunch of things fell to the ground, smelled bad, and disappeared quickly. I've heard that ghouls will turn into smelly water after they die. I heard a loud sound from the sky, like a lot of gold coins were stuffed into a cloth bag, and then the bag suddenly exploded. The sky started to rain gold coins. So many gold coins. At this point, and Rose stopped crying, and her beautiful almond eyes sparkled. I know that those are the treasures of the ghouls, and they are what the destiny deserves. So I didn't dare to touch many gold coins that fell in front of me. Chu Emo searched the ground for a while, and seemed to pick something out of it, and then told me that all the gold coins here were given to me, and Ro was in a trance, and still couldn't believe that there was such a good thing as a pie in the sky. It took her a while to come back to her senses, and she apologized to the people at the table in panic. Before he left, he told me that the land of the farm was soaked in the corpse poison of the ghouls, and nothing could be grown. He said there was a way to remove the poison from the soil, but it would cost money, and asked me if I wanted to. Of course I want to. This farm was passed down from my grandfather. It has been abandoned for so long because it can't grow anything. My father often says he's sorry to my grandfather. So even if it costs money, I want to build the farm. Then I saw Chu Emo raised his hand, and the gold coins on the ground were blown all over the farm by a gust of wind. So many gold coins. Suddenly more than half were gone, including Hung Bobeo. The 4 people listened very carefully, but only 2 high-level players knew what happened on the night of T21. Of course, they could only find out what many people witnessed after reviewing the game. The boss in the Ghoul Tide that night did have a pair of blood wings that were transformed wildly. Most NPCs, especially those without background like in Ro, could not know what ghouls look like. Captain Lee gave Tang Lang a look. Tang Lang thought and asked, "How did he kill the ghoul?" And Ro shook her head blankly. "I didn't see it clearly. It was too dark at night, and they were flying in the air again." "Then did you see the weapon of the ink remover?" Lee added. "It seems to be," and Ro frowned, "a sword." The two looked at each other again. It seems that this NPC did not lie. That night, the ghoul boss was attacked by 2 high-level players, Ali and Gao, and suddenly disappeared halfway. Everyone speculated that it ran to the land of no life, but unexpectedly it ran into the wall. What he didn't expect was that Chumo was waiting for him and tracked him down. The combat power of the number 1 player on the Destiny list is beyond doubt. Even SS-level ghouls have no resistance in front of him. In addition to being shocked, Captain Lee was even more frightened, although the Zhongsu branch was a little slow to react that night. After learning that the T21 mission had broken out, he immediately rushed out in full force and mobilized all online players to rush outside the wall. Zhongsu town is an empty nest. If Chumo hadn't been there, I'm afraid the entire town would have been wiped out by ghouls. Brewing another wave of ghouls. Are the rewards for high-level tasks important? Undoubtedly. They are very important. But for a guild manager like him, the territory is equally important. If Zhongsu falls, his territory will be gone. If the Ghoul Tide cannot be controlled and spreads to the entire sub-8th zone, it is equivalent to Ali losing 1/3 of his territory overnight. As for the rewards, with such a large-scale Ghoul Tide, not to mention Gar, even Long Yen will not stand idly by. He must send out the player army in the name of protecting Lingbing City. At that time, Li, who suffered heavy losses, could only barely drink a mouthful of soup. Thinking of this, Captain Lee broke out in a cold sweat on his back and calmed down. "One last question. Missin." Bang! And Rose's head fell down. Her forehead hit the Mahjong table, and then she fell backwards. Fortunately, Hung Bobeo was behind her and supported her at the first time. Hung Bobeo screamed, "Blood! A lot of blood. What did you do to her?" If Enro knew that the person Baofu met at this moment, she might not be pretending to faint, but really fainted. It's not the ink removal, but the more terrifying one that night. With every move, he destroyed the SS-level Bloodwing Ghoul. He was dressed in a snow-white robe, which was more retro than the average player. He even had long black hair, which was loosely tied behind his back. A strand of hair hung down by his eyes, looking soft and elegant, but it remained motionless in the wind caused by the roar of the rich. No matter how it scratched with bone knives and bone blades, the invisible wall between the man and the ghost was unbreakable. "It turns out that there is a little guy like you in such a corner." He extended a hand, with distinct joints, and lightly brushed the huge head of Baofu with his fingertips. It was as if he cast a spell of stillness on Baofu. The roar stopped, and all the bone blades froze together. "Come," he said. "Tell me, where is your master?" Baofu's equally stagnant pupils struggled once and again, finally breaking free from the invisible shackles and moving rapidly. Its resistance made him sneer with disdain. He closed his eyes, and caught the lingering sound in the air. He opened them immediately, and flicked his finger at Baofu's brow. For the sake of your master, I won't punish you for the time being. That finger was like someone hitting a towering mountain with a small wooden hammer. But it exploded with a force beyond imagination, causing the bones of Baofu's limbs to shatter, and he fell to the ground. Baofu. Pao Pao finally rushed over and looked up at the sky suspiciously. There was nothing there. The bone knife fragments turned into water in an instant, and there were not many traces left. Pao Pao didn't notice it for a while, but felt that the lower ends of Baofu's limbs were deeply embedded in the ground. Pao Pao touched the air in front of him, but there was nothing. He took 2 more steps forward, and was able to move forward and backward freely. It seemed that the boss had indeed forced Baofu not to go over. Pao Pao turned around and returned to Baofu. Now, with his height of more than 1.8 meters, he was not as tall as Baofu's head. He actually saw a sickly look on Baofu's twisted and terrified face. Pao Pao hesitated for a moment. Did the boss not let Baofu go because he was out of danger? Or was he afraid that Baofu would be exposed? While hesitating, Baofu growled in a low voice, which was not as deep as before, but rather dragged out the tail sound. It seemed like he was begging. Pao Pao stamped his feet. Okay, I'll go over and take a look. Don't worry. I won't let the boss get into trouble. Brother Baofu, remember to hide? Use a fake ambush. Chapter 45. After taking a life potion, Enro opened her eyes. Hinbo Bao thought she could sit still, and just as he loosened his hand, she unexpectedly fell to one side again. Hinbo Bao hurriedly tried to help her, and the mayor's wife was close by and also lent a hand. The mayor's wife suddenly looked stern and sneered at Captain Lee. The weak girl was injured because of you, and she worked hard to hold on until you finished questioning. Why is life so tight for the Oli gang? Captain Lee couldn't even bear to give her a mid-level potion. Captain Lee felt puzzled, but he still took out a bottle of intermediate life potion. It costs 5,000 gold and can instantly restore 1,000 health points. The effect of accelerating wound healing is far beyond that of primary potions. If Enro had to pay for it herself, she would naturally be reluctant to buy it. She would rather spend 100 gold to buy 10 low-level potions, which would be enough to fill up her health points. But if someone else paid, it would be another matter. There was no difference in the taste of the 2 potions. They were both a little sweet, and had a slightly cool taste like herbal tea. And Ro's face, which had been pale due to excessive blood loss, became visibly red. She touched her lower abdomen, and the wound had not only scabbed over, but also did not hurt at all. She was expensive for a reason. She did not dare to act too much, and sat down firmly, indicating to Hung Bo Bao that she was fine. Okay, let's end the card game today. And Ro is a thoughtful child. Even if someone spoils the fun, I am still having a good time. The mayor's wife started to see the guests off, implying that the entire interrogation had nothing to do with her. Captain Lee hesitated for a moment, and finally said goodbye politely, and left with Tang Lang. 2 soldiers were guarding outside the door, leading them to the front yard. The 2 deliberately slowed down their pace, and kept a distance from the soldiers. Captain Lee whispered, Tang Lang, what do you think? It seems there is no problem. Just a lucky NPC. Tang Lang said. SS level ghoul reward. Even I envy her luck. Minister Lee, I heard you say the last question just now. Captain Lee thought and shook his head. Forget it. It's an irrelevant question. He wanted to ask how Enro knew Chumo's identity. Could Chumo take the initiative to tell an NPC his name? You know, many players usually don't tell NPC their IDs in order to avoid leaking the news during the mission. But now thinking about it, Chumo had already killed the Bloodwing Ghoul, and the mission was over. Even if he was Long Yan's man, Ali or Gal knew about it. They would not have the face to accuse him of stealing the mission. Who made the 2 guilds send out such a large-scale army and failed to keep the Bloodwing Ghoul? Tang Lang asked, Minister Lee, what's next? Just let the soldiers say goodbye to the mayor on your behalf. Leader Lee said. The rest is an internal conflict among the NPCs. Don't interfere. Remember? Don't mention this to your subordinates when you go back. Tang Lang nodded in understanding. For high-level players like them, a mere 100,000 or 200,000 gold coins is not a big deal. But it's different for low-level players in the guild. What's the big deal about robbing an NPC? This money is enough to complete many low-level tasks. It's not that they can't rob, But the mayor's wife knows that Enro has money, which is equivalent to the mayor knowing it. If the player goes to rob now, it's tantamount to stealing money from the mayor's pocket. It's not worth offending the mayor of a town. The two walked through the front yard, and a soldier left the team and walked into the dining room in the second yard. After listening to his whispered report, Hung Baton looked at him in surprise and nodded. I know. This reaction made Sister Hong tremble again. After making a big fuss in front of the mayor, her request was simple: take back her own property, and then arrest Enro and put her in jail. The laws of Lingbing City are strict, and few people who are convicted by the public security have a good ending. She will use money to smooth things over, and she will make sure that the beautiful little bitch will be in agony. For this, Sister Hong put her last chip on the 80,000 gold in her account. She needs to get things settled quickly. Mr. Mayor, what about the deed of the restaurant? Hung Ba Tong was enjoying the hot milk brought by the servant, and he smiled and said, Hey, no work during lunch break. This milk was transported from Konggu. It's not easy to find something there. Boss Hong, would you like to have a cup too? Sister Hong felt more and more nervous. The leather chair under her buttocks turned into a ball of cotton, making it almost impossible for her to maintain her balance. Just then, a series of footsteps approached from outside the door. Sister Hong turned her head and saw the mayor's wife smiling and stepping into the door. Behind her, Hung Bobeo was holding someone's arm, and his steps were jumping. Who else but Enro? Sister Hong opened her mouth and quickly looked at Enro from head to toe. Except for the hair accessories, she still looked the same as in the morning. But all her clothes had changed. The white silk cheongsam emitted a faint silver light under the reflection of the light, and the neckline was decorated with lace made of fine white gauze. And she wore a pair of cowhide high heels, which were also spotless and white. With her beautiful face that was white and rosy, she could be called a fairy descending to earth. Silk and lace. This is Miss Heng's favorite Chinese and Western style. In an instant, Sister Hong's heart fell into the abyss, and she felt dizzy. After not seeing each other for a short while, Enro had already put on Hung Bobeo's clothes, and the two of them were still so intimate. It's over. She had worked hard for 20 years, from a poor girl to where she is today. All the achievements she had made, all the pride she had tempered, collapsed at this moment. In a trance, Sister Hong even saw herself wandering on the streets, having to walk into a dance hall, and selling smiles with tears. It was not until Enro passed by her and lowered her cold eyes that she suddenly came to her senses. Mr. Mayor, Mrs. Mayor, you are the gods of Zhongsu Town. Please do me justice. Sister Hong made a last-ditch effort, jumped out of her seat, and knelt down. Several people were shocked by her. Hung Batong, Boss Hong. Mr. The mayor's wife rushed to speak, ignoring Sister Hong. Enro and Bao Bao are very compatible, and it can be seen that she is also a very good child. And Yongyan is a good parent. Yes, Dad. I finally made a friend. Hung Bobeo's face flushed. Hung Batong then noticed Enro's dress. The same set of clothes, when worn by his daughter, looked like a lively and cute princess. When worn by Enro, her temperament changed completely, and she became beautiful and dignified. If it weren't for the shyness in her expression, Hung Batong couldn't help but exclaimed, "What a lady from a noble family!" Enro seemed to have just discovered that the person on the ground was Sister Hong, and she shouted in surprise, "Sister Hong? I couldn't find you anywhere. Why are you here?" Chujia is too busy at the hair salon by herself, so she wants you to help her. Help? Help? Sister Hong suddenly raised her voice. What do you think I am? Help? I am the owner of the hair salon. The hair salon is mine. And Rose showed an incredible expression. But you sold the hair salon to me. I said I wanted to buy some other businesses, and I couldn't manage the hair salon. But you agreed to stay and be a shampoo. Hung Bobeo burst out laughing. Really? And Ro, when I go to the store to wash my hair, you are not allowed to charge me. We don't charge for shampooing, perming, or dyeing your hair. There are many beautiful hairpins in the store. You can pick whatever you want. And Ro agreed immediately, and then looked at the mayor's wife. Madam, if you are free, please come over. I'm afraid Madam will dislike the small store. Hong Jia was going crazy. How could things turn out like this? She was the one who complained. She frantically pulled a few handfuls of hair, and her carefully curly hair suddenly became long and short, like a crazy woman. The mayor's wife smiled contemptuously, turned to Hung Batong. Master, There is another good news. Enro has taken a fancy to Fuxiang restaurant and wants to buy it from you. This sentence made Sister Hong stiffen all over. And then she used her hands and feet to crawl towards Hangbeitong. Mr. Mayor, Fuxiang restaurant is mine. I have already bought it. 80,000 gold. I paid 80,000 gold. NPCs don't lie. But that doesn't mean they won't change the subject. Especially for NPCs like Hangbeitong. They are very good at this. He simply ignored Sister Hong and asked Anru with a smile, "Oh? How much money are you going to pay?" Anru looked at the dining table, which was big enough, and there was nothing on it. She flicked it, and a neatly stacked mountain of gold appeared on the table. She said shyly, "My family is small. Here is 140,000 gold. I can't take out more." Everyone present was NPC. So much money was on the table. How could they look away? Their eyes were all shining with gold. Only Sister Hong, in addition to greed, also had a deep resentment. Seeing that no one responded, Unro asked, "Mayor?" Hung Batong finally came to his senses and waved his hand. "What mayor? Since you are Bao Bao's friend, you will call me Uncle Hung from now on." "Hey, Uncle Hung." Enro followed suit and called out sweetly. It was settled. Today's dilemma was caused by Sister Hong. But Sister Hong was only the secondary half. The most important thing was Oli and Yin Lai Guild. After solving the guild, the remaining problems were not difficult for Enro. It was nothing more than building relationships. Since she sat at the card table, she began to deliberately please the mayor's wife. After the card game ended, she secretly transferred the 50,000 gold she lost to the mayor's wife's account. The other party's real attitude change began from that moment. After that, using the setting that NPCs won't lie, she cleverly got the deal between Hong Jia and the mayor, 80,000 gold to buy a restaurant. But literally speaking, Hong Jia got the upper hand in this deal. You know, the market value of a steamed bun shop is 100,000 gold. And a restaurant that is n times larger is only 80,000. And Ro figured it out in a second. It must be a bad asset. Building relationships is largely equivalent to exchanging interests. Hong Jia offered 80,000 gold. And she could get Hangbeitong even if she only offered 10,000 more. However, the mayor's wife could not be dealt with. In her confession at the poker table, Enro clearly pointed out that she received a total of 195,000 gold from Chuimo, lost 50,000 to the mayor's wife, and had 145,000 left. Given the greedy personality of the NPC, it is unlikely that she would keep too much. So Enro simply offered a price of 140,000. First, to completely crush Sister Hong. Second, to protect herself. And third, after all, it is a restaurant. No matter what the reason is, it is worth buying an unfinished building at a bargain price. As if afraid that Enro would go back on her word, Hung Ba Tong hurriedly pressed his hand on the gold mountain. And the dazzling light was withdrawn. And all the money was included in the balance. Enro glanced at Hong Jia's grief-stricken look, and she knew what was going on. 80,000 yuan was thrown out without even a sound. She didn't want to be a sucker. So she bit her lip and said awkwardly, "Uncle Hung." The contract. Hung Ba Tong seemed to be hesitant. The mayor's wife quietly pinched his waist and put it close to her ear. Enro vaguely heard. Chips. 50,000. The word. Maybe it also said how much Enro actually had. Otherwise, Hung Ba Tong's eyes would not have lit up. And he would not have shouted for the housekeeper to bring a blank contract. He really wanted to squeeze me dry and stop guessing. Enro sneered in her heart, and showed a grateful smile to the mayor's wife. The mayor's wife thought Enro still had something to ask for. And after a moment of thought, her eyes fell on the petrified Sister Hong. She said with a cold face and disdain, "Why are you still hanging around here? Come on. Ask Boss Hong to leave." "Master Mayor. Master Mayor." Sister Hong struggled desperately, but was no match for the two soldiers, and was carried out of the door. Gradually, there was no sound. The housekeeper was quick, and soon brought the contract and the title deed, and filled in the contents. Enro and Hung Ba Tong signed and pressed their fingerprints, and a white light flashed on the contract, and the transaction took effect. Enro breathed a sigh of relief. It cost 190,000 gold to solve this dilemma, and it was all considered the cost of the restaurant. I just hope that this asset is not worse than I imagined. Chapter 46. When Captain Lee walked out of the mayor's house, he suddenly looked back. He frowned. "Did you feel a black screen in front of your eyes?" Tang Lang was puzzled. Black screen in front of your eyes? He also turned his head. And in his field of vision, apart from the very stylish screen wall, there were only soldiers standing on both sides. Yes. He smiled. And when he saw Captain Lee looking at him seriously, he turned into a dry laugh. I blinked. Captain Lee rolled his eyes unhappily. Tang Lang was not wrong. But maybe he blinked and didn't realize it. The two continued to walk out. And stopped again, looking at the square in front. Someone actually crossed the teleportation array and ran straight towards this side. Judging from the speed, it was undoubtedly a player. Anyone who knows a little about Jiangsu Town knows that only the east square can be walked, whether it is NPC or player. If you want to go to the teleportation array, you have to enter from the east, and the west square is forbidden to anyone. It is the symbol of Hengbidong's authority. A slight click sounded in his ears, and Captain Lee glanced out of the corner of his eye. The soldiers stationed outside the door had already raised their guns and aimed at the newcomers. Throughout the town, only the security guards guarding the mayor's mansion had guns. The firearms purchased from Guidao at a high price were extremely expensive. Who are you? How dare you cross the west square? A soldier shouted. Pao Pao remembered this and hurriedly stopped at the bottom of the stairs and raised his hands. I came to find Enro, not to break the rules on purpose. Tang Lang looked at Captain Lee. Enro? From Sister Hong's accusation. Both of them knew that Enro had a player backer. They didn't expect it to be true. They didn't suspect that Sister Hong was lying. After all, there was a setting that NPCs would not lie. But this did not mean that everything NPCs said was true. Catch wind in shadows. Spread rumors. And it can be seen everywhere in the game. As long as the NPC believes the rumor. It is the fact. For example, Sister Hong swore that Enro's first backer was Qiqian Yiming. But in the eyes of Captain Lee, it was obviously a rumor. How could he not know who Qiqian Yiming was? He was a ruthless guy who killed NPCs without mercy. NPCs couldn't even hide from him. So how could he be relied upon? The young man in front of him might be a possible candidate. Leader Lee quietly activated a perspective card. A glimmer of light appeared in the depths of his pupils, and he scanned him from head to toe. Perspective cards were rare and expensive, and could distinguish the equipment of other players within a certain limit. Many people, with the mentality of not showing off their wealth, wore defensive items such as armor under their clothes. The perspective card can only penetrate ordinary clothes. In his eyes, this young man was naked and poor. But he was growing up. Captain Lee smiled dumbly. The player had shaped every part of his body by himself. So there was no such thing as growing up. At this time, Pao Pao took 2 steps forward unwillingly. And with a few more clicks, the guns in the soldier's hands were loaded at the same time. Tang Lang smiled at the soldier. Bullets are precious. Why not let me do it for you? The 2 soldiers looked at each other. Thank you, Boss Tang. But just as Tang Lang was about to raise his foot, Captain Lee held his shoulder. Captain Lee shook his head at him, and with a flick of his body, he appeared in front of Pao Pao, exuding the power of a gold player without reservation. Low-level bronze versus high-level gold. Almost 3 levels apart. Pao Pao swallowed his saliva involuntarily. However, he did not retreat. Captain Lee snorted and laughed. You are quite courageous. Don't worry. The NPC is fine. But you? He restrained his smile. If you dare to do anything to disrupt the order of Jiangsu Town again, watch out for your game qualification. His figure flashed again, and he was already 10 meters away, walking slowly towards an antique car. Tang Lang looked at Pao Pao for a few times, and used his movement skill to catch up. Ministerly, he is just a stranger, so let it go. Captain Lee said indifferently. You also said that he is just a stranger, and he can't cause much harm. On the contrary, if you kill him here, Enro will make a scene at the mayor's wife, which will be more harm than good. Tang Lang suddenly realized. Captain Lee looked at him and smiled. How about moving the guild here? Right. That's right. The great player smiled flatteringly at the lower-level gold player. In the past, we were just trying to survive in the cracks, and making trouble in Gal's territory. We didn't know that there were so many tricks to deal with the NPC management. After moving to Jiangsu, with the protection of Captain Lee, we recruited members much faster. Captain Lee nodded with satisfaction. Oli has the background of 2 sovereign states, and the recruitment of members is extremely strict. If he can cultivate a force outside the guild, it will be a great help to his personal future. In time, This small town that has never been welcomed will become an important member of the Oli tribe together with him. Unro, are you really not staying at my house? It's just one night. I still have a lot of clothes. You will definitely look good in them. Miss Hung. Miss Hung. You call me Uncle Dad. Miss Baby. You are not allowed to call me Baby either. Humph. I hate people calling me Baby the most. You know. Because of this name. Myling and Machin call me a mama's girl. Mama's girl? And Ro was envious. If you have a good father and mother, who would want to make money on the edge of a knife every day and fight with others? She suddenly thought of Nyonyan, frowned slightly, and suppressed the thought. Bo Bao. And Ro said, my father's injury is not healed yet. I am worried about him, and want to go back to see him. When the bun shop opens, you can come over to eat buffet. And I will ask you to wash your hair and do your hair? Buffet? Hung Bo Bao did not have this word in his concept. She could hear it, which meant it was not a sensitive word. It's all free. Eat as much as you want. If you like, I can ask my dad to make noodles. His seafood noodles are also delicious. Really? It's a deal. Hung Bo Bao's eyes sparkled. You can't charge me. And Ro was speechless, smiling helplessly. NPCs are all greedy for money. This setting becomes more strange with Hung Bo Bao. She likes to take advantage of small things, such as stopping the security guards from beating people that day, just to eat a few buns for free. But she was also very generous. The cheongsam and high-heeled shoes and Ro wore were all given by her. And Ro was keenly aware of the subtlety of this setting. Money and material things may be two different things. For example, Hung Bo Bao loves money but does not lack beautiful clothes, so he can generously give clothes away. And Nyonyan was originally a bun seller, so he could be considered to have no shortage of buns. So in Ro's memory, he often saw him giving the buns that could not be sold to beggars on the street. And Ro had not figured out what loopholes this setting had, but suddenly realized that she was like this. Wasn't she? She, and Ro, loves money. There is no doubt about that. She once dreamed of becoming rich overnight. But after having millions of gold coins in her hands, will she be a miser and be reluctant to spend them? No. Being a stingy person is more unpleasant than being poor. Spending money without blinking an eye is the most enjoyable thing. However, according to the logic of NPCs, what is spent is only the material form of money. In front of familiar people, Hung Bo Bao is a typical chatterbox. And Ro only needs to be perfunctory, and she can chatter all the way with her company. And Ro naturally didn't need to go in and out through the side door, as the gatekeeper had already opened the main door. Boss! Pao Pao hurried over, but was forced back down the steps by the soldiers' guns. Hung Bo Bao glared. What are you doing? Get out of here! She knew nothing about Pao Pao's existence, and looked at him curiously. And Ro? Who is he? He looks a bit like a Destiny person. I am? He is my friend. A Destiny person. And Ro interrupted Pao Pao. Hung Bo Bao was amazed. Wow. And Ro, how do you know so many Destiny people? Even the number one in the Soul Realm. Shu Mo is your friend. Can you introduce him to me, if you have a chance? Pao Pao? Why do I feel despised by an NPC? Hung Bo Bao was still chattering. What does Shu Mo look like? Is he handsome and gentlemanly? Is he not the kind with a sturdy back and strong waist? I don't like that kind. And Ro's mind flashed back to the scene she saw that night. He was so green. And I can only say that his bone structure was okay. He looked similar to him. And Ro said perfunctorily. Hung Bo Bao looked at Pao Pao with wide eyes. Him? Pao Pao had only 3 question marks in his mind, although he didn't know how they talked about ink removal. What was wrong with the expression of the young lady? There's no need to write the word disappointment on your face so nakedly. Right? He couldn't help but touch his face. It's okay. Pretty good. Whether intentionally or not. Hung Bo Bao said to save his face. Andrew, when the bun shop reopens, you must come and tell me. Walking to a nearby alley with few people, Andrew looked up and looked at the sky between the black tiles. Bao Bao. Look where Daddy is. Remember not to show your face. The vision traveled through 10 kilometers, moving with Baofu's movement. The pickled cabbage shed, pond, and earth mound flashed by in the sight. And the tightly closed wooden door of the bungalow just opened. And Nyonyan walked out worriedly. The picture suddenly turned over and stopped in the blue-gray sky. It should be that Baofu sank underground to avoid Nyonyan, seeing that he was fine. And Ro felt relieved and cut off contact with Baofu. She turned her head and saw Pow Pow covering his cheeks with both hands, still in a daze. "What happened to you?" And Ro asked curiously. She had never been so dazed even when she had escaped death. Pow Pow raised his eyes aggrievedly. "I was too excited when I first entered the game. And I didn't pinch my face properly." More than excited. She was like a thief, afraid of being caught by her brother, and completed the steps before officially entering the game in a few seconds. Now she has tasted the bitter fruit, and she knows the bitterness. And Ro tried to hold back, but couldn't, and suddenly laughed so hard that tears flew. She never thought that this child would be hurt by a few words from an NPC. However, when she thought about him working under her NPC, and Ro actually thought it was normal, Pow Pow looked hopeless, and inexplicably felt that the boss's laughter was more hurtful than Hung Bo Beo's words. And Ro struggled to tighten her face, stood on tiptoe, and rubbed his head. "Don't listen to her nonsense. You are quite handsome, well, you are very attractive. And the more you look at it, the more you like it, and a little cute." Pow Pow knew she was comforting herself. But what could she do now? The game setting allowed all players to only have one chance to pinch their faces. Even if he was injured by advanced weapons and left with scars, there was no way to remedy it. In other words, not everyone can be handsome from beginning to end, and being able to survive from beginning to end is a skill. Now that he is following the boss, he has the confidence to do so. When his attention returned, Pow Pow suddenly remembered Enra's words just now. "Boss, what did you say just now? You bought a restaurant?" Enra rolled her eyes at his reflex arc that was as long as 2 circles around the earth. Chapter 47. The matter was finally settled. But Enro was worried about leaving Yonyan alone on the farm. First, she was worried that Bao Fu would accidentally reveal his whereabouts. Second, there were dozens of players' bodies soaking in the sauerkraut shed. If a player escaped, the consequences would be disastrous. After thinking it over, she decided to go back to the farm first and take Yonyan back to town. Pow Pow finally remembered that Yonyan was frightened by Bao Fu's voice before leaving the farm, and hurriedly used the movement skill to take Ro out of town. In order to avoid attracting too much attention, they deliberately chose to run along the streets with few people, and Ro grabbed Peo's arm, suddenly exerted force, and looked back at a roof. Pow Pow stopped. "What's wrong?" And Ro frowned. "Nothing. Let's go." The roof was empty. No one was seen. But just now, she suddenly felt that someone was staring at her. Was it an illusion? The two of them disappeared at the end of the alley, and an indeterminate white shadow slowly appeared on the roof. It was like a figure reflected on the water, and after a stone was thrown into it, ripples appeared on every part. The smile on his lips was erratic. His smile suddenly disappeared. He looked at the blue-gray sky, and whispered to himself, "Since I was born. Since I was born." These 3 words were repeated countless times. The farm gate was open, and Enro frowned and looked back. Pow Pow saw her expression and said, "I forgot to close the door. I was busy chasing after the rich, so I forgot." Chasing after the rich? Pow Pow then remembered that he had forgotten to mention this, and hurriedly described the incident of the rich rushing to Jiangsu town like crazy. Of course, it also includes the fact that Bao Fu stopped halfway for some reason. And Ro was very surprised. Could it be that Bao Fu could sense that he was in danger? As for turning back halfway, that was not difficult to understand. And Ro did tell it from a distance to protect Yonyan and not to hurt him. She asked Pow Pow to lead them, and headed straight for the bungalow. The door outside the bungalow was also open, and Ro called a few times, but no one answered, and she didn't see Yonyan. She was about to go back to look for him, when Yonyan ran in from the door excitedly. "Meat! Meat! It's growing! It's growing!" He was so excited that his dark, fat face turned red. He carefully held the thing in his hand to Enro. It was a small green sprout, not even as long as a fingernail. There were 2 tender green leaves on the top, and the edges of each leaf were concave, like 2 hearts overlapping each other. At the end, there was a small handful of dark brown soil. Peo's eyes widened. "This is mustard seeds." And Ro's tone was calm, but she couldn't help laughing in her eyes. "It sprouted?" "Yes. Yes. It has sprouted. A large area has sprouted." And Yonyan was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. "It turns out that you can really grow something. You really grew something in this field." And Ro opened her mouth, then closed it again, holding back the words she wanted to say subconsciously. In the game, it is not too difficult for her to control an NPC to a certain extent. But the prerequisite is that she must be able to see the other party. For example, this time, Yonyan was alone in the town. Lost his bun shop. Begged Sister Hong. Became a mobile vendor. Was troubled by the security soldiers. And privately made a soil deal with Li Xiang. Until yesterday afternoon. And Ro knew nothing about it. Every failure brings wisdom. After living alone for so many years. And Ro has grown a lot of brains. After blinking a few times, and Ro's eyes turned red. I told you a long time ago that I have a way. But Dad just doesn't believe me. The other two were stunned at the same time. Pao Pao looked at Ro carefully a few times. And couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Was he seeing it right? The boss actually cried? Her expression was aggrieved. Like a little girl who accidentally broke her lollipop on the way home from school. He looked at Yonyan again. It seems that the boss really has feelings for this NPC. Maybe she plays this game mainly to remember her father in real life? And Yonyan's excitement was quickly extinguished by his daughter's tears. He held the mud in his hands and wanted to wipe his tears, but couldn't. Feeling very helpless. How could I not believe in Ruru? Dad has always believed in Ruru. Ruru. Don't cry. Don't cry. And Ro blinked. And the tears slid down her fair chin without paying attention. You just don't believe me. You'd rather believe others. Believe Li Xiang. Then me. And Yonyan understood that Ro was referring to the matter of him and Li Xiang buying soil. He hurriedly explained, Dad doesn't distrust Ro. I just want to help you. I know Dad wants to help me. And Ro insisted. But I've already said that I have a way to grow things. If you believe in me, why would you buy soil from Li Xiang? In the end, you still don't believe me in your heart. And Yonyan opened his mouth. And then opened his mouth again. Speechless. Pao Pao opened his mouth again and again. Wanting to persuade but not daring to. In his opinion, the boss was a bit unreasonable. Trusting you and believing in your ability are often two completely different things. Okay. Besides, if he had told Uncle, and that there was a way to remove the corpse poison and purify the soil, instead of just saying you can grow something, how could Uncle and be fooled by Li Xiang and go buy soil? And Ro did not give the two any room to play. And continue to shoot. I don't want to be a sucker and fall out with Sister Hong. I won money from playing Mahjong to make up for the rent of the bun shop. And I rebuilt the farm left by my grandfather. I can also make friends with the high and mighty destiny and make so much money. I can do so many things that others can't do. Why doesn't Dad believe me? What should I do to make you listen to me? If it weren't for Miss Hung this time, what would you have been beaten up by the security guards? Will I still be able to see you? Dad? Do you know how scared I was that I almost lost you and became an orphan? Boss. Pao Pao blurted out. Then suddenly shut up. No. He seemed to smell something burning. As expected. And Yonyan also cried. His face full of regret and heartache. Okay. It's Daddy's fault. It's all Daddy's fault. Ro. Don't cry. Daddy will listen to Ro and everything from now on. Whatever Ro says is what it's all about. Okay. And Ro sniffed. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you must tell me. Okay. Daddy will tell Ro everything. Pao Pao looked at Yonyan speculatively. And then looked at Ro suspiciously. And Ro burst into laughter. His Pao Pao took a breath of cold air. Burnt. And Yonyan's CPU. No. It's the program code. All burnt. And Ro hugged Yonyan's arm affectionately and walked out the door. Then Dad. Come with me to the vegetable garden to have a look. Hey. Okay. Thinking of the green sprouts in the vegetable garden. And Yonyan smiled again. From a distance, you can see a neat green area in the vegetable garden. As if it has changed from a bald head to a short flat head. Only half of the seeds have germinated. Which is the half that does not need fertilizer and relies on the plasticity of life props to adjust the soil. As for the other half that were fertilized and watered normally, not a single sprout broke through the soil. And Ro was filled with joy and couldn't help but high-five Pao Pao to celebrate. But Pao Pao couldn't help but shrink his hand. What's wrong? And Ro looked at him in confusion. No. Nothing. Pao Pao quickly adjusted his mentality, grinned exaggeratedly, and cheered loudly. It's sprouted. It's sprouted. The seeds have sprouted. In return. And Ro looked at him with disdain. This child's IQ seems to be a mystery. Especially his reflex arc, which was a little too long today. Right. There was some movement in the distance. And Ro tilted her head and saw Li Xiang standing outside the fence, craning his neck to look over. She considerately moved a few steps away to let him see more. Li Xiang's eyes widened immediately, his chin almost hanging on the fence. How is it possible? How can anything be grown on this land? The words blurted out without suppressing the volume, vaguely reaching in Ro's ears. And Ro smiled slightly, stood behind Yonyan, covered his ears with force, and shouted to Li Xiang, "Don't worry about it. Don't come over here in the future. And remember to take your precious soil away." It turned out that there were a lot of dirt bags piled up outside the fence, bulging and stacked together, like the flood control bags in the subway station. This old man was sure that Ro would buy it sooner or later, until he saw the green flat head growing in the vegetable garden with his own eyes. After being surprised, Li Xiang snorted heavily, and pushed the wheelbarrow away without paying attention to the dirt bags piled up at his feet. Soil, a thing that can be seen everywhere, is not worth much. Ro, what are you doing? And Yonyan didn't hear Ro's call clearly, and looked around in confusion, and saw a figure in the distance. Brotherly? He wanted to chase him, but was stopped by Ro. And Yonyan looked embarrassed. Ro. After all, I was the one who agreed to buy the soil. Now that I'm not buying it, I have to apologize to Brotherly. And Ro shook her head. He is a tenant, renting the mayor's land, and digging the mud from the land to resell privately. Dad, if the mayor knew about this, would he let him go? Will he let us go? Mayor? And Yonyan had no idea about this. And after getting Ro's affirmative answer, he was still frightened and didn't chase him anymore. It was fine for him. And Ro had worked hard to rebuild the farm. If his daughter was implicated, he didn't dare to think about it any further. Ro, is there any unused hay here? It's cold at night, so we need to cover the vegetable patch a little to prevent the sprouts from freezing. And Yonyan was a person who couldn't sit still. He felt that he owed his daughter, so he looked around and looked for work. Dad, and Ro wanted to keep him on the farm for 2 days. She persuaded him several times, but seeing that he was restless, she simply told him the follow-up arrangements. The bun shop had been bought, and he would no longer have to look at Sister Hong's face. We can go back to town, clean up and reopen the store. But, and Ro changed the subject. Dad, the store is too simple. Now that we have money, we should decorate it well. Don't you always think that the store is too small, and that we can't put many tables if we put the tables and chairs outside? We might as well vacate the room on the second floor and put tables and chairs in it. But the second floor is where we live. And Ro smiled and said, I bought Sister Hong's small Western-style building. Dad, we are moving. Pao Pao wanted to interrupt, but after getting Amber's consent, he added proudly, not only the bun shop. The boss also bought Hongjia's hair salon and bathhouse. Oh, and also bought a restaurant from the mayor. A big restaurant. Uncle N, just enjoy your life. And Yonyan was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. He has been running the bun shop for more than 10 years. And he is full of affection for the small shop with a single floor of less than 30 square meters. He often fantasizes that if he can buy this shop one day and live a stable life with his daughter, his life will be worth it. The reason why it is a fantasy is that he can't save much money in his pocket because he has to take care of his daughter. But overnight, his daughter not only bought the bun shop, but also bought so many properties in succession. Grown up. His flesh. Really grown up. Chapter 48. A cloud of dust drove on the dirt road. Ding-dee. When approaching the farm, and Ro couldn't help but honk the horn twice, and then hurriedly looked at the city wall in the distance. The soldiers on the top of the city were indeed attracted, and 2 small figures poked their heads over to look. Fortunately, they didn't get off. Antique sedans, which have been eliminated for hundreds of years, are sold at a very high price of 100,000 gold in the game, and they can't run as fast as the player's movement skills. Who would spend 500,000 in real life to buy a prop for transportation? Therefore, only a few wealthy NPCs can drive. And Ro also considered that she would have to travel between the farm and the town frequently in the future. She couldn't always let Pao Pao take her, or ride a slow human-powered tricycle. So she gritted her teeth and bought one. Although it was useless, she was still very excited when she actually got in the car. Is there a cooler tool for showing off wealth than this? It's not that I want to show off, but as the boss of several major industries, I have to show off. And Ro giggled to herself and opened the door to get out of the car. Pow Pow stayed in the bun shop to help. She came back alone. Time was very tight. In order to complete the decoration of the bun shop overnight, she and Pow Pow purchased building materials and home furnishings while using the plasticity of daily props to use gold coins to complete the water and electricity laying and other parts that could not be completed immediately. After working until half the night, Anyonyan, who was restless in the small Western-style building, came over and was shocked by the brand new bun shop. Then he began to knead the dough and stuffing, preparing to open this morning. At this moment, Anyonyan, Pow Pow, and Xiaojia, who came to help after hearing the news, were still busy in the store. And Ro hurried back to the farm before the door opened. The reason was simple, to see how many bodies were left after 1 day and 2 nights. And Ro walked quickly to the pickled cabbage shed, looked at the neatly arranged pickled vegetable jars, and called out, "Bao Bao, so hungry." Bao Fu's drawn-out voice sounded, and at the same time, a huge terrified face appeared at Ro's feet. And Ro tapped its forehead with her toes in annoyance. "Why are you hungry? You can't die of eating so much every day." Of course she knew that Bao Fu said, "So hungry." Not really hungry. If Bao Fu was hungry, he wouldn't have dragged out the word so long. But a series of quick "so hungry, so hungry, so cold." These words, like a brand embedded in the soul of the ghoul, make them only say this monotonous catchphrase. Why does it sound a little wrong? Ghouls are so hungry for souls. Do they also have souls? And Ro was stunned for a moment, and saw Bao Fu holding out a bone knife, tapping a pickle jar, and then using a little force to move the heavy wooden lid halfway. She came to her senses, put a stool next to the vat, and brought 2 wooden barrels to the side. Finally, she dug out the fine steel net from the hay next to the pillar of the pickled cabbage shed. This is a weapon. The one swallowed by the rich at the T-21 mission site was an orange weapon. The fine steel net has a long handle similar to a spear, with a circle of round fine steel net at the tip, and many spikes inside and outside the net. Pow Pow demonstrated to her that once the weapon skill is activated, the fine steel net will become larger and cover the stone. And then the skill will be activated to shrink. The stone will be pierced by the spikes in an instant, and it will be riddled with holes. If it covers a person, you can imagine how terrifying it is. However, Ro has no energy value, so she can't activate the skill, and simply uses it as a large colander. As for the use scenario, it's now. She stood on the stool and stirred the pickle jar twice with the fine steel colander, and the body in the jar was gone. It broke into light spots, and was completely offline. And Ro looked at Bao Fu. "You didn't eat it?" Bao Fu made a dull gurgling sound in his throat, and Ro didn't allow it to roar. If it was Pow Pow, he would definitely not understand what Bao Fu meant. And Ro didn't understand the gurgling sound, but she could understand Bao Fu for some reason. He didn't eat it. The player who was soaking in this jar had run out of chances to revive, and was completely offline. And Ro sighed and poured the gold coins and props that the fine steel net had fished out into the wooden barrel. The pickle jar was too big and too deep to be cleaned by oneself. The gold coins that sank to the bottom of the jar had to be separated from the poisonous water by running around before they could be taken. "Which other one?" she asked Bao Fu. Half an hour later, and Ro put down the fine steel net, and sweat broke out on her forehead from exhaustion. Under Bao Fu's guidance, she turned over 13 pickle jars, and without exception, the bodies were gone. Bao Fu only ate 3 of them. In other words, 10 players had used up their chances of resurrection. Their destiny value dropped below 50 points, and they were completely offline. And Ro sat on a stool with her back against the big jar. Next to her were 2 wooden barrels full of gold coins. She had a good harvest, but she had a headache. Bao Fu swam over, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the wooden barrel into his stomach. After a moment, with a splash, the gold coins and wooden barrels were spit out on the ground. It is already an SS-level ghoul. It has eaten a lot of souls in the past few days, and its body has expanded. Naturally, it is not afraid of the small arsenic and frust poison. It is just used by Ro to purify the fruit fished out of the poisonous water. Ro looked at the pile of gold coins and props without moving. 112 corpses. Only a fraction of 12 were left after only 4 days. She thought that it would be enough to feed the rich for a few months. After all, according to previous observations, it only needs to eat a soul every 2 days, and it will not starve quickly. Damn it. I actually forgot that players will naturally revive. In the game, players can be offline for a long time, but they cannot be dead for a long time. Even if you don't use the resurrection card, you will automatically revive after 12 hours. This time it was not bad. Only 13 people were completely offline in 2 days and 1 night. The first 2 days were the most terrifying, with 30 to 40 people disappearing every day. I got a lot of gold coins. But Anna's heart was also cold. Pow Pow asked her to look at the forum. The day after the T21 mission was completed. The Lost. There were a lot of help posts in the help section, all offering a reward for finding the body. Fortunately, in the posts, the Oli players thought that it was the Gal guild that stole the body, and the Gal players thought that it was the Oli guild that stole the body. Both sides even posted a special post to curse each other, attracting everyone's attention. And Ro was still glad that no one came to her farm. But not long after, she was no longer happy. The number of players whose bodies collapsed was increasing, far exceeding expectations. Pow Pow said that the player's game qualification was determined by the destiny value, and the lower limit of the destiny value was 50. Once it fell below, the qualification was lost and the game collapsed. Every time a player dies, his life value is cut in half. And Ro calculated for a long time based on the information he found, and roughly estimated that the life value of most Iron players is less than 1,000, and they have 4 resurrection opportunities at most, if they do not use resurrection cards. And the natural resurrection time is calculated based on 12 hours. They can probably survive for 2 days in the pickle jar, and then they will be completely offline. Above Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Great God, Super God, the theoretical life value of each level can increase 10 times. The data seems to be very different, but the algorithm of cutting it in half and then in half, the number of days it can support is not much better. Bronze 3.5 days, Silver 5 days, Gold 7 days, Great God only 8.5 days. As for Super God, forget it. Having personally witnessed the combat power of Chuemo, and Ro dare not take Super God as her goal. Moreover, the above are only theoretical data, because before falling into her hands, these players have died more or less, and their destiny values cannot reach the theoretical maximum value of the corresponding level. From the analysis of the number of deaths and collapse time of some players, among the passengers of T21, Bronze and Silver players are the majority, and a small number of Gold players are most likely the corpses that have persisted until now and have not disappeared. However, it is already the 5th day, and they can't hold on for much longer. And Ro sighed again. The seeds of the money tree are obtained by risking one's life to participate in the mission, and they can only grow for a few days. Who can be willing to accept this? It's just that the game mechanism is like this, and there is nothing you can do if you don't want to accept it. Baofu suddenly grunted, and pointed the bone knife at a pickle jar. And Ro took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Eat. Eat. Eat a few more meals, and you will be hungry again. It's not that there are more surviving corpses that have collapsed, but Baofu has a keen hearing and noticed that there are corpses resurrected. In the few seconds before being suffocated and poisoned, the bone knife pierced through the wooden cover and accurately stabbed into the player's brain. A faint soul glow shone on the white bone knife, and Ro raised her wrist. And the exquisite white lady's watch was also newly bought. It was already 7:15, and the bun shop was scheduled to open at 8 o'clock. She put all the gold coins on the ground into the balance, and buried all kinds of props under the hay at random. Before leaving, she touched the huge forehead of the rich man. Remember, if a destiny person breaks in, don't pay attention to him. If I find you, I will eat him directly. And Ro walked out of the farm and returned to the car. The antique car's round buttocks blew black exhaust gas and drove towards Zhongsu town. Her instructions to Baofu were well thought out. Admittedly, if a player finds Baofu, just kill him, and it can be used as Baofu's reserve food. But it will cause a huge trouble, triggering the game task. Players can also go to the forum after temporary death, and it is very likely to spread the task clues. If you are eaten by a ghoul, you will lose the game qualification directly, and you can't even log into the forum, so the risk of the farm being exposed is much smaller. As for the fact that many guilds with national backgrounds have offline contact information, there is also a risk of exposure, and Ro can't think about so much for the time being. Just take it one step at a time. The car drove into the town in a high-profile manner, immediately attracting countless people's envious eyes. Although most of them are NPCs, it is enough to change Enro's mood and make her happy again. This is the presence of the rich. Enro hummed a song and parked the car at the entrance of Wuyan Lane. This place is wider than the alley. Wuyan Lane is already crowded with people, and the crowd even spread to the door of the hair salon. Over the crowded crowds, Nianfeng's steamed bun shop. 5 big golden characters gleamed on the black signboard. When discussing the decoration plan, on the premise of satisfying Anyonyan's idea, Enro once had the impulse to transform the steamed bun shop into a modern restaurant with bright windows and clean tables. But it was just an impulse after all. It was too eye-catching. Players knew at a glance that this was not a shop opened by ordinary NPCs, and it was easy to cause trouble. It opened immediately. "Excuse me." Enro tried to walk in. A man in front looked back impatiently. He had made up his mind not to give way. But after seeing Enro clearly, he quietly moved his feet. It's not that I know Enro, but Enro's outfit today is a bit intimidating. She didn't wear the white cheongsam that Hanbobeo gave her, which looked like a rich lady, but a purple silk one with a high slit. She wore a pair of high heels of the same color, and the crystals inlaid on the uppers sparkled. Her makeup was also much thicker, with a bright lipstick, and her already long and thin eyebrows were drawn a little longer, almost connected to her temples. Her lively almond eyes no longer looked weak and innocent under the queen makeup. She had transformed from a young girl to a female boss with a sharp aura. The crowd automatically parted to make a path. Pow Pow, who was fiddling with firecrackers, saw him and greeted him with a smile. "Boss." He also changed his clothes to avoid being recognized as a player at a glance. So this call was not only not abrupt, but also unusually harmonious to the people around him. Chuje came out with a box of matches in her hand. "Little bossin." She changed her words automatically without anyone reminding her. However, her face no longer had the timid look of the past. Enra gave her 10,000 gold wages in advance early in the morning. Money makes one braver. Nothing more than that. And Rose smiled and nodded. Walked over and asked softly, "Where's Dad?" "Brother is in the kitchen. The first batch of buns will be steamed soon," Xiao Jia answered. Now the second floor has been converted into a living room, so a lot of space is freed up on the first floor. And Rose simply moved the kitchen inside and connected it to the back door. In the past, there was no such thing as a kitchen in the store. Making buns, steaming buns, or cooking meals for home were all done at the front door, which was crowded and messy. After the front door was cleared, the whole store was much brighter. After a while, Anyonyan, wearing a white apron, walked out quickly and said happily, Ro, the buns are ready. Shall we open for business?" And Ro nodded. And Pow Pow was about to set off firecrackers when he saw this, but was stopped by Enro. She cleared her throat, walked to the door and stood still, looking at the guests gathered outside, before the Nianfeng Bun shop officially opens. I have something to say. Chapter 49. Although she bought the shop herself, Enro thought very clearly that she had to distinguish. The steamed bun shop belonged to Anyonyan, but Anyonyan felt that he was not good at speaking and refused to give a speech at the opening ceremony. Enro was going to give up. But then she thought, why waste a promotional opportunity? Everyone, Nianfeng steamed bun shop has been closed for a few days due to renovation. Now it is completed and open. I hope you will support us in the future. To thank you for your support over the years, today's opening ceremony is offering a 20% discount for all those who come to the store to eat. The crowd immediately cried out in surprise. According to the custom of Jiangsu town, most shops will give out red envelopes on the opening day. So many of these people plan to just watch the fun and take the red envelopes and leave. When Xiaojia mentioned this custom, and Rose sneered, "You wish. She can spend money, but she can't spend it in vain." According to Enro's inference, the method of opening discounts in reality works wonders in the game. Sure enough, when the townspeople heard that there was a bargain to be made, they all got excited and started whispering to each other. The red envelopes are free, and the discounts are free. So since you are here, of course you have to take advantage of both. And Rose saw all these reactions. She smiled secretly, and got to the point. I think everyone knows about the Fuxiang restaurant on Wanlu 3rd Street. From today on, it is officially renamed Nianfeng Restaurant. And like the steamed bun shop, all consumption is 20% off. And not just for one day, but for the next month. The restaurant is 20% off. Strangely, the whisper stopped for a moment, and then burst out. Fuxiang? Is it the Fuxiang I know? That should be right. There is only one Fuxiang on Wanlu Sanjie. It was originally opened by the mayor. Who doesn't know it? It's expensive and tastes bad. Who would go there? When I passed by yesterday, there was no one inside. I thought it was closed for customers. Come on. Where would the customers come from? Hey, a good restaurant has to learn from a pawn shop. Do you really think you can stay open for 3 years, and then eat for 3 years? Bah! In short, there was not a single good word. Everyone looked at Enro with contempt. If NPCs also had a favorable impression of NPCs, there would be a lot of notifications of declining favorable impressions. Enro's heart, which had just been put down, was lifted up again. Fuxiang is really a big pit. It's worse than expected. It's true that cheap goods are not good. While no one left the scene, Enro had to stop talking and nodded to Pao Pao, who looked confused. Pao Pao lit the firecrackers, and the crackling sound covered the discussion. People stepped back and focused on the firecrackers, temporarily forgetting what happened just now. Enro breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she bought firecrackers. In Lingbing City, firecrackers are a rare thing. There is trade and circulation between the 4 major camps in the game. Lingbing City is as its name suggests, with particularly developed weapon casting, mainly producing various cold weapons. On the Ghost Island, firearms are rampant. It is said that the muskets equipped by the guards of the mayor's house, like firecrackers, are imported from Ghost Island. After all, the bun shop has been closed for a few days, and Ro is afraid that if she reopens quietly, the business will be bad, which will make Yonyan sad. So she wants to make a gimmick. It was Chujia who was familiar with the business of Vongsu Town and came up with this idea. In addition to being expensive, a string of 2-meter-long small firecrackers sold for 2,000 gold, and buying 10 strings cost 20,000 gold. And Ro was very satisfied with the effect. And Yonyan didn't know the price of this thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be as happy as he is now. The sound of firecrackers attracted more pedestrians nearby, and the number of people doubled in a blink of an eye, crowding Wuyan Lane. Enro! The crowded crowd was separated by the black-clad soldiers with brute force. Hung Bobeo ran over and hugged Enro's arm, while greeting Yonyan very familiarly. Uncle En! And Yonyan was flattered when he knew her identity. He also remembered that it was she who helped him escape from the hands of the security guards the day before. So he smiled gratefully. Ms. Hung, please sit down. I'll serve you some buns. And Yonyan hurried to the kitchen before the firecrackers were all set off. Hung Bobeo was not interested in firecrackers, and there was no shortage of them at home. Some of the fireworks her father bought to cheer her up were even left unused and gathering dust. Strings of firecrackers made her impatient and twisted around. Another person with a bad face was Pao Pao, because since Hung Bobeo came in, he never looked at him. The sad man who was hurt by her yesterday. Doesn't her conscience hurt? Pao Pao thought angrily. The firecrackers were finally over, and Yonyan also served steamed buns and porridge, as well as a plate of pickled cabbage and shredded pork that Enro had requested. Hung Bobeo pulled her to sit down, chirping, Enro, this pickled cabbage is delicious. But Enro was absent-minded. Pao Pao and Chiojia stood on both sides of the door, giving 5 gold coins to every guest who came in, and said, business is booming. As Enro expected, most of the customers who received the red envelopes did not leave, but sat down and ordered directly, and the store was soon crowded. A meat bun alone costs 5 gold, and even with a 20% discount, it still costs 4 gold. Since they sit down to eat, few people will only order 1 bun, and they have to pay for it themselves. But the faces of the customers are all smug, as if they have taken advantage of the double advantage. Unfortunately, Enro is not in a good mood to appreciate it. She suddenly stood up and pulled Hung Bobeo to the door. Run. Come with me. Ah? But the red envelopes haven't been distributed yet. Pao Pao was confused, but he turned his eyes away and ignored Miss Hung. But Anra pushed Hung Bobeo to his side, right next to him. Peopeo's body froze. Anru asked, Bobeo, can you help distribute red envelopes to the guests? Hung Bobeo was still biting a bun in his mouth, and wrinkled his small nose when he heard it. I don't like to do the job of giving money to people. Your father is the mayor, and the townspeople think of you as your father. And Rose said, it's not your money. Why not? Hung Bobeo opened his mouth and half of the bun fell out. Yes. Okay. Okay, It was Pow Pow who subconsciously picked up the half bun and stuffed it back into her mouth. I won't choke you to death. Pow Pow was annoyed that his hands were faster than his brain. It's a pity that the other party didn't choke to death, but instead raised his favorability by 2% to 52%. Still in the category of indifference. Pow Pow. Thank you. After walking out of the bun shop with Enro for a while, he heard Hung Bobeo's crisp voice. I am Hung Bobeo. And my father is the mayor. I'm Hung Bobeo. My father is the mayor. Pow Pow was speechless. Is this girl crazy? The boss just wanted to find a free laborer. But she really believed it. That's perfect. Isn't it? And Rose saw his expression and guessed what he was thinking. Hung Bobeo personally gave out red envelopes. And this will soon spread throughout the town. Whether it's a security guard or a gangster who will dare to cause trouble for the bun shop in the future. Pow Pow was full of admiration. So this is what the boss meant. And Rose shook her head. I'm kidding. I just want to find some free labor. Boss. Where are we going? You saw the reactions of those people just now. Of course we should go to Fuxiang restaurant. And Rose paused. Her eyes fell on the dimly lit corner. There sat a person, wearing a dirty cheongsam, with legs bent and face buried in knees. Her hair was disheveled, and there were fresh bruises on the part of her forearm exposed by her sleeves. Sister Hong. Only one night had passed, and she had fallen to this point. And Rose glanced around her. There were no broken bowls, so she didn't look like a beggar. Following in Rose's gaze, Pow Pow also recognized her and softened his heart for a moment. After all, Sister Hong was the undisputed main force. Looking at the boss's expression, did he also soften his heart? Pow Pow tentatively said, Boss. Heh. And Rose suddenly smiled. You are really flexible, aren't you? At the age of 30. The body is bent into 3 folds and tightly stacked together, which is often only possible for young girls. Pow Pow was speechless. With a car and a businessman's identity, it was much more convenient to go anywhere. At least, he didn't have to hide anything. Enru drove Pow Pow straight to Wanglu 3rd Street. This street is in the northwest of Zhongsu town. Compared with the distance to the town square, it is about the same as the steamed bun shop. The difference is that Wuyan Lane goes north to Zhongsu Street. And there are a large area of small buildings with shops on the ground floor, and people living on the 2nd floor. In other words, dense business can attract players. And there are also many local residents. The area around Wanglu 3rd Street is full of small Western-style buildings, which are mainly inhabited by residents of the town. There are not many people walking on the street, and even fewer players. The advantage is that most residents who can afford to live in Western-style buildings have some money, and their spending power is higher than that of Wuyan Lane. The mayor must have noticed this, and opened such a large restaurant in the most advantageous location on this street. Yes, Fuxiang Restaurant is located at the intersection of the streets, and it is even larger than Enro imagined. The first floor of the storefront alone is as big as a dozen steamed bun shops. And it has 3 floors, which is 1 floor higher than the surrounding buildings. Enro estimated that the 3 floors together had a total area of more than 1,000 square meters. The decoration looked like a 300-year-old restaurant in real life. As the townspeople said, through a long row of open windows. There was no one at the restaurant. Several waiters were carrying brooms and wooden buckets, cleaning. Enro glanced at her watch. It was not yet 9 o'clock, so it must not be opening time yet. She simply drove around the relatively open streets nearby, not to mention other places. There were many breakfast shops on Wanglu San Street alone, although there were not many customers. It was not deserted. She and Pow Pow got off the car and visited several shops, including noodle shops and wonton shops. The residents there were obviously dressed more elegantly than those in Wuyan Lane. Even Peo's brand new black cloth shirt looked shabby in comparison. The prices in these shops were not low. A bowl of seaweed wontons cost 15 gold, which was nearly half higher than that in Wuyan Lane. The residents' spending power was evident. After the trip, Enro was not too pessimistic about the restaurant business. When you hear others say good or bad things, they are often exaggerated. You have to take it in half and keep it in your heart. In a while, 10:30, the restaurant will be open. You pretend to be a customer and go in for a meal. And Ro thought, the flow of people, the dishes, the taste, the service attitude. In short, pay attention to all the aspects involved in your offline review. Oh. Pow Pow carefully wrote it down and looked up in confusion. Boss, why don't you go yourself? Other things are fine. But the taste is ultimately a subjective judgment. It's best to taste it yourself. And Ro rolled her eyes at him, after signing the contract. The restaurant employees automatically know me as the new boss. How can I make a secret visit? Pow Pow suddenly realized. And stammered, Boss, I haven't been offline for a day and a night. And Ro was stunned. Yesterday, she was busy renovating the bun shop. To reshape the living props. She couldn't do without Pow Pow. She promised to let him take a day off today. She was focused on Fuxiang restaurant all morning and forgot about this matter. Go offline after lunch. This morning, you will be considered as overtime. I will give you an extra 1,000 gold overtime pay. As Ro said this, she saw the waiters in the restaurant lying on the table to rest. She raised her chin and said, Go. Okay. Pow Pow opened the car door and ran out excitedly, but turned back halfway. Boss, what should I order? And Ro said without hesitation, Order all the signature dishes. Chapter 50. The sunlight withdrew from the car window and gradually moved to the sky. Fortunately, the sun in the Soul world is like a large ceiling lamp, with little temperature. Otherwise Ro would be steamed to death sitting in the car without air conditioning for so long. From 10:30 to 1 o'clock. She waited for 2.5 hours. And Pow Pow finally walked out of the restaurant with a full stomach. After approaching, he looked back like a thief and hurried into the car. Why did you take so long to eat? And Ro frowned. What else can I say? I ordered 10 dishes, and they took an hour and a half to arrive. Pow Pow complained and burped. Boss, don't ask me yet. I prepared a draft. Wait for me to comment on it one by one. He burped again, and Andra could see clearly that the boy's stomach was swollen. First of all, there were people. I was the only customer during the whole afternoon. Andra knew this very well. Her car was parked diagonally opposite the restaurant, and she could see 2 doors facing the street. For 2.5 hours, no one came in or out except Pow Pow. Second, the dishes were quite rich. I counted them, and there were 68 dishes in total. It seemed to be the cuisine of the Yangtze River Delta. Pow Pow burped again, and the car was suddenly filled with a sweet smell of sauce. Andra rolled down the window a little. There are 12 signature dishes in total. I ordered 10, and the remaining 2 were almost the same. Both fish. So I didn't order them. The taste, burp, hard to describe. The duck meat was too tough, like chewing tree bark. The chicken was too rotten, like chewing mud. The fish meat was too fishy. I thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure out the reason. Obviously the internal organs were removed and the scales were scraped. But it was so fishy. The braised pork tasted the most normal to me, but it was only the first bite. The second bite, I tasted the stench. They mix good and bad meat. The other dishes are just enough to fill your stomach, but the ingredients are not a big problem. And Ro thought, it sounds like changing a chef and managing the ingredients well can solve the problem. No. Pow Pow said. As long as the food is cheap, people will eat it. But it's really too expensive. None of the signature dishes are less than 100 gold. And the other dishes are at least 50 gold. Boss, can I get this meal reimbursed? Of course. How much did it cost? 2050. Round off the amount. Boss, just give me 2,000. Ro glared. So much. Each dish is more than 100. 10 dishes should be more than 1,000. Right? Pow Pow was also indignant. Yes. The dishes are the dishes. They also charge tea fees and service fees. Oh. There is 200 gold that I asked for when I left, saying it was the overtime fee for the meal. I just know why they are slow to serve the dishes. Just to cheat them out of the overtime fee. Didn't you argue with them? Of course I did. Pow Pow was not willing to accept it. But as soon as I said a few words, a group of fierce thugs came down from upstairs. I was not afraid, but I was worried that the boss's identity would be exposed if the matter got out of hand. So I paid the money. In fact, Peopeo's description was not exaggerated, but rather whitewashed. NPC cannot lie. He asked if the braised pork was rotten, and the waiter admitted it nonchalantly. He questioned whether you were bullying customers because of your size, and the shopkeeper also smiled lazily. The service attitude is directly negative. And Ro finally understood. No wonder some people say that Fuxiang restaurant is like a pawn shop. It doesn't open for 3 years, but it will be profitable for 3 years after opening. This style is not much different from a black shop. And it has formed a vicious cycle. The worse the business is, the more they charge a customer. And the worse the dishes they produce. A meal costs 2,000 gold. It's not that everyone can't afford it. But how can rich people spend money to suffer? Boss. And Rose shook her head. Okay. Stop talking. I know what's going on. She suddenly laughed and glanced at Pepeo's stomach. If it's so bad, why do you eat so much? Pepeo's answer was a little sad. A meal costing 10,000 yuan. I've never eaten such an expensive meal in my life. I can bear it no matter how bad it tastes. After saying this, he still gritted his teeth and drank a bottle of life potion. After finishing, he scratched his head embarrassedly. I feel a little upset. And Rose started the car and took him back to the farm. She didn't want to let Pao Pao go back alone in this state. In fact, the newly bought small Western-style house has 3 bedrooms and can accommodate people. However, these days, Pao Pao has become accustomed to sleeping on the farm when he is offline. With a sudden wealth, he feels safe. If a player wants to find a sense of security from a ghoul, I am afraid no one will believe it. Can you go online at 10 o'clock in the evening? When Pao Pao got off the car, and Rose suddenly asked, there is work that requires your participation. You will work overtime tonight. Pao Pao calculated that from now until 10 o'clock in the evening, he has nearly 8 hours of rest time. Players are immersed in the holographic cabin, and sleeping in the game can also give their brains a rest, so they are not too sleep deprived. Otherwise, there would not be so many people who choose to stay online for a long time. But in the long run, the body's functions will deteriorate. Boss, I won't have to work night shifts in the future. Right? Pao Pao hesitated. Of course not. Temporarily. Andrew smiled. I can't afford so much overtime pay. Then you didn't ask. Pao Pao suddenly fell down in the middle of his words. And Ro was startled and hurriedly got out of the car to see. But there was no trace of him on the ground. And Ro touched him, and indeed felt a warm body. Pao Pao had gone offline. It was just a little strange. What should I do? I have to go to my room and then go offline. Right? And Ro was a little worried. She thought about it for a while. But she was at a loss. First, she couldn't go offline. Second, as an NPC, she didn't even have the qualifications to go to the forum for help, let alone contact the outside world or call the police. And Ro had to grope and hold Pepeo's arm, call Bafu for help, and send him back to the room. Offline. Pao Pao sat up suddenly in the holographic cabin, looking at the man outside the cabin with a confused face. What are you doing? The screens on the transparent cabin cover were all off. The reason for the sudden offline was that someone cut off the power supply of the holographic cabin. The staff of the arena ignored his anger and replied coldly, Sure Shiming. Right? Your monthly lease has expired. Can you terminate other people's games at will when it expires? What if I am doing a task? Can you afford to compensate me for the loss of my destiny value? You signed a monthly lease without a deposit, and the cabin will be cleared immediately after the lease period expires. It is clearly written in the contract. The staff laughed a little. Most of those who signed this kind of lease were losers whose families didn't have money to buy holographic cabins and didn't make much money in the game. Now, please get out. Pao Pao was angry, which also aroused his anger. His service attitude was directly negative. Not only this arena, but now all holographic arenas in the country have the confidence to cheat customers. After all, the holographic cabin is expensive and many people can't afford it, resulting in a shortage of supply in the arena. Pao Pao took a quick look and saw that there was already a guest waiting at the door of the box. Wasting a minute is a loss for the arena. The staff's face is more annoying than the money-grubbing NPC in the game. Pao Pao suppressed his anger and walked out of the holographic cabin, wearing only a pair of shorts. He picked up his clothes, but didn't put them on. He walked to the front desk and stood there blankly. Sir, do you need any help? There was a female staff member at the front desk who vaguely heard the quarrel just now and knew what was going on with Pao Pao. But she didn't expect that the boy who was kicked out would be so eye-catching. Pao Pao kept silent with a cold face. After the female staff had a feast for her eyes, she blushed slightly. The shower room is over there. It's free. At this time, the male staff came out. Why don't you leave? He frowned and asked, looking at the female staff. Is he picking on you? What are you talking about? Pao Pao slapped the table and glared at him. Get a room. He was tall, with broad shoulders and narrow waist. His body was tense, and his exercise lines were everywhere. Knowing that it was a conflict, the female staff couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes wandering back and forth between the two of them, as if she was watching gossip. Unfortunately, reality and the plot in her mind are two different lines, a world apart. The male staff sneered, "Sorry. The small bag is full." "Who said small bag? Medium bag and large bag are full too." From childhood to adulthood, the private rooms that sound like KTV are actually completely different types, because there is only one holographic cabin in all private rooms. But the models are different, and the supporting facilities are even more different. For example, the large room is equipped with an independent bathroom, so you don't have to squeeze into the public bathroom after playing games. Pow Pow snorted. "Did I say I wanted a big bag? I want a deluxe bag." The female staff member widened her eyes and became more and more infatuated. Could he be a rich young man? The male staff member put away his sneer and looked at Pow Pow from head to toe. He remembered very clearly that this young man who had just turned 18 had rented a small bag for 2 consecutive months, with a monthly rent of 10,000 yuan, and the deluxe bag was 20 times the price of the small bag. He didn't believe it. The female staff member believed it, and she suddenly said, "Sir, do you want to swipe your card or withdraw cash? The money withdrawal is inside." The so-called money withdrawal is to exchange the gold coins in the game. Players only need to press their hands on the instrument to log into their accounts through biometrics, exchange the gold coins for real money, and deposit them into their bank accounts. Pow Pow glanced at the male staff coldly and followed him into the room behind the front desk. In less than 2 minutes, he came out accompanied by a female staff member. "Sir, you only need to sign your name, contact information and ID number below." The female staff handed over a standard contract. Compared to the small package contract, which only had one piece of paper, the luxury package contract was obviously much thicker. Pow Pow glanced at the content, signed it quickly, and then entered his fingerprint on another biometric identification device. "Sir, your luxury package has been activated." The luxury package is equipped with a smart lock that can be unlocked by fingerprint or iris. "Do you want to check in now?" "Of course." Pow Pow looked at the male staff member and sneered. "I want him to accompany me." The female staff member's starry eyes flashed inappropriately again. The two of them were so quick in going through the formalities that the male staff member was dumbfounded. He only realized it now and said with an embarrassed look, "Mr. Sher, this way please." His cheeks were burning and painful. The luxury suite was on the top floor of the arena. On the way up, he didn't dare to look directly into Peo's eyes. The nerve sensor stuck on Peo's body had not been washed off, so fingerprint recognition was difficult. He used iris scanning and successfully opened the door lock. "I wish you a happy game," the male staff member said with a stiff upper lip, bowing 90 degrees as required. "Wait a minute." Pow Pow called him and threw the clothes in his face. "Dry clean my clothes, rush them, and send them back in person." The words butler service were bolded on the contract, so he was qualified to do so. "Okay."